a bike. A dozen passengers escaped with injuries, and it caught fire in Andhra Pradesh, Kurnool, and unfortunately 11 passengers have lost their lives in this tragedy. My colleague Abdul Bashir is now joining us with more details. Abdul, give us more details about this horrific tragedy being reported from Kurnool.
Well, yes, this horrific tragedy, that unfortunate incident has taken place in Kurnool, where today at around 3:30 a.m. is where this bus traveling from Hyderabad towards Bangalore caught fire at Chinnatekur, Kallur Mandal in Kurnool district. And what we are learning through our sources is that a two-wheeler had hit the bus from the opposite end, which has led to a fire, is what is being said. However, the reason for the fire is being investigated, but the unfortunate incident is that what we are learning through our official sources is that 11 people have lost their life. There were 40 passengers in the bus, among which 18 managed to escape initially when the fire was set to begin in the bus. But others were said to have lost their life in this unfortunate tragedy. Now, your officials have reached the spot, fire engine reached the spot. The flames have come under control now. The whole fire has been dozed off. Now, officials are right now going inside the bus and checking as to how many people are actually there who lost their life in this unfortunate tragedy that has taken place in the highway while the bus was traveling from Hyderabad to Bangalore.
Right. Abdul, how many people are critically injured, and is the death toll expected to rise further from 11?
Well, the injuries are said to be around 18 people who have managed to escape. Some of them have got minor to major injuries of burns, who have been shifted to Kurnool Government Hospital for treatment. They are undergoing treatment as of now. But the death toll is set to rise as the operation is still ongoing. The Kurnool District SP is on the spot. All the higher officials are right now undergoing the rescue operations, are checking how many casualties are there inside. However, AP Chief Minister Chandrababu Naidu, who is right now at an international tour, has inquired about this incident here and has taken a stock of the situation. And now what we are learning is that the rescue operations are still undergoing. The AP Chief Minister Chandrababu Naidu, who is in a Dubai tour right now, has inquired about this unfortunate accident that has taken place in Kurnool district while the bus was traveling. What we're learning is that 40 passengers were there inside the bus, among which 18 have tried to escape. 18 have managed to escape is what the officials have to say, and 11 is the death toll as of now, and it is set to rise with the ongoing operations at the spot.
Right. Abdul, were there any fire safety lapses in the bus? Were there proper fire safety equipments installed inside it?
Well, as the incident has just taken place a few hours ago, now the officials are examining or investigating as to what exactly was the cause of this incident. But the eyewitnesses say that this fire had suddenly taken up after a two-wheeler had hit from the front, is what the eyewitnesses have stated. But the officials are right now investigating the actual cause of the fire in the bus, and were there any lapses is what is being investigated as the rescue operations are still underway. The officials are trying to understand as to how many people were inside when the whole fire accident had taken place and lost their life in this tragedy as of now.
All right, Abdul, do stay with us. We're getting some more inputs on this story. And now Andhra Pradesh Chief Minister Chandrababu Naidu condoles the deaths in the bus tragedy. He says, and I quote, "I am shocked to learn about the devastating bus fire accident near Chinnatekur village in Kurnool district. My heartfelt condolences go out to the families of those who have lost their loved ones. Government authorities will extend all possible support to the injured and affected families." That's the statement from the Chief Minister of Andhra Pradesh on this horrific bus tragedy being reported from Kurnool, in which 11 people have lost their lives. Abdul, are any steps being taken from the government authorities' side?
Well, the government authorities, immediately as the incident has taken place, the eyewitnesses have to say that police have responded instantly and reached the spot. The ambulances, 3 ambulances were on the spot when the incident has taken place. Fire engines reached the spot and tried to doze off the fire. The injured were immediately shifted to Kurnool Government Hospital, and now the ongoing operations are underway, where the actual cause of fire and how many people were there inside when the whole bus was gutted in fire is yet to be known.
All right, Abdul, thank you for getting us those details. We'll keep coming back to you for more updates on the story. So, horrific tragedy, the bus tragedy being reported from Andhra Pradesh, Kurnool, in which 11 people have unfortunately lost their lives and more than a dozen have been injured. The death toll is expected to rise further from 11. These are the visuals of the horrific tragedy. In fact, Andhra Pradesh Chief Minister has also condoled the deaths, and government authorities are taking action. An investigation is also underway. And we're now getting some more breaking news. India-US trade talks progressing, hope to work towards fair, equitable pact in near future. This is what Commerce and Industry Minister Piyush Goyal has said on the talks between India and the United States for the proposed trade agreement. He has said that it is progressing, and he also expressed hope that both sides would work towards a fair and equitable agreement in the near future. So, an Indian official team headed by Commerce Secretary Rajesh Agrawal was in Washington last week to hold trade talks with their US counterparts. The three-day talks ended on October 17. So, on the US and India trade talks, Indian Commerce Minister Piyush Goyal is hopeful that it will end up on a positive note, and he has said that the talks are progressing. Listen in.
We are in dialogue with the United States of America. Our teams are engaged. We recently had the Commerce Secretary visit the US, and he met with his counterparts. We continue to engage with them, and talks are progressing. We hope to work towards a fair and equitable agreement in the near future.
And we're now getting some more breaking news. US reiterates India scaling down Russian oil buy, and US has also claimed that President Trump requested India to stop oil purchase, and that even China has started to reduce Russia oil buy. So that's the claim that is being made by the United States, which has reiterated that India is scaling down Russian oil buy, and this comes after President Trump requested India to stop oil purchases, what is being claimed by the White House. And they've also claimed that even China has started to reduce Russia oil buy.
If you read the sanctions and look at them, they're pretty hefty. And I saw some international news out of China this morning that they're scaling back oil purchases from Russia. We know India has done the same at the request of the president. The president has also pushed European countries, our allies, to please stop their purchases of Russian oil as well. So it's full court press for sure. And we expect that these sanctions are going to do harm, as the Secretary of Treasury said yesterday.
Prime Minister Modi is all set to kick off his campaign in Battle for Bihar. He will launch his poll pitch with twin rallies in Samastipur and Begusarai. Yesterday, Prime Minister launched a scathing attack on the opposition, calling the alliance Lat Bandhan. With battle lines clearly drawn, all eyes are now on BJP star campaigner Prime Minister Modi himself. He will today kickstart the election campaign from Samastipur, the birthplace of Bharat Ratna Karpuri Thakur, who was Bihar Chief Minister in the 70s. A second rally is planned later in the day in Begusarai. At 10:30 a.m., the Prime Minister will land in Samastipur, where he'll first visit a model hut showcasing the life and struggles of Jan Nayak Karpuri Thakur, developed by the local administration. He will then pay floral tributes at the leader's statue before leading a roadshow, and then at 11:30 a.m., Prime Minister Modi is expected to address a massive public rally. Yesterday, while addressing the Mera Booth Sabse Mazboot Yuva Samvad event through audio conferencing, he said that Bihar won't forget Jungle Raj for 100 years and accused the Mahagathbandhan of putting self-interest above Bihar's progress.
दीपम जी, अच्छा ये बताइए कि जब कभी अपने माता पिता जैसे बात करते होंगे या जहां बूथ में बुजुर्ग परिवारों को मिलने जाते होंगे, और जंगल राज की तो चर्चा स्वाभाविक है, आज
जी सर।
नहीं, आने वाले 100 साल तक जंगल राज की चर्चा चलने वाली है।
बिल्कुल सर, बिल्कुल।
ये कितना ही भुलाने की कोशिश करे अपने पापों को, लेकिन बिहार के लोग कभी भी ये भूलने वाले नहीं है।
And the Mahagathbandhan has a chief minister face now. It is Tejashwi Yadav, but not without friction inside the alliance as Congress vies for Deputy Chief Minister post. In an exclusive interview to India Today, Bihar Congress in charge Krishna Lavaru said that if the Mahagathbandhan wins, the Deputy Chief Minister will be from the Congress party too. He added that the name will be announced after the polls and that the Chief Minister pick was finalized back in April as per plan. Now this after the alliance announced Tejashwi Yadav as the Chief Minister face and Mukesh Sahni of VIP party projected as the Deputy Chief Minister pick. The Mahagathbandhan has also hinted at more Deputy Chief Ministers to represent various caste groups. But the NDA has seized on the infighting. Chirag Paswan taunting the opposition, saying that Tejashwi was accepted after fights and fear. From the JDU, Sanjay Kumar Jha called it a dynastic party backing another dynastic face.
अगर आपको सीएम का चेहरा स्वीकार किया तो क्या स्वीकार किया? कांग्रेस के ऊपर इन लोगों ने कितना ब्लैकमेल किया इनको सीएम का चेहरा बनाने के लिए, वही मुकेश जी के द्वारा भी किया गया। उन्होंने तो सारे समझौते कर लिए सिर्फ एक डिप्टी सीएम का पद पाने के लिए। मेरा कहना यह है कि अगर आप इतना झगड़ा करके छीन छान के अगर आप बने, इसका मतलब स्वाभाविक स्वीकार्यता गठबंधन के भीतर आपके चेहरे को लेकर नहीं है।
मुख्यमंत्री पद का तो कोई वैकेंसी है नहीं और 25 से 30 नीतीश जी ही मुख्यमंत्री रहेंगे। और आप जानते हैं कि जिनको बनाया है वो रेलवे घोटाला में 4 सीटेड है, डेली जाकर के कोर्ट में दिल्ली में अपीयर होना। जो लोग उनको घोषणा किया है कांग्रेस वाले, वो भी भ्रष्टाचार में डूबा हुआ परिवार है। तो एक परिवारवादी पार्टी कांग्रेस दूसरे परिवारवादी पार्टी को मुख्यमंत्री का प्रत्याशी घोषित कर दिया।
पूरा बिहार का रूप छठ माई का आशीर्वाद बा। पूरा बिहार का मूड आप लोग जान रहे हैं क्या है। ऐसा जीत एनडीए का कभी ना हुआ था इसके पहले, ऐतिहासिक जीत की ओर है। इन लोगों के आपस में कबड्डी खेले था, कुछ नहीं है। इस वक्त बिहार का बच्चा, माँ, बहन, बेटी, माई छठ का कृपा बाटे, सीता माई का कृपा बा। देखिए ऐतिहासिक जीत होगा मोदी जी और नीतीश कुमार के लिए।
The decision to make the announcement was made a couple of weeks ago. The date was fixed before Diwali, and 23rd is here, and so is the announcement.
What was the role of Rahul Gandhi? We are told that he apparently played an important role in ironing out the differences which was happening here.
There were a couple of times when the alliance hit a serious bump, and I think his intervention kept us on track. And we are more or less going as per our plan, and I think we are the only ones in Bihar who have an agenda, a vision, a face, and I think the Bihar people will like our vision for Bihar, our agenda for Bihar. So if you listen to the announcement carefully, what it said is that the Chief Minister would be Tejashwi Yadav, Mukesh Sahni would be one of the Deputy Chief Ministers. We will have Deputy Chief Ministers from the Congress, there is no doubt about that. It's just that we will wait until after the elections before we decide who it is going to be, and we will announce the names of the individuals after the elections.
Now, shifting focus, even though Delhi's air quality showed slight improvement on Thursday, it remained in the very poor category for the 4th consecutive day. As the capital seeks respite, it is preparing to witness its first ever artificial rain through cloud seeding on October 29th. The first trial of the project has been successfully conducted. A cloud seeding flight was tested on Thursday in Burari and other areas where cloud seeding flares were deployed using pyro techniques. Delhi Chief Minister Rekha Gupta has confirmed that if clouds persist over the capital as predicted by the Met Department, artificial rain will be induced on the 29th of October across multiple areas. The rainfall generated is likely to help reduce pollution levels. The Chief Minister has called the project historic from a technological perspective, highlighting its role as a scientific solution to tackle air pollution.
दिल्ली के लिए आज एक ऐतिहासिक दिन था। आज एक ऐतिहासिक सफलता प्राप्त की दिल्ली सरकार माननीय रेखा गुप्ता जी की अगुवाई में। क्लाउड सीडिंग जो लंबे समय से बात की जाती थी, आज उसकी पहली सफल ट्रायल दिल्ली में की गई। दिल्ली के अंदर क्लाउड सीडिंग के माध्यम से बरसात कराने के लिए केवल बादलों का इंतजार है और 29 तारीख 30 तारीख के आसपास जैसे ही बादल आएंगे, दिल्ली के अंदर एक बार बरसात करा के दिल्ली के मौसम को बेहतर करने की, दिल्ली की हवा को बेहतर करने की कोशिश की जाएगी।
So 29th of October is the day when there will be cloud seeding, artificial rains in the Delhi NCR region if there are clouds as predicted by the Met Department. Let's take a look at some more reactions on this.
पंजाब को, पंजाबियों को और पंजाब के किसानों को बदनाम करना बंद करें। हम अपनी जिम्मेवारी को समझते हुए तकरीबन 1.5 लाख मशीनरी, एग्री रेजिड्यू मशीनरी, जिसमें जिससे इन सीटू और एक्स सीटू पराली का प्रबंधन हो सकता है, वो हम दे चुके हैं। कृपया करके केंद्र सरकार इस मसले में सभी किसानों की, सिर्फ पंजाब के ही नहीं कहूँगा मैं, यूपी के, हरियाणा के सब किसानों की बाजू पकड़े, कोई ना कोई ऐसा मैकेनिज्म बनाए, उनको कोई इंसेंटिव दे ताकि इन फार्म फायर्स को, इस स्टबल बर्निंग के केसेस को हम जीरो पे ले आएं। वो काम करना नहीं है, लेकिन सिर्फ और सिर्फ पंजाब के लोगों को बदनाम करना है।
बचकानी इस बात है कि पंजाब सरकार किसानों को मोटिवेट करेगी कि पराली जलाओ। ये कितनी मतलब हंसने वाली बात है और ये भाजपा की समझ को भी दिखाती है। पहली बात तो जब से मान साहब की सरकार आई है, लगातार पंजाब सरकार के प्रयासों से और किसानों के सहयोग से 70-75% स्टबल बर्निंग के केसेस में गिरावट आई है, ऑफिशियल डेटा है। दूसरी बात, भाजपा कोई ऐसा मौका नहीं छोड़ती जब से किसानी आंदोलन हुआ है कि पंजाब के किसानों को, जिसमें मेजॉरिटी ऑफ सिख्स हैं, उनको डिफेम, बदनाम किया जाए।
And now shifting focus, major boost to the defence sector. Centre cleared several major proposals worth around 79,000 crore rupees to strengthen the capabilities of the Indian Armed Forces. The Defence Acquisition Council, chaired by Raksha Mantri Rajnath Singh, gave the nod with a clear emphasis on indigenous systems and faster operational capability. Key approvals for the Army include the NAG missile system, MK2, a tank killer designed to hit enemy armor and bunkers, along with ground-based mobile ELINT systems and high-mobility logistics vehicles. For the Navy, the package includes landing platform docks to boost amphibious and humanitarian operations, 30 mm naval guns for low-intensity and anti-piracy roles, and an advanced lightweight torpedo to hunt conventional and nuclear submarines. And the Air Force secured approval for a collaborative long-range target saturation and destruction system, which has autonomous long-range strike capability. And with that, we're now slipping into a very short break. But on the other side, we'll get you some sports news. Smriti Mandhana and Kritika Rawal hit stumps as India beat New Zealand by 53 runs to make it to Women's World Cup semis. More on this on the other side.
Wicket for Renuka Singh Thakur. And it's the big one.
Make your media plan smarter with India Today Live TV on your connected devices. Amplify your brand with 100 million smart internet viewers. To advertise, mail us at sales@aajtak.com.
Welcome back. India are through to the semi-final of the Women's World Cup. A win against New Zealand was enough for the hosts to make the last four in the tournament despite having a game in hand. The tone was set early on by the Indian openers who batted with ease at the D.Y. Patil Stadium. Both went on to complete their ton in the game as India finished with a strong total of 340 runs. A New Zealand side that had failed to seize control in crucial moments was once again found wanting in the big run chase. Meanwhile, India chipped away the wickets at regular intervals that kept them ahead in the contest. India are left with one more game in the round-robin stage, which will be against Bangladesh on Sunday.
Oh, nowhere near the middle. And catch completed.
And shifting focus to men's cricket, India suffered a second straight loss against Australia as the hosts take an unassailable 2-0 lead in the three-match ODI series. But the match was headlined by Virat Kohli's second successive duck in as many games, a first in his entire ODI career. Rohit Sharma played a gritty 73-run knock, but to only see his side losing by 2 wickets. Here's how the game panned out.
After a disappointing show from the openers in Perth, both scored a boundary each in Adelaide, but skipper Gill registered another low score.
Taken. First breakthrough for Australia. Smart catch from skipper Mitch Marsh and Bartlett.
Out came Virat Kohli at a venue he's loved playing at over these years. It was as if India hadn't lost a wicket at all as fans cheered aloud for Kohli, but for the second straight time in the series, he failed to disturb the scorers. A stunned Adelaide crowd stood in silence as Kohli raised his gloves in appreciation of their support over the years.
Beautifully done.
But the other veteran in Rohit Sharma did not disappoint, chipping away the runs to steady the ship for India.
Nicely done.
Loves playing against spinners.
The former captain went on to register his 59th ODI 50 and was looking good to double it up. But in came Mitch Starc and Australia had their third.
And held on to it finally. Josh Hazlewood.
Yes. Bowled in. That's what he does there, but targets the stumps.
India seemed to lose their way after that, but Akshar Patel with a vital 44 and a few boundaries from Harshit Rana took India to 264.
Even better stroke. That's
India bowled with discipline at the start and were duly rewarded with an early wicket.
Marsh is the first Australian wicket to fall.
That's the commentator's curse.
Straight up in the air.
The dangerous Travis Head also departed after scoring just 28, giving India some sort of an opening.
The hometown hero is out.
The chances came for the men in blue, but they were put down. Matthew Short got a reprieve not once, but twice.
Another one at point. Mohammad Siraj.
After that point, the reigning world champions were just flawless, punishing the Indian team for their mistakes.
That's 50 now. And that's short, a third of his one-day international. Oh, he's had a chance.
Short, Connolly and Cooper took the wind out of India's sails as the Aussies took an unassailable 2-0 lead in the series.
With the bat, both teams, but I think the turning
Sports
point in the
Bureau,
game
India Today.
Australia just kept getting wickets at the right times.
And with that, it's a wrap on this bulletin. Thank you for watching India Today. For more news and updates, you can log on to indiatoday.in. You can also download the app.
काहे जाने मन, हम तुम एक कमरे में बंद हो और चाबी खो जाए, जरा हमारे साथ 2 मिनट हो जाए।
LIC ऑफ इंडिया, हर पल आपके साथ। टाटा कैपिटल, काउंट ऑन अस।
A very good morning to all our viewers. You're watching First Up on India Today. I'm Anjali Pandey. Lots lined up for you in this bulletin. But first, let's take a look at the headlines. Prime Minister Modi enters Bihar battle. First Prime Minister rally after poll announcement. Mega rallies in Samastipur and Begusarai. Prime Minister to also visit Karpuri Gram. He interacted with Bihar BJP workers yesterday and took Lat Bandhan jibe at the Mahagathbandhan. Mahagathbandhan puts up a united face in Bihar, but friendly fight on 10 seats to stay. Congress says our Deputy Chief Minister also if Gathbandhan wins. BJP mocks Gathbandhan over Chief Minister pick Tejaswi Yadav. At least 11 dead in horrific bus tragedy in Andhra's Kurnool. Bengaluru-bound bus from Hyderabad catches fire after collision with a bike. Over a dozen hospitalized with burn injuries. Delhi gears up for cloud seeding amid toxic haze across NCR. First trial of cloud seeding completed. Successful cloud seeding test in Burari. Smriti Mandhana and Pratika Rawal hit tons as India beat New Zealand by 53 runs to make it to Women's World Cup semis.
Squeezes it out. Both players fist pump in the air. First 100 for India so far in this World Cup. And at the top of this hour, we're getting some breaking news from Andhra Pradesh. Horrific
bus tragedy being reported from Kurnool in Andhra Pradesh. 12 passengers have unfortunately lost their lives in this tragedy. Bengaluru-bound bus catches fire. These are the horrific visuals of the tragedy we're showing you on your screens right now. Hyderabad to Bengaluru bus catches fire after hitting a bike. A dozen passengers escaped with injuries, but 12 passengers have lost their lives. The bus caught fire in Andhra Pradesh's Kurnool, and Andhra Pradesh Chief Minister Chandrababu Naidu has also condoled the deaths in this tragedy. In fact, President Murmu has also condoled the deaths. My colleague Abdul Bashir earlier spoke with the SP of Kurnool. Listen in.
ये इंसिडेंट, इस दुर्घटना में कितने लोग की जान गई है और क्या परिस्थिति है अभी
वी आर असर्टेनिंग, अभी नंबर्स में आपको बता नहीं सकता हूँ. आउट ऑफ 40 पैसेंजर्स वी हैव आइडेंटिफाइड 18 लाइव.
18 लोग अलाइव,
18 लोग जिंदा है. थोड़े बॉडीज तो दिख रहे हैं, बट वी आर नॉट एबल टू टेल द फाइनल नंबर. वन बाय वन वी विल रिमूव देम नाउ एंड देन वी कैन टेल द फाइनल नंबर.
एस्टिमेटेड नंबर कितना होगा अभी तक किसी को आइडेंटिफाई? 10 प्लस
आइडेंटिफाई तो नहीं कर पाए, तो द बॉडीज आर कंप्लीटली चार्ज.
ओके,
डीएनए के हिसाब से ही वी कैन आइडेंटिफाई.
ओके, और कॉज ऑफ द इंसिडेंट किस चीज की?
बाइक के साथ एक टकराया, तो बाइक ड्रैग डाउन अलोंग विद द बस.
इसी वजह से हुआ है. लगभग कितने बजे हुआ है घटनाएं? सुबह 3 बजे. अभी परिस्थिति अभी ऑनगोइंग, अभी जो आइडेंटिफाई करने की कोशिश की जा रही है, बता. केस रजिस्टर हुआ है और आगे की कार्रवाई होगी. कोई लैप्सेस पाए गए हैं इस बस में, फायर सेफ्टी?
And my colleague Abdul Bashir is now joining us with more details on this. Abdul, give us the latest update of this tragedy, and is the rescue operation now over?
Well, this unfortunate incident took place around 3:30 a.m. in Chinna Tekur village, where this bus bound from Hyderabad to Bengaluru was on its way with 40 passengers, among which, like we've heard, that 18 of them had successfully escaped with severe to minor burn injuries, who are undergoing treatment at Kurnool District Hospital. But the other 11 bodies have been identified from the debris that is left after the whole bus was burnt to the ground. And more 9 people are yet to be identified, is what is being said. The police is on the spot. Right now, measures are being taken by the forensic team and others to check with the remains that are left to identify these 9 people through DNA testing. With the latest update that we are getting to know is that right now the teams are right now working to identify these 9 people. 11 are confirmed dead from this tragedy. Now, this unfortunate incident took place when this bus was moving from Hyderabad to Bengaluru. Kaveri Travels is the bus which, the company which the bus belonged to. And this incident has taken place while the lapses and the other issues are being investigated by the officials. What we are learning is that right now, the police administration is on the spot working continuously to identify the deceased in the bus and the others. If anybody has escaped and has not been found or identified, they are also being traced, is what is being said.
Abdul, were there any safety lapses on the bus? Were there fire safety equipments installed inside the bus?
Well, as per the officials, now the investigation is underway, and it is they have not, identified any such lapses have been. We've heard the SP speaking, where he's mentioned that the investigation is right now underway, and further details will be given only after the whole rescue operation is completed, or the bodies are being identified, or these 9 people, and then the investigation will proceed further. The cause of the death or the fire in the bus is said to be a two-wheeler, which the bus had hit a two-wheeler and dragged it for a while, during which the bus had caught fire. The driver and the cleaner has managed to escape, is what we are learning. But otherwise, the other people who were right inside the bus are, among the 40 passengers, 18 have escaped, and the others are, 11 dead, and the others are being identified, is what is being said.
All right, Abdul, thank you for those details. We'll keep coming back to you for more updates on this horrific bus tragedy being reported from Kurnool in Andhra Pradesh. And we're now getting some more breaking news. Communal clashes and firing in Uttar Pradesh's Kasganj. Argument over liquor turns into gunfight. Over 6 people injured in clashes and gunfight in Kasganj. Both groups opened fire on streets of Kasganj. So bloody communal fight over alcohol being reported from Kasganj in Uttar Pradesh. 1 rifle and a revolver have been recovered from the clash site. So communal clashes and firing in Uttar Pradesh's Kasganj. We're showing you the visuals of the same. There was an argument over liquor that turned into gunfight, and over 6 people have been injured in these clashes and gunfight in Uttar Pradesh's Kasganj. My colleague Santosh Sharma is now joining us with more details on this. Santosh, और क्या जानकारी मिल रही है इस पूरे विवाद के बारे में जो कि शराब के ऊपर हुआ था?
देखिए, कासगंज के सोरो कस्बे की ये घटना है जहां पर शराब पीने के दौरान दोनों पक्षों के बीच में एक मामूली सी बात को लेकर के कहासुनी हुई और कहासुनी के बाद दोनों पक्षों के बीच न सिर्फ मारपीट हुई बल्कि फायरिंग भी हुई। अवैध असलहों से एक दूसरे के ऊपर गोली चलाई गई जिसमें करीब 6 लोग घायल हुए हैं। इसमें एक व्यक्ति की हालत गंभीर बनी हुई है जिसको मेडिकल कॉलेज भर्ती कराया गया है और मौके पर पुलिस पहुंची और कुछ लोगों को हिरासत में लिया है। लेकिन इतना जरूर है कि अभी इस पूरे मामले को लेकर के साफ हुआ है कि दोनों पक्षों के बीच में शराब पीने के दौरान विवाद हुआ था और विवाद में ये मारपीट में फायरिंग की घटना सामने आई है। फायरिंग के बारे में कहा जा रहा है कि लाइसेंसी कुछ लोगों के पास असलहे थे और कुछ लोगों के पास अवैध असलहे थे जिसकी वजह से दोनों पक्षों के बीच में फायरिंग हुई है। लाठी डंडे चले हैं जिसमें 6 लोग घायल हैं। फिलहाल पुलिस ने करीब 6 से 7 लोगों को हिरासत में लिया हुआ है और घटना के बारे में जो लोग सीसीटीवी में दिखाई पड़ रहे हैं उनकी गिरफ्तारी की कोशिश भी की जा रही है।
जी संतोष हमारे साथ बने रहिए। लेट्स टेक अ लुक एट सम रिएक्शंस दैट हैव कम ऑन दिस स्टोरी।
कोई भी धर्म का व्यक्ति हो लेकिन अराजकता फैलाएगा तो उसको बिल्कुल भी बर्दाश्त करने की स्थिति में नहीं है, क्योंकि माननीय मुख्यमंत्री जी ने स्पष्ट कहा है कि कोई भी कहीं पे भी अराजकता फैलाता है तो उस पर तुरंत कानूनी कार्रवाई होनी चाहिए। लेकिन अभी भी मुझे लगता है कि सभी लोगों पर कानूनी कार्रवाई नहीं हो पाई।
पुलिस क्या कर रही है इस मामले में?
देखिए, अभी तक हम लोगों को संतुष्ट किया गया है। सभी ने कहा है कि 2-3 गिरफ्तारी हुई है, लेकिन जो प्रमुख व्यक्ति है जिसका नाम शायद मैं भूल रहा हूँ, उस व्यक्ति की अभी तक पुलिस ने नहीं पकड़ा है, गिरफ्तारी नहीं हुई है। तो इसीलिए सभी युवाओं में, सभी कार्यकर्ताओं में रोष है।
अपने आप सब कुछ फेंक रहा हूँ, अपने आप तमंचा चला, तमंचा चला, चला 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 और चला और तमंचा चला और तमंचा चला और चला तमंचा और चला चला तमंचा चला चला तमंचा चला तमंचा चला। हाँ हेलो
And we're now getting some more breaking news. Union Minister Suresh Gopi sparks fresh row, calls for educated Education Minister in Kerala, says let government lose power and get an educated minister. Kerala Education Minister hits back at Suresh Gopi after this remark. So a war of words has now erupted in Kerala with Union Minister Suresh Gopi now sparking fresh controversy, calling for educated Education Minister in Kerala. He says let government lose power and get an educated minister. And to which the Kerala Education Minister has also hit back. Listen in.
എന്നെ കേവലപ്പെടുത്തിക്കൊണ്ടിരിക്കുന്ന ഒരു മന്ത്രിയാണ് ഇവിടെ ഉള്ളത്. അദ്ദേഹത്തിൻ്റെ അടുത്തൊന്നും എനിക്ക് എങ്ങനെയാണ് പോകേണ്ടതെന്ന് എനിക്ക് അറിയത്തില്ല. അവരൊക്കെ ഒന്ന് തെറിച്ച് മാറട്ടെ, എന്നിട്ട് നമുക്ക് നോക്കാം. നല്ല വിദ്യാഭ്യാസ മന്ത്രി വരട്ടെ, എന്നിട്ട് നമുക്ക് നോക്കാം. നല്ല വിദ്യാഭ്യാസമുള്ള വിദ്യാഭ്യാസ മന്ത്രി വരട്ടെ.
And my colleague Shibimol is now joining us with more details on this. Shibimol, give us more context to this remark made by Suresh Gopi and what prompted the Union Minister to make such a remark against the Kerala Education Minister.
Well, Anjali, this comment was made by Minister Suresh Gopi when he was interacting with public in Idukki. And one of the locals there asked him a question. They asked him if possible they need an English medium school in that area. And that's when he replies that, there's an education minister here who's always consistently criticizing me and insulting me. And I don't know if it's possible I can approach him with this request. And he says, let them lose power and we will see. And hopefully we'll get another education minister who's actually educated. Now, this was a jab at Education Minister V. Shivanguti. Earlier there was back in 2015 when the CPM was in the opposition. There was a major ruckus in the assembly in which V. Shivanguti was a CPM MLA back then, was leading this protest, and he was leading that protest, and he was criticized very harshly back then. And since then, when he assumed charge as education minister, people, the opposition have always taken a jibe at him, saying that is this the culture that is going to students. And looked like Union Minister Suresh Gopi was also taking a jibe at him for the incidents that happened back in 2015. Shivanguti was also very quick to react, saying that, this Union Minister has not done any single thing to help Kerala. So now he's sitting here and making such statements is what Shivanguti has said. But the statement has come under criticism because many people on social media have been questioning Union Minister's statement, saying that Shivanguti is actually a double degree holder, and this is not the way a minister should be speaking.
All right, Shibimol, thank you so much for getting us all those details and for that context to Union Minister Suresh Gopi's remark against Kerala Education Minister. And now shifting focus, a political storm brews in Karnataka within the Congress. Chief Minister Siddaramaya's son, Yatindra Siddaramaiah, has dropped a remark that sent ripples across the state's political landscape, hinting at a generational shift and a possible successor to his father. Here's a sharp look at the fresh buzz shaking up the Congress corridors.
The calm in Karnataka's Congress has been shattered. A single statement and the succession debate is wide open. Chief Minister Siddaramaiah's son, Yatindra Siddaramaiah, declared that his father is in the final phase of his political career. He pitched State PWD Minister Satish Jarkiholi as a leader who should take the mantle.
ಇವತ್ತು ತಂದೆಯವರು ಇನ್ನೇನು ರಾಜಕೀಯ ಕೊನೆಗಾಲದಲ್ಲಿದ್ದಾರೆ, ಅವರ ರಾಜಕೀಯ ಬದುಕಿನ ಕೊನೆ ಘಟ್ಟದಲ್ಲಿದ್ದಾರೆ. ಅಂತ ಸಮಯದಲ್ಲಿ ಮಾರ್ಗದರ್ಶನ ಮಾಡೋದಕ್ಕೆ ಅವ್ರಿಗೆ ನೇತೃತ್ವ ವಹಿಸ್ಕೊಳ್ಳೋಕೆ ಒಬ್ರು ನಾಯಕರು ಬೇಕು. ಜಾರಕಿಹೊಳಿ ಅವರು ಅಂತ ಒಂದು ಜವಾಬ್ದಾರಿ ವಹಿಸ್ಕೋತಾರೆ.
My statement was not about changing the chief minister. I only said after Siddaramaiah sir, someone who believes strongly in Congress ideology, which is social justice, which is secular ideology. So someone who believes in these ideologies, they should be able to lead the Congress party. That's all I'm saying.
The statement, seen as a signal of transition, has triggered fresh speculation on who could be the next chief minister.
ನೋಡೋಣ, ಈ ಸದ್ಯ ಕೇಳಕ್ಕಾಗಲ್ಲ. ಪಕ್ಷ ತೀರ್ಮಾನ ಮಾಡಬೇಕು ಯಾರು ನಾಯಕರನ್ನ. ಯಾರು ಅವರ ತಮ್ಮ ವ್ಯಕ್ತಿಗತ ಅಭಿಪ್ರಾಯವನ್ನು ಹೇಳಿದ್ದಾರೆ. ಆದರೆ ಅಂತಿಮವಾಗಿ ಪಕ್ಷ ಶಾಸಕರು ತೀರ್ಮಾನ ಮಾಡಬೇಕು. ಅದನ್ನು ಬಹಳ ದಿನಗಳಿದೆ, ಕಾದು ನೋಡೋಣ. ಎಲ್ಲಾನು ಇವತ್ತು ಕಾಗ್ತಿಯಲ್ಲಿ ನಿರ್ಣಯ ಮಾಡ್ಲಿಕ್ಕೆ ಆಗೋಲ್ಲ. ಇನ್ನೂ 30 ತಿಂಗಳಿದೆ. ನಂತರ ಏನೇ ಬೆಳವಣಿಗೆ ಆಗತ್ತೆ, ಪಕ್ಷ ಶಾಸಕರು ಹವಾಮಾನ ವಾತಾವರಣ ಮೇಲೆ ಎಲ್ಲ ಡಿಪೆಂಡ್ ಆಗತ್ತೆ.
Deputy CM DK Shivakumar, the main challenger to Siddaramaiah, chose his words carefully.
ಏನು ಹೇಳಿದ್ದಾರೆ ನೀವು ಅವ್ರು ಕೇಳಬೇಕು, ನಾನು ಕೇಳಿದ್ರೆ ನನಗೇನು ಅವಶ್ಯಕತೆ, ಯಾರು ಚರ್ಚೆ ನನ್ನ ಬಗ್ಗೆ ಚರ್ಚೆ ಮಾಡೋಂಥ ಅವಶ್ಯಕತೆ ಇಲ್ಲ. ನಾನು ಸಿದ್ದರಾಮಯ್ಯನವ್ರು ಏನು ಹೇಳಿದ್ದೀವಿ, ಪಾರ್ಟಿ ಏನು ಹೇಳ್ತಿದೆ ನಾವು ಒಟ್ಟಿಗೆ ಸೇರಿ ಕೆಲಸ ಮಾಡ್ಕೊಂಡು ಹೋಗ್ತೀವಿ. ಆ ಕೆಲಸಕ್ಕೆ ನಾನು
Congress MLA rained fire on Siddaramaiah's son and asked why notice was not issued to him.
सीएम के पुत्र इस तरह गलत स्टेटमेंट बार बार किया. हाईकमान सभी देख रहे, बट क्यों स्टेटमेंट वो नोटिस नहीं दिया करके मैं भी सोच रहे. अभी सभी हाईकमांड देख के क्या करना है। सामान्य एमएलए भी अलग है, मुख्यमंत्री के पुत्र एमएलए अलग है करके हाईकमांड सोच के बात कर रहे थे।
The opposition wasted no time in striking a blow.
This is an indication that since the last 2.5 years, a silent musical chair competition is going on in Karnataka Congress. This state government and the Congress government in Karnataka will not come back to power once this term is over.
Though Yathindra later clarified that there's no talk of replacing the Chief Minister, his words have clearly set the stage for a face-off in the near future. In Karnataka politics, the countdown, it seems, has just begun. Bureau Report, India Today.
And we're now getting some more breaking news. Mahua Moitra backs Canada vlogger's criticism of Diwali. BJP hits out at TMC MP for backing anti-Diwali post. Canada vlogger calls Indians brain dead, which is backed by Mahua Moitra. Vlogger calls Diwali garbage. BJP tears into Mahua Moitra. BJP says Mahua's anti-India and anti-Hindu sentiment on display. Now, Mahua Moitra later apologizes for backing vlogger's post. She says that she reposted wrong vlog by mistake. She says that just clarifying, my Twitter feed was showing a lot of videos and I meant to say I agree to a video just below the racist one by some Nate. My mistake, traveling and didn't check till now. This is what Mahua Moitra has said, clarifying that she did not meant to back the Canada vlogger's criticism of Diwali. So on the right side of your screens, you can see the post by the Canada vlogger criticizing Diwali, the anti-Diwali post that was backed by Mahua Moitra, to which she has now criticized after facing backlash from the BJP. My colleague Anupam Mishra is now joining us with more details on this. Anupam, the clarification from Mahua Moitra, is it genuine clarification or is it because of the outrage and the backlash that she has received for backing this post?
Well, we have seen Mahua Moitra being very critical to BJP government, but this time she has said something which is regarding Indians living abroad. So it's regarding, I think, the backlash which she faced over the social media. That is why she has given the clarification. And BJP has also took up this matter, and they are also trolling and alleging Mahua Moitra. So there was a lot of pressure on Mahua Moitra for this tweet.
All right, Anupam, thank you for those details and for that context. So a controversy has now erupted after Mahua Moitra backed an anti-Diwali post by a Canada vlogger, after which BJP tore into the TMC MP, and she has now issued a clarification that she retweeted the post by mistake. Prime Minister Modi is all set to kick off his campaign in battle for Bihar. Prime Minister Modi will launch his poll pitch with twin rallies in Samastipur and Begusarai. Yesterday, he launched a scathing attack on the opposition, calling the alliance Lat Bandhan. With battle lines clearly drawn, all eyes are now on BJP's star campaigner, Prime Minister Modi himself. He will today kickstart the election campaign from Samastipur, the birthplace of Bharat Ratna Karpuri Thakur, who was Bihar Chief Minister in the 70s. A second rally is also planned later in the day in Begusarai. At 10:30 a.m., the Prime Minister Minister will land in Samastipur, where he'll first visit a model hut showcasing the life and struggles of Jannayak Karpuri Thakur, developed by the local administration. He will then pay floral tributes at the leader's statue before leading a roadshow. And then at 11:30 a.m., Prime Minister Modi is expected to address a massive public rally. Yesterday, while addressing the Mera Booth Sabse Mazboot Yuva Samvad event through audio conferencing, he said that Bihar won't forget Jungle Raj for 100 years and also accused the Mahagathbandhan of putting self-interest above Bihar's progress.
दीपम जी, अच्छा ये बताइए कि जब कभी अपने माता पिता जैसे बात करते होंगे या जहां बूथ में बुजुर्ग परिवारों को मिलने जाते होंगे, और जंगल राज की तो चर्चा स्वाभाविक है। आज आने वाले 100 साल तक जंगल राज की चर्चा चलने वाली है।
बिल्कुल सर, बिल्कुल।
ये कितना ही भुलाने की कोशिश करे अपने पापों को, लेकिन बिहार के लोग कभी भी ये भूलने वाले नहीं है। जो लोग अपने आप को गठबंधन कहते हैं, बिहार की जनता जिनको लठबंधन कहती है, वो सिर्फ लड़ चलाना जानते हैं, झगड़ा करना जानते हैं और झगड़ते रहते हैं। देखा आपने, लठबंधन वालों के लिए अपना स्वार्थ ही सबसे बड़ा है। इन्हें बिहार के युवाओं की चिंता नहीं है। आप देखिए, दशकों तक देश और बिहार के नौजवान नक्सलवाद, माओवादी आतंक से पीड़ित रहे, इसलिए इनके राज में विकास पूरी तरह चौपट हो गया। और विकास चौपट हो गया है तो एक, मैं मानता हूं, बिहार की 2 पीढ़ी का भविष्य बर्बाद किया इन्होंने।
And my colleague Piyush Mishra is now joining us, who's en route Samastipur, from where the Prime Minister will be kicking off his Bihar poll campaign. Piyush, a very good morning to you. Piyush, Karpuri Gram is the place that the Prime Minister will be visiting today. How significant is this visit politically?
Good morning, Anjali, to you and to all our viewers. And yes, it is a very significant visit of PM Narendra Modi as he is beginning his Bihar campaign from today, and he is doing so by visiting the village of Karpuri Thakur. This village has been named after the name of Karpuri Thakur, and Karpuri Gram is the new name of this village. And by visiting this village, the Prime Minister is sending out a clear message to the extremely backward community, because Karpuri Thakur is also known as Jannayak of Bihar, and he became the first non-Congress chief minister. He worked so hard for the upliftment of marginalized section of society. He always worked for the Dalit community, the extremely backward community, and Prime Minister is not only focusing that community, but is also putting a lot of focus on the development thinking, the narrative of development of Karpuri Thakur. Remember that by doing his rally from Samastipur, Prime Minister is also keeping a lot of focus on around 60 constituencies which fall under the region of Mithilanchal.
Absolutely. Piyush, thank you so much for those details. We'll keep coming back to you for more updates on this. And as of now, we're getting some more breaking news. And the Mahagathbandhan starts to iron out friendly fight seats. Congress pulls out of 2 seats, whereas VIP withdraws from 1 seat. That's the biggest update that is coming in at this moment as far as the Bihar election is concerned. The Mahagathbandhan has started to iron out the differences and the friendly fight seats, as the Congress party has now pulled out of 2 seats, whereas the VIP has withdrawn from 1. On the last day of nomination withdrawals, that was yesterday, for the second phase, good news came from 3 seats for the Mahagathbandhan. The conflict within the Grand Alliance ended in the Varsaliganj, Pranpur and Babu Badhi assembly seats. So 2 seats Congress has withdrawn from, and VIP has also withdrawn from 1 seat. Congress candidates withdrew their nominations in Varsaliganj and Pranpur, and a VIP candidate withdrew his nomination in the Babu Badhi assembly seat. Congress candidate Satish Singh alias Manthan Singh withdrew his nomination from Varsaliganj. Anita Devi Mahato wife of Ashok Mahato, is contesting from the RJD in the Varsaliganj seat. Congress candidate Tawqir Alam withdrew his nomination from Pranpur, and RJD candidate Ishrat Parveen is contesting from that seat. VIP candidate Bindu Gulab Yadav withdrew her nomination from the Babu Barhi seat. RJD's Arun Kushwaha is contesting from the Babu Barhi seat. So, the Mahagathbandhan has started to iron out the friendly fight seats. Yesterday was the last day to withdraw the nomination for the second phase, and the Congress pulled out of 2 seats and the VIP withdrew from 1. Remember, this came after the big announcement by the Mahagathbandhan, where Tejaswi Yadav was declared as the Chief Minister face, and VIP's Mukesh Sahni was declared the Deputy Chief Minister pick of Mahagathbandhan. So Congress has now pulled out of 2 seats where there was a friendly fight, and VIP has withdrawn from 1.
अगर आपको सीएम का चेहरा स्वीकार किया तो क्या स्वीकार किया? कांग्रेस के ऊपर इन लोगों ने कितना ब्लैकमेल किया इनको सीएम का चेहरा बनाने के लिए? वही मुकेश जी के द्वारा भी किया गया। उन्होंने तो सारे समझौते कर लिए सिर्फ एक डिप्टी सीएम का पद पाने के लिए। मेरा कहना यह है कि अगर आप इतना झगड़ा करके छीन छान के अगर आप बने, इसका मतलब स्वाभाविक स्वीकार्यता गठबंधन के भीतर आपके चेहरे को लेकर।
And we're getting some more inputs. Mahagathbandhan manifesto to be out on October 28. The joint manifesto of the Grand Alliance may be released on October 28. That's the latest update that is coming in. The Mahagathbandhan manifesto may be released on October 28. So yesterday there was the big announcement on the Chief Minister and Deputy Chief Minister face by the Mahagathbandhan. And now we're learning that the joint manifesto of the Grand Alliance may also be released on October 28. So after Tejaswi Yadav was named the Chief Ministerial candidate in the Grand Alliance, preparations are now underway to move forward on a joint manifesto. The Mahagathbandhan's joint manifesto may be released on October 28th, and according to RJD sources, a consensus has been reached on a joint election manifesto. The Grand Alliance's manifesto will include Tejaswi's election promises as well as Congress election promises. Tejaswi's Har Ghar Naukri and Jivika, which is employment for every home, and his promises to contract workers will also be included in this joint manifesto. In fact, Tejaswi Yadav's Maan Beti schemes will also be prioritized. Congress party's election promises will also be included in the joint manifesto that may be released on October 28. So the Grand Alliance's Chief Ministerial candidate Tejaswi Yadav will release it in the presence of leaders from the other constituent parties of the Mahagathbandhan. The joint election manifesto will also include promises such as 200 units of free electricity and a gas cylinder for 500 rupees. So that's the latest that's coming in from Bihar. As far as the elections are concerned, Mahagathbandhan manifesto may be released on October 28. It will be a joint manifesto of the Mahagathbandhan, and this comes after Tejaswi Yadav was named as the Chief Ministerial candidate of the Mahagathbandhan. My colleague Piyush Mishra is now joining us with more details on this. Piyush, we're learning that the Mahagathbandhan's manifesto may be released on October 28, and it will also comprise of the election promises of all the allies of the Mahagathbandhan. Give us more details.
So that's right, Anjali. What we are now told is that after doing a joint press conference today, most likely Mahagathbandhan is going to release their joint manifesto. What we are told is that the issues like providing government jobs to every household and also, giving government jobs to contractual workers and also giving 30,000 per month to Jivika Devi would be the prime focus of this joint manifesto that will be released by the Mahagathbandhan. Yesterday itself, these announcements were made from the stage of joint press conference. Today, the official, letter will also be released. Official manifesto likely to be released, in which we will also see the stamp of other parties like Congress, Left, VIP, and various others. So most likely today, the Mahagathbandhan is going to release its joint manifesto, which will be focusing mainly on the development of women and also providing more and more government jobs to the people of Bihar.
All right, Piyush, thank you so much for getting us all those details on the joint manifesto of the Mahagathbandhan that may be released on October 28th. And India Today's Maria Shakil exclusively spoke with Bihar Congress in charge Alavaru Krishna, who detailed how the differences in Mahagathbandhan were ironed out. Listen in.
After weeks of suspense, finally Tejasvi Yadav has been announced as the face of the Mahagathbandhan. Will today mark the turning point in Bihar elections 2025? With me is someone who's almost like the mystery man of Bihar, Krishna Alavaru, who is the Congress in charge of Bihar elections, has been on ground in Bihar for the last few months. Many people have not seen you, Krishna. So today, when finally it is being seen as you all are making an effort to appear like a united bloc, not a divided one which was full of confusion. Der Aaye Durust Aaye, finally this announcement.
Yes, I think the announcement was not something new. I think in the first India Gathbandhan meeting in April, mid-April, it was more or less decided that one seat sharing would be final. We would make a formal announcement. The decision to make the announcement was made a couple of weeks ago. The date was fixed before Diwali, and 23rd is here, and so is the announcement.
What was the role of Rahul Gandhi? We are told that he apparently played an important role in ironing out the differences which was happening here.
So I think Mr. Gandhi has been very much involved in Bihar, not just now, since the beginning. And he plays a big role in shaping not just the strategy of the Congress party, but also the alliance. There were a couple of times when the alliance hit a serious bump, and I think his intervention kept us on track. And we are more or less going as per our plan. And I think we are the only ones in Bihar who have an agenda, a vision, a face. And I think the Bihar people will like our vision for Bihar, our agenda for Bihar, and will have faith in the alliance and will vote us to power so that we can do something good for Bihar.
Congress is contesting on 61 seats in this 243 seat contest. And then you have gone ahead and made the announcement of Mukesh Sahni as the Deputy Chief Ministerial face. Will the Congress cadre take this well? Why not a Deputy Chief Minister's chair or an announcement of a potential candidate of the Congress party as well?
So if you listen to the announcement carefully, what it said is that the Chief Minister would be Tejasvi Yadav. Mukesh Sahni would be one of the Deputy Chief Ministers. We will have Deputy Chief Ministers from the Congress. There is no doubt about that. It's just that we will wait until after the elections before we decide who it is going to be. And we will announce the names of the individuals after the elections.
So after the government is formed, as you're hoping for it. Mr. Krishna Alavaru, there were a lot of talks of tension here, that apparently there were no talk zones also for several days between the RJD and the Congress. There was a lot of tension, and that was reflecting in the manner in which in close to 10 seats, as withdrawing of the nominations end today, it's an alliance versus alliance battle.
So in any alliance, I think there will always be moments of pleasantness and moments of conflict. Our alliance is no different. I just think that conflicts in the India alliance tend to be viewed with a magnifying glass, whereas conflicts within the NDA alliance tend to be swept under the carpet. It is strange that the NDA alliance still hasn't held a joint press conference, which we have. So clearly the divide is deeper there, the differences are larger there, and they're still not able to decide whether they will have a chief ministerial face or not. They say that Nitish Kumar ji is the chief minister till the elections, but after the elections we will see, is what Mr. Shah says clearly and repeatedly. So I think our alliance is more united, more cohesive, more clear than the NDA's alliance.
What was the thought behind the announcement of Mukesh Sahni as the Deputy Chief Minister candidate? The reason why I'm asking is that 36% EBCs of Bihar are a crucial constituency. But the Malla or the constituency from which he comes, that is the Nishad, are very small in that 36%. So what is giving the Congress and the Mahagathbandhan parties that confidence that it will lead to mobilization of the entire EBC or a substantive chunk of the EBC?
I think what we want to do is give a message that we have young leadership, and we have leadership across segments in society. And in Bihar, we want to give representation and leadership to different communities. Announcing Mr. Sahni was part of the greater plan that we have for Bihar. Our agenda for Bihar goes beyond just caste arithmetic. I think this is very important for us to say, because we want to make Bihar a better place, better than it has been in the past. And for that, we are the only ones who are talking specific agenda for Bihar, specific promises, specific roadmaps, from education to employment to income to women to safety to agriculture to health. I think we have thought of it all, and we are coming out with some things solid, positive, and that's what we want to focus on, because we think the people of Bihar have had enough of negative politics, and we want to talk more about what the alliance will do for the people of Bihar, for the betterment of Bihar, and that's going to be our focus for the remaining 20-odd days.
Is the announcement coming too late?
Not at all.
I'm asking you that question again because it's just 12 days to go for the polls. And the only news which was emerging from Mahagathbandhan was of division. Could you have ensured that the differences would not have played out in full public view?
So actually the differences, so-called differences, haven't played out in full public view. You please give me one instance of where the so-called differences played out in public view. I'd be very happy to hear this, because I keep hearing a lot about differences in India Gathbandhan, and I hear nothing about differences on the other side, whereas evidence tells us that there is more difference on the other side. But that aside, I think the timing of the announcement, like I said, was almost decided in mid-April broadly, that once seat sharing would be done, we would make the announcement. And like I said, we had decided on the formal announcement about 2 weeks ago in a meeting in Delhi, and the exact date was set about 5-6 days ago before Diwali. So the so-called negative news that you're talking about is not something that was in the Gathbandhan. We did have a moments of conflict in seat sharing, but that's natural to any alliance in any state, in any country.
But on 10 seats, it's alliance versus alliance battle which is playing out even today. RJD versus Congress, Congress versus CPI-ML.
So 95% of the seats we have no conflicts. In 5% or so of the seats we have some conflicts. Some of them are strategic. We will wait and see what happens, and we might take decisions as we go along. So I don't see any problem there. We've had friendly fights in earlier states. We've had friendly fights in Jharkhand, where we formed the government. We've had friendly fights in Jammu Kashmir more recently, where we formed the government. So I think the media is trying to make a big deal out of not such a big deal.
Okay, my last question then. What's going to happen on 14th? Are you giving me a number today, after this announcement?
No, I don't want to give numbers. I don't believe in giving numbers. I think we're going to do very well. We want to do something good for Bihar. We want to talk about the things that we will be doing for Bihar, for the people of Bihar. And that gives me confidence that the people of Bihar will give us their votes and will vote us to power.
Thank you so much for speaking to India.
And we're now getting some breaking news. Rattle Lashkar postpones Pakistan terror rally 2 days after call for terror rally. Lashkar-e-Toiba backs out. It postpones the key rally in Lahore after alert Pahalgam masterminds were to attend this Lahore rally, but Lashkar-e-Toiba has postponed it, and this was the first major rally of the Lashkar-e-Toiba after Operation Sindoor, which has now been postponed. So clearly Lashkar-e-Toiba is rattled, and 2 days after the call for terror rally, Lashkar-e-Toiba backs out.
एक खुशखबरी दूं आपको इंशाल्लाह 2 नवंबर को इतवार के दिन मीनार पाकिस्तान में पूरे मुल्क को जमा करना है इंशाल्लाह। इसी दावत के लिए वही खिदमत खल्क जो आप सैलाबों ज़लज़लों में करते हैं, और वो जो सियासत, जो नबियों की सियासत हम इस मुल्क में राइज करना चाहते हैं, उसको समझाने के लिए। तो आज सिर्फ इतना कहता हूँ, इसकी तैयारी शुरू कर दें, अपने मोबाइल से इसके मैसेज करें, लोगों को तैयार करें, जगह मीनार पाकिस्तान हो और भरा सारा लाहौर हो इंशाल्लाह।
तो इस लिहाज से अमीर मोहतरम ने फैसला किया है कि ये प्रोग्राम हम वक्ती तौर पर मौखर कर रहे हैं। जो ही ये हालात जो इस वक्त पाकिस्तान में चल रहे हैं, इसके अंदर तब्दीली आती है, जो इंशाल्लाह बहुत जल्द अल्लाह की तौफीक से आएगी, और इंशाल्लाह मुझे उम्मीद है कि बहुत जल्द इंशाल्लाह दोबारा तारीख का ऐलान आपके सामने आएगा, और इंशाल्लाह पहले से भी बड़ा इंशाल्लाह प्रोग्राम करने के लिए इंशाल्लाह हम सब उसी अंदाज से, उसी जोशो खरोश के साथ, उसी अज़म के साथ इंशाल्लाह मुत्तहिद होकर इसकी तैयारी करेंगे।
And my colleague Shivani Sharma is now joining us with more details on this. Shivani, what is the reason behind Lashkar-e-Toiba postponing this mega terror rally in Lahore?
Anjali, we need to understand that after Operation Sindoor, all these terror organizations are in shambles. They are shattered. They are crying for support. They've been trying to gather people in this rally. And we've been hearing and we've been reporting about how these terror organizations are trying to restructure themselves. And earlier a date was announced by them of a rally on 2nd of November in Minar-e-Pakistan in Lahore. But now what we are getting in is that it seems that these terror outfits and their leaders are not prepared. They are not getting enough support, and they are not able to gather people. So that is why now they have postponed this particular rally, and they will be announcing a fresh date. That's what they are claiming. And all these rallies, we need to understand, they were being called out by the Lashkar-e-Toiba chiefs, the people who were involved in a number of attacks in India, including the Pahalgam attack, and the agencies in India, the security agencies in India have been quite vigilant, and Defence Minister Rajnath Singh, including the 3 chiefs, have been saying that Operation Sindoor is still on. So there's a lot of fear among these terror organizations in Pakistan, and it seems one of the reasons why this particular rally has been now postponed. Anjali.
All right, Shivani, thank you so much for getting us those details. So, rattled Lashkar-e-Toiba has postponed Pak terror rally. 2 days after call for terror rally, Lashkar-e-Toiba backs out, and it has now postponed its key rally that was supposed to be held in Lahore after an alert. And now shifting focus, even though Delhi's air quality showed slight improvement on Thursday, it remained in the very poor category for the 4th consecutive day. As the capital seeks respite, it is preparing to witness its first ever artificial rain through cloud seeding on October 29th. The first trial of the project has been successfully conducted. A cloud seeding flight was tested on Thursday in Buradi and other areas where cloud seeding flares were deployed using pyro techniques. Delhi Chief Minister Rekha Gupta has confirmed that if clouds persist over the capital, as predicted by the Met Department, artificial rain will be induced on the 29th October across multiple areas. The rainfall generated is likely to help reduce pollution levels. The Chief Minister has called the project historic from a technological perspective, highlighting its role as a scientific solution to tackle air pollution.
दिल्ली के लिए आज एक ऐतिहासिक दिन था। आज एक ऐतिहासिक सफलता प्राप्त की दिल्ली सरकार माननीय रेखा गुप्ता जी की अगुवाई में। क्लाउड सीडिंग जो लंबे समय से बात की जाती थी, आज उसकी पहली सफल ट्रायल दिल्ली में की गई। दिल्ली के अंदर क्लाउड सीडिंग के माध्यम से बरसात कराने के लिए केवल बादलों का इंतजार है और 29 तारीख 30 तारीख के आसपास जैसे ही बादल आएंगे, दिल्ली के अंदर एक बार बरसात करा के दिल्ली के मौसम को बेहतर करने की, दिल्ली की हवा को बेहतर करने की कोशिश की जाएगी।
पंजाब को, पंजाबियों को और पंजाब के किसानों को बदनाम करना बंद करें। हम अपनी जिम्मेवारी को समझते हुए तकरीबन 1.5 लाख मशीनरी, एग्री रेजिड्यू मशीनरी, जिसमें जिससे इन सीटू और एक्स सीटू पराली का प्रबंधन हो सकता है, वो हम दे चुके हैं। कृपया करके केंद्र सरकार इस मसले में सभी किसानों की, सिर्फ पंजाब के ही नहीं कहूँगा मैं, यूपी के, हरियाणा के सब किसानों की बाजू पकड़े, कोई ना कोई ऐसा मैकेनिज्म बनाए, उनको कोई इंसेंटिव दें ताकि इन फार्म फायर्स को, इस स्टबल बनने के केसेस को हम जीरो पे ले आएँ। वो काम करना नहीं है, लेकिन सिर्फ और सिर्फ पंजाब के लोगों को बदनाम करना है।
And with that, we're now slipping into a very short break. On the other side, we'll get you some sports news. India lost the second ODI against Australia, and now Australia leads 2-0 in the 3-match ODI series. More on this on the other side.
Motorola Edge 60 Pro, the true flagship killer.
Hello, Moto. Do the Moto Moto.
Moto G96 5G segment's undisputed all-rounder.
अरे बेटा ड्यूलक्स है और उसकी वारंटी तो और भी शानदार, पेंट से भी शानदार वारंटी, से शानदार पेंट से शानदार वारंटी, से शानदार पेंट वारंटी
Dulux.
Motorola Edge 60 Pro, the true flagship killer.
Hello, Moto. Do the Moto Moto.
Moto G96 5G segment's undisputed all-rounder.
Bliss weaves the magic of warmth into a cold day. Experience bliss in all its forms with Hindware. Hindware, designed for bliss.
Welcome back. Badminton player Jwala Gutta, who recently welcomed her second child, announced her support for infant health by donating breast milk to a government hospital. She announced her contribution on social media, emphasizing the life-saving importance of donor milk. My colleague Sneha Mordani spoke with Jwala Gutta. Listen in.
Why do you think it was important for you to, donate your breast milk? I mean, what came to your mind, really?
Actually, I didn't know much about it. Within a week of my delivery, I kind of realized that I was having an oversupply, and my baby couldn't drink the whole thing, and there was a lot of surplus left. And then the doctor I was going to and my own doctor, Dr. Manjula, and my pediatrician, Dr. Vignita, they kind of guided me. They said that, I can donate. And then they told me like how there's a shortage of breast milk, and young mothers are not able to have sufficient. There are many reasons why there was insufficient breast milk, but they told me that the government hospitals especially needed a lot of this particular donation, because a lot of mothers come, they're not eating well, they're malnutrition, and and then they have this premature deliveries. So mostly they need it, and that's why I decided why not. There's a lot of I think lot of taboos, I think, around us. I think we need to break all of that, and we live in a society, and we should be there for each other if we can. I think it doesn't cost us much.
It doesn't. It doesn't. It's surplus at the end of the day. How much milk, Jwala, have you donated as of now?
As of now, I have donated about 50 liters.
What should the message really from the government, from the administration be to a lot of women like you? Like you said, you were very happy to do it. You didn't think much of it. You didn't think it was a big deal. And you said that, many people aren't doing it and there has to be more awareness. So what kind of work should be done on that front by administration, by government, by hospital, by doctors, to make women aware that this is a privilege, really,
I think we have too many problems in our society, whether it comes to, how to say it. I think we need to be open about it. We have a lot of religion issue. We have a lot of caste issue. There are a lot of, I've heard the reasons like, why should we share our milk? एक वो है तो दूसरा एक है कि हम दूसरों का मिल्क क्यों लें. That is another issue, I believe.
Okay.
And then are the caste matching? That is another issue, I believe. And mainly now, because we are living in a very visual world, a lot of women are scared to breastfeed because they think that their breast will look a certain way after breastfeeding, or so there are a lot of issues. I think we need to talk about it. I mean, it's quite silly. We need to break all these taboos. We need to break all these myths. We need to be aware that we live in a society, we all need each other, irrespective of our caste or religion or our stature in the society. I think it's very important to be spreading this awareness, which we are not doing enough. I think we're not doing enough.
All right. A little bit of an effort, but it goes a long, long way, doesn't it, Jwala?
100%.
Yes, absolutely. I'm going to thank you really, first of all, for this noble cause, and secondly, for speaking to India today. It's so nice to have you on the show.
India suffered a second straight loss against Australia as the hosts take an unassailable 2-0 lead in the 3-match ODI series. But the match was headlined by Virat Kohli's second successive duck in as many games, a first in his entire ODI career. Now, Rohit Sharma played a gritty 73-run knock, but to only see his side losing by 2 wickets. Here's how the game panned out.
After a disappointing show from the openers in Perth, both scored a boundary each in Adelaide, but skipper Gilridge stirred another low score.
Taken. First breakthrough for Australia. Smart catch from skipper Mitch Marsh and Bartlett.
Out came Virat Kohli at a venue he's loved playing at over these years. It was as if India hadn't lost a wicket at all as fans cheered aloud for Kohli, but for the second straight time in the series, he failed to disturb the scorers.
There's the breakthrough.
A stunned Adelaide crowd stood in silence as Kohli raised his gloves in appreciation of their support over the years.
Beautifully done.
But the other veteran in Rohit Sharma did not disappoint. chipping away the runs to steady the ship for India.
Nicely done.
Loves playing against spinners.
The former captain went on to register his 59th ODI 50 and was looking good to double it up. But in came Mid-Stark and Australia had their third.
And held on to it finally. Josh Hazlewood.
Yes! Bowled in, that's what he does there, but targets the stumps.
India seemed to lose their way after that, but Akshar Patel with a vital 44 and a few boundaries from Harshit Rana took India to 264.
Even better stroke. That's
India bowled with discipline at the start and were duly rewarded with an early wicket.
Marsh is the first Australian wicket to fall.
That's the commentator's curse. Just
straight up in the air.
The dangerous Travis Head also departed after scoring just 28, giving India some sort of an opening.
The hometown hero is out.
The chances came for the men in blue, but they were put down. Matthew Short got a reprieve not once, but twice.
Another one at point. Mohammad Siraj.
After that point, the reigning world champions were just flawless, punishing the Indian team for their mistakes.
That's 50 now. From that short, a third of his one-day international. Oh, is that a chance?
Short, Connolly and Cooper took the wind out of India's sails as the Aussies took an unassailable 2-0 lead in the series.
With the bat, both teams, but I think the turning
Sports Bureau, India Today.
Australia just kept getting wickets at the right time.
And with that, it's a wrap on this bulletin. Thank you for watching India Today, but do stay with us to get all the financial and business insights on the other side on our special Business Today show.
Motorola Edge 60 Pro, the true flagship killer.
Hi, here are the top headlines presented by Motorola. Tejaswi named CM Face of Grand Alliance, Sahni to be Deputy CM, PM Modi not to travel Malaysia for ASEAN Summit, Jaishankar to represent India, Australia beats India by 2 wickets in Adelaide, leads series 2-0.
Finance Minister Nirmala Sitharaman, welcome Ian Bremmer, Professor John Mearsheimer, Mr. Piyush Goyal, Vikrant Messi is our guest, Tejaswi Yadav, Mr. DK Shiv Kumar. Mr. Salve, really appreciate your time.
Biggest newsmakers with Maria Shakil, only on India Today.
HDFC Sky. Make money matter. बैंक ऑफ बड़ौदा के संग त्योहार की उमंग।
A very good morning to all our viewers. You're watching The Burning Question on India Today with me, Anjali Pandey. And at the top of this hour, we're getting some breaking news. Prime Minister Modi condoles the deaths in the Kurnool bus tragedy in Andhra Pradesh. Ex gratia of rupees 2 lakh has been announced for the kin of the deceased. Compensation of 50,000 rupees for the people who have been injured in this tragedy. Andhra Pradesh Minister says some charred bodies are still in the bus. DNA samples of the deceased is being collected, and over 12 dead in Andhra Pradesh bus fire tragedy. So 12 people have unfortunately lost their lives in the Kurnool bus tragedy. Prime Minister Modi has condoled the deaths. In fact, an ex gratia of 2 lakh rupees has also been announced for the kin of the deceased, and compensation of 50,000 rupees has been announced for the people who have been injured in this. Now, Andhra Pradesh Minister claims that some charred bodies are still inside the bus, and the DNA samples of the deceased are being collected in order to identify the bodies, but over 12 people have lost their lives in this bus fire tragedy. And earlier today, my colleague Abdul Bashir spoke with the Kurnool SP on this tragedy. Listen in.
ये इंसिडेंट, इस दुर्घटना में कितने लोग की जान गई है और क्या परिस्थिति है अभी
वी आर असर्टेनिंग, अभी नंबर्स मैं आपको बता नहीं सकता हूँ। आउट ऑफ 40 पैसेंजर्स वी हैव आइडेंटिफाइड 18 लाइव।
18 लोग अलाइव,
18 लोग जिंदा है। थोड़े बॉडीज तो दिख रहे हैं, बट वी आर नॉट एबल टू टेल द फाइनल नंबर। वन बाय वन वी विल रिमूव देम नाउ एंड देन वी कैन टेल द फाइनल नंबर।
एस्टिमेटेड नंबर कितना होगा अभी तक किसी को आइडेंटिफाई?
10 प्लस आइडेंटिफाई तो नहीं कर पाए, तो बॉडीज आर कंप्लीटली चार्ज। ओके, डीएनए के हिसाब से ही वी कैन आइडेंटिफाई।
ओके, और कॉज ऑफ द इंसिडेंट किस चीज की?
बाइक के साथ एक टकराया, तो बाइक ड्रैग डाउन अलोंग विद द बस,
इसी वजह से हुआ है। लगभग कितने बजे हुआ है घटनाएं? सुबह 3 बजे। अभी परिस्थिति अभी ऑनगोइंग, अभी जो आइडेंटिफाई करने की कोशिश की जा रही है, बता केस रजिस्टर हुआ है और आगे की कार्रवाई होगी। कोई लैप्सेस पाए गए हैं इस बस में, फायर सेफ्टी?
So a Hyderabad-Bengaluru bus caught fire in Kurnool of Andhra Pradesh after a collision with a bike. These are the visuals of the horrific tragedy. Over 12 people have unfortunately lost their lives. My colleague Abdul Bashir gets us more on this.
12 लोग अभी अस्पताल में ज़ेरे इलाज है, जिनका इलाज अभी चल रहा है। एक की हालत गंभीर बताई जा रही है और लगभग 10 से अधिक लोग मारे जाने की खबर आई है। 10 से ज्यादा लोग बस के अंदर जब आग लगी थी तब उनकी मृत्यु हुई। उनकी शनाख्त की जा रही है। अधिकारियों का कहना है कि लगभग टोल जो है 10 से ज्यादा या 11 से अधिक भी हो सकता है। अभी यहाँ पर जो 40 लोग इस दुर्घटना के वक्त मौजूद थे, उनमें से 18 लोग बाहर गिरे हैं। बस से बाहर एग्जिट से तुरंत वहां से बाहर निकले हैं। 6 जो है एक्टिव थे और 12 लोग जख्मी बताए जा रहे हैं। अभी इस इंसिडेंट को लेकर फॉरेंसिक टीम पहुंची है, जहां पर डीएनए की टेस्टिंग की जा रही है और लोगों को की शिनाख्त की जा रही है जो अभी तक वहां से लापता है। एसपी का ये कहना है कि दुर्घटना की वजह तो आगे एक बाइक टकराने से और घसीटते वक्त जो चिंगारी निकली उससे बस में आग लगी है। बस के अंदर फायर एक्सटिंग्विशर या फायर सेफ्टी के जो यंत्र है वो मौजूद थे या नहीं, वो जांच अभी चल रही है, लेकिन केस रजिस्टर करके आगे की कार्रवाई यहाँ पर अधिकारी कर रहे हैं। एफएसएल टीम वहां पर पहुंची है जो अभी लगातार इन सैंपल्स, डीएनए सैंपल्स लेकर आइडेंटिफिकेशन किया जा रहा है।
So FSL team is at the spot and DNA samples are being collected from the bus. We're also learning that some charred bodies are still inside the bus. The DNA samples of the deceased are being collected by the FSL team. And these are the visuals from the site of the tragedy. On the right, you can see the moment when the bus caught fire, the Hyderabad-Bengaluru bus. And this is the aftermath of the tragedy. On your left, and over 12 people have unfortunately lost their lives. Prime Minister Modi has condoled the deaths in this Kurnool bus tragedy, and an ex gratia of 2 lakh rupees for the kin of the deceased has also been announced, whereas compensation of 50,000 rupees for the people who have been injured. So some charred bodies are still inside the bus after the bus caught fire. This is the Hyderabad-Bengaluru bus that caught fire after collision with a bike. And charred bodies are still inside the bus. DNA samples of the deceased are being collected by the FSL team, which is at the spot. And till now, over 12 people have unfortunately lost their lives in this tragedy. And let me now go across to Business Today's Abha Bakaya with all the business and financial insights. Abha, over to you.
All that you need to know ahead of markets opening in just a few moments. Let's first take a look at what's hot in the financial and corporate space this morning. Commerce Minister Piyush Goyal issues a big statement on India-US trade deal. Says India and the US are in active trade talks. Teams from both sides are engaged and discussions are progressing well. He hopes for a fair and equitable trade agreement in the near future. US stocks climb after the White House confirms President Trump will meet Chinese leader Xi Jinping next week in Asia. The long-awaited talks raise hopes of easing trade tensions. S&P 500 gains 0.6%, Nasdaq up 0.9%. US futures little change ahead of highly awaited inflation data. Oil prices surge over 5% after US imposes new sanctions on Russia's top crude firms. Brent crude jumps 5.5% to $65.99 per barrel, while shares of Exxon, BP and Shell climb on geopolitical concerns. Gold prices rise over 2% after 2 consecutive sessions of losses. Make in India boost for defence. Defence Acquisition Council clears 79,000 crore rupee military procurement to strengthen Army, Navy, Air Force. Defence stocks will be in focus. Deloitte India projects FY26 growth at 6.8% amid strong domestic demand, policy reforms and festive consumption. Risks remain from global trade uncertainties and inflation pressures. Joined this morning by my colleague Shailendra Bhatnagar, as always, Chief Analyst and Editor Markets, as well as Abhishek Basumale, co-founder and fund manager, Sri Rama Managers. Good morning, Abhishek. Good morning, Shail. Good to have you both with us. Let's take a look at the setup first. Shail, if you could just decode the charts for us, and then I'll come to Abhishek for his view on all the factors at play this morning.
Well, Abha, a very good morning to you, and thank God it's Friday. We look forward to the weekend, but with a lot of hope. 25,900 is back on the charts, and that's good news against the backdrop of very positive macro developments, which is the US and Indian trade talks are back on focus. There is enough and more indication that India will now stop or reduce substantially its buying of US crude oil, Russian crude oil, and that is a positive for the broader macro. Therefore, look at Indian textile companies, look at Indian exporters. They were beaten down dramatically because of this trade pact being put on the back burner. They will come back into focus. Also on the hot seat will be ONGC, India's largest oil explorer. You mentioned a 5% uptick in oil prices. That's very beneficial, but it is negative for RIL, negative for PSU, OMC companies. So this is the broader trade setup. Nifty is looking good. A sideways trend is expected. Over the last 15 trading sessions, Nifty is up 7%. So a sideways move ahead for Friday. Abha.
All right, and we did see that reaction on the OMCs yesterday while Reliance was still holding strong, but we'll talk more about that in just a minute. Union Minister of Commerce and Industry Piyush Goyal makes a big statement on the India-US trade deal. During Germany visit, he said that India and the US are in active dialogue, teams are engaged and talks are progressing. He also hopes for a fair and equitable agreement in the near future. Listen in.
We are in dialogue with the United States of America. Our teams are engaged. We recently had the Commerce Secretary visit the US and he met with his counterparts. We continue to engage with them and talks are progressing. We hope to work towards a fair and equitable agreement in the near future.
Let's also go across to Karishma Sudani for more on this. Karishma, because clearly something that's uplifting the markets, at least overnight on Wall Street. We're watching out for trade today as well. Take us through the key highlights or takeaways from the talk so far.
Abha, well, a lot has been happening between India and the US, and right now, Commerce Minister is currently in the EU. I'd say he's a man on mission because he's trying to seal the deal with the EU, but he's also, of course, keeping a strict tab on the fact how our trade talks with the US is ongoing. And like he said, it is a fair and equitable deal that we are looking at, and we are hopeful that the first tranche could conclude within this year. Prime Minister Narendra Modi not attending ASEAN summit is slightly a back set because we were expecting his and Trump's meeting, at least with the whole fiasco, to have a face-to-face conversation and to have some clarity on what will be done with the Russian crude, especially on the fact that now US, EU and UK, all the three nations have imposed sanctions, and it's going to indirectly impact India because we're highly dependent on Russian crude oil.
All right, Karishma, thanks so much for that. Let me also go across now to Abhishek on all of these factors at play. Abhishek, this morning, of course, we're watching out for a steady start to the markets. Lots of areas in focus. We're keeping an eye on the result of the ongoing sanctions on crude, the trade talks, and of course, domestic triggers like consumption and earnings. What's your view on the market setup?
Ava, good morning to you and all your viewers. I think, like what we've seen in the last, few months, primarily the Indian market is reacting to the US tariff situation, and the situation continues to remain volatile. Today, I saw that there is some challenge again cropping up between US and Canada. So even when there is a deal in place, the volatility of the situation may not completely go away. So that's something to keep in mind. I think, given the way the US president and the presidency is running at this point in time, I think the market participants would be, well advised to take it that there is going to be uncertainty continuously going forward. The level of uncertainty may go down, but it is going to continue. Now, with relation to oil, etc., I think those are not very big challenges because oil is not spiking up a great deal. I mean, it was. Although it's up, a bit today, but it's not beyond that $70, $80 kind of level consistently. So it's not that big a deal. What we have to look for is basically domestic consumption, domestic manufacturing. And I think both the government as well as the private sector is focusing on that. So that's what we are looking for.
Okay, so that's the focus, and we'll come back to some of those pockets and stocks as well, get Abhishek's view in detail. We're counting down to open. Let me also focus on some of the newsmakers today. We've got the Defence Acquisition Council clearing proposals worth 79,000 crore rupees to enhance the armed forces capabilities. So stocks in focus there: Cochin Shipyard, Mazdog, BEML, GRSE, BDL, a whole host of them. The India Defence Index as well. We'll keep an eye on that as markets kick off for the day. We've also got a few earnings. So Colgate-Palmolive Q2 net profit is down about 17%, a miss on estimates. So watch out for Colgate on opening as well. We'll see how it reacts to earnings. Meanwhile, Laurus Labs net profit has actually surged. It's beaten estimates. Laurus has actually reached 1.95 billion rupees. So it's beaten estimates there on the earnings front as well. And on earnings, I think those are a couple of the key ones that we'll be watching out for. But defense is really where a lot of focus will be. We'll also keep an eye on whether or not we continue to see some amount of a downtick on those OMCs, while Reliance has been holding steady so far. But let's not completely ignore what's happening on the oil front, and let's keep tabs on that. Just counting down to open now, and we've seen a pretty, sideways move for the week so far. But global markets have been showing some cheer overnight on the back of those trade talks. So we're hoping to see some of that reflect in our markets this morning as well. Opening bell for you on your screen now. Nifty 50 just about flat as anticipated. We're really watching out for that 26,000 mark on the Nifty. We were hoping to see it this week, but maybe next week. Nifty Bank also steady, quiet this morning. IT about 3/4% up. Quite a roller coaster of a day yesterday on some of those IT majors. Hindalco, BEL, those are some of the stocks on top of the charts there. Hindalco up 2.5%. Infi continuing its uptick. Wipro continuing its uptick. ONGC as expected up 6/10%. Adani Ports on the gainers list as well. On the downside, HUL, Cipla, Kotak Mahindra Bank, some of the names that are seeing a cut this morning. HUL down about 3.5% actually. Titan's taken a breather today, so has Access and Tata Consumer. So some of these just taking a breather, but bigger cuts coming in on an HUL for instance. Tech Mahindra also sitting out in today's trade, as is an Eternal. Quick look at some of the defense names. Yes, defense is definitely spiking, up 0.8% right now. Let's pull up some of those individual stocks for you as well and take a look shortly. There you have it. Bharat Dynamics is up about 3% right now. We'll pull up some of the others like BEML, Cochin Shipyards up 1.5%. We were expecting this move across some of these defense names as well. Shail, what are you picking up on opening? And clearly it's defense all the way this morning.
It's defense on an offense, Abha, if you may, if we look at it. BDL 3.2% higher, BEML 1.8% higher, BEL rocketing 1% higher. These are again defense PSUs from the government part. As far as shipbuilders are concerned, more gains, 2.4% on Cochin Garden Reach, 2.1% on Cochin Shipyard. Apart from that, let's look at the oil impact. I'm looking at Reliance. This is down a bit as far as prices are concerned, and the prices there right in front of you. I want to see what ONGC is doing. This is a major beneficiary of a spike in oil prices, and of course the broader market in a very good shape. 1,300 stocks in the green, 962 in the red. The rally is led by the metal space. You mentioned Hindalco. Look at National Aluminium. Look at NMDC as well. All of them in top shape. So that's the structure of the market so far. A mild sideways trend, and that is what is expected after a 7%, 1,700 point rally on the Nifty in the last 15 sessions. Abha.
All right. Let's take a look at what's happening with Vedanta. News coming in. The Vedanta Group is looking to invest 1 lakh crore in Odisha, promising new job opportunities as well. A 1 lakh crore investment that they've announced. Look at the stock. Vedanta's up about a little over 2% right now. So a sharp move on the back of that news coming in. Abhishek, let me come across to you on Vedanta first. On the back of these plans that they've announced, they're going strong on that. They've also been in news for other reasons, such as inorganic acquisitions recently. What's your view on Vedanta and also the larger metals basket?
Yeah, I think if you look at, again, just taking a step back, I think metals is a place which is doing well globally. And Vedanta obviously is one of the heavyweights in metal. So obviously it's rubbing off on them. Vedanta as a group has always been, always trying to expand. So it augurs well for them. I think now they have some tailwind at the industry level. So it augurs well for them for now.
Okay, so Vedanta looking good on the chart. 6-month move also about 18-19% coming in on Vedanta. From the metal basket, Abhishek, would you have any other favorites, so to say?
Not really. I mean, I tend to stay away from a lot of these very cyclical companies. But if I had to, probably I would go with more, so-called ancillaries of metal. So maybe the mining companies, that would be, probably more to my liking, rather than go directly with the metal players.
Okay, so I'm just going to keep a focus on metals just for a moment because a lot of action building there. Shell, if we just take a look at some of the charts, and I can see our producer Twinkle is firing some of those monthly and quarterly charts as well, just for us to be able to see the trend. But if you were to kind of highlight some of the key movers in the last few weeks or months, and observe where perhaps the opportunity lies.
Absolutely, Abha. It's aluminium, and therefore Hindalco and Nalco, National Aluminium. Hindalco, of course, India's largest producer from the Aditya Birla stable, up 5.6% this week. And if you look at the monthly gain, Hindalco is up 7%. National Aluminium is a step ahead, 10% higher so far in October. And on today's basis, it's the top gainer in the metal space, 3.3% higher. I'd also keep an eye out on Vedanta, something that you've already mentioned. The demerger of its 6 subsidiaries is well on its way, and a lot of value unlocking will happen via Vedanta. So that is a stock for the medium to long term. But to chase momentum, it's Nalco and Hindalco.
All right, so that gives you some idea of a strategy within the metal basket. Let's also focus on defense. Abhishek, I'm going to bring you in on this because we've seen that move building across several of these defense names clearly. And now with this massive announcement coming in this morning, 79,000 crores to the Armed Forces Defense Acquisition Council, clearing that investment. It's going to mean a significant amount of capital invested here. What's your take on this, and where would you look within the defense basket?
I think defense is going to be a very, very big driver of manufacturing growth in India for a while. And it's not going to be only domestic consumption, domestic defense, but it's also going to be exports. So if you look at what is happening in Europe, I think roughly 27 countries in Europe have already said that they will double their, spend on defense, and a large number of them will actually sort of, outsource parts of their defense manufacturing to companies which are essentially European. And where India comes into this play is you have a lot of these, big companies having either collaborations or manufacturing setups in India. So that is an indirect way. But I think defense is a huge opportunity. The world is volatile. So the recency effect comes in. Every country now wants to be self-reliant on defense. So both exports as well as domestic, rearmament is very, very imminent. The other factor, which is very important to understand, is that the nature of defense spending is changing. So previously, when a large part of defense was being spent on, say, the army, now it's more on gadgets. It's a lot more on electronics. It's a lot more on surveillance, drones. So that is going to be something which is going to drive incremental demand.
Okay. Shell, I know you're the eternal optimist. But advanced decline ratio is tilting a bit towards the negative right now. We do seem to be cooling off in today's trade, not managing to keep the market afloat there currently. HUL, what's happening there? Even Colgate, actually, and that's an earnings impact, a miss on earnings. So I don't know if that's a sentiment factor that's playing out across other consumer stocks as well. But Colgate's down 3.5% and HUL is down 3.5% as well.
Abha, I think this was profit booking due. Overall what is happening, the breadth of participation towards the long side is very high in Nifty consumption stocks, of which both HUL and Colgate are a part. Now, money is moving away from them after a fairly decent run-up, but everybody is waiting with bated breath for the numbers to come out for this month of October, which should be in November. This is normal profit booking. I would not be worried at all about FMCG, banks and PSUs. Many of their stocks are showing double top breakouts, and that's a very, very positive for the market. What is also interesting is look at how BEL is moving. BEML. So the theme for today is defense from the news that you mentioned, and broader stocks are showing a bit of correction. Nothing to be worried about. I remain an optimist.
Okay. All right. Abhishek, I want to get your view on pharma as well, because some amount of interest likely to come back there, given that we're seeing relief on the trade front as well. Are you also looking at pharma, or do you feel that there are perhaps other bets in the market right now?
I think I've been a very positive on pharma, at least Indian pharma for a while. Because if you look at the real impact of US tariffs has been more on the patented side of the product basket, not on the generics. Because globally, we are the cheapest supplier of medicines. And no country, whether it is US, UK, Europe, can actually afford to say that we will not take the cheapest version of medicines available. Going by the fact that most of these countries have very, very bloated expenditure on public health care. So I think Indian pharma, especially the generic side, which is practically 90% of it, is very, very well protected. So the entire value chain, pharma, CDMOs, everything looks very, very interesting.
All right. Just a quick look at gold and silver. We had been seeing some amount of profit booking there, a little bit of stability yesterday, but then back down again today. Shell, what's the latest on that front?
Well, Abha, we've been cautioning our viewers not to get into gold and silver, and that's a great call that has been working out very well. Silver is down 16% from its most recent high, and there are more losses in the pipeline. Gold is down 8% from its most recent high. More profit booking will be seen. I think that trade's best is behind us. And today, 0.8% down on silver at 1,47,433. Gold is down 0.3% at 1,23,750. These will retrace much more. This money will move into crude oil as also equities. So that's how the money movement is happening within asset classes. And of course, financial services stocks are doing very, very well. Abha.
All right. Buzzing in pockets, the market, so keep an eye on some of those segments. Abhishek, Shell, thanks so much for joining us, and we'll be back at 3 o'clock with all the action on market closing.
Motorola Edge 60 Pro, the true flagship killer.
Hello, Moto. Do the Moto Moto.
Moto G96 5G, segment's undisputed all-rounder.
अरे बेटा ड्यूलक्स है और उसकी वारंटी तो और भी शानदार, पेंट से भी शानदार वारंटी, से शानदार पेंट से शानदार वारंटी, से शानदार पेंट वारंटी।
ड्यूलक्स, डिसाइड करना मुश्किल हो जाएगा कि पेंट ज्यादा शानदार है या उसकी वारंटी।
Motorola Edge 60 Pro, the true flagship killer.
Hello, Moto. Do the Moto Moto.
Moto G96 5G, segment's undisputed all-rounder.
Bliss weaves the magic of warmth into a cold day. Experience bliss in all its forms with Hindwear. Hindwear, designed for bliss.
Welcome back. You're watching The Burning Question on India Today with me, Anjali Pandey, and we're now getting some breaking news. This is regarding the Bihar elections. Now, AIMIM attacks Mahagathbandhan over Sahni as Deputy Chief Minister face. He asked, what about 19% Muslims in Bihar? AIMIM's Waris Pathan has said that Sahni is Deputy Chief Minister with 2%, but what about the Muslims? So that's the question that has been posed by the AIMIM attacking the Mahagathbandhan after the Grand Alliance announced Mukesh Sahni as its Deputy Chief Minister pick. Now AIMIM is asking that what about the 19% Muslims in Bihar? Remember, Mukesh Sahni hails from the Nishad community and he has been made the Deputy Chief Minister faced by the Mahagathbandhan, and the Nishad community accounts for 2%, whereas the Muslims account for 19%, and that is the question that is being posed by AIMIM's Waris Pathan for the Mahagathbandhan.
महागठबंधन अनाउंस किया है कि तेजस्वी मुख्यमंत्री बनेंगे और जो साहनी साहब हैं वो उप मुख्यमंत्री बनेंगे। अब यही हमारा दर्शाता ना, देखिए इनका हिपोक्रेसी जो है ये इस तरह से सामने आ जाती है। यही महागठबंधन और यही महाविकास आघाड़ी का स्लोगन क्या था, जिसकी जितनी संख्या भारी उसकी उतनी हिस्सेदारी। अब क्या हो गया हिस्सेदारी का, 2% वाला साहनी जो है वो बन सकता उप मुख्यमंत्री, 19% वाला जो मुसलमान है उसका अता पता ठिकाना भी नहीं है। देखिए क्या ये इंसाफ है, क्या ये हिस्सेदारी है, क्या ये बराबरी है? हाँ, तो हम तो यही बात कर रहे हैं ना हिस्सेदारी की, यानी मुसलमान सिर्फ आपके लिए दरी बिछाएगा, मुसलमान को आप सिर्फ उसके वोट के लिए इस्तेमाल करेंगे, और इलेक्शन खत्म, अपना काम बनता, बाहर में जाए मुसलमान जनता। यही आपका उसूल बन गया है।
इनको सिर्फ वोट बैंक बना के रखना है, ऐसे समुदाय को। मुसलमानों की बात करेंगे, बट जब रिप्रेजेंटेशन की बात आएगी तो रिप्रेजेंटेशन देंगे नहीं, उनको डरा के धमका के अपने साथ वोट बैंक रखना चाहेंगे। सैनी साहब को ही देख लीजिए, अपना समझौता हो गया, खुद डिप्टी सीएम बनने की घोषणा हो गई तो भूल गए, सीटें मिले नहीं मिले, अपने समाज के बाकी लोगों को लड़ा पाए नहीं लड़ा पाए, ये सिर्फ अपनी व्यक्तिगत महत्वाकांक्षाओं की लड़ाई महागठबंधन के घटक दल लड़ रहे हैं।
So it's not just the AIMIM that has called out the hypocrisy of the Mahagathbandhan. NDA's Chirag Paswan has also said that NDA will have Muslim representation and has hit out at the Mahagathbandhan, saying that they don't respect the Muslim community and they have zero representation for the same. My colleague Piyush Mishra is now joining us with more details on this. Piyush, AIMIM has called out what it calls the hypocrisy of the Mahagathbandhan, saying that the Nishad community that accounts for 2% has its representation. Mukesh Sahni has been picked as the Deputy Chief Minister face. But what about the 19% Muslim community?
Well, that's right. The politics is now taking place after the announcement of Mukesh Sahni as the Deputy Chief Minister and Tejasvi Yadav as the CM face of Mahagathbandhan. Remember that yesterday this announcement was made by Mahagathbandhan during the joint press conference, and today AIMIM has come out in open and is slamming this move. They are questioning as to why there is no Muslim representation. Why Yadav, who constitute around 14% of Bihar, and Nishad community, which constitutes around 2 to 3%, they are being given priority there in Mahagathbandhan. So AIMM is now hitting out at the Mahagathbandhan. On the other side, we are also hearing the words coming in from Chirag Paswan, where he is also questioning the move of not giving enough representation to Muslim community by the Mahagathbandhan. Chirag Paswan is also saying that his father Ramvilas Paswan was also always of the view of upliftment of a Muslim community, but the Mahagathbandhan has always misused and they have always misused the trust and vote of Muslims. That's what Chirag Paswan is now claiming. So we are now seeing how AIMM, which in the beginning of election wanted to have an alliance with Mahagathbandhan, and when this alliance did not take place, now AIMM is now hitting out at the Mahagathbandhan, saying that they do not have enough representation, and why they are giving more priority to the community which has very less representation in the Bihar caste factors.
All right, Piyush, do stay with us. Let's also listen in to Tejasvi Yadav.
₹1,000 मंथली जो है वो दिया जाएगा। 5 लाख रुपए का बीमा जीविका दीदियों के लिए कराया जाएगा। जो एक्स्ट्रा काम सरकार कराती है जीविका दीदियों से समूह से, उनको प्रति माह ₹2,000 जो है दिया जाएगा। तो ये सब काम जो है हम लोग करेंगे। कोई ऐसा सेक्टर नहीं है जो छूटे ना, सबको साथ लेकर के चलेंगे। हर जात धर्म विशेष सभी लोगों को आगे बढ़ाने का काम करेंगे। सामाजिक न्याय के साथ आर्थिक न्याय हम लोग देंगे।
And Prime Minister Modi is all set to kick off his campaign in Battle for Bihar. Prime Minister Modi will launch his poll pitch with twin rallies in Samastipur and Begusarai. Yesterday, Prime Minister launched a scathing attack on the opposition, calling the alliance Lat Bandhan. With battle lines clearly drawn, all eyes are now on BJP star campaigner PM Modi. He will today kickstart the election campaign from Samastipur, the birthplace of Bharat Ratna Karpuri Thakur, who was Bihar Chief Minister in the 70s. A second rally is also planned later in the day in Begusarai. At 10:30 a.m. today, the Prime Minister will land in Samastipur, where he will first visit a model hut showcasing the life and struggles of Jannayak Karpuri Thakur, developed by the local administration. He will then pay floral tributes at the leader's statue before leading a roadshow, and then at 11:30 a.m., Prime Minister Modi is expected to address a massive public rally. Yesterday, while addressing the Mera Booth Sabse Mazboot Yuva Samvad event through audio conferencing, he said that Bihar won't forget Jungle Raj for 100 years and also accused the Mahagathbandhan of putting self-interest above Bihar's progress.
दीपम जी, अच्छा ये बताइए कि जब कभी अपने माता पिता जैसे बात करते होंगे या जहां बूथ में बुजुर्ग परिवारों को मिलने जाते होंगे, और जंगल राज की तो चर्चा स्वाभाविक है। आज आने वाले 100 साल तक जंगल राज की चर्चा चलने वाली है।
बिल्कुल सर, बिल्कुल।
ये कितना ही भुलाने की कोशिश करे अपने पापों को, लेकिन बिहार के लोग कभी भी ये भूलने वाले नहीं है। जो लोग अपने आप को गठबंधन कहते हैं, बिहार की जनता जिनको लठबंधन कहती है, वो सिर्फ लड़ चलाना जानते हैं, झगड़ा करना जानते हैं और झगड़ते रहते हैं। देखा आपने, लठबंधन वालों के लिए अपना स्वार्थ ही सबसे बड़ा है। इन्हें बिहार के युवाओं की चिंता नहीं है। आप देखिए, दशकों तक देश और बिहार के नौजवान नक्सलवाद, माओवादी आतंक से पीड़ित रहे, इसलिए इनके राज में विकास पूरी तरह चौपट हो गया। और विकास चौपट हो गया है तो एक, मैं मानता हूं, बिहार की 2 पीढ़ी का भविष्य बर्बाद किया इन्होंने।
So Prime Minister Modi will be kicking off his poll campaign in Bihar from today. He will be visiting Samastipur and Begusarai today, and this comes after Prime Minister Modi launched a scathing attack on the opposition, calling the alliance Lat Bandhan. Now, with battle lines clearly drawn, all eyes are now on BJP star campaigner, which is Prime Minister Modi himself. He will be kickstarting the election campaign from Samastipur, the birthplace of Bharat Ratna Karpuri Thakur, who was the Bihar Bihar chief minister in the 70s. And a second rally is also planned later in the day, which will be in Begusarai. So at 10:30 a.m. today, the Prime Minister will be landing in Samastipur, where he will be first visiting a model hut showcasing the life and struggles of Jannayak Karpuri Thakur that has been developed by the local administration. And Prime Minister will then pay floral tributes at the leader's statue before leading a roadshow. And then at 11:30 a.m., Prime Minister Modi is expected to address a massive public rally. Now, yesterday, while addressing the Mera Booth Sabse Mazboot Yuva Samvad event through audio conferencing, Prime Minister Modi said that Bihar won't forget Jungle Raj for 100 years and accused the Mahagathbandhan of putting self-interest above Bihar's progress. Now, this attack came after the Mahagathbandhan's big announcement in which the Mahagathbandhan declared that Tejaswi Yadav will be its chief minister face. And Prime Minister Modi, in reference to the Jungle Raj during the RJD's tenure, he said that the Bihar won't be forgetting the Jungle Raj for another 100 years, and also accused the Grand Alliance of putting self-interest above Bihar's progress. So Prime Minister Modi is all set to sound the poll bugle in Bihar today. He will be visiting Samastipur at around 10:30 a.m. He will be landing over there. He will then visit Karpuri Gram, which is the birthplace of Bharat Ratna Karpuri Thakur, who was the Bihar chief minister in the 70s. And then later in the day, there's a second rally of the Prime Minister in Begusarai. And now shifting focus to down south, a political storm brews in Karnataka within the Congress. Chief Minister Siddaramaya's son, Yatindra Siddaramaiah, has dropped a remark that's sent ripples across the state's political landscape, hinting at a generational shift and also a possible successor to his father. Here's a sharp look at the fresh buzz shaking up the Congress corridors.
The calm in Karnataka's Congress has been shattered. A single statement and the succession debate is wide open. Chief Minister Siddaramaiah's son, Yatindra Siddaramaiah, declared that his father is in the final phase of his political career. He pitched State PWD Minister Satish Jarkiholi as a leader who should take the mantle.
ಇವತ್ತು ತಂದೆಯವರು ಈಗ ಇನ್ನೇನು ರಾಜಕೀಯ ಕೊನೆಗಾಲದಲ್ಲಿದ್ದಾರೆ, ಅವರ ರಾಜಕೀಯ ಬದುಕಿನ ಕೊನೆ ಘಟ್ಟದಲ್ಲಿದ್ದಾರೆ. ಅಂತ ಸಮಯದಲ್ಲಿ ಮಾರ್ಗದರ್ಶನ ಮಾಡೋದಕ್ಕೆ, ಅವ್ರಿಗೆ ನೇತೃತ್ವ ವಹಿಸ್ಕೊಳ್ಳೋಕೆ ಒಬ್ರು ನಾಯಕರು ಬೇಕು. ಸರ್ ಜಾರಕಿಹೊಳಿ ಅವರು ಅಂತ ಒಂದು ಜವಾಬ್ದಾರಿ ವಹಿಸ್ಕೋತಾರೆ.
My statement was not about changing the chief minister. I only said after Siddaramaiah sir, someone who believes strongly in Congress ideology, which is social justice, which is secular ideology. So someone who believes in these ideologies, they should be able to lead the Congress party. That's all I'm saying.
The statement, seen as a signal of transition, has triggered fresh speculation on who could be the next chief minister.
ನೋಡೋಣ, ಈ ಸದ್ಯ ಕೇಳಕ್ಕಾಗಲ್ಲ. ಪಕ್ಷ ತೀರ್ಮಾನ ಮಾಡಬೇಕು ಯಾರು ನಾಯಕರನ್ನ. ಯಾರೋ ಅವರ ತಮ್ಮ ವ್ಯಕ್ತಿಗತ ಅಭಿಪ್ರಾಯವನ್ನು ಹೇಳಿದ್ದಾರೆ. ಆದರೆ ಅಂತಿಮವಾಗಿ ಪಕ್ಷ ಶಾಸಕರು ತೀರ್ಮಾನ ಮಾಡಬೇಕು. ಅದನ್ನು ಬಹಳ ದಿನಗಳಿದೆ, ಕಾದು ನೋಡೋಣ. ಎಲ್ಲಾನು ಇವತ್ತು ಕಾಗ್ತಿಯಲ್ಲಿ ನಿರ್ಣಯ ಮಾಡ್ಲಿಕ್ಕೆ ಆಗೋಲ್ಲ. ಇನ್ನೂ 30 ತಿಂಗಳಿದೆ. ನಂತರ ಏನೇ ಬೆಳವಣಿಗೆ ಆಗತ್ತೆ, ಪಕ್ಷ ಶಾಸಕರು ಹವಾಮಾನ ವಾತಾವರಣ ಮೇಲೆ ಎಲ್ಲ ಡಿಪೆಂಡ್ ಆಗತ್ತೆ.
Deputy CM DK Shivakumar, the main challenger to Siddaramaiah, chose his words carefully.
ಏನು ಹೇಳಿದ್ದಾರೆ ನೀವು ಅವ್ರು ಕೇಳಬೇಕು, ನಾನು ಕೇಳಿದ್ರೆ ನನಗೇನು ಅವಶ್ಯಕತೆ, ಯಾರು ಚರ್ಚೆ ನನ್ನ ಬಗ್ಗೆ ಚರ್ಚೆ ಮಾಡೋಂಥ ಅವಶ್ಯಕತೆ ಇಲ್ಲ. ನಾನು ಸಿದ್ದರಾಮಯ್ಯನವ್ರು ಏನು ಹೇಳಿದ್ದೀವಿ, ಪಾರ್ಟಿ ಏನು ಹೇಳ್ತದೆ ನಾವು ಒಟ್ಟಿಗೆ ಸೇರಿ ಕೆಲಸ ಮಾಡ್ಕೊಂಡು ಹೋಗ್ತೀವಿ. ಆ ಕೆಲಸಕ್ಕೆ ನಾನು
Congress MLA rained fire on Siddaramaiah's son and asked why notice was not issued to him.
CM के पुत्र इस तरह गलत स्टेटमेंट बार बार किया. हाईकमान सभी देख रहे हैं, बट क्यों स्टेटमेंट वो नोटिस नहीं दिया करके मैं भी सोच रहे. अभी सभी हाईकमान देख के क्या करना है. सामान्य MLA भी अलग है, मुख्यमंत्री के पुत्र MLA अलग है करके हाईकमान सोच के बात कर रहे थे.
The opposition wasted no time in striking a blow.
This is an indication that since the last 2.5 years, a silent musical chair competition is going on in Karnataka Congress. This state government and the Congress government in Karnataka will not come back to power once this term is over.
Though Yathindra later clarified that there's no talk of replacing the Chief Minister, his words have clearly set the stage for a face-off in the near future. In Karnataka politics, the countdown, it seems, has just begun. Bureau Report, India Today.
And now shifting focus, even though Delhi's air quality showed slight improvement on Thursday, it remained in the very poor category for the fourth consecutive day. As the capital seeks respite, it is preparing to witness its first ever artificial rain through cloud seeding on October 29th. The first trial of the project has been successfully conducted. A cloud seeding flight was tested on Thursday in Buradi and other areas where cloud seeding flares were deployed using pyrotechnics. Delhi Chief Minister Rekha Gupta has confirmed that if clouds persist over the capital, as predicted by the Met Department, artificial rain will be induced on October 29th across multiple areas. Now, the rainfall generated is likely to help reduce pollution levels. The Chief Minister has called the project historic from a technological perspective, highlighting its role as a scientific solution to tackle air pollution.
क्लाउड सीडिंग जो लंबे समय से बात की जाती थी, आज उसकी पहली सफल ट्रायल दिल्ली में की गई। दिल्ली के अंदर क्लाउड सीडिंग के माध्यम से बरसात कराने के लिए केवल बादलों का इंतजार है और 29 तारीख 30 तारीख के आसपास जैसे ही बादल आएंगे, दिल्ली के अंदर एक बार बरसात करा के दिल्ली के मौसम को बेहतर करने की, दिल्ली की हवा को बेहतर करने की कोशिश की जाएगी।
बचकानी इस बात है कि पंजाब सरकार किसानों को मोटिवेट करेगी कि पराली जलाओ। ये कितनी मतलब हंसने वाली बात है और ये भाजपा की समझ को भी दिखाती है। पहली बात तो जब से मान साहब की सरकार आई है, लगातार पंजाब सरकार के प्रयासों से और किसानों के सहयोग से 70-75% स्टबल बर्निंग के केसेस में गिरावट आई, ऑफिशियल डेटा है। दूसरी बात, भाजपा कोई ऐसा मौका नहीं छोड़ती जब से किसानी आंदोलन हुआ है कि पंजाब के किसानों को, जिसमें मेजॉरिटी ऑफ सिख्स हैं, उनको डिफेम बदनाम किया जाए।
पंजाब को, पंजाबियों को और पंजाब के किसानों को बदनाम करना बंद करें। हम अपनी जिम्मेवारी को समझते हुए तकरीबन 1.5 लाख मशीनरी, एग्री रेजिड्यू मशीनरी, जिसमें जिससे इन सीटू और एक्स सीटू पराली का प्रबंधन हो सकता है, वो हम दे चुके हैं। कृपया करके केंद्र सरकार इस मसले में सभी किसानों की, सिर्फ पंजाब के ही नहीं कहूँगा मैं, यूपी के, हरियाणा के सब किसानों की बाजू पकड़े, कोई ना कोई ऐसा मैकेनिज्म बनाए, उनको कोई इंसेंटिव दे ताकि इन फार्म फायर्स को, इस स्टबल बर्निंग के केसेस को हम जीरो पे ले आएँ। वो काम करना नहीं है, लेकिन सिर्फ और सिर्फ पंजाब के लोगों को बदनाम करना है।
So air quality in Delhi has plunged again. Most parts of the city are breathing very poor air. As pollution levels spike across Delhi, India Today has found that the city's air quality display boards meant to warn the citizens aren't even working. Take a look at this report.
Pollution spikes once again in the national capital, with air quality dipping to very poor levels. Across Delhi, most air monitoring stations are recording PM 2.5 levels above 300, squarely in very poor category. At several stations, readings have crossed 400, touching the severe mark. Delhi has 39 air quality monitoring stations, all functional according to the Central Pollution Control Board. But what's missing are the display boards meant to inform the public. India Today's ground check found that at Lodi Road, near the Indian Met Department office, the AQI display is completely non-functional.
It's written below the display board that this is the air quality display system for the Indian Meteorological Department. That is one of the stations out of the 39 stations where the DPCC, which is the Delhi Pollution Control Board, as well as the Central Pollution Control Board, display their air quality index. While the board may not be working, but when you look at the CPCB website for National Air Quality Index, on Lodi Road today, the pollution level is at 312, which is in the very poor category. This is the Lodi Road data only for today at this particular time.
At ITO, another key CPCB station, the readings on display have remained unchanged for the last 2 days. The data hasn't been updated at all.
The current AQI on this pollution index board, which is part of the monitoring station at ITO, is currently showing a PM 2.5 of 113 unit micrograms per meter. I've opened this here. Delhi is in the very poor category of 320. So this is the app that actually shows the pollution level. And even if you go on the CPCB website for the ITO station, if I can just increase the brightness, the ITO CPCB station shows pollution at 339.
The situation is similar across other stations too. In a city gasping for clean air, the least people deserve is to see how bad it is. With Milan Sharma in New Delhi, Bureau Report, India Today.
And now shifting focus, major boost to defence sector. Centre cleared several major proposals worth around 79,000 crore rupees to strengthen the capabilities of the Indian Armed Forces. The Defence Acquisition Council, chaired by Raksha Mantri Rajnath Singh, gave this nod with a clear emphasis on indigenous systems and faster operational capability. Key approvals for the army include the Nag missile system, MK2, a tank killer designed to hit enemy armour, and bunkers along with ground-based mobile element systems and high-mobility logistics vehicles. Now, for the Navy, the package includes landing platform docks to boost amphibious and humanitarian operations, 30 mm naval guns for low-intensity and anti-piracy roles, and an advanced lightweight torpedo to hunt conventional and nuclear submarines. And the Air Force secured approval for a collaborative long-range target saturation and destruction system which has autonomous long-range strike capability. And we're now getting some breaking news. 3 Indian firms among 45 entities sanctioned by the European Union for links with Russia. So 3 India-based companies were among 45 entities sanctioned by the European Union on Thursday for their alleged links with the Russian military. The European Union slapped the punitive actions against the firms as part of its 19th package of sanctions, which are part of efforts to put economic pressure on Russia for its invasion of Ukraine. There was no immediate reaction from Indian officials to the European Union action. So that's the breaking news that's coming in. 3 Indian firms among 45 entities sanctioned by the European Union for links with the Russian military. The United States announced sanctions against Russian oil companies, including oil and natural gas purchase. Trump, in a social media post, said that U.S. Treasury sanctions major Russian oil companies, calls on Moscow to immediately agree to ceasefire. These tremendous sanctions, as Trump calls them, take effect on 21st of November and could also impact India's supply chain, as India imports almost 36% of its crude from Russia.
A week after US President Donald Trump's lengthy phone call with Russian President Vladimir Putin, which was to be followed by a meeting in Budapest, Trump has jolted global oil markets by announcing fresh US sanctions on Russian oil. Trump has imposed sweeping sanctions on Russia's 2 largest oil companies, Rosneft and Lukoil, aiming to pressure Putin to end the war in Ukraine. The sanctions are set to take effect from November 21st. The announcement came as the proposed Trump-Putin meeting was indefinitely postponed.
Yeah, it's a good question. Today is a very big day in terms of what we're doing. Look, these are tremendous sanctions. These are very big. Those are against their 2 big oil companies. And we hope that they won't be on for long. We hope that the war will be settled.
Trump's move comes after European Union approved its 19th package of sanctions against Moscow, and Britain sanctioned Rosneft and Lukoil last week. The step is a major setback for India, which relies heavily on Russian crude. Trump has already imposed a 50% tariff on Indian imports, half of it as punishment for purchasing Russian oil. Russia slammed the sanctions, warning of severe global repercussions.
We see this step as entirely counterproductive, including in terms of signaling in favor of achieving a meaningful negotiated solution to the Ukrainian conflict. If the current US administration follows the example of its predecessors who attempted to cause or force Russia into sacrificing its national interests through unlawful sanctions, the result will be exactly the same. Disastrous from a domestic political standpoint and detrimental to the stability of the global economy.
Trump, meanwhile, reiterated that India had assured him it would stop Russian oil imports, a claim the Indian government has not confirmed.
Well, I think I'll be talking to him about it. I think it's a little bit of a different talk. India, as you know, has told me they are stop. You know, it's a process. You can't just stop it. But by the end of the year, they'll be down to almost nothing. That's a big thing. There was almost 40% of the oil. India, they've been great. Spoke to Prime Minister Modi yesterday. They've been absolutely great.
Sources say Indian state refiners are reviewing their Russian oil contracts to ensure no shipments come directly from Rosneft or Lukoil. Reports also suggest that Reliance Industries, India's largest buyer of Russian oil, is preparing to recalibrate its imports to align with government guidance following the new US sanctions. All eyes are now on India and Russia to see how they respond to Washington's latest sanctions on Russian oil. With Neha Kumari, Bureau Report, India Today.
And with that, it's a wrap on this bulletin. Thank you for watching India Today. But do stay with us, as on the other side, we'll get you more on the horrific bus tragedy in Andhra Pradesh, Kurnool, in which 11 people have unfortunately lost their lives. It was a Bengaluru-bound bus from Hyderabad that caught fire after collision with a bike. More on this on the other side.
Motorola Edge 60 Pro, the true flagship killer.
Hello, Moto. Do the Moto Moto.
Moto G96 5G, segment's undisputed all-rounder.
India Today, making sense of India. Now available for speed delivery on Amazon and Blinkit.
Motorola Edge 60 Pro, the true flagship killer.
Hello, Moto. Do the Moto Moto.
Moto G96 5G, segment's undisputed all-rounder. Motorola Edge 60 Pro, the true flagship killer.
Hi, here are the top headlines presented by Motorola. Tejasvi named CM Face of Grand Alliance, Sahni to be Deputy CM, PM Modi not to travel Malaysia for ASEAN Summit, Jaishankar to represent India, Australia beats India by 2 wickets in Adelaide, leads series 2-0.
LIC ऑफ इंडिया, हर पल आपके साथ।
Very good morning. You're watching India Today Television. I'm Sneha Mordani. This is India's agenda. Let's begin with the headlines in this edition first. At least 12 dead in a horrific bus tragedy in Andhra's Kurnool. Bengaluru-bound bus from Hyderabad catches fire after collision with a bike. Over a dozen hospitalized with burn injuries. Mahagathbandhan starts to iron out friendly 5 seats. Congress pulls out of 2 seats. The VIP withdraws from one joint Mahagathbandhan manifesto on the 28th of October. Prime Minister Modi enters Bihar battle first. Prime Minister rally after poll announcement. Mega PM rallies in Samastipur, Begusarai. The Prime Minister to visit Karpuri Gram. He interacts with the Bihar BJP workers there. Takes Lat Bandhan jibe at the Mahagathbandhan. BJP slams TMC MP for backing anti-Diwali posts in Canadian blogger. Canada blogger had called Indians brain dead. Mahua says, I agree. BJP says Mahua has anti-India, anti-Hindu sentiments. And we have some news just coming in. This is a tragic story that we're reporting on. A bus caught fire. The wee hours of the morning, chilling eyewitness accounts on India Today. Eyewitness say the bus collided with a bike and then caught fire. The accident has occurred between 3 and 3:10 a.m. in the wee hours of the morning today, when the bus collided with the bike, causing a fuel leak that led to the fire. Out of the 41 passengers on board, 21 thankfully have been rescued. Among the remaining 20, the body of 11 have been identified so far. Efforts are underway to identify the rest. There have been many casualties. These are the details.
देखा कि लेफ्ट साइड में आगे और आगे भी थोड़ी सी आगे, तो उसके बाद वही पैनिक आ गया। मैंने मतलब अपना बैग देखा, फ़ोन उठाया, पॉकेट में रखा और बस निकलने की कोशिश करने लगा मैं। तभी मतलब 4-5 लोग और सब लोग उठे, धीरे धीरे उठ रहे थे सब लोग। फायर सबने चिल्लाया। आगे से ट्राई कर रहे थे जाने का, बट आगे का मेन डोर लॉक हो गया था। ड्राइवर वगैरह वहाँ पे नहीं था कोई भी, तो डोर्स पूरे लॉक हो गए थे और एसी बस था, शायद एसी की वजह से धुआं अंदर आने लगा था। बस फायर स्प्रेड होने लगी थोड़ा। कुछ लोग आगे से निकले और ड्राइवर डोर तो ओपन नहीं हुआ, पर विंडो का थोड़ा लोगों ने पैर मारे, किक मारे, थोड़ा जंप करा, जैसे तैसे बाहर निकले 4-5 लोग उधर से। मैं पीछे की तरफ गया था, पीछे मैंने इमरजेंसी एग्जिट तोड़ा है। उधर भी मतलब काफ़ी मुश्किल से टूटी है वो। धुआं आने लग गया था अंदर पीछे तक पूरा। आगे एक्सीडेंट हुआ था, आगे आग लगी थी, बट पीछे तक पूरा धुआं आ गया था। तब जैसे तैसे हमने भी वो इमरजेंसी विंडो तोड़ी है और काफ़ी ऊपर से हम लोगों ने जंप मारा है बस से बाहर।
మార్నింగ్ 3 o'clock ఆ టైంలో కావేరీ ట్రావెల్స్ బస్ NH44 అంటే మనకి హైదరాబాద్ నుంచి బెంగళూరు హైవే, సో హైదరాబాద్ నుంచి ప్యాసింజర్స్ని తీసుకొని బెంగళూరుకి వెళ్తూ ఉంది ఆ బస్సు. సో సుమారుగా ఒక 3 o'clock ఆ టైంలో ఒక బైక్, సో ఇద్దరు బస్సు డ్రైవర్స్, ఇద్దరు పిల్లలు, వాళ్ళంతా కూడా సేఫ్గా ఉన్నారు. సో టోటల్ 23 మెంబర్స్ ఆర్ సేఫ్ అండి. ఇక్కడ జీజీహెచ్లో అడ్మిట్ అయిన వాళ్ళు కూడా చిన్న ఫ్రాక్చర్స్, ఒక ఇద్దరు అబ్బాయిలు ఉన్నారు, చిన్న అంటే ఒక 28 years 30 years వాళ్ళు ఉన్నారు. వాళ్ళిద్దరికి 2 ఫ్రాక్చర్స్తో ఉన్నారు తప్ప మిగతా అందరూ కూడా సేఫ్గా ఉన్నారు. వాళ్ళు కూడా స్టేబుల్గా సేఫ్గా ఉన్నారు, బట్ చిన్న ఫ్రాక్చర్స్ కాబట్టి దే హ్యావ్ టు స్టే ఇక్కడ.
Abdul is getting in more details on that story. Abdul, the casualties there are increasing as well. Talk to us about what had happened there and what about the injured? How are they doing at this point in time?
Well, this unfortunate tragic incident has taken place around 3 to 3:10 a.m. is what the collector has to say. Well, this incident took place when this bus, a Kaveri private bus from Hyderabad to Bengaluru, was on its way when in Kalluru Mandal. It had collided with a bike, and this bike, a fuel tank through this. Fire had ignited and hit the bus, after which the whole bus caught fire. Now at this time that we are talking about is 3 to 3:10 a.m. when all the passengers would be asleep. While they start from Hyderabad at 9 p.m. the bus started, and then 3 o'clock is where this incident had taken place, is what is being said. Now 21 of the 41 passengers escaped, among which 16 were undergoing treatment. One was said to be critical. Now 11 bodies have been found. Efforts are ongoing to trace 9 others, where forensic lab team, FSL teams are on ground to test check the DNA match and then confirm as to the identities or the persons who are missing are where in the bus or in the bus that has charred to flames late night.
Horrific story there developing from Kurnool in Andhra Pradesh. This is a bike accident also. Talk to us about the biker. I understand that the bus collided with the bike. There was fuel leak which eventually led to this fire. Abdul?
Well, yes, after the bus collided with the bike, the fuel leak led to this fire, is what the officials have to say. Now, the whereabouts of the bike or the biker there have not been revealed yet, but the bus, the tragic incident has taken place inside the bus where 41 passengers were present, among which now what we are learning is that 11 have been confirmed dead in this tragic incident, and 9 there are efforts to trace 9 people in the debris or the charred bus that has been there in Kollur Mandal. Now here what we are learning is that this incident has taken place at that point of time. Now the officials are also examining whether there were fire safety measures present in the bus when the bus was
going. I'll come back to you for more. Getting in the thoughts now, Professor Jyotsna of the TDP. Professor, how do you respond to what has happened here? This is a tragic accident that we're reporting on from Kurnool in Andhra Pradesh.
Yeah, very unfortunate, and in fact, we are all shocked, I would say. First and foremost thing is we offer our condolences to the families, and also we are there to support all the victims there, and that's what our officials are doing. Our Collector Dr. Siri is on the ground there, our DIG is on the ground, our Transport Minister Shri Ram Prasad Reddy is on the ground there, and our Honorable Chief Minister Chandrababu Naidu Garu is taking a stock of the situation, even sitting from Dubai, because see, this is our responsibility as a government. We have immediately responded, and there is a numbers are also given for people to coordinate and check the details of their loved ones. Yes. And also the injured are taken care of. They are in the hospitals, and I think 1 or 2 are already been discharged also with minor injuries. But the rest are in the hospital, and we are taking care of them. And as I said, it's very, very unfortunate. The reason is still unknown. It could be, a couple of things are there. One is the make of the bus. It's it's a closed circuit AC bus, and also the timing of the accident. It was around 2:45 a.m.
Okay.
So most of the people were asleep. So that could have increased the gravity of the accident as well, because if they were alive, not sleeping, probably they could have at least some people might have. We could have saved some more. That's what I think personally. But yes, apart from all this, we are not in the blame game. We are not in anything. For now, our topmost priority remains the safety of and security of all the other remaining passengers. Understood. And also to identify who have been I don't know, some are missing. So we hope they might have just alive somewhere. That's what.
Okay, understood. Talk to us about the kind of assistance that the government is going to provide to those people who've lost their loved ones here in this horrific accident. Abdul, our colleague, tells us the death toll right now stands at 11. More casualties are expected.
Well, yes, Professor 11 casualties.
Professor Jyotsna, I was asking you about the kind of assistance that would be given to those who've lost their loved ones.
See, as I said, all of our officials are on the ground. The collector, the DIG, and the Transport Minister, everybody is on the ground there. We are with them. As I said, our first priority remains that we take care of the people who are injured and also identify who have lost their lives there. So we are first trying to do that, because for us, as I said, taking care of the injured is the first thing, and identifying who is dead and take care of their families remains our first priority. Second thing, definitely, as you said, all the assistance has been provided to them in terms of healthcare, in terms of all the other things, because it's a very unfortunate accident, and we also are taking stock of the situation. And we are there for the people there. The government is standing with each and every, victims and deceased families. We are there with them. It is our own family member that we have lost. So we are also in the same pain as all of them are.
All right, I'm going to leave it there for the moment. Jyotsna getting in her perspective on that. Professor Jyotsna there from the TDP there. These are details that we have with us as of now. This is a horrific accident that we're reporting on. 12 people have died in this tragedy. Listening to what the eyewitnesses have had to say.
मैंने देखा कि लेफ़्ट साइड में आगे और आगे भी थोड़ी सी आगे, तो उसके बाद वही पैनिक आ गया। मैंने मतलब अपना बैग देखा, फ़ोन उठाया, पॉकेट में रखा और बस निकलने की कोशिश करने लगा मैं। तभी मतलब 4-5 लोग और सब लोग उठे, धीरे धीरे उठ रहे थे सब लोग। फायर सबने चिल्लाया, आगे से ट्राई कर रहे थे जाने का, बट आगे का मेन डोर लॉक हो गया था। ड्राइवर वगैरह वहाँ पे नहीं था कोई भी, तो डोर्स पूरे लॉक हो गए थे और एसी बस था, शायद एसी की वजह से धुआं अंदर आने लगा था। बस फायर स्प्रेड होने लगी थोड़ा। कुछ लोग आगे से निकले और ड्राइवर डोर तो ओपन नहीं हुआ, पर विंडो का थोड़ा लोगों ने पैर मारे, किक मारे, थोड़ा जंप करा, जैसे तैसे बाहर निकले 4-5 लोग उधर से। मैं पीछे की तरफ गया था, पीछे मैंने इमरजेंसी एग्जिट तोड़ा है। उधर भी मतलब काफ़ी मुश्किल से टूटी है वो, धुआं आने लग गया था अंदर पीछे तक पूरा। आगे एक्सीडेंट हुआ था, आगे आग लगी थी, बट पीछे तक पूरा धुआं आ गया था। तब जैसे तैसे हमने भी वो इमरजेंसी विंडो तोड़ी है और काफ़ी ऊपर से हम लोगों ने जंप मारा है बस से बाहर।
I'm going straight across to Abdul for more on that story. Abdul, in fact, we've heard it from the government there as well, the TDP spokesperson reflecting on how they are going to come to the assistance of those people who are injured. Talk to us about what kind of help has been pouring in for hours together now in this horrific tragedy. Of course, we do understand that because of the time this accident happened, many of those victims would have been caught unawares. Really, they would have been asleep and unable to escape that fire, isn't it?
Well, yes, the time when the tragedy took place, it is actually at 3 a.m. Usually what happens is in these buses which travel interstate, these travel late in the night, and the passengers feel ease to sleep at these particular hours. Now, what we are learning is that was an AC coach, a packed bus or a private bus which we are talking about. 41 passengers present at the moment when this incident has taken place. 41 including the driver is what I'm saying, and 21 of them escaped, among which 12 were injured with some burning injuries. I mean the burn injuries were there, and one was said to be critical, and 11 of them have lost their life, and death toll is said to go more, is what the officials have to say. 9 of them have not been identified yet. The DNA samples of the families will be taken, and those found on the in the bus after the whole bus is charred, now the samples will be taken and matched, and then the confirmation will be given about the presence of these passengers in that bus at that moment when this unfortunate incident had taken place. Now both the states have come together for the rescue operations, wherein AP Chief Minister Nara Chandrababu Naidu, who's in Dubai tour, he has immediately taken stock of the situation and asked the SP and the collector who were on ground immediately after the incident has taken place. On the other hand, the Chief Minister of Telangana had asked the Gadwal SP and the collector to straight away go to the ground and provide assistance. He's also called for a review meeting and had taken a stock of the situation and asked officials to be on the ground, help those who are in need. The rescue operations must keep going, is what the Chief Minister of Telangana has also said. Both the states are now reeling under this unfortunate tragic incident that has taken place, where all these passengers, unaware of this particular tragedy, had started at 9 p.m. yesterday from Hyderabad, is what we are learning. This private bus started from Hyderabad reaching Bengaluru, when in midway in Kollur this accident had taken place in Kurnool district of Andhra Pradesh. Now at this moment all the officials are working continuously to identify those who were present or who are not, whose identity is given by the agency, the bus travel agency, and they have not been found yet. So their samples, the DNA samples of their families will be collected, and the further process will be ongoing, is what the police have to say. Now a case has been registered in this regard, and further investigation regarding how this accident exactly has taken place, were there any lapses or negligence which has led to this tragic accident, is underway, is what the officials have to say.
Abdul, be with us. I'm going to come back to you for more on that in a bit from now. We are, in fact, going across to some news coming in at this point in time. The story we are breaking has got to do with the Congress now in opposition there, demanding a high-level probe into the bus fire. Congress says stand by victims but need a thorough probe into what could have gone wrong there. It's a probe, Abdul, that the Congress party is now seeking in this matter.
Well, yes, the Congress party, what we are learning is that Congress party has asked for an investigation, a thorough probe into the incident, is what we are learning. Now, this bus, which was a private bus, so what exactly were the lapses, what exactly has happened, were these buses being regularly inspected and monitored regarding the safety of the passengers, the safety measures that are usually put in, is what we are learning. Now here what we learn is that a probe into the matter is also being demanded by the Congress party, is what we are learning. Anyhow, the Chief Minister of Andhra Pradesh, Chandrababu Naidu, has also stated that the assistance, the necessary assistance will be provided to the injured people, and condolences have been conveyed to the family of the deceased who have lost their life in this tragic accident that has taken place. Well, the Telangana Chief Minister has also condoled this particular incident and ordered the officials to be on ground. Both the states are right now, the nearby district, that is Gadwal district from Telangana, the SP and the collector is on the ground in Kurnool, and Kurnool SP and collector, they themselves are also on ground working for the rescue and the further process that is now ongoing at Kalluru, at the site where the accident has taken place.
I'm going to leave it there for the moment, Abdul Bashir, getting in those details as far as that horrific accident in Kurnool is concerned. The Congress demanding a high-level probe into the fire accident that has taken place. A bus collided with a bike is what we know. 12 people have died, many of them charred alive in that horrific accident. Pictures on your screens at this point in time. All news coming in. This has got to do with the controversy that has been brewing online since yesterday. In fact, Mahua Moitra, TMC MP, backed Canada vlogger's criticism of Diwali. BJP has hit out at the TMC MP for backing anti-Diwali post. The vlogger calls Indians brain dead. Mahua has backed. Vlogger calls Diwali garbage. BJP is now torn into Mahua Moitra. BJP says Mahua is anti-Indian, anti-Hindu sentiment is on full display there. Mahua eventually did apologize for backing the vlogger's post. The MP defended, saying that I reposted a wrong vlog by mistake. Is clarifying, my Twitter feed was showing a lot of videos and I meant to say I agree to a video just below the racist one by some Nate. My mistake traveling and didn't check until now. So she says it was a mistake, Anupam. On her part, she didn't intend to do it, but of course the BJP has now found an opportunity in criticizing the TMC. At the end of the day, she is a member of parliament from the Trinamool Congress.
Well, yes, according to BJP is alleging a lot of things against Mahua Moitra after this comment on her post. Mahua Moitra has ultimately clarified that it was done by mistake and she has rectified her mistake. So I don't think this issue will be snowballing into a major issue, as Mahua Moitra has already clarified that whatever she wrote, it was a mistake on that video. And BJP, although had alleged Mahua Moitra anti-Hindu, anti-Diwali post. So this is quite a controversy which has erupted today morning on the issue of this post on Twitter.
Well, absolutely, Anupam. You know, the defense is that this was by mistake and that she had not realized because she was traveling. You know, talk to us about the kind of discomfort this would have caused, to the Trinamool Congress as well, given that this has given, like I said, an opportunity to the BJP to go after the TMC, saying that they're anti-Sanatan, they're anti-Hindu. Anupam.
You know that assembly elections are approaching in West Bengal, and both TMC and BJP are not showing any chance of accusing each other. And this time BJP has got an ammunition as they see it, this tweet as anti-Hindu and anti-Diwali post, and that is why they are targeting Mahua Moitro. And Mahua Moitro, after that, when she faced a lot of backlash on her post, she clarified that she has done that by mistake, and she has accepted her mistake.
I'm going to leave it there for the moment, Anupam Mishra, getting in those details as far as Mahua Moitra is concerned. She's apologized, saying that this was not something that I wanted to promote. It isn't my thought, and that this was an error, and that she only realized it after it went viral. The Enforcement Directorate has issued summons to Tamil actors T. Srikanth and Krishna Kumar in a money laundering probe revolving around a drug bust. Both have been summoned next week. Summons have been issued for Monday and Tuesday. ED case stems from an FIR filed by the Chennai police in June during the searches carried out by the narcotics unit. 11 grams of cocaine, 10-gram meth, 2 grams of ganja were seized. I'm going to go straight across to Munish for more details. This is in fact, involving big names as far as the Tamil industry here is concerned, the film industry here is concerned. Talk to us about what this case is and which are the other actors also involved in this. It's a money laundering probe, I understand. Munish?
Absolutely. The Enforcement Directorate has launched a money laundering case in this drug case, and what we have been given to understand at this point of time is that the Enforcement Directorate officials have issued summons to at least 2 Tamil actors, which are T. Srikanth and Krishna Kumar. Both have been asked to appear before the agency in the next week. T. Srikanth has been asked to appear on Monday, whereas Krishna Kumar has been asked to appear on Tuesday. Now, ED probe started after the Chennai police launched a case in this June, and according to the local police, when the searches were carried out, there were 11 grams of cocaine, 10 grams of meth, and 2 grams of other drugs were seized. When the ED started probing this case, the ED got to know that there are several Tamil actors who are also involved in this, after which Srikanth was also arrested. Now he is on bail, which was given by the Madras High Court. But now ED wants to question both Srikanth and Krishna Kumar in this case. So according to ED, the 2 celebrities are believed to be involved in this drug case, and that is why they have been called in for questioning. According to sources, there are many more individuals who are part of this investigation, and they will be called for questioning very soon.
That's right. These are details that Munish is sharing with us as far as the recoveries is concerned. Tamil actors, in fact, within the net of the Enforcement Directorate here. Also, Munish, talked to us about the manner in which this entire act was carried out as far as the money laundering here is concerned. And also more details of this case. I understand that during the course of the investigations, ED has already taken permission of the court and questioned the drug traffickers also who've been arrested in this case and are still behind bars.
Well, Sneha, in this case, the ED got the documents and the details from the local police. But after getting the documents, initially it was only a case related to drug trafficking. But when ED got to know about this case, they started a money laundering investigation, and what they have got to know is that there are several key individuals, including these Tamil actors and celebrities, who are in this business to launder their money, to launder their black money. And this is why, ED has now summoned both these actors in connection with this case. Also, we have been given to understand is that there are key individuals who are believed to be part of the entire drug racket, and they will be called in by the ED for questioning very soon. As far as the senior officials in ED are concerned, they are saying is that it is a case which involves crores and crores of money laundering, and that is why it is not only related to drug but also about the money laundering. And apart from both these actors, there are at least 5 to 6 individuals who will be called in for questioning very soon. Yeah.
Going to leave it at that for the moment. Munish, getting in those details, ED summoning Tamil Nadu actors who've been caught in a drug net is what Munish is telling us about. And straight to this news from Bihar. Well, the big question as the Mahagathbandhan started to iron out the differences. Both Congress and the VIP have pulled out from key 3 seats where the Mahagathbandhan allies were going head-to-head in the polls, raising concerns over a friendly fight. Congress party withdrew candidates from the Varsaliganj and Pranpur seats, while the Vikashsheel Insan party, the VIP, has pulled out of the Babu Barhi constituency there. The Mahagathbandhan is set to release their manifesto on the 28th of October. Mahagathbandhan seems to have reached a consensus on the joint manifesto. RJD and Congress promised to be included. RJD's Har Ghar Naukri and Jivika Didi schemes to be in the manifesto. Tejaswi's Ma and Beti schemes have been prioritized as well.
ये महागठबंधन अनाउंस किया है कि तेजस्वी मुख्यमंत्री बनेंगे और जो साहनी साहब हैं वो उप मुख्यमंत्री बनेंगे। आप यही हमारा दर्शाता ना, देखिए इनका हिपोक्रेसी जो है ये इस तरह से सामने आ जाती है। यही महागठबंधन और यही महाविकास आघाड़ी का स्लोगन क्या था, जिसकी जितनी संख्या भारी उसकी उतनी हिस्सेदारी। अब क्या हो गया हिस्सेदारी का, 2% वाला साहनी जो है वो बन सकता उप मुख्यमंत्री। 19% वाला जो मुसलमान है उसका आता पता ठिकाना भी नहीं है। देखिए क्या ये इंसाफ है, क्या ये हिस्सेदारी है, क्या ये बराबरी है? हाँ, तो हम तो यही बात कर रहे हैं ना हिस्सेदारी की, यानी मुसलमान सिर्फ आपके लिए दरी बिछाएगा, मुसलमान को आप सिर्फ उसके वोट के लिए इस्तेमाल करेंगे, और इलेक्शन खत्म, अपना काम बनता, बाहर में जाए मुसलमान जनता। यही आपका उसूल बन गया है।
इनको सिर्फ वोट बैंक बना के रखना है, ऐसे समुदाय को। मुसलमानों की बात करेंगे, पर जब रिप्रेजेंटेशन की बात आएगी तो रिप्रेजेंटेशन देंगे नहीं। उनको डरा के धमका के अपने साथ वोट बैंक रखना चाहेंगे। सैनी साहब को ही देख लीजिए, अपना समझौता हो गया, खुद डिप्टी सीएम बनने की घोषणा हो गई तो भूल गए। सीटें मिले नहीं मिले, अपने समाज के बाकी लोगों को लड़ा पाए नहीं लड़ा पाए, ये सिर्फ अपनी व्यक्तिगत महत्वाकांक्षाओं की लड़ाई महागठबंधन के घटक दल लड़ रहे हैं।
The decision to make the announcement was made a couple of weeks ago. The date was fixed before Diwali, and 23rd is here, and so is the announcement.
What was the role of Rahul Gandhi? We are told that he apparently played an important role in ironing out the differences which was happening here.
There were a couple of times when the alliance hit a serious bump, and I think his intervention kept us on track. And we are more or less going as per our plan, and I think we are the only ones in Bihar who have an agenda, a vision, a face, and I think the Bihar people will like our vision for Bihar, our agenda for Bihar. So if you listen to the announcement carefully, what it said is that the Chief Minister would be Tejaswi Yadav, Mukesh Sahni would be one of the Deputy Chief Ministers. We will have Deputy Chief Ministers from the Congress, there is no doubt about that. It's just that we will wait until after the elections before we decide who it is going to be, and we will announce the names of the individuals after the elections.
Prime Minister Modi is all set to kick off his campaign in the battle for Bihar. The Prime Minister is going to be launching his poll pitch with twin rallies in Samastipur and Begusarai. Yesterday, he launched a scathing attack on the opposition, calling the alliance Lat Bandhan. With battle lines clearly drawn, all eyes are on BJP's star campaigner, the Prime Minister, who was kick-starting the election campaign. From Samastipur, the birthplace of Bharat Ratna Karpuri Thakur, who was the Bihar Chief Minister in the 70s. A second rally is planned later in the day in Begusarai. At 10:30 a.m., the Prime Minister will land in Samastipur, where he'll first visit a model hut showcasing the life and struggles of Jan Nayak Karpuri Thakur, developed by the local administration. He'll then pay floral tributes at the leader's statue before leading a road show, and then at 11:30, he is expected to address a massive public rally. Yesterday, while addressing the Mera Booth Sabse Mazboot Yuva Samvad event through audio conferencing, he said Bihar won't forget Jungle Raj for 100 years and accused the Mahagathbandhan of putting self-interest above Bihar's progress.
दीपम जी, अच्छा ये बताइए कि जब कभी अपने माता पिता जैसे बात करते होंगे या जहां बूथ में बुजुर्ग परिवारों को मिलने जाते होंगे, और जंगल राज की तो चर्चा स्वाभाविक है। आज आने वाले 100 साल तक जंगल राज की चर्चा चलने वाली है।
बिल्कुल सर, बिल्कुल।
ये कितना ही भुलाने की कोशिश करे अपने पापों को, लेकिन बिहार के लोग कभी भी ये भूलने वाले नहीं है। जो लोग अपने आप को गठबंधन कहते हैं, बिहार की जनता जिनको लठबंधन कहती है, वो सिर्फ लड़ चलाना जानते हैं, झगड़ा करना जानते हैं और झगड़ते रहते हैं। देखा आपने, लठबंधन वालों के लिए अपना स्वार्थ ही सबसे बड़ा है। इन्हें बिहार के युवाओं की चिंता नहीं है। आप देखिए, दशकों तक देश और बिहार के नौजवान नक्सलवाद, माओवादी आतंक से पीड़ित रहे, इसलिए इनके राज में विकास पूरी तरह चौपट हो गया। और विकास चौपट हो गया है तो एक, मैं मानता हूं, बिहार की 2 पीढ़ी का भविष्य बर्बाद किया इन्होंने।
In battleground Bihar, our political parties are aiming at wooing the women voters in the state. Nitish government has already released 10,000 benefits for Jivika CM Community Mobilizer Scheme. On the other hand, RJD has vowed that government jobs and 30,000 monthly salary for women associated with self-help groups will be ensured. Here's more.
From bicycles to young girls to Jivika Didis to 50% reservation for women in Panchayat. Nitish Kumar has nurtured the women of Bihar as his constituency ever since he came to power 20 years ago. And this group, the women of Bihar, have also rewarded him election after election. And this time around, it is the direct benefit transfer, which is being used by the NDA to woo in this crucial women constituency.
नीतीश कुमार ने 10,000 अनाउंस किया महिलाओं के लिए। तेजस्वी यादव बोलते हैं कि जीविका दीदी का परमानेंट कर देंगे, 30,000 रुपया पर महीना देंगे। तो आप लोगों के लिए तो दोनों हाथ में लड्डू है।
तो दोनों हाथ में लड्डू है, ये है जीविका दीदी के, जो जीविका के मिल गया, जो दीदी नहीं मिला है माने तो उसको देंगे। सब एक लोग ना है, उनको सरकार को एक लोग चलेंगे, एक महिला चलेंगे, सभी आदमी, तब ना उनको ठीक होगा।
तो इस समूह में कितनी महिला को 10,000 रुपया मिल गया है? किसको किसको मिल गया है? सबको मिल गया है, सबको आ गया 10,000 रुपया अकाउंट में। जी
दीदी जी,
अच्छा ठीक है, इतनी महिलाओं को आ गया है। अच्छा,
13 दीदी में 11 दीदी के मिल गया, 2 दीदी के नहीं मिला। तो 2 दीदी के तो मन में तकलीफ हो गया है। आज 10 साल से हम जीविका चलाते हैं, हमसे अगला आते हैं, हमको कुछ मिलवे न करा है।
मुझे बताइए, एक तरफ तेजस्वी ने अनाउंसमेंट किया है, नीतीश कुमार की सरकार ने 10,000 रुपया भी बांटने की कोशिश की है। क्या महिलाओं के हाथ में दोनों तरफ से लड्डू है? अगर इधर नहीं तो उधर?
एक तरफ से है लड्डू।
कैसे?
एक तरफ।
कैसे?
कैसे? एक के
मोदी जी के तरफ से, नीतीश जी के तरफ से। हाँ, एक तरफ वोट गिरेगा। तब रह गए कि हमको 10,000 रुपया मिला है, तो हम लोग 7 गो बकरी किने हैं, तब हम हरा सब्जी के बिजनेस किए हैं, किसान हैं।
10,000 रुपया से आपने 7 बकरी खरीदी?
हाँ। हमारे तो 10,000 में नहीं होगा, लेकिन हम लोग सब मोटका खेती करते हैं, तो आधा खेती किए, आधा बचा हुआ है। मोदी जी ने 10,000 रुपया दिया है। तो
जिसको जिसको मिला है वो क्या सोच रही है महिला?
क्या बात है, सोचते हैं कि मैं खेती करेंगी तो खेती तो अभी डूबा हुआ है बाढ़ से, तो हम लोग से खेती कैसे करेंगे? ये कार्तिक के महीना में ये बाढ़ आ गया है तो हम लोग से खेती कैसे करेंगे? 10,000 से हम लोग से जीवन चल जाएगा? जब समूह में हम 10 जुटे हैं दीदी सब, तो 10,000 यदि मोदी जी दे रहे हैं और नीतीश जी दे रहे हैं तो 10,000 से जीवन नहीं चलेगा।
तो अगर 10,000 से नहीं चलेगा तो फिर जो तेजस्वी बोल रहे हैं कि जीविका को परमानेंट कर देंगे और 30,000 रुपया पर महीना देंगे तो वो उससे जिंदगी चलेगी?
नहीं चलेगी, नहीं चलेगी, किसी से नहीं चलेगी।
हाँ, तो महिला फिर क्या करे?
महिला क्या करेगा? महिला के रोड दीजिए, रोड बनवाइए और मेडिकल बनवाइए, इंदिरा आवास दीजिए, तभी जनता लोग सब रहेगा।
और जो तेजस्वी ने बोला उसके बारे में क्या बोलेंगी?
नहीं देंगे,
नहीं देंगे,
नहीं देंगे।
क्यों
नहीं देंगे? उसको राज में
हमको जुटला 10 साल पूरा हो गए तो 10 रुपया मिल गए तो ऐसे जीवन थोड़ी चलेगा। हम तो वही रुपया के नहीं खाया है। दुकान कर लीजिए, बिजनेस करे, चलिए चौक पर देख लीजिए।
तो क्या ये जो नीतीश कुमार की सरकार ने 20 साल में महिलाओं के लिए कुछ किया है या बस ज्यादा बोला है? महिला क्या सोचती है कि नीतीश कुमार ने कुछ किया है?
बहुत किया है नीतीश कुमार, उसको लिए तो इतना रोड बनवाए, दाम बूढ़ा सा के वृद्धा पेंशन मिलाते हैं, दाम गली गली में रोड बना देते हैं, तो कैसे ना किया? मोदी सरकार बहुत किया। दीजिए रोड दीजिएगा तो दाम जय जय करके जिताएंगे, दाम जय जय के जिताएंगे नीतीश कुमार का, दाम झंडा फहराएगा। हमको रोड पहले बनाइए, रोड तब वोट मिलेगा।
शराबबंदी से कुछ फायदा नहीं हुआ है
ना? शराबबंदी से फायदा ना है। अति है से खुले के चाहिए, ये बनावे वाला है से बंद होए के चाहिए।
हर चीज बंद होना चाहिए। दारू सिगरेट गांजा भांग है ना, ये सारा बंद होना चाहिए। गांजा और भांग से नहीं आदमी मरता है, हर चीज से आदमी मरता है, तो हर चीज बंद होना चाहिए।
तो इस बार महिलाओं के लिए नीतीश कुमार ने भी अनाउंस किया है, महिलाओं के लिए तेजस्वी ने भी बोला है कि ये वो भी करेंगे। तो महिलाएं किसके साथ जाएंगी?
महिलाएं नीतीश कुमार
को वोट देंगे। नीतीश कुमार पैसा दिया है, नीतीश कुमार को वोट देंगे हम सब।
क्या बोल रहे हैं? लालू के राज में
लालटेन बढ़ बतिहर बढ़, मोदी के राज में बिजली फ्री, नल फ्री, राशन फ्री, 10,000 मिल रही है, हम लोग उसको वोट देंगे।
हम लोग के वृद्धा मिलता है तो हम काहे न देंगे? मोदी का हमको मिल रहा है वृद्धा पेंशन, तो हम लोग काहे न वोट देंगे? हम तो लाल झंडा उड़ाएंगे सब महिला मिलके।
सब एक तरफ।
हाँ, एक तरफ मोदी के वोट देंगे,
मोदी के देंगे।
लेकिन रास्ता हमको सके होना चाहिए। हाँ, रोड पहले रोड दीजिए तब वोट देंगे, नहीं तो रोड नहीं दीजिएगा तो वोट नहीं देंगे।
All right, we'll continue to get you more on that story, but for the moment it's time for a break. On the other side, an update into the Kurnool bus accident tragedy where 19 people have now died. More on that in just a bit.
Motorola Edge 60 Pro, the true flagship killer.
अरे बेटा, ड्यूलक्स है और उसकी वारंटी तो और भी शानदार। पेंट से भी शानदार वारंटी, से शानदार पेंट से शानदार वारंटी, से शानदार पेंट वारंटी।
ड्यूलक्स, डिसाइड करना मुश्किल हो जाएगा कि पेंट ज्यादा शानदार है या उसकी वारंटी।
Bliss. It teases, it soothes, and sometimes speaks without words. Experience bliss in all its forms with Hindwear. Hindwear, designed for bliss.
Motorola Edge 60 Pro, the true flagship killer.
Hi, here are the top headlines presented by Motorola. Tejasvi named CM Face of Grand Alliance, Sahni to be Deputy CM, PM Modi not to travel Malaysia for ASEAN Summit, Jaishankar to represent India, Australia beats India by 2 wickets in Adelaide, leads series 2-0.
Finance Minister Nirmala Sitharaman, welcome Ian Bremmer, Professor John Mearsheimer, Mr. Piyush Goyal, Vikrant Messi is our guest, Tejasvi Yadav, Mr. DK Shivkumar. Mr. Salve, really appreciate your time.
Biggest newsmakers with Maria Shakil, only on India Today.
News just coming in, the death toll mounting in the Andhra Pradesh bus tragedy, where the horrific bus tragedy in Kurnool took place. 19 passengers have been confirmed dead now. This Bengaluru-bound bus caught fire in the wee hours of the morning today. Hyderabad-Bengaluru bus caught fire on the highway. Images on your screens at this point in time. The death toll has now mounted to 19. The bodies are still getting retrieved and recovered from the very spot where the accident took place in Kurnool in Andhra Pradesh. 19 passengers have been confirmed dead. There are several others who were rescued. They are battling, in fact, serious injuries right now. They're dealing with these injuries right now. As far as the death toll here in this accident is concerned, the death toll has now mounted to 19, is what we know. The bus, we understand, caught fire after it hit a bike. The fuel of the bus leaked and that's how it caught fire, is the preliminary information that we have with us. Pictures are from Kurnool and the death toll has now increased to 19. That's what the eyewitnesses essentially have said. And a bike came in the front and that's how the bus hit the bike and caught fire. This was a luxury bus, we understand. The death toll has now increased to 19 is what we know. Those horrific pictures. At the very moment the accident took place in the wee hours of the morning around 3 o'clock. There were 44 people were traveling on the bus. This bus was being run by a company called Kaveri Travels. It caught fire on the national highway outside Kurnool city in Andhra Pradesh. 19 people have been charged to death after the bus in which they were traveling caught fire while on the way from Hyderabad. Listening to the eyewitness there.
ఆల్రెడీ అటాక్ అయిపోయినది ఎలా అటాక్ అయిందనేది తెలియదు. తర్వాత ఇక్కడ చూస్తుంటే మరి యాక్సిడెంట్ ఒక వెహికల్ 2-వీలర్ వెహికల్కి అది బ్రేక్ చేసి ఆ వెహికల్ అనేది ఫ్రంట్లో కింద డౌన్ సైడ్లో స్ట్రక్ అయ్యి మేబీ ఆ ఫోర్స్కి అనేది ఆ ఫైర్ అనేది వచ్చేసినట్టున్నది. సో దానివల్ల మరి డీజిల్ ట్యాంక్ అనేది బ్లాస్ట్ అయ్యి అదంతా డీజిల్ పెట్రోల్ ముందు స్ప్రెడ్ అయిపోయింది. అంతా రైల్లో కూడా ఫైర్ అనేది నాన్ స్టాప్గా అటాక్ అయిపోయింది.
టోటల్ ప్యాసింజర్స్ ఎంతమంది సార్?
అరౌండ్ మనకు ఎగ్జాక్ట్లీ తెలీదు. ఒక 40 నుంచి 45 వరకు ఉండొచ్చండి ప్యాసింజర్స్. ఎగ్జాక్ట్లీ 42 అయితే ఉంటారండి.
I'm going straight across to Abdul, getting in more details. Abdul, we had discussed this earlier about the fact that the fear is the death toll is going to mount even further, given that several people were missing. It's 19 now. Talk to us about the rescue work and also give us a sense of how the injured are doing.
Well, what we are learning is that the district SP has confirmed that 19 people have lost lives in this tragic accident. and 12 people who were injured with burn injuries, among which one was critically injured, is undergoing treatment at the Kurnool Government Hospital. Now, these 19 people were inside the bus when the unfortunate incident has taken place, where fire had engulfed the whole bus, and people who were stuck inside at the time around 3 a.m. when this particular incident took place at the Kollur Mandal in Kurnool district of Andhra Pradesh.
Abdul, getting in those details, I'm going to leave it that for the moment. The update right now is that 19 people have died in this tragedy. More news coming in. Big ISIS module busted in Delhi city, where 2 ISIS operatives nabbed from Delhi city. Multiple intel agencies grill ISIS operatives. An ISIS-inspired module has been busted in the city, where 2 operatives have been nabbed, were in the advanced stage of carrying out an IED blast. Operations are underway. Multiple intelligence agencies are interrogating the suspects to nab other members of the module, is what we are learning at this point in time. Arvind Oja is getting in more details. Arvind, क्या details अब शेयर कर सकते हैं? ये किस तरह का मॉड्यूल था ये जो दिल्ली शहर में बस्ट हुआ है? 2 आईएसएस ऑपरेटिव्स की अरेस्ट भी हो चुकी है।
जी बिल्कुल, देखिए जो दिल्ली पुलिस का ये ऑपरेशन है, जिसमें साउथ दिल्ली के सादिक नगर से एक टेररिस्ट को अरेस्ट किया गया है, जबकि दूसरे को मध्य प्रदेश से अरेस्ट किया गया है, और दोनों को लेकर दिल्ली पुलिस स्पेशल सेल की टीम दिल्ली आ चुकी है। ये एडवांस स्टेज में थे आईडी ब्लास्ट के, और फिदाइन अटैक की भी ट्रेनिंग ले रहे थे। इनके पास से काफी संदिग्ध सामान बरामद हुआ है, कुछ वेपन्स भी बरामद हुए हैं। फिलहाल आईबी की टीम, दिल्ली पुलिस स्पेशल सेल की टीम, दोनों जो अक्यूज्ड हैं, अदनान नाम है दोनों के, उनसे पूछताछ कर रही है। ये एक बड़ा मॉड्यूल हो सकता है जो कई स्टेट तक फैला हो सकता है। तो फिलहाल दोनों जो अक्यूज्ड हैं उनसे पूछताछ की जा रही है, ताकि इस मॉड्यूल के और लोगों का भी पता लगाया जा सके। जी
हमारे जुड़ने के लिए अरविंद ओझा getting in those details at this point in time of a busting of an ISIS module in the national capital. And Pakistan clearly learnt no lessons after Operation Sindoor. It's back to terror training and recruitment. Lashkar-e-Toiba terrorists are now training women jihadis in Sialkot, targeting India. Videos reveal terror commander Abdur Rauf indoctrinating women, calling India and Prime Minister Narendra Modi their enemies. Following India's decisive Operation Sindoor to dismantle the Mudike terror camp, Lashkar is desperately trying to regroup by recruiting women for their cause.
A chilling new face of terror has emerged in Pakistan. Terror groups like Lashkar-e-Toiba are now recruiting and training women, turning them into jihadis. Exclusive footage show how they are being taught a syllabus portraying India and Prime Minister Narendra Modi as their biggest enemies.
इस वक्त आपकी जमात का जो सबसे बड़ा दुश्मन है वो मोदी है, वो इंडिया है। तो मरकज तैयबा मरीज के पे होने वाला ये अटैक इस बात की दलील है कि पाकिस्तान मरकज़ी मुस्लिम लीग के प्लेटफॉर्म से भी हम इंशाअल्लाह ताला जिहाद का काम ही करेंगे और कर रहे हैं अल्हम्दुलिल्लाह।
This US designated global terrorist Hafiz Abdur Rauf leads live online sessions from Lashkar's training centers in Sialkot, brainwashing women to take up jihad. Rauf, known for leading funeral prayers for terrorists in the presence of Pakistan Army officers, is at the heart of this new terror agenda. These videos expose Lashkar's growing network of civil and political fronts disguised as social and empowerment groups, used to recruit, train and radicalize women and youth. Disturbingly, intelligence sources say Pakistan Army and police officers are involved in these so-called empowerment programs, providing both tactical and ideological training. After India's Operation Sindoor, terror groups in Pakistan are innovating, turning women and youth into new faces of jihad, a grim new chapter in terrorism. With exclusive inputs from Arvind Oja, Bureau Report, India Today.
And more news coming in. Indian-American scholar Ashley Tellis is granted pre-trial release in an espionage case. Indian-American scholar Ashley Tellis, in fact, was involved in a case highlighting tensions in US, counterintelligence, and raised questions about government document handling. Now has got bail is what we know at this point in time. The Indian-American scholar was facing these charges of espionage and now has been granted pre-trial release in this espionage case. Indian-American scholar Ashley Tellis has now been granted pre-trial release in this matter in connection with the case that was slapped against him by the US government, by the US administration. Major boost to defence sector, with the centre clearing several major proposals worth around 79,000 crore to strengthen the capabilities of the Indian Armed Forces. A Defence Acquisition Council chaired by Raksha Mantri Rajnath Singh gave the nod with a clear emphasis on indigenous systems and faster operational capabilities. Key approvals for the Army include the NAG missile system Mark II, a tank killer designed to hit enemy armor and bunkers, along with ground-based mobile ELINT systems and high-mobility logistics vehicles. For the Navy, the package includes landing platform docks to boost amphibious and humanitarian operations, 30 mm naval guns for low intensity and anti-piracy roles, and an advanced lightweight torpedo to hunt conventional and nuclear submarines. And the Air Force secured approval for a collaborative long-range target saturation and destruction system as well. This is autonomous long-range strike capability. We're telling you about how India, Make in India within the defence sector has got a shot in the arm, with the central government now clearing several major proposals worth around close to 80,000 crore. This, of course, to strengthen the capabilities of the Indian Armed Forces. The Defence Acquisition Council, chaired by the Raksha Mantri, has given the nod. The clear emphasis right here is on indigenous systems and faster operational capability. With that, it's time for a quick commercial break. On the other side, mega Prime Minister rallies in Bihar, Samistapur and Begusarai today. The Prime Minister is also going to be visiting Karpuri Gram today.
Bliss. It teases, it soothes, and sometimes speaks without words. Experience bliss in all its forms with Hindware. Hindware, designed for bliss.
story.
आए जाने मन, हम तुम एक कमरे में बंद हो और चाबी खो जाए, जरा हमारे साथ 2 मिनट हो जाए।
We are now 500 million strong. Thank you for making Jio.
You are watching India Today.
Good morning. You're watching India Today Television. I'm Sneha Mordani. Let's get you started with the headlines, the top stories in this edition of Friday Morning First. Prime Minister Modi enters Bihar battle first PM rally. After the announcement of elections, mega rallies in Samastipur, Begusarai, the Prime Minister to also go to Karpuri Gram today. He interacts with Bihar BJP workers, takes Ladbandhan Jai by the Mahagadbandhan. Mahagadbandhan starts to iron out friendly fight seats. Congress pulls out of 2. VIP withdraws from 1. Joint Mahagadbandhan on manifesto on the 28th of October. At least 20 dead in horrific bus tragedy in Andhra Pradesh's Kurnool. Bengaluru bound bus from Hyderabad catches fire after collision with a bike. A dozen people have been hospitalized with burn injuries as well. BJP slams TMC MP for backing anti-Diwali post of Canadian vlogger. Canada vlogger calls Indians brain dead. Mahua Moitra says, I agree. BJP says Mahua has anti-India and anti-Hindu sentiments. A top story first. As the polling date approaches, Mahagadbandhan seems to be ironing out the differences within the alliance. Both Congress and the VIP have pulled out from 3 key seats where the Mahagadbandhan allies were going head-to-head in the polls, raising concerns about the fact that that all is not well within the Mahagadbandhan and that this would be some sort of a friendly fight here. Congress party withdrew candidates though from 2 seats, Varsaliganj and Pranpur. Vikashsheel Insan Party, that's the VIP party, pulled out of the Babu Barhi constituency. Well, the Mahagathbandhan is set to release their manifesto on the 28th of October, reaching consensus in a joint manifesto. RJD Congress promises to be included. RJD's Har Ghar Naukri and Jivika Didi schemes to be in the manifesto. Tejaswi's Ma and Beti schemes have been prioritized.
तेजस्वी अगर सीएम बनेगा तो बिहार के लोग भी सीएम बनेंगे, यानी चिंता मुक्त बनाएंगे हम। और यही नहीं बल्कि अपराध भ्रष्टाचार मुक्त बिहार बनाएंगे। पढ़ाई, दवाई, कमाई, सिंचाई, सुनवाई और कार्रवाई वाली सरकार हम लोगों को बनाना है। जहां जैसे हमने पहले कहा, बिहार में जिस परिवार के पास सरकारी नौकरी नहीं, उस परिवार को सरकारी नौकरी। महिलाओं को मान बहन मान योजना के तहत 30,000 रुपया प्रति माह, 30,000 रुपया प्रति साल हम लोग देंगे, यानी 2,500 रुपया प्रति माह हम लोग देंगे।
हम चुनाव प्रचार में नहीं जाएंगे और जाना भी नहीं चाहिए। औचित्य क्या बनता है, जब हम चुनाव लड़ ही नहीं रहे हैं, हमें उस काबिल नहीं समझा गया, तो हम चुनाव प्रचार के काबिल कैसे हो जाएंगे। और निश्चित रूप से मैं फिर बताता हूं, इंडिया गठबंधन से बिहार में हम अलग हो गए, अलग कर दिया गया। निश्चित रूप से इसका नुकसान इंडिया गठबंधन को होगा। इंडिया गठबंधन ज्यादा मजबूत रहती जब हम भी चुनाव मैदान में होते।
कांग्रेस के ऊपर इन लोगों ने कितना ब्लैकमेल किया इनको सीएम का चेहरा बनाने के लिए, वही मुकेश जी के द्वारा भी किया गया। उन्होंने तो सारे समझौते कर लिए सिर्फ एक डिप्टी सीएम का पद पाने के लिए। अगर आप इतना झगड़ा करके छीन छान के अगर आप बने, इसका मतलब स्वाभाविक स्वीकार्यता गठबंधन के भीतर आपके चेहरे को लेकर नहीं है।
मुख्यमंत्री पद का तो कोई वैकेंसी है नहीं और 25 से 30 नीतीश जी ही मुख्यमंत्री रहेंगे। और आप जानते हैं कि जिनको बनाया है वो रेलवे घोटाला में 4 सीटेड है। डेली जाकर के कोर्ट में दिल्ली में अपीयर होना। जो लोग उनको घोषणा किया है कांग्रेस वाले, वो भी भ्रष्टाचार में डूबा हुआ परिवार है। तो एक परिवारवादी पार्टी कांग्रेस दूसरे परिवारवादी पार्टी को मुख्यमंत्री का प्रत्याशी घोषित कर दिया। अब बिहार की जनता सब बात समझती है, ये आपस में ही ये लोग गेम खेल रहे हैं। और इसके अलावा उनका ट्रैक रिकॉर्ड परिवार का सब जानता है कि कैसा बिहार में उनका काम रहा है और नीतीश कुमार जी ने क्या काम किया है।
कहीं ना कहीं तेजस्वी यादव जी ने ये बात शायद इसलिए की, जो पिछले दिनों जो चारों तरफ माहौल गर्म, कहीं जंगल राज, कहीं चारा चोर, तो लोगों को ये दिखाने की कोशिश करी है कि आप ही डायरेक्ट चलाओगे। पर क्या अगर 6 करोड़ के करीब वहाँ वोटर हैं तो क्या 6 करोड़ मुख्यमंत्री हो सकते हैं? कैसी बात है ये। पर एक बात तो पक्की है कि एनडीए से लड़ाई तो दूर दूर तक इनकी है ही नहीं। पर आपस में जो लड़ाई है सो कॉल्ड इंडिया गठबंधन में कांग्रेस की और आरजेडी की, उसमें तेजस्वी जीते, कांग्रेस को बिल्कुल घुटने के बल टिकाया और हाथ उठवाए और उनको उप मुख्यमंत्री का कैंडिडेट भी डिक्लेयर नहीं करने दिया।
Going straight across to Mosmi Singh, getting in more details on that big story that we are tracking. Mosmi, it does appear that the differences here seem to be getting ironed out within the Mahagathbandhan. Talk to us about how they've also, in fact, reached a consensus on the manifesto.
Clearly, Sneha, it's come a bit too late, but leaders are taking a sigh of relief that at least there was a united show that was put up yesterday. And perhaps with the direct benefit transfer schemes or the social welfare schemes, the Congress and the other allies of the Mahagathbandhan seem to be on the same page as the RJD. And soon we would see a joint manifesto release that will happen. But clearly, there has been a lot of tussle over seats. There's friendly fight in some, and that has caused a lot of stuff within the party cadre, not only in the Congress but also the RJD. Somewhere, the leaders, there's a larger sense that the leaders feel, the Bihar unit feels that this could be averted, unnecessary ego clashes. But The road forward is what the leaders are looking at, and perhaps the top leadership of the Congress will also be stepping in for campaigns and putting up a united front.
Well, absolutely is what it looks like at this point in time. Talk to us also about the projection of Tejasvi Yadav there. How is the Mahagathbandhan receiving it, given that there had been fair amount of chatter on the poster indicating that he really is the face of the alliance there, isn't it, Mosmi?
I think, Sneha, that the Congress party really bargained on this one, or bargained for seats for an exchange of the formal announcement that was actually pushed to the last date. And there was a lot of speculation. Every presser, the Congress was asked the same question. But the RJD and the other allies had said it out loud that Tejasvi needs to be declared. And the Congress feels that there would be counter polarization of other castes once Tejasvi Yadav is announced, while he has a chunk of the Yadav Muslim votes, the EBCs, the backward classes, and the other OBCs, non-Yadav OBCs, could polarize towards the NDA. That's the fear that the Congress has. But finally, the name has been announced. Now, we perhaps could see more leaders in posters in times to come as far as, rallies and campaigns are concerned.
I'm going to, in fact, ask you to be with us, Mosmi Singh, getting in those details, more stories developing as far as Bihar here is concerned. This has got to do with the Mahagathbandhan Deputy CM faces hit out at the NDA of a Muslim Deputy CM. Sani says, how many Muslim names have the BJP announced? So what has NDA done with Shahnawaz Hussain? Mukesh Sahani targeting the BJP regarding questions about the Muslim Deputy CM. He said, why is the BJP feeling uneasy? They have leaders like Shahnawaz Hussain. Why don't they talk about him? The BJP should abandon hate politics. Migration is a major problem in Bihar. We will work on all of this, is what he said. Listen in.
ये आज उनको डर सताने लगा है। ये बताए बीजेपी कि क्या अति पिछड़ा का बेटा, मल्ला का बेटा को डिप्टी सीएम बनाना, क्या इनके पेट में इतना दर्द है? और वो अल्पसंख्यक भाई के लिए फिक्र हम करेंगे। आप फिक्र मत कीजिए। आपके पास भी शाहनवाज हुसैन है, उनके बारे में फिक्र करिए। देश में हमारे जो इतने भी अल्पसंख्यक भाई है, उनके बारे में सोचिए, उसके बारे में फिक्र कीजिए। नफरत की राजनीति नहीं कीजिए। अभी सबसे पहला मेरा सवाल है भाजपा वाले से कि क्या आपको तकलीफ हो रहा है? एक मल्ला का बेटा, एक केवट का बेटा अगर राज्य में अगर सरकार बनाता है, डिप्टी चीफ मिनिस्टर बनता है, तो आपको इतना दर्द क्यों हो रहा भाई? आपको इतना परेशानी क्यों होता है?
An MP from the Bharatiya Janata Party, who was in fact from Bihar, Shahnawaz Hussain, is now being raised by Mukesh Sahani as the face of the Mahagathbandhan as far as the Deputy Chief Minister is concerned. He says how many Muslim names have been announced by the BJP. We all know what the NDA has done with Shahnawaz Hussain, is what Mukesh Sahani is now saying. BJP must abandon the politics of hate. We had a word there from Mukesh Sahani, who has taken on the NDA on this matter. They have leaders like Shahnawaz Hussain. Why don't they talk about him, says Mukesh Sahani. What has the NDA done with Shahnawaz Hussain? He's targeting the BJP regarding questions about the Muslim Deputy CM. Why is the BJP feeling uneasy? I'm going to go straight across to Rohit, getting in more details on that here. The Mahagathbandhan is now taking on the NDA, saying that you yourself have not, in fact, given any importance to Muslim leaders from the Bharatiya Janata Party, at least within Bihar. And he cited the example here of Shahnawaz Hussain.
Well, yes, there is a massive controversy that has erupted since yesterday when Tejasvi Yadav was declared as the CM face of the Mahagathbandhan. And interestingly, as his deputy CM, Mukesh Sahni's name was also declared that if Mahagathbandhan wins, Mukesh Sahni will become the deputy chief minister. After this declaration, the BJP has gone all out, hitting out at Tejasvi Yadav and his vote bank, claiming that if Tejasvi Yadav, who is an OBC, becomes the CM face, and Mukesh Sahni, who is an EBC, he becomes the deputy CM face, then what happens to the Muslim voters of Bihar? Because Muslims are believed to be the core vote bank of the RJD for the last 30-40 years. but there has been no representation this time around as to where they have not been, none of the candidates has been declared as a deputy CM face. So BJP has raised questions. Now hitting out back at BJP today, Mukesh Sahni also raised a similar question that why hasn't BJP done anything with Shahnawaz Hussain, a tall party leader? And why has he not been given any post, or why is he ignored in the party? So there is massive politics that has erupted in Bihar over the 18% vote bank of Muslims, and both sides, NDA or the Mahagathbandhan, attacking each other and blaming each other for ignoring the Muslim leaders in their respective parties and alliances.
I'm going to leave it at that for the moment. Rohit Singh getting in those details, and Mukesh Sahni lashing out at the NDA over fielding of a Muslim candidate and projecting a Muslim candidate as the Deputy Chief Minister there. Spotlight now on the Muslim vote bank in Bihar elections. Like we've been telling you, Mahagathbandhan's eye is in the eye of the storm, really, of representation of Muslims in the Grand Alliance. Listen in to this war of words that has broken out.
ये महागठबंधन अनाउंस किया है कि तेजस्वी मुख्यमंत्री बनेंगे और जो साहनी साहब हैं वो उप मुख्यमंत्री बनेंगे। अब यही हमारा दर्शाता ना, देखिए ये इनका हिपोक्रेसी जो है ये इस तरह से सामने आ जाती है। यही महागठबंधन, यही महाविकास आघाड़ी का स्लोगन क्या था, जिसकी जितनी संख्या भारी उसकी उतनी हिस्सेदारी। अब क्या हो गया हिस्सेदारी का, 2% वाला साहनी जो है वो बन सकता उप मुख्यमंत्री। 19% वाला जो मुसलमान है उसका आता पता ठिकाना भी नहीं है। देखिए क्या ये इंसाफ है, क्या ये हिस्सेदारी है, क्या ये बराबरी है? हाँ, तो हम तो यही बात कर रहे हैं ना हिस्सेदारी की, यानी मुसलमान सिर्फ आपके लिए दरी बिछाएगा, मुसलमान को आप सिर्फ उसके वोट के लिए इस्तेमाल करेंगे, और इलेक्शन खत्म, अपना काम बनता, बाहर में जाए मुसलमान जनता। यही आपका उसूल बन गया है।
इनको सिर्फ वोट बैंक बना के रखना है, ऐसे समुदाय को। मुसलमानों की बात करेंगे, पर जब रिप्रेजेंटेशन की बात आएगी तो रिप्रेजेंटेशन देंगे नहीं। उनको डरा के धमका के अपने साथ वोट बैंक रखना चाहेंगे। सैनी साहब को ही देख लीजिए, अपना समझौता हो गया, खुद डिप्टी सीएम बनने की घोषणा हो गई तो भूल गए। सीटें मिले नहीं मिले, अपने समाज के बाकी लोगों को लड़ा पाए नहीं लड़ा पाए, ये सिर्फ अपनी व्यक्तिगत महत्वाकांक्षाओं की लड़ाई महागठबंधन के घटक दल लड़ रहे हैं।
And Prime Minister Modi all set to kick off his campaign in the battle for Bihar. He is launching his poll pitch with twin rallies in Samastipur and Begusarai. Yesterday, Prime Minister launched a scathing attack on the opposition, calling the alliance Lat Bandhan. With battle lines drawn, all eyes on BJP star campaigner Prime Minister Modi. He will kickstart the election campaign from Samastipur, the birthplace of Bharat Ratna Karpuri Thakur, who was the Chief Minister of Bihar in the 70s. A second rally is planned later in the day in Begusarai. At 10:30, the Prime Minister will land in Samastipur, where he'll first visit a model hut showcasing the life and struggles of Jan Nayak Karpuri Thakur, developed by the local administration. He'll then pay floral tributes to the leader's statue before leading a road show, and then he is expected to address a massive public rally. Now, he is also yesterday addressed the Mera Booth Sabse Mazboot Yuva Samvad event through audio conferencing. He said Bihar won't forget Jungle Raj for 100 years and accused the Mahagathbandhan of putting self-interest above Bihar's progress.
दीपम जी, अच्छा ये बताइए कि जब कभी अपने माता पिता जैसे बात करते होंगे या जहां बूथ में बुजुर्ग परिवारों को मिलने जाते होंगे, और जंगल राज की तो चर्चा स्वाभाविक है। आज आने वाले 100 साल तक जंगल राज की चर्चा चलने वाली है।
बिल्कुल सर, बिल्कुल।
ये कितना ही भुलाने की कोशिश करे अपने पापों को, लेकिन बिहार के लोग कभी भी ये भूलने वाले नहीं है। जो लोग अपने आप को गठबंधन कहते हैं, बिहार की जनता जिनको लठबंधन कहती है, वो सिर्फ लड़ चलाना जानते हैं, झगड़ा करना जानते हैं और झगड़ते रहते हैं। देखा आपने, लठबंधन वालों के लिए अपना स्वार्थ ही सबसे बड़ा है। इन्हें बिहार के युवाओं की चिंता नहीं है। आप देखिए, दशकों तक देश और बिहार के नौजवान नक्सलवाद, माओवादी आतंक से पीड़ित रहे, इसलिए इनके राज में विकास पूरी तरह चौपट हो गया। और विकास चौपट हो गया है तो एक, मैं मानता हूं, बिहार की 2 पीढ़ी का भविष्य बर्बाद किया इन्होंने।
Shifting focus, let's tell you about the tragic incident that has taken place in Andhra Pradesh's Kurnool district, where a private travel bus caught fire after colliding with a two-wheeler. According to sources, the incident occurred around 3 in the morning, the wee hours of the morning. The bus and the two-wheeler collision triggered a massive blaze that quickly engulfed the entire vehicle. There were 40 passengers on board. 19 have been declared dead. And also what we know is that 18 passengers were identified or pulled out alive. The police have said several bodies were completely charred, making identification very difficult. Passengers, eyewitness present inside the bus, said that the main doors of the bus remained locked after the mishap, and the driver of the bus was not present when the fire engulfed the bus. Survivors had a hard time trying to escape the engulfing fire. Andhra Pradesh Chief Minister, Telangana Chief Minister extended condolences to families of victims, assured government support. Revanth Reddy, the CM of Telangana, discussed the accident with the State Chief Secretary and the DGP, instructing them to set up a helpline for relief operations.
ఆల్రెడీ అటాక్ అయిపోయినది ఎలా అటాక్ అయిందనేది తెలియదు. తర్వాత ఇక్కడ చూస్తుంటే మరి యాక్సిడెంట్ ఒక వెహికల్ టూ వీలర్ వెహికల్కి అది బ్రేక్ చేసి ఆ వెహికల్ అనేది ఫ్రంట్లో కింద డౌన్ సైడ్లో స్ట్రక్ అయ్యి మేబీ ఆ ఫోర్స్కి అనేది ఆ ఫైర్ అనేది వచ్చేసినట్టున్నది. సో దానివల్ల మరి డీజిల్ ట్యాంక్ అనేది బ్లాస్ట్ అయ్యి అదంతా డీజిల్ పెట్రోల్ ముందు స్ప్రెడ్ అయిపోయింది. అంతా రైల్లో కూడా ఫైర్ అనేది నాన్ స్టాప్గా అటాక్ అయిపోయింది.
టోటల్ ప్యాసింజర్స్ ఎంతమంది సార్?
అరౌండ్ మనకు ఎగ్జాక్ట్లీ తెలీదు, ఒక 40 నుంచి 45 వరకు ఉండొచ్చండి ప్యాసింజర్స్. एग्जैक्टली 42 అయితే ఉంటారండి. मैं देखा कि लेफ्ट साइड में आ गए और आगे भी थोड़ी सी आ गए, तो उसके बाद वही पैनिक आ गया. मैंने मतलब अपना बैग देखा, फ़ोन उठाया, पॉकेट में रखा और बस निकलने की कोशिश करने लगा मैं. तभी मतलब 4-5 लोग और सब लोग उठे, धीरे धीरे उठ रहे थे सब लोग. फायर सबने चिल्लाया. आगे से ट्राई कर रहे थे जाने का, बट आगे का मेन डोर लॉक हो गया था. ड्राइवर वगैरह वहाँ पे नहीं था कोई भी, तो डोर्स पूरे लॉक हो गए थे. और एसी बस था, शायद एसी की वजह से धुआं अंदर आने लगा था. बस फायर स्प्रेड होने लगी थोड़ा. कुछ लोग आगे से निकले और ड्राइवर डोर तो ओपन नहीं हुआ, पर विंडो का थोड़ा लोगों ने पैर मारे, किक मारे, थोड़ा जंप करा, जैसे तैसे बाहर निकले 4-5 लोग उधर से. मैं पीछे की तरफ गया था, पीछे मैंने इमरजेंसी एग्जिट तोड़ा है. उधर भी मतलब काफ़ी मुश्किल से टूटी है वो. धुआं आने लग गया था अंदर पीछे तक पूरा. आगे एक्सीडेंट हुआ था, आगे आग लगी थी, बट पीछे तक पूरा धुआं आ गया था. तब जैसे तैसे हमने भी वो इमरजेंसी विंडो तोड़ी है और काफ़ी ऊपर से हम लोगों ने जंप मारा है बस से बाहर.
మార్నింగ్ 3 o'clock ఆ టైంలో వి కావేరీ ట్రావెల్స్ బస్ NH44 అంటే మనకి హైదరాబాద్ నుంచి బెంగళూరు హైవే. సో హైదరాబాద్ నుంచి ప్యాసింజర్స్ని తీసుకొని బెంగళూరుకి వెళ్తూ ఉంది ఆ బస్సు. సో సుమారుగా ఒక 3 o'clock ఆ టైంలో ఒక బైక్, సో ఇద్దరు బస్సు డ్రైవర్స్, ఇద్దరు పిల్లలు, వాళ్ళంతా కూడా సేఫ్గా ఉన్నారు. సో టోటల్ 23 మెంబర్స్ ఆర్ సేఫ్ అండి. ఇక్కడ జీజీహెచ్లో అడ్మిట్ అయిన వాళ్ళు కూడా చిన్న ఫ్రాక్చర్స్, ఒక ఇద్దరు అబ్బాయిలు ఉన్నారు, చిన్న అంటే ఒక 28 years 30 years వాళ్ళు ఉన్నారు. వాళ్ళిద్దరికి 2 fractures ఉన్నారు తప్ప మిగతా అందరూ కూడా సేఫ్గా ఉన్నారు. వాళ్ళు కూడా స్టేబుల్గా సేఫ్గా ఉన్నారు, బట్ చిన్న ఫ్రాక్చర్స్ కాబట్టి దే హ్యావ్ టు స్టే ఇక్కడ.
ఇద్దరు డ్రైవర్లు 39 మంది ఎవరైతే ప్రయాణికులు ఉన్నారు. ఒకరెవరో ఆరాంగఢ్ హైదరాబాద్ దగ్గర ఎక్కారని చెప్తున్నారు. అక్కడ కూడా సీసీ ఫుటేజ్ తీసుకుంటామని మా ఎస్పీ గారు చెప్పారు. ఇప్పుడు దీంట్లో ఎవరైతే క్యాజువాలిటీ హాస్పిటల్లో ఉన్నారో వాళ్ళందరూ క్లియర్గా ఎవరో మాకు తెలిసింది. ఇక్కడ ఎవరైతే చనిపోయారో వాళ్ళ ఫోన్ నెంబర్లు కూడా సెల్లులు వాళ్ళతో ఉండడం వల్ల సెల్లులు ఆఫ్లో ఉంటాయి. కాబట్టి ఇప్పుడు మా ఇంటెలిజెన్స్ వ్యవస్థ ద్వారా within 1-2 hours మీకు డిసీజ్ ఏ రాష్ట్రానికి చెందిన వాళ్ళు కూడా మేము చెప్తాం.
I'm going straight across to Abdul for more details in that story. Abdul, unfortunately the death toll has now risen to 20, I understand. Talk to us about how the injured are doing and whether the rescue operations are still underway. Many, in fact, bodies have not been able to be identified because they've been completely charred.
Well, yes, rescue operations are underway. 19 people have been declared dead in this unfortunate tragic incident or accident that has taken place. Now the officials are trying to trace down 1 or 2 people among the 41 who were present in the bus. 40 were the passengers, among which 21 were moved out safe. 12 were injured with some burn injuries. One was said to be critical. Apart from this, the authorities earlier had confirmed 11+ deaths
minutes, but now the death toll has reached 19 is what we are learning. Now the shocking fact that has come out from this particular accident is that this bus, the private bus that has met with this accident, was registered on an Odisha, Raigad district, and had multiple challans including overspeeding. 23,000 were challans in the state of Telangana, as fitness and permit issues fall under the Orissa jurisdiction. However, 23,000 were challans were there on this particular bus, with a challan of overspeeding as well. Now here investigators are right now investigating in every possible angle to understand what exactly has happened that had caused this tragic accident. Now here what we are learning is that the rescue operations are right now underway. Both the AP and the Telangana officials are on ground. The SP and collector of Kurnool district and also the Gadwal SP and collector from Telangana have been sent by the Telangana government to take stock of the situation and help in the rescue operations and the injured who are present there. However, the Telangana government has given a helpline for those who were traveling in the bus, for the family members whose loved ones were traveling in the bus, and for their assistance. A helpline has been given by the Telangana government. Now, this bus that started from Hyderabad around 9 p.m. And reached Kallur at around 3 a.m. is where this particular accident has taken place after it collided with a two-wheeler and dragged the two-wheeler, where sparks had hit the fuel tank, and that turned out into a flame, and the whole bus caught fire, and 19 people are now declared dead by the officials who are right now working for the rescue operations at the spot.
That's right. Abdul, getting in those details, and we're telling our viewers about the fact that this was a bus that was registered in Odisha and had multiple e-challans, a repeat offender in that sense. We have no details, Abdul, just yet about the driver. Also, I understand that he was not there at the spot. What about his whereabouts? Talk to us about the very fact that that this particular bus was in that sense was facing various e-challans for overspeeding.
Well, yes, what we are learning is that this bus, when the fire accident has taken place, the driver had moved out safely is what we are learning, but the authorities have to give a clarity whether the driver had lost his life or was he present. But what we are learning through our sources and the eyewitnesses is that the driver had managed to escape when the accident has taken place. But the shocking fact is that the bus, which is registered with the Odisha number plate, had multiple challans worth 23,000 in the state of Telangana, including an overspeeding challan as well, is what we are learning. This is a shocking thing that has come up after this tragic accident that has taken place. These buses that usually operate between Hyderabad to Bengaluru, the private buses here are which usually operate late in the night. We see most of the accidents take place, and the reason usually cited is overspeeding. And now what we're learning is that this bus also had an overspeeding challan. But was the bus overspeeding, or was there any?
Straight across now to the story from Bihar, where the Prime Minister is right now. Pictures on your screen of the Prime Minister's visit. Remember, the mega Blitzkrieg gets launched today with Prime Minister Narendra Modi on a full campaign mode in the state of Bihar. On your screens, visuals of the Prime Minister Narendra Modi, who is in Bihar today. He is going to be, in fact, campaigning in Samastipur and in Begusarai, is what we know. He is in Samastipur as we speak. The Prime Minister is launching the big Bihar election campaign for NDA from Samastipur today. He's initiating the campaign, focusing on extremely backward castes, targeting the opposition's Jungle Raj era. He's also holding a public meeting in Samastipur, which is 90 kilometers from Patna. He's paying tribute to the birthplace of socialist icon and former Bihar Chief Minister Karpuri Thakur in Samastipur. The Prime Minister is in Samastipur as we speak. Pictures are right now with the Chief Minister of Bihar, Nitish Kumar. The Prime Minister paying tributes, Piyush, to the birthplace of socialist icon, former Bihar Chief Minister Karpuri Thakur in Samastipur. He's also holding, in fact, campaigning in Begusarai today. Take us through the detailed itinerary of the Prime Minister and this big campaign in the run-up to the elections.
Well, Sneha, we are getting these pictures from Karpuri Gram where PM Narendra Modi has reached, and he along with the Chief Minister Nitish Kumar are present there at the statue of Karpuri Thakur. PM Narendra Modi is also paying his tribute to Karpuri Thakur, and after paying his tribute, he will then come here at this Jan Sabha from where I am reporting. Let me also try to show you pictures from the main stage. You can see some of the top leaders of NDA, including Chirag Paswan, Jitan Manji, Upendra Kushwaha, Samrat Chaudhary, Nityanand Rai. They all are present on the stage, and very soon you will see PM Narendra Modi will also be there on the stage. So it's going to be a mega rally of PM Narendra Modi. It's his first visit after the announcement of elections in the state of Bihar, and he is beginning his visit from Samastipur. And before coming here at the rally ground, Prime Minister has decided to go there at Karpuri Gram, a village which has been named after Bihar's social reforms icon Karpuri Thakur. Remember that he was the first non-Congress Chief Minister who worked tirelessly for the upliftment of marginalized section of society. And from beginning his campaign trail from this area, from Karpuri Gram, from Samastipur, Prime Minister is also keeping a target of at least 60 Vidhan Sabha seats in Bihar, because there are around 36 to 38% of extremely backward community in Bihar, and Karpuri Thakur was also being considered as the icon and the man who worked tirelessly for the upliftment of the EPC in Bihar. So it's going to be a mega rally of PM Narendra Modi. After coming here, after doing rally from Samastipur, Prime Minister will go to Begusarai, and that is also very important area of Bihar, from where Prime Minister will be keeping a watch on at least 10 to 12 Vidhan Sabha seats. So it's going to be a grand rally of PM Narendra Modi, and he has also become the first sitting Prime Minister, Sneha, to visit the village of Karpuri Thakur, Karpuri Gram. We were also there at Karpuri Gram just for various reasons, and they all are very much happy that the development has taken place there after the renaming of the village. As far as the Prime Minister visit is concerned, by doing rally from Samastipur, Prime Minister is carrying forward the legacy of Karpuri Thakur. He is also targeting a large section of Dalit and the extremely backward community here in Bihar, and they constitute a huge section, huge population here in Bihar. So it's the first visit of PM Narendra Modi. Apart from Prime Minister, we also have the topmost leaders of NDA who will be doing rallies. Home Minister Amit Shah will also be doing 2 rallies today in Bihar. Apart from that, we have JP Nadda who will be addressing 3 big programs in Bihar. And the top leaders of Bihar, of BJP as well as NDA, are now hitting the ground. And PM Narendra Modi has decided to begin his visit from Samastipur by keeping in mind as to how Karpuri Thakur worked a lot for the upliftment of marginalized section. And Prime Minister will also carry forward the legacy and the message which Karpuri Thakur sent out for the people of Bihar. Also, let me try to show you the picture of the poster. You can see that on this poster of Vishal Jan Sabha, there is photo of Jitan Manji, Chirag Paswan and Upendra Kushwaha. Apart from the photos of these 3 other leaders, we also have a big photo of Nitish Kumar. So yesterday we saw as to how the politics took place over the photograph of Tejasvi Yadav, which was the only photo on the poster of Mahagathbandhan. But here we are not only seeing the photograph of PM Narendra Modi, but also the photograph of Nitish Kumar and the remaining constituents, the remaining parties of Mahagathbandhan. So it's a mega show, a grand rally which Narendra Modi is going to address. And also one more very interesting thing can be seen here, that the women of Samastipur have been given a lot of space here on the front rows. I would ask him to this into the camera. He will zoom and show you as to how the women have been given space in Samastipur's rally ground, and they have occupied more than half of the ground, which shows as to how women have also come in large number to extend their love greetings to PM Narendra Modi. You spoke to various women and they are now saying that, Narendra Modi and Nitish Kumar can work for the development of women in the state of Bihar. So today, Prime Minister is kicking off his campaign trail for the Bihar State Assembly elections, and after that, we will see more rallies. Prime Minister will again come to Bihar on October 29, and he is beginning his visit by offering prayers, by paying tribute to the statue of Karpuri Thakur, and after that, he will come here at the rally ground. And also, what is very important here is that before paying tribute to the statue of Karpuri Thakur, PM will also visit a model hut which has been developed by the local administration to show us how Karpuri Thakur lived his life, how he grew up from a common man from his scratch to the Chief Minister of Bihar, became the first non-Congress Chief Minister, worked a lot for the upliftment of the marginal section of the society. So, PM Narendra Modi is beginning his Bihar tour from Samastipur, then he will go to Begusrai today later in the day, and then on October 29 he will again visit the state of Bihar.
That's right, Piyush, getting in those details at this point in time, even as we stay with those pictures here, the fight is also about the legacy of Karpuri Thakur, which of course is central to the politics of extremely backward classes, a vote bank that everybody is trying to woo, isn't it, this time around? Piyush.
Well, sir, we have seen that how the politics is taking place in the state of Bihar in the name of extremely backward community, on the issue of Dalits. We also saw how it had a lot of impact during 2024 Lok Sabha elections, and because of miscalculation of NDA lost a few major seats where it had its hold, where it had its big catch of the Dalit vote bank. Since then, we have seen various programs, various initiatives taken by especially BJP to ensure that Dalit vote bank is again back with BJP, and to ensure that Dalits have their say, Dalits have their complete support for the NDA. PM Narendra Modi is beginning his campaign trail from that specific place, from that specific village which has been named after Bihar's Jananayak Karpuri Thakur. Remember that there are at least 36 to 38% of population of Bihar, which is spread across all the districts. They have a huge following for Karpuri Thakur. They consider him as the icon of Bihar, as Jananayak. And why? Because Karpuri Thakur worked a lot for the upliftment of extremely backward community. Nitish Kumar has also carried forward his legacy. He is the one who in 2007 had formed Mahadalit community, which comprises of at least 22 castes, and he is also keeping up a lot of focus on extremely backward community, and he was of the view of carrying forward the legacy of Karpuri Thakur by giving him Bharat Ratna, and that is also being followed by the central government led by PM Narendra Modi. So at the village of Karpuri Thakur, which is also called as Karpuri Gram, PM Narendra Modi will be offering tributes, and after paying his tributes here at the statue of Karpuri Thakur, he will come here at this Jan Sabha, and even before Prime Minister could come, we can already see thousands of people from different parts of Mithilanchal region. Mithilanchal is a region where there are at least 60 assembly constituencies, and PM is keeping a lot of focus on these 60 assembly constituencies by beginning his visit from Mithilanchal. At the same time, he will also go to Darbhanga, which is also being considered important region of Bihar. So two big rallies Prime Minister is going to address throughout the day, where he is going to keep a lot of focus on extremely backward community.
Pictures on your screen right now. Piyush, be with us from Karpuri Gram, where the Prime Minister is, like we've been talking about. The fight this time around has been also for the legacy of Karpuri Thakur, central really to the politics of the extremely backward classes. The BJP, of course, is now trying to cash in upon that to court EBC voters, linking itself with Thakur's social justice ideals, most notably, Piyush, by posthumously awarding him the Bharat Ratna last year, isn't it? We have pictures of the Prime Minister in Karpuri Gram today. Talk to us about how all parties are vying for the EBC vote this time around.
Well, Well, Sneha, in the last more than 20 to 25 years, we have seen as to how all political parties, be it about RJD or JD or in fact BJP also, they all have done a lot of politics on the name of Karoline Thakur. They have tried to woo the voters from extremely backward community by showing that yes, they are the real parties who want to carry forward the legacy of Karoline Thakur. But it was Narendra Modi-led NDA government in the center which decided to give him Bharat Ratna. And what we are now seeing is how PM Narendra Modi is beginning his campaign trail from of Bihar from the village of Karoline Thakur, that is Karpuri Gram. So he has now offered praise there, and Nitish Kumar is on the stage. I will ask him apart from Nitish Kumar, we also have Ramnath Thakur. He is also present there on the stage. We have the leaders like Chirag Paswan, Samrat Chaudhary, Nitin Andrai, they all are there present on the stage. Upendra Kushwaha is also on the stage. So, Nitish Kumar is a man who has always been considered as the icon of a Koiri community and also Kurmi community, and these community also comprises of at least 17% of extremely backward community in Bihar. So he is the one who has always been talking about EBC. He has always been talking about Mahadalits, and apart from that, we also have Upendra Kushwaha, and Upendra Kushwaha is also considered as the leader of Kushwaha community in the state of Bihar, which comprises of more than 5% vote bank in the state of Bihar. Apart from that, we have Chirag Paswan. Paswan community is also a very strong community, and that's why Chirag Paswan was able to win around 5 Lok Sabha seats, and all these 5 Lok Sabha seats were allotted to him in the Lok Sabha elections. So Chirag Paswan has his own clout over the Paswan community. We have Upendra Kushwaha, who has his clout over Upendra Kushwaha community. You can see the pictures of Chirag Paswan going and touching the feet of Nitish Kumar. So very interesting pictures coming in of Chirag Paswan touching the feet of Nitish Kumar, seeking his blessings. And Chirag Paswan has been talking about this, that he considers Nitish Kumar as his father figure. So very beautiful pictures coming in from the Vishal Jansabha rally ground of PM Narendra Modi, where Chirag Paswan has decided to touch feet of Nitish Kumar. And remember, Sneha, that during the last Vidhan Sabha elections in 2020, Chirag Paswan had decided to contest independent, and he was instrumental in ensuring that more than 40 seats of JDU are affected. And here in Samastipur also, last time when the elections had taken place, Chirag Paswan's party had been able to secure 12,000 votes, which had also led to the defeat of a JDU candidate. The RJD candidate was able to win with only margin of 5,000 votes. But this time what is happening? This time NDA has the calculation of all community in its bag. They have Kushwaha community leader Upendra Kushwaha, Paswan leader Chirag Paswan, then Nitish Kumar, who is considered as the Koiri community leader. He is also there. And apart from that, we have Samrat Chaudhary, who is contesting from Tarapur. So all these calculations have been done by NDA, and this is certainly going in the favor of NDA, and PM Narendra Modi has decided to start his rally, his visit of Bihar, by doing rally from Samastipur, which is also seen as the gateway of Mithilanchal. So
a moment from now, to tell our viewers pictures of the Prime Minister in Samastipur. There's going to be a rally right now. Tejasvi in Saharsa. It's the battle that is heating up right here. In fact, pictures are of both, leaders of both the fronts in that sense, who are holding a high voltage campaign in the state of Bihar. The Prime Minister in Samastipur and in Begusarai today. Tejasvi Yadav, of course, the face of the Mahagathbandhan there, who is in Saharsa. The Prime Minister in Samastipur interacting with the people there, also in Karpuri Gram. The legacy of Karpuri Thakur, and also the attempt to woo the EBC voters really is on top of the agenda. Tejasvi Yadav also campaigning. The full campaign mode in that sense is on. Pictures are from Saharsa and Samastipur as we speak. I'm going to go straight across to India Today's Maria Shakil also getting in more on that big story. Maria joins us from Patna. High-profile battle, high-profile and high-voltage campaign. Maria, with Tejasvi Yadav and the Prime Minister, in fact, in campaign mode, in full campaign mode today in Bihar.
Yes, absolutely. I think it's the slog overs literally in Bihar elections, and that is the reason why both sides are going all out. The Prime Minister starting the campaign, and so is Tejasvi Yadav and the Mahagathbandhan launching their campaign in many ways from today. Because till 28th, it will be the flavor of the festivals because of Chhath Puja celebrations. And post that, there'll be only 5 days left for the first phase of elections on 6th. Samastipur is where the Prime Minister has started his campaign from. The significance of the Samastipur cannot be missed. It is the bastion of late Karpuri Thakur, Bharat Ratna Karpuri Thakur. Karpuri Thakur's legacy is very important in the context of Bihar. He was the first EBC Chief Minister of Bihar, and in this election, the 36% EBCs are being wooed by both the sides, and that is the reason why the Mahagathbandhan has played that card of announcing the name of Mukesh Sahni as the Deputy Chief Ministerial face. They understand fully well that if even 4 to 5% of that 36% crucial vote bank of the EBCs, which constitute almost 125 castes, and subcastes, move or look at Tejasvi Yadav-led Mahagathbandhan favorably, then the picture could be very different on 14. On the other hand, you have the Prime Minister himself sending a message that when it is about empowering the backward classes, the BJP has walked the talk. That in the last 20 years of Nitish Kumar's government, there have been multiple schemes, particularly for the extreme backward classes. This is a very important constituency, as I've been highlighting. Their percentage and the numerical strength cannot be missed. Sneha, election after election, this is the constituency which has actually been the swing voters of Bihar. They are largely the silent voters. They decide towards the later part. They make the they decide on the basis of their local candidates. And in a very, very hyper local election that we are witnessing in Bihar at the moment, where candidates are playing an important role, where people of Bihar will be deciding on the basis of the names of their candidates, this becomes important. In a close contest, every vote counts, and that is the reason why the extra reach out which is happening for the extreme backward classes by both the groups, be it the NDA or the Mahagathbandhan.
You know, Maria also talked to us a little about the Prime Minister. Ever since the campaign really started, has been focusing on, a tag that is stuck with the Mahagathbandhan, more so with the RJD of theirs being a jungle Raj of sorts. This is again a common refrain that we've seen really election after election, something that the RJD is trying very, hard to shed off, isn't it, in that sense?
Yes, so let's look at a statistic here, and perhaps that is the reason why the Prime Minister, the BJP is talking about what happened 20 years ago. In Bihar, which is the youngest state in terms of its demographic, close to 58% is under the age of 25. That's how young the electorate of Bihar is. That is why they have no memory of what happened 20 years ago. That's why this constant reminder of Jungle Raj coming in by the Prime Minister and other leaders of the BJP. They want to remind them of what they have not seen. That is why they are talking about it, as to let them not see what they have not seen already. That's why Jungle Raj reminder is coming in repeatedly. Sneha, look, in the context of Bihar, as we say that this is a hyper-local election, there is no overarching theme that we are seeing. But one thing is evident, that women voters, which constitute roughly around 50% of the electorate, because of the high migration that Bihar witnesses, they are the deciding vote. They are the decider in this election, as they have been in all the recent elections in the context of Bihar, be it 2020 or in 2015. And this voting constituency has two options right now. Should they go in with the BJP and the JDU, trust Nitish Kumar, who they have been trusting for several years because of direct benefit transfer of 10,000 rupees, or give a chance to Tejasvi-led Mahagathbandhan, who is promising 30,000 rupees per month for the Jivika Didis. That is the choice that the women have right now. Will they go with someone they have trusted and because the money is already in their account, or will they go with a promise? Because that is in retrospect, in terms of what will happen, prospectively, sometimes in future. That is why we are saying that in the absence of an overarching theme, the direct benefit transfer becomes important. Tejaswi Yadav's promise of one job per family becomes important. This announcement of Mukesh Sahni as the Deputy Chief Minister for candidate for Mahagathbandhan becomes crucial. And the big image of Prime Minister Narendra Modi remains the dominant image. And of course, let's not forget, Nitish Kumar is the text and also the subtext of this election. The Sushasan Babu of Bihar, who has been governing the state uninterruptedly for 20 years, remains the central figure of Bihar. Will Biharis give him another chance, or will it be about 20 years of anti-incumbency of Nitish Kumar?
Absolutely, Maria. And all of this is also another interesting, fight that the NDA, or rather an issue that the NDA has raised about sidelining Muslims. We've heard from the NDA on taking on the Mahagathbandhan, on why no Deputy CM face as a Muslim, wherein Mukesh Sahni has come out and said, what about you? You sideline the Muslims within your party, citing the example of Shahnawaz Hussain as well. That is another parallel bite or war, really, as far as the narratives are concerned, playing out in the state this time around.
Yes, so Sneha, look, I do not see Muslims divided, a divided house. They did go in with MIM in 2020 because that was an election in which Tejaswi Yadav was also at his all-time high. He was seen as a very fresh face. He was trying to build a new narrative. That was also an election which was perhaps an election where there was palpable anger against Nitish Kumar. In this election, there is no anger against the Bihar Chief Minister right now. So there is no anti-incumbency which is so palpable. Is it about voting out Nitish Kumar or voting in Tejaswi Yadav? That is the question that Biharis are facing. As far as the Muslims are concerned, the Muslim Yadav constituency of Bihar have they moved away? They did move away from Lalu Yadav briefly in 2020. When in Simanchal in particular, that they ensured that MIM candidates win. On 5 seats, MIM went on to win and they had fielded 25 candidates. This was seen as a significant victory, Asaduddin Owaisi making inroads in Bihar politics. But out of that, 4 shifted soon after the election results to the RJD fold. So Muslims of Bihar may very well be the captive audience of Lalu Yadav. Will this generate a chatter as to why they are not getting an equal representation? If Mukesh Sahni can be projected as the Deputy Chief Ministerial face, then why is there no one from the Muslim community? Or will they be talking about relevance? Will they be talking about preservation? Will they be talking about issues of bread and butter, issues that impact this community most right now, which is about education? It's about ilm. It's about the necessity and the essential that this community needs education. And I think that is what the community is focusing on rather than looking at political representation.
In these elections also, Maria, in fact, I'll come back to you, Maria, in a moment from now. We are just going to cut across to Prime Minister Narendra Modi. Listen in.
आज आपको केवल सरकारी नियुक्ति नहीं मिली है, आपको राष्ट्र सेवा में सक्रिय योगदान देने का अवसर मिला है। मुझे विश्वास है आप इसी भावना से काम करेंगे। ईमानदारी और शुचिता के साथ आप भविष्य के भारत के लिए बेहतर व्यवस्थाएं बनाने में अपनी भूमिका निभाएंगे। और आप जानते हैं हमारे लिए नागरिक देवो भव ये मंत्र है। सेवा भाव से, समर्पण भाव से हर नागरिक के जीवन में हम उपयोगी कैसे हो, ये कभी भूलना नहीं है। साथियों, पिछले 11 वर्षों से देश विकसित भारत के निर्माण का संकल्प लेकर आगे बढ़ रहा है। इसमें सबसे बड़ी भूमिका हमारे युवाओं की है, आप सबकी है। इसलिए युवाओं का सशक्तिकरण ये भाजपा एनडीए सरकार की प्राथमिकता है। आज रोजगार मेले युवाओं के सपनों को पूरा करने का माध्यम बन गए हैं। अकेले इन रोजगार मेलों के जरिए बीते कुछ समय में ही 11 लाख से ज्यादा नियुक्ति पत्र दिए जा चुके हैं और ये प्रयास केवल सरकारी नौकरियों तक ही सीमित नहीं है। हमने देश में पीएम विकसित भारत रोजगार योजना भी शुरू की है। इसके तहत 3.5 करोड़ युवाओं को नौकरी देने का लक्ष्य रखा गया है। साथियों, आज एक और स्किल इंडिया मिशन जैसे अभियानों के जरिए युवाओं को स्किल की ट्रेनिंग दी जा रही है। वहीं साथ ही नेशनल करियर सर्विस प्लेटफॉर्म जैसे इनिशिएटिव उन्हें नए अवसरों से भी जोड़ रहे हैं। मुझे बताया गया है कि इसके माध्यम से अब तक 7 करोड़ से अधिक वैकेंसीज की, यानी 7 करोड़ से अधिक वैकेंसीज, इसकी जानकारी युवाओं को दी जा चुकी है। ये 7 करोड़ खाली जगह, ये आंकड़ा छोटा नहीं है।
All right, we'll continue to get you more details in that big story that we're tracking very closely from the state of Bihar. You just heard from the Prime Minister. He is actively campaigning in Bihar, Samastipur and Begusarai today, and the RJD and the Mahagathbandhan's campaign is also just heating up in the run-up to the elections. All the ground reports and the coverage, the analysis right here on India Today television. That brings us to the end of this edition. News continues in just a minute.
You are watching India Today.
Motorola Edge 60 Pro, the true flagship killer.
Hello, Moto. Do the Moto Moto.
Motorola Edge 60 Fusion, the undisputed, most loved phone.
Bliss. It dances on your skin like first rain. Experience bliss in all its forms with Hindware. Hindware, designed for bliss.
Edge 60 Pro, the true flagship killer.
Hi, here are the top headlines presented by Motorola. Mahagathbandhan to release manifesto for Bihar polls on October 28th. Delhi tests artificial rain successfully. Cloud seeding likely on October 29th. Advertising guru and Padma Shri awardee Piyush Pandey passes away at 70.
Every story finds a place. Every voice gets a platform. Every side has its say. Your channel for every headline. Prime Team on India Today, India's only democratic newsroom.
Very good afternoon and thank you for tuning in. You're watching Lunch Break on India Today. I'm Soesha Sound, getting you all the top stories we're tracking for you this Friday afternoon. First, a quick check of the headlines. Prime Minister Modi reaches Bihar's Karpuri Gram, honors Bharat Ratna Karpuri Thakur. Nitish accompanies Modi in Samastipur. Mahagathbandhan starts to iron out friendly fight seats. Congress pulls out of 2 seats. VIP withdraws from 1. Joined Mahagathbandhan manifesto on the 28th of October. Fresh Bihar face-off, AIMIM versus the Mahagathbandhan over Deputy Chief Minister face. AIMIM and BJP ask why no Muslim Deputy CM face. Sahani hits out, asks who is NDA's Muslim face. At least 20 dead in a horrific bus tragedy in Andhra's Kurnool. Bengaluru-bound bus from Hyderabad catches fire after collision with bike. Over a dozen hospitalized with burn injuries. And one of India's most prolific and genius passed away at the age of 70. Prime Minister Modi leads tributes for Adman Piyush Pandey, the genius behind the immortal Fevicol, Cadbury and Vodafone ads, even the iconic Ab Ki Baar Modi Sarkar tagline. And well, as the polling date approaches, Mahagathbandhan seems to be ironing out the differences with the alliance. Both Congress and the VIP have pulled out from 3 key seats where the Mahagathbandhan allies were going head-to-head in the polls, raising concerns over the quote-unquote friendly fight. Congress party withdrew candidates from the Varsaliganj and Pranpur seats, while the Vikashsheel Insan Party, that is VIP, pulled out of the Babu Barhi constituency. The Mahagathbandhan is set to release their manifesto on the 28th of October. Mahagathbandhan reaches a consensus as far as releasing a joint manifesto is concerned. RJD and Congress have promised to be included. RJD's And those are the pictures we are getting for you from Samastipur, where Prime Minister Narendra Modi has arrived. There you see him on the dais, and of course a big poster with Prime Minister Narendra Modi and Nitish Kumar right behind them, as the NDA is now going full swing in terms of campaigning in Bihar. Prime Minister Narendra Modi, who honored Bharat Ratna Karpuri Thakur, and Nitish Kumar has accompanied Prime Minister Modi in Samastipur. There you see both the allies on the stage, Nitish Kumar and Prime Minister Narendra Modi, ahead of the polls in Bihar, just 11 days to go. And the political fight is certainly heating up. In fact, in a short while from now, Prime Minister Narendra Modi is also set to deliver an address. And there you see how preparations have been on in full swing for the massive show of strength of the NDA. Prime Minister Narendra Modi may also launch the Bihar election campaign for NDA from Samastipur, where he's initiated NDA's Bihar election campaign, focusing on extremely backward castes and targeting the opposition's Jungle Raj era. With crucial rallies that are scheduled to take place, the stakes are high as the NDA is preparing for a very closely contested election against the Grand Alliance. We heard from Tejashwi Yadav yesterday, Tejashwi Yadav, who's been declared as the CM face of the Mahagathbandhan. And there you see how Prime Minister Narendra Modi being honored in Samastipur, where Karpuri Thakur has been honored by Prime Minister Narendra Modi. Karpuri Thakur's birthplace is Samastipur, and now Prime Minister Narendra Modi being garlanded as he also displays that manifesto. He will be paying tribute to the birthplace of socialist icon and former Bihar Chief Minister Karpuri Thakur in Samastipur before the rally that is addressed. Thakur was conferred with Bharat Ratna in 2024 by the BJP-led NDA government, and Samastipur, that holds a lot of significance since the BJP has long been attempting to co-opt Karpuri Thakur's socialist legacy. There, the garland around Prime Minister Narendra Modi and Nitish Kumar. And this holds a lot of significance because Thakur's paternal village, Karpuri Gram, was named after him following his death in 1988, which is barely a few kilometers from where Prime Minister's rally venue is in Samastipur. Prime Minister Narendra Modi has been accompanied by Nitish Kumar. In fact, they will also be addressing a rally in Begusarai after this. Prime Minister's first public meeting after the NDA's party's announcement as far as the seat sharing deal is concerned. BJP and its senior partner JDU are contesting 101 seats each. Chirag Paswan's LJP has fielded candidates on 29 seats in the 243-member House. Prime Minister Narendra Modi was also addressed gatherings and inaugurate projects in different parts of Bihar in the run-up to the elections. There,
की धारा को आगे बढ़ाने वाले, जंगल राज को समाप्त करने वाले ऐसे बिहार के मुख्यमंत्री नीतीश कुमार जी हम लोग के बीच उपस्थित हैं। एक बार नारा दीजिए, नीतीश कुमार जिंदाबाद, नीतीश कुमार जिंदाबाद।
Let's listen in to my colleague Piyush, who has been tracking every movement of Prime Minister Narendra Modi on the ground. Let's listen in.
विशाल जनसभा के साथ साथ सभी जो बड़े दल के नेता हैं, चिराग पासवान, जीतन राम मांझी, उपेंद्र कुशवाहा, उन सब की तस्वीर भी है, वो सब यहाँ पर मौजूद भी है। रफ्तार पकड़ चुका बिहार, फिर से एनडीए सरकार का नारा लेकर आज प्रधानमंत्री यहाँ पर पहुंचे। समस्तीपुर की जनता को वो कुछ देर में संबोधित भी करेंगे। यहाँ के बाद बेगूसराय जाएंगे। बेगूसराय का दौरा भी बहुत महत्वपूर्ण होने वाला है, क्योंकि वहां पर लगभग 15 से 20 ऐसी विधानसभा सीटें हैं जिस पर प्रधानमंत्री नरेंद्र मोदी की जो है पैनी नजर रहेगी। वहां का जो कास्ट इक्वेशन है उसके हिसाब से भी कहीं ना कहीं एनडीए ने सीटों का बंटवारा किया और यहाँ पर समस्तीपुर की जो 10 सीटें हैं वहां पर अभी कहीं ना कहीं जो है एक पैनी नजर प्रधानमंत्री की रहेगी। सबसे बड़ी बात यह है कि पीएम ने अपना जो दौरा है, जो चुनावी जो दौरा है, उसकी शुरुआत कर्पूरी ग्राम से की है, जो कर्पूरी ठाकुर का गांव है। और
my colleague Piyush getting us back-to-back details as the stage is now set. This is the massive show of strength of the NDA and every top leader of the NDA present on the dais, as Prime Minister Narendra Modi is set to deliver that address in a short while from now. It's a heated Bihar election campaign from Samastipur today. Prime Minister Narendra Modi, who's set to address a slew of public meetings, along with rallies, and of course inaugurate several development projects. The message is clear that this is about development and women empowerment. Also, as they say that Jungle Raj cannot creep its way back in. Prime Minister Narendra Modi initiating NDA's Bihar election campaign from Samastipur, and the focus clearly on the extremely backward castes and targeting the opposition's Jungle Raj era. In fact, yesterday, right after Tejashwi's news conference, when the BJP had hit out listing all of Lalu's era's scams.
अब बहुत खुशी की बात है कि आदरणीय प्रधानमंत्री श्री नरेंद्र मोदी जी आज चुनाव के कार्यक्रम में समस्तीपुर पधारे हैं। इस कार्यक्रम में जो श्रद्धेय प्रधानमंत्री जी का स्वागत एवं अभिनंदन करता हूं। साथ ही माननीय केंद्रीय मंत्रीगण, बिहार के उप मुख्यमंत्री तथा मंत्रीगण तथा इस कार्यक्रम में उपस्थित एनडीए के सभी उम्मीदवार तथा सभी लोगों का मैं हार्दिक अभिनंदन करता हूं। आज आप जानते हैं कि भारत रत्न जननायक स्वर्गीय कर्पूरी ठाकुर जी इसी समस्तीपुर जिले के रहने वाले थे। आज उनके गांव में आयोजित कार्यक्रम में शामिल होकर हम यहां आए हैं और खुशी की बात है कि आज आदरणीय प्रधानमंत्री जी ने भी अपने गांव जाकर सभी चीजों को देखा और उन्हें श्रद्धांजलि अर्पित की है। आप सब जानते हैं कि जब 24 नवंबर 2025 को एनडीए जदयू बीजेपी की सरकार बनी थी, तब से बिहार के विकास में सब लोग लगे हुए हम लोग, और राज्य में कानून का राज है। सभी क्षेत्रों में तेजी से विकास हो रहा है, चाहे शिक्षा हो, स्वास्थ्य हो, सभी काम हो रहा है। शुरू से ही महिला सशक्तिकरण पर जोर दिया गया है। हाल ही में महिलाओं के रोजगार के लिए एक नई योजना और मुख्यमंत्री महिला रोजगार योजना शुरू की गई है, जिसमें हर घर की एक महिला को रोजगार शुरू करने के लिए 10,000 रुपये की राशि दी जा रही है। अब तक 1,21,00,000 महिलाओं को यह राशि दी जा चुकी है और शेष महिलाओं को राशि देने हेतु तिथि निर्धारित कर दी चुकी है। अब जिनका रोजगार अच्छा चलेगा उन्हें 2 लाख रुपए तक की अतिरिक्त।
And cutting across to Piyush, who has been tracking every development, as Nitish Kumar is now addressing the crowds and really loaded there as far as the dais is concerned. Piyush, all the bigwigs of the NDA in a show of strength on the dais right now, where it is certainly about launching NDA's Bihar election campaign and several rallies, inauguration of development projects that are lined up. Take us through all the details.
Well, absolutely, Suesha, and as we are speaking, Narendra Modi is on the stage in Samastipur, and he has decided to begin his campaign trail of Bihar from the Mithilanchal region. He first offered a prayer at the statue of Karpuri Thakur, paid tributes, and after that he is now here at Rally ground. And as we are speaking, all the top leaders of NDA, including Jitan Manji, Chirag Paswan, Nitish Kumar, Sanjay Jha, Nityanand Rai, Samrat Chaudhary, they all are present on the stage. Upendra Kushwaha is also among them, and Narendra Modi, in a way, has launched NDA's campaign bits from the state of Bihar, from the region of Mithilanchal. Around 60 seats are in mind, are in focus through this campaign blitz, which is now, has taken a good start from the Bihar. Remember that PM Narendra Modi is also to address people of Samastipur. Before that, Nitish Kumar is speaking. He is talking about the works which Bihar government has done, about the initiatives those have been taken for the development or development of women, or also about the steps which the government has taken as far as controlling the law and order situation in the state of Bihar is concerned. So he is right now laying out about the works those NDA government have done. Very soon we will also see a address coming in from PM Narendra Modi, and he is likely to focus on the failures of RJD government. Remember that yesterday while he was also addressing the Karyakartas, PM was talking about the Jungle Raj. Prime Minister was saying that people of Bihar cannot ever forget about the Jungle Raj. And as Nitish Kumar is speaking, you can also see some applause coming in from the people of Samastipur. They have gathered here in large numbers, and what is more interesting here is that, in the front row, we can see women sitting in large number. And remember that Nitish Kumar is also talking about as to how the NDA government has worked a lot for the benefit of women of Bihar. Various schemes have been launched, and the biggest scheme is about giving them 10,000 rupees for the starting of an employment. So Nitish Kumar is also talking about, as he is talking about, we can see claps coming in from the people of Samastipur, people of Bihar. After addressing rally here, PM Narendra Modi is expected to go to Darbhanga, also, where he will be addressing people of Darbhanga. Also from, in a short while from now, after addressing rally, he will fly to Darbhanga.
Oh yes, absolutely, Piyush, and especially after the Mahagathbandhan news conference yesterday, after that massive show of strength, and most importantly, how they named Tejashwi Yadav as their CM face. We have been witnessing the war of words from both sides after, especially when Tejashwi said that there is a possibility that the BJP will not choose Nitish Kumar as the chief minister in a scenario that they win. In that sense, how is the strategy of the NDA panning out to counter all these points.
Well, Josh, if we talk about NDA strategy, one thing is very much clear, that it is fighting under the leadership of Nitish Kumar, and that has been made very, very clear by the top leaders of NDA. Yes, there were some talks, some murmurs, some sort of grumblings also which erupted after Home Minister Amit Shah spoke about the Chief Minister. You would remember that he was speaking there at the Ashtak program, where he mentioned that after the elections, the MLAs will be selecting their leader, and then that leader will become Chief Minister. But he had also added that we are fighting elections under the leadership of Nitish Kumar. After that statement of Amit Shah, various leaders from Mahagathbandhan started raising questions, saying that Nitish Kumar is not going to become the Chief Minister. Yesterday, when the announcement of Nitish Kumar as the CM face of Mahagathbandhan was made, at that time also Tejasvi Yadav had said that he is CM face of Mahagathbandhan, but as far as NDA is concerned, they do not have any CM face. Nitish Kumar is not going to become Chief Minister, even if NDA is able to get the magic number in its kitty. So we have now seen politics taking place on this entire matter, on the issue of who will become Chief Minister, and now Nitish Kumar is on the target of Mahagathbandhan, where Mahagathbandhan is of the view that at this time BJP is trying its best to ensure that its Chief Minister is there in the office of Chief Minister after NDA forms the government. On the other side, NDA has been making it very, very clear that they are fighting elections under the leadership of Nitish Kumar.
Right, Piyush, I'm sorry I'm having to cut you short here, but we'll come back to you. Let's listen into what Nitish Kumar is saying.
कुशवाहा हसनपुर से श्री तारुक केसरी राज कुमार राय और बीजेपी के महिउद्दीन नगर से श्री राजेश कुमार सिंह और रोसड़ा से श्री वीरेंद्र कुमार तथा राष्ट्रीय लोक मोर्चा के उजियारपुर से श्री प्रशांत कुमार पंकज चुनाव लड़ रहे हैं। तो आप सभी से अनुरोध है कि इन सभी उम्मीदवारों को विजयी बनाइएगा। तो सबको विजयी बनाइएगा ना? हाथवा उठा के बतावा, सबको विजयी बनाइएगा ना? हाथ उठा के बोला। तो बहुत बहुत आपको बधाई। और यहाँ पर हम सब इस कार्यक्रम में भागे हुए आदरणीय प्रधानमंत्री श्री नरेंद्र मोदी जी का पुनः मैं अभिनंदन करता हूं और धन्यवाद देता हूं। और आप जान लीजिए, वो सब आपके लिए इतना काम करते रहते हैं। तो सब, जैसा हमने कहा, बिहार बहुत आगे बढ़ेगा, तो सब एक बार खड़ा होकर के उनका नमन करिए। हाँ, सब खड़ा है, सब खड़ा हो जाए, उनके लिए सब नमन करो। तो बहुत बहुत बधाई। और उनके बाद पूरा देश और पूरा बिहार बहुत आगे बढ़ेगा। इन्हीं शब्दों के साथ आप सब वोट दीजिए। इन्हीं शब्दों के साथ मैं आप सबको बधाई करते हुए अपनी बात समाप्त करता हूं।
मंचस्थ सभी नेतागण, माननीय मुख्यमंत्री जी, माननीय उप मुख्यमंत्री सम्राट चौधरी जी, चिराग पासवान जी, उपेंद्र कुशवाहा जी, माननीय जीतन राम राय जी, संजय झा जी, नित्यानंद जी, सभी लोग जनता का अभिवादन करेंगे। एक बार करतल ध्वनि से माननीय प्रधानमंत्री जी का हम सभी लोग अभिवादन करें मिथिला की धरती पर। जय जय श्री राम, जय जय श्री राम, हर हर महादेव। मित्रों, गुजरी के लाल बिहार के पूर्व मुख्यमंत्री माननीय, बोलिए एक बार, नरेंद्र मोदी जिंदाबाद, नरेंद्र मोदी जिंदाबाद, भारत के विकास पुरुष जिंदाबाद। माननीय प्रधानमंत्री
मिथिला के हृदय स्थली समस्तीपुर के मिथिला के हृदय स्थली समस्तीपुर के यही पवित्र धरती
हम हृदय से प्रणाम करै छी। ई धरती माता सीता आ राजा जनक के तपस्या से पावन बनले है। हम थनेश्वर मंदिर, बाबा कुशेश्वरनाथ, श्यामा माई, विद्यापति धाम आज संपूर्ण मिथिला के आस्था स्थल के श्रद्धा पूर्वक नमन करै छी। साथियों, लोकतंत्र के महापर्व का बिगुल बज चुका है। पूरा बिहार कह रहा है, फिर एक बार एनडीए सरकार, फिर एक बार सुशासन सरकार, जंगल राज वालों को दूर रखेगा बिहार। साथियों, मैं आप सभी के इस प्यार में, इस अपनेपन से अभिभूत हूं। मैं एक सच बता दूं, मैं जिंदगी गुजरात में खपाई, लेकिन दीपावली के 2 दिन के बाद अगर मुझे इससे आधे लोग भी इकट्ठे करने हो तो मैं नहीं कर सकता। इतनी बड़ी तादाद में आपका आना, त्योहारों के बीच आना, ये आपका प्यार, आपके आशीर्वाद हम सबके लिए एक बहुत बड़ी शक्ति है। मैं आप सबका सर झुका करके नमन करता हूं। इस समय आप जीएसटी बचत उत्सव का भी खूब आनंद ले रहे हैं और कल से छठी मैया का महापर्व भी शुरू होने जा रहा है। ऐसे व्यस्त समय में भी आप इतनी विशाल संख्या में यहां आए हैं। समस्तीपुर का ये जो माहौल है, मिथिला का जो मूड है, उसने पक्का कर दिया है नई रफ्तार से चलेगा बिहार, नई रफ्तार से चलेगा बिहार जब फिर आएगी एनडीए सरकार, जब फिर आएगी एनडीए सरकार। भाइयों बहनों, आज का दिवस मेरे जीवन का अत्यंत महत्वपूर्ण दिवस है। यहां आने से पहले मैं कर्पूरी ग्राम गया था। वहां मुझे भारत रत्न जननायक कर्पूरी ठाकुर जी को श्रद्धापूर्वक स्मरण करने का, उन्हें नमन करने का अवसर मिला। ये उनका ही आशीर्वाद है कि आज हम, मेरे जैसे यहां बैठे हुए, चाहे नीतीश जी हो, रामनाथ जी हो, सब हम जैसे पिछड़े और गरीब परिवारों से निकले लोग इस मंच पर खड़े हैं। आजाद भारत के सामाजिक न्याय लाने में, गरीब और वंचितों को नए अवसरों से जोड़ने में भारत रत्न जननायक कर्पूरी ठाकुर जी की भूमिका बहुत बड़ी रही है। वो मां भारती के अनमोल रत्न थे। उन्हें भारत रत्न से सम्मानित करने का सौभाग्य हमारी सरकार को मिला। ये हमारे लिए सम्मान की बात है। साथियों, हमारी सरकार भारत रत्न जननायक कर्पूरी ठाकुर जी को प्रेरणा पुंज मानती है। वंचितों को वरीयता, पिछड़ों को प्राथमिकता, गरीब की सेवा, हम इस संकल्प के साथ आगे बढ़े हैं। आप मुझे बताइए, गरीब को पक्का घर देना ये गरीब की सेवा है कि नहीं है? मैं दोबारा पूछता हूं, मुझे बताइए, गरीब को पक्का घर देना ये गरीब की सेवा है कि नहीं है? गरीब को मुफ्त अनाज देना गरीब की सेवा है या नहीं? मुफ्त इलाज, शौचालय, नल से जल, सम्मान का जीवन जीने के लिए हर सुविधा एनडीए सरकार दे रही है। साथियों, सामाजिक न्याय के दिखाए कर्पूरी बाबू के रास्ते को भाजपा एनडीए ने सुशासन का आधार बनाया है। हमने गरीबों, दलितों, महादलितों, पिछड़ों, अति पिछड़ों के हितों को प्राथमिकता दी है। ये हमारी सरकार है जिसने सामान्य वर्ग के गरीबों को 10% आरक्षण देने का महत्वपूर्ण निर्णय लिया। भाजपा एनडीए ने ही अनुसूचित जाति, अनुसूचित जनजाति के आरक्षण को भी 10 साल के लिए और आगे बढ़ाया। साथियों, डॉक्टर की पढ़ाई के लिए जो अखिल भारतीय कोटा होता है, उसमें पहले पिछड़ों को, गरीबों को आरक्षण नहीं था। ये संविधान लेकर के जो गुमराह करते हैं ना, तब ये फायदा लाभ, ये हक नहीं मिलता था। एनडीए सरकार ने ही ये प्रावधान किया। हमारे देश में ओबीसी कमीशन को संवैधानिक दर्जा देने की मांग कई दशकों से हो रही थी। ये मांग भी एनडीए सरकार ने ही पूरी की। साथियों, कर्पूरी बाबू मातृभाषा में, स्थानीय भाषा में पढ़ाई के बहुत बड़े हिमायती थे, आग्रही थे। एनडीए सरकार ने नई राष्ट्रीय शिक्षा नीति में स्थानीय भाषा में पढ़ाई पर बल दिया है। अब गरीब, वंचित परिवार का बेटा भी अपनी भाषा में पढ़ाई कर सकता है, परीक्षा दे सकता है। साथियों, हम जननायक कर्पूरी ठाकुर की प्रेरणा से सुशासन को समृद्धि में बदल रहे हैं। लेकिन दूसरी तरफ आरजेडी और कांग्रेस वाले क्या कह रहे हैं और क्या कर रहे हैं, ये आपको मुझसे ज्यादा पता है। मुझे आपको याद दिलाने की जरूरत नहीं है। हजारों करोड़ रुपए के घोटालों में ये जमानत पर चल रहे लोग हैं, जमानत पे। और जो जमानत पे है वो चोरी के मामले में जमानत पे है। अब ये चोरी की इनकी आदत ऐसी है कि अब जननायक की उपाधि की चोरी में जुटे हैं। बिहार के लोग जननायक कर्पूरी बाबू का ये अपमान कभी नहीं सहेंगे, कभी नहीं सहेंगे। साथियों, जब नीयत साफ हो, नेतृत्व का विजन स्पष्ट हो और नीतियां देश हित और जनहित में हो, तो जनता भरपूर आशीर्वाद देती है। बीते 11 वर्षों में हमने देखा है, एक के बाद एक राज्यों में लोगों ने भाजपा को, एनडीए को बार बार अवसर दिया है। और ये सिर्फ मैं बातें नहीं कर रहा हूं, मैं आपको हकीकत से बताना चाहता हूं। अभी महाराष्ट्र में देखिए, महाराष्ट्र की जनता ने पहले से कहीं अधिक प्रचंड जनादेश देकर हमारी सरकार बनाई, एनडीए की सरकार बनाई। अभी अभी हरियाणा में भी यही हुआ। हरियाणा की जनता ने तीसरे कार्यकाल के लिए भाजपा को पहले से भी कहीं अधिक सीटें दी। मध्य प्रदेश में भी भाजपा कई सालों से सरकार चला रही है और वहां भी पिछले चुनाव में भाजपा को जबरदस्त जीत मिली। यही रुझान हमने गुजरात में देखा, उत्तराखंड में देखा, वहां भी। और गुजरात में तो 2 दशक की भाजपा सरकार को फिर से बहुमत मिला, और वो भी गुजरात का जन्म हुआ तब से लेकर के सारे रिकॉर्ड तोड़ करके लोगों ने सीटें दे दी। यूपी और उत्तराखंड में 5 साल बाद सत्ता, हर 5 साल में सत्ता बदलती थी, ये परंपरा बन गई थी। वहां की जनता ने भाजपा को फिर से अवसर देकर एक नई परिपाटी बना दी है। साथियों, ये सारे उदाहरण बताते हैं एनडीए यानी सुशासन, एनडीए यानी जनता की सेवा, एनडीए यानी विकास की गारंटी। और इसलिए आज आपका ये उत्साह देखकर मैं कह सकता हूं, इस बार बिहार में भी नीतीश बाबू के नेतृत्व में एनडीए जीत के अपने पुराने सारे रिकॉर्ड तोड़ने वाला है। इन चुनावों में बिहार एनडीए को अब तक का सबसे बड़ा जनादेश देगा। साथियों, ये साल 2005 का अक्टूबर महीना ही था जब बिहार ने जंगल राज से मुक्ति पाई थी। नीतीश जी के नेतृत्व में एनडीए का सुशासन शुरू हुआ था, लेकिन उस दौर में 10 साल तक केंद्र में कांग्रेस आरजेडी की सरकार रही। कांग्रेस आरजेडी ने नीतीश जी के सामने भांति भांति के रोड़े अटकाए। बिहार का नुकसान करने में दिल्ली में बैठी हुई कांग्रेस और आरजेडी की सरकार ने 10 साल तक कोई कमी नहीं रखी थी। आरजेडी बिहार के आप लोगों से बदला लेती रही कि आपने नीतीश जी को वोट क्यों दिया, नीतीश जी की सरकार क्यों बनाई। हालत तो ये थी कि आरजेडी वाले कांग्रेस को आए दिन धमकाते थे, धमकी देते थे कि अगर बिहार में आपने नीतीश जी की एक भी बात मानी, भाजपा एनडीए की एक भी बात मानी, बिहार में अगर कोई प्रोजेक्ट दिया तो फिर आरजेडी कांग्रेस का समर्थन तोड़ देगी और सरकार गिर जाए, ऐसे डराते थे। साथियों, नीतीश जी ने स्वर्गीय सुशील मोदी जी, स्वर्गीय रामविलास पासवान जी और आज हमारे जीतन राम मांझी जी, उपेंद्र कुशवाहा जी, भाई चिराग, सबके साथ मिलकर नीतीश जी दिन रात काम कर रहे हैं। बिहार को उस बड़ी मुसीबत से बाहर निकाला है। अब 2024 के बाद से बिहार में विकास का एक नया दौर शुरू हुआ है। आज बिहार का ऐसा कोई कोना नहीं है जहां विकास का कोई न कोई काम न हो रहा है। आप किसी भी दिशा में 50-100 किलोमीटर चले जाइए, आपको केंद्र सरकार या तो राज्य सरकार द्वारा कोई न कोई विकास का काम चलता हुआ दिखाई देगा। साथियों, एनडीए सरकार सड़क, बिजली, पानी, इंटरनेट, गैस कनेक्शन, इनको सिर्फ सुविधा नहीं मानती, ये सशक्तिकरण के, समृद्धि के भी माध्यम है। इनसे श्रमिकों को, इंजीनियरिंग को, मैकेनिक को, ऑटो रिक्शा, ट्रक, टैक्सी चलाने वाले को रोजगार मिलता है। किसान की, पशुपालक की उपज सही समय पर बड़े बाजार तक पहुंच पाती है और इसलिए बीते 10-11 वर्षों से ऐसे इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर पर अभूतपूर्व निवेश किया जा रहा है। मैं आपको एक आंकड़ा देता हूं, लेकिन आप याद रखोगे क्या? मैं एक आंकड़ा देता हूं, आप याद रखोगे? जरा मुझे जोर से बताइए, आप याद रखोगे? इधर आप याद रखोगे? इतनी बड़ी माताएं आई हैं, आप याद रखोगे? कांग्रेस के समय में बिहार को जितना पैसा मिला था उससे 3 गुना ज्यादा पैसा भाजपा एनडीए की सरकार ने बिहार के विकास के लिए दिया है। 3 गुना ज्यादा। अब जब 3 गुना ज्यादा पैसा आएगा तो विकास भी तो 3 गुना तेजी से होगा कि नहीं होगा? आप देखिए, समस्तीपुर से पूर्णिया के लिए 6 लेन हाईवे बन रहा है, नई रेल लाइनें बन रही हैं, बिहार में वंदे भारत जैसी तेज ट्रेनें चल रही है, दरभंगा में एयरपोर्ट बना है, बिहार में बिजली के नए नए कारखाने लग रहे हैं। साथियों, आज बिहार में एक माहौल बना है, ज्यादा से ज्यादा निवेशक बिहार आना चाहते हैं, यहां फैक्ट्री लगाना चाहते हैं, नई कंपनियां खोलना चाहते हैं। मेरी बात आप लिख रखिए, वो समय दूर नहीं जब बिहार के जिले जिले में हमारे युवाओं की स्टार्टअप कंपनियां होगी। ये मैं आपको विश्वास से कह सकता हूं। साथियों, एनडीए सरकार ने एक और बहुत बड़ा काम किया है जो मैं आपको जरूर बताऊंगा, लेकिन उससे पहले आप सभी मेरा एक काम करेंगे? जरा अपना मोबाइल फोन बाहर निकालिए और अपना मोबाइल फोन निकाल कर उसकी लाइट चालू कीजिए, उसकी लाइट जलाइए जरा सबके सब। जिनके पास मोबाइल है वो जरा अपनी लाइट जलाएं, जिसके पास मोबाइल है। अच्छा, आपका लाइट जल रहा है। अब आप मुझे एक बात बताइए, जब इतनी लाइट है, हर एक के हाथ में लाइट है, तो लालटेन चाहिए क्या? साथियों, पूरा देश आपको सुन रहा है, देख रहा है। बिहार को लालटेन और उसके साथी नहीं चाहिए। साथियों, ये एनडीए की सरकार है जिसने बिहार के गांव-गांव में इंटरनेट पहुंचाया है, और ये हमारी सरकार है जिसने इंटरनेट का डेटा इतना सस्ता कर दिया है। दुनिया के बड़े बड़े देशों में आज भी 1 GB डेटा 100-150 रुपये में आता है, लेकिन भारत में आपके इस चाय वाले ने पक्का कर दिया है कि 1 GB डेटा 1 कप चाय से ज्यादा महंगा नहीं होगा। साथियों, इस सस्ते डेटा का सबसे ज्यादा फायदा बिहार के मेरे नौजवानों ने उठाया है। ये जो रील्स पर रील्स बन रही है ना, सारी क्रिएटिविटी दिख रही है, उसमें भाजपा और एनडीए की नीतियों का बहुत बड़ा योगदान है। बिहार के बहुत सारे युवा इंटरनेट से अच्छी खासी कमाई भी कर रहे हैं। साथियों, मिथिला का एक क्षेत्र खेती, पशुपालन, मछली पालन के लिए जाना जाता है। आप कहते भी हैं पग पग पोखर, पग पग पोखर माछ मखान, सरस बोल मुस्की मुख पान। साथियों, जहां पग पग पोखर है, उस जगह की स्थिति ये थी कि बिहार को दूसरे राज्यों से मछली मंगानी पड़ती थी। मुझे 2013 में आपके बीच मैंने एक बात कही थी, वो बात मुझे आज भी याद है। तब मैंने कहा था कि बिहार में इतना पानी है, फिर भी वो मछली बाहर से क्यों मंगाए। 2014 में केंद्र सरकार बनने के बाद हमने स्थिति बदलने की ठानी। हमने पीएम मत्स्य संपदा योजना शुरू की। हमारी सरकार ने मछुआरे साथियों को भी किसान क्रेडिट कार्ड दिया। और मैं आज बिहार के मछली पालकों का, नीतीश जी और उनकी टीम का बहुत अभिनंदन करना चाहता हूं। बीते एक दशक में बिहार में मछली उत्पादन करीब करीब 2 गुना हो गया है। जो बिहार कभी दूसरे राज्यों से मछली मंगाता था, आज वो बहुत बड़ी मात्रा में मछली दूसरे राज्यों को भेज रहा है। साथियों, जो सफलता हमने मछली उत्पादन के क्षेत्र में पाई है, उसको हम मखाना के सेक्टर में भी दोहराना चाहते हैं। मेरा सपना है कि दुनिया के हर कोने में मखाना उसकी एक पहचान बने, मखाना के लिए आकर्षण बने, लोग नाश्ते में पहली पसंद के रूप में मखाना को देखें। मखाने की पौष्टिकता से पूरी दुनिया परिचित हो। कुछ महीने पहले मैंने मॉरिशस के राष्ट्रपति को मखाना भेंट किया। जब मैंने इसके फायदे बताए तो वो बहुत खुश हो गए। मैं सभी मखाना किसानों से, अपने नौजवानों से कहूंगा, ये जो हमने नया मखाना बोर्ड बनाया है, ये एक नई क्रांति का आरंभ है। आप इसका भरपूर लाभ उठाइए और दुनिया भर में छा जाइए। साथियों, हमारी सरकार बिहार के छोटे किसानों के हितों को प्राथमिकता दे रही है। इन छोटे किसानों को न बैंकों से कभी सस्ता ऋण मिलता था। अरे बैंकों के दरवाजे तक छोटा किसान नहीं जा सकता था, और न ही छोटे किसान को कोई सरकारी मदद मिलती थी। पहली बार एनडीए सरकार ने छोटे किसान के लिए बैंकों के दरवाजे खोले। पीएम किसान सम्मान निधि से हमने छोटे किसानों के बैंक खाते में सीधे पैसा भेजने शुरू किए। बिहार के किसानों के खातों में भी 28,000 करोड़ रुपए से ज्यादा जमा किए जा चुके हैं। यहां समस्तीपुर के भी किसानों को पीएम किसान सम्मान निधि के करीब करीब 800 करोड़ रुपया समस्तीपुर के किसानों के खाते में जमा किए हैं। आप मुझे बताइए, अगर जंगल राज वालों की सरकार होती तो क्या आपके पैसे आपके खाते तक पहुंच पाते? क्या आपके पैसे बीच में ही चोरी हो जाते कि नहीं हो जाते? उनके तो एक प्रधानमंत्री कहते थे 1 रुपया निकलता था, सिर्फ 15 पैसा पहुंचता था। वो कौन सा पंजा था जो 85 पैसे घिस लेता था? आपके पैसे आपको मिलते रहे, इसके लिए बिहार में एनडीए सरकार जरूरी है। साथियों, बिहार के लोगों के सपने, आपके सपने, हर बिहारी का सपना, ये मोदी का संकल्प है। आप जैसा समृद्ध बिहार चाहते हैं, एनडीए भी वैसा ही बिहार बनाने के लिए ईमानदारी से जुटी है। हमारे लिए बिहार के नौजवानों का सुनहरा भविष्य बहुत बड़ी प्राथमिकता है, लेकिन आरजेडी और कांग्रेस वालों से आप ऐसी उम्मीद नहीं कर सकते। आरजेडी और कांग्रेस को अपने अपने परिवारों के राजनीतिक भविष्य की ही चिंता है। इसलिए वो आज बिहार के नौजवानों के सामने झूठ के नए रिकॉर्ड बना रहे हैं। ये लोग सोचते हैं कि इनके हर झूठ पर बिहार का मेरा प्रभावशाली युवा क्या ऐसे ही विश्वास कर लेगा क्या? आरजेडी कांग्रेस वालों, मत भूलो, ये आर्यभट्ट की धरती है। ये मेरा बिहार का नौजवान सारा गुणा गणित समझता है। साथियों, आरजेडी और कांग्रेस का विकास से 36 का नाता है और आप भी जानते हैं विकास के लिए सबसे जरूरी है कानून व्यवस्था। जहां आरजेडी जैसे दल हो वहां कानून व्यवस्था हो ही नहीं सकती। आरजेडी के शासन में यहां रंगदारी, हत्या, फिरौती, अपहरण ये एक उद्योग के रूप में फले फूले। आरजेडी के जंगल राज ने बिहार की कई पीढ़ियों को बर्बाद कर दिया। साथियों, आरजेडी के कुशासन से सबसे बड़ी भुक्तभोगी बिहार की मेरी माताएं बहनें, बिहार की महिलाएं रही, बिहार के नौजवान रहे, बिहार के दलित और पिछड़े रहे, बिहार के अति पिछड़े रहे। जंगल राज में दलितों के लिए, अति पिछड़ों के लिए पुलिस थाने के दरवाजे बंद थे। न्याय की उम्मीद दम तोड़ देती थी। साथियों, आरजेडी के जंगल राज में नक्सलवाद, माओवादी आतंक भी खूब फला फूला। एक समय था जब बिहार के 1.5 दर्जन से अधिक जिले माओवादी आतंक से प्रभावित थे। लोगों का दिन दहाड़े बाहर निकलना मुश्किल था। माओवादी आतंक ने सैकड़ों लोगों की जान ले ली। साथियों, 2014 में आपने दिल्ली में एनडीए को अवसर दिया। मैंने संकल्प लिया कि बिहार के और देश के नौजवानों को इस माओवादी आतंक से मुक्ति दिला के ही रहूंगा। मुझे गरीब माताओं के बेटे बेटियों को मौत के चुंगल से हर कीमत पर बचाना था। आज मैं बिहार की माताओं बहनों को बड़ी नम्रता के साथ और बड़े संतोष के साथ कह सकता हूं, हमने बिहार में नक्सलवाद, माओवादी आतंक की कमर तोड़ दी है। बहुत जल्द पूरा देश, पूरा बिहार माओवादी आतंक से पूरी तरह मुक्त होगा और ये मोदी की गारंटी है। लेकिन साथियों, मैं आज आपको आरजेडी और कांग्रेस वालों की बदनीयत से भी सावधान करूंगा। ये गठबंधन वाले जिन लोगों को चुनाव लड़वा रहे हैं, उससे साफ हो जाता है कि ये पुराने दिन वापस लाना चाहते हैं। जमीन पर इनके प्रचार को सुनिए तो जंगल राज ही याद आएगा। अभी से आरजेडी कांग्रेस के लोग छर्रा, कट्टा, दूनाली और घर से उठा लेने की धमकी देने लग गए हैं। इनका प्रचार इन्हीं धुनों पर चल रहा है। इसलिए बिहार के लोगों को सावधान रहना है, सतर्क रहना है। इस चुनाव में भी जंगल राज वालों का डिब्बा गोल करना जरूरी है। साथियों, महिलाओं की गरिमा, बहनों बेटियों का जीवन आसान बनाना, ये हमारी सरकार की प्राथमिकता में है। केंद्र सरकार ने आपको मुफ्त गैस कनेक्शन दिया, लाखों शौचालय बनाए, 5 लाख रुपए तक मुफ्त इलाज की सुविधा दी, पीएम आवास योजना के लाखों घर महिलाओं के नाम पर दी है। लखपति दीदी योजना ने भी महिलाओं को नई ताकत दी है। आज जब बिहार सुशासन से समृद्धि की नई यात्रा पर निकला है, तब बिहार की बहन बेटियों की भूमिका और बढ़ गई है। इस समय बिहार में मुख्यमंत्री महिला रोजगार योजना की भी बहुत प्रशंसा हो रही है। बिहार की 1 करोड़ 20 लाख बहनों को रोजगार के लिए हर एक बहन के बैंक खाते में 10,000 रुपये की मदद भेजी गई है। और मुझे बताया गया है कि त्योहारों के दौरान बिहार की बहनों ने इस राशि से कई तरह के काम भी शुरू कर दिए हैं। किसी ने दिए बनाए, किसी ने खाने पीने का सामान बनाया, किसी ने सूप बनाए, ऐसे अनेक काम शुरू हुए हैं। और बिहार की बहनें कह रही हैं कि उन्हें यही नहीं रुकना है, और रुकने वाली नहीं है। भी अपने छोटे से उद्यम को सफल बनाने में जुटी है। मैं आपको विश्वास दिलाता हूं, 14 नवंबर के बाद जब फिर से एनडीए सरकार बनेगी, तो बिहार की लाखों बहनों को रोजगार बढ़ाने के लिए और अधिक प्रोत्साहन दिया जाएगा। साथियों, मिथिला के आप सभी लोग, आप तो गर्व से कहते हैं, जगत में हमारा सबके आन, जगत में हमारा सबके आन, मिथिला छाड़ी जगत में कहां के दुल्हा छथिन भगवान। ये सौभाग्य आपको ही मिला है कि आपके पाहुन
Samastipur in a scathing attack against the RJD and Congress, where he went on to reiterate that the RJD and Congress have together insulted Bihar. He launched several attacks saying how women and youth have suffered under the RJD, how Naxals have thrived under RJD Jungle Raj, saying that the NDA promises to keep Bihar away from Jungle Raj, saying that we consider Karpuri Thakur as our inspiration. RJD netas are roaming on bail in scam.
वाल्मीकि जी का भी वहां भव्य धाम बनाया गया है और अब तो आपकी खुशी भी दोगुनी हो रही है। पुनौरा धाम में माता जानकी के भव्य मंदिर का भी निर्माण हो रहा है। बहुत जल्द माता सीता का ये भव्य धाम देश दुनिया के भक्तों के लिए निर्मित हो जाएगा। हमारी सरकार मैथिली को, मिथिला कला को भी आगे बढ़ाने में जुटी है। सरकार ने देश के संविधान का, ये खुशी की बात है आपके लिए, देश के संविधान का माता सीता की भाषा मैथिली में संविधान का अनुवाद करवाया है। हम बिहार की धरोहर को रोजगार से भी जोड़ रहे हैं। यहां रामायण सर्किट, बुद्ध सर्किट, धरोहर आधारित ऐसे पर्यटन हब विकसित किए जा रहे हैं। इससे बिहार के युवाओं को रोजगार की और ज्यादा मौके मिलेंगे। साथियों, अब बिहार रुकेगा नहीं। बीजेपी के, एनडीए के हर कार्यकर्ता से मेरा आग्रह है कि आप ऐसे ही परिश्रम करते रहिए। गठबंधन वाले एक दूसरे को निपटाने में जुटे हैं, वहीं एनडीए के हर कार्यकर्ता को बूथ बूथ पर एकजुट प्रयास करना है। जो काम हरियाणा ने किया, महाराष्ट्र ने किया, उसको हमें बिहार में दोहराना है। साथियों, भाजपा, जेडीयू, एलजेपी, हम पार्टी, आरएलएसपी सभी इस मंच पर है। इनमें से जिसका भी कैंडिडेट मैदान में है, हमें उसको विजयी बनाने के लिए, उसको जिताने के लिए पूरी ताकत लगानी है। हमें ये जरूर पक्का करना है। सभी उम्मीदवारों से मेरा आग्रह है, आगे आ जाए। सारे उम्मीदवार जो चुनाव लड़ रहे हैं वो यहां आ जाए। हाँ, हमें ये जरूर पक्का करना है कि 6 और 11 नवंबर को भाजपा, एनडीए का हर समर्थक पोलिंग बूथ पर जरूर पहुंचे। समस्तीपुर में तो 6 नवंबर को मतदान होना है। 6 नवंबर भूलना नहीं है। आप सभी याद रखना, पहले मतदान फिर जलपान। इस बार हमें वोटिंग का भी रिकॉर्ड बनाना है, विजय का भी नया रिकॉर्ड बनाना है। इसी आह्वान के साथ छठ महापर्व की फिर से बहुत बहुत शुभकामनाएं। आप हमें आशीर्वाद देने आए, इसके लिए आपका बहुत बहुत आभार। बोलिए भारत माता की, भारत माता की, भारत माता की। बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद। आप लोग वहीं खड़े रहिए।
Prime Minister Narendra Modi concluding that explosive address from Samastipur in Bihar, where he launched an all-out attack on the Congress and RJD, saying that they have insulted Bihar. In mincing no words, he also went on to say how corruption is rampant under the RJD and Congress. Most importantly, he pointed out that Dalits and backward classes have suffered under the RJD. He kept the scathing attack going, where he also said that women and youth have suffered under the RJD and Naxals have thrived under RJD Jungle Raj. But Prime Minister Narendra Modi promising how NDA's win will keep Jungle Raj away. He also went on to say that we consider Karpuri Thakur as our inspiration. And of course, like the BJP has been reminding people again and again, he once again said that RJD netas have been roaming on bail in scams worth crores of rupees. In fact, he also said that opposition only knows how to loot the public, but NDA's win in the polls under Nitish's leadership will certainly happen. Sounding extremely confident, Prime Minister Narendra Modi also went on to say that the NDA this time will get a historic mandate. And he once again went on to attack the RJD and Congress, saying how they have stopped Bihar's development. But the NDA government had a lot of work to do, and they have spent 3 times more on Bihar than the UPA ever did. We now go on to our special segment, So South, where you get to see all those stories that are dominating the headlines from down south.
Good afternoon, a big hello, vanakkam and namaskara. You're watching So South. I'm Sagai Raj, and your one-stop destination for everything South. Today we bring you the news that matters most to you. Joining me now is Abdul Bashir from Kurnool, Andhra Pradesh, who will bring the latest on bus tragedy.
Okay. A tragic incident has taken place in the Kurnool district of Andhra Pradesh, Kullur Mandal, where a bus which was travelling from Hyderabad towards Bengaluru. This private bus is an AC bus, completely packed bus, which started from Hyderabad at around 9 p.m. with 40 passengers, and a driver had caught fire after it met with an accident where it hit a motorcycle, and on dragging it, the fuel tank lit and the whole bus had caught fire, among which 21 people who were inside the bus had managed to escape, with some of them minor and major injuries, but other 20 have lost their lives. Now, this incident has taken place at 3 a.m. in Kurnool district of Andhra Pradesh, where this bus was travelling. Now, there are many buses which are regularly moving from Hyderabad to Bengaluru, but this bus which was moving had met with this particular accident. Now, here the authorities had reached the spot and rescued the 21 members who were there. The injured were shifted to the Kurnool Government Hospital, where we are right now headed, and the deceased, among which 11 bodies were recovered and the other 9 were completely charred, and their DNA test was done and they were identified. Now, here the authorities are continuously investigating as to what was the cause of this tragic accident that has taken place. Were there any lapses, the safety lapses that are there, safety equipments present in the bus, or was it careless or reckless driving? What we have learned through our investigation is that the bus that was traveling, this bus was registered on Kaveri, and this bus had more than 23,000 challans in Telangana state itself, and most of them were overspeeding. Now, this angle also will be probed by the authorities. Now, authorities have started their investigation as to what was the cause of incident, what was the loss, and how did this whole incident take place. And apart from this, both the Andhra Pradesh and the Telangana government has given their necessary help was done. Like both the SP and collector from Kurnool and Gadwal from Telangana were on spot in the rescue operations. Helpline numbers were given, and people who were injured, their families were informed, and the deceased families were also contacted through this helpline. Now, here, this is a very tragic incident that has taken place. Let's listen in to the reactions that have come in.
ఆల్రెడీ అటాక్ అయిపోయింది. అది ఎలా అటాక్ అయిందని తెలియదు. తర్వాత ఇక్కడ చూస్తుంటే మరి యాక్సిడెంట్ ఒక వెహికల్ 2-వీలర్ వెహికల్కి అది బ్రేక్ చేసి ఆ వెహికల్ అనేది ఫ్రంట్లో కింద డౌన్ సైడ్లో స్ట్రక్ అయ్యి మేబీ ఆ ఫోర్స్కి అనేది ఆ ఫైర్ అనేది వచ్చేసినట్టున్నది. సో దానివల్ల మరి డీజిల్ ట్యాంక్ అనేది బ్లాస్ట్ అయ్యి అదంతా డీజిల్ పెట్రోల్ ముందు స్ప్రెడ్ అయిపోయింది. అంతా రైల్లో కూడా ఫైర్ అనేది నాన్ స్టాప్గా అటాక్ అయిపోయింది.
టోటల్ ప్యాసింజర్స్ ఎంతమంది సార్?
అరౌండ్ మనకు ఎగ్జాక్ట్లీ తెలీదు. ఒక 40 నుంచి 45 వరకు ఉండొచ్చండి ప్యాసింజర్స్. एग्जैक्टली 42 అయితే ఉంటారండి. मैं देखा कि लेफ़्ट साइड में आ गए और आगे भी थोड़ी सी आ गए, तो उसके बाद वही पैनिक आ गया. मैंने मतलब अपना बैग देखा, फ़ोन उठाया, पॉकेट में रखा और बस निकलने की कोशिश करने लगा मैं. तभी मतलब 4-5 लोग और सब लोग उठे, धीरे धीरे उठ रहे थे सब लोग. फायर सबने चिल्लाया. आगे से ट्राई कर रहे थे जाने का, बट आगे का मेन डोर लॉक हो गया था. ड्राइवर वगैरह वहाँ पे नहीं था कोई भी, तो डोर्स पूरे लॉक हो गए थे. और एसी बस था, शायद एसी की वजह से धुआं अंदर आने लगा था. बस फायर स्प्रेड होने लगी थोड़ा. कुछ लोग आगे से निकले और ड्राइवर डोर तो ओपन नहीं हुआ, पर विंडो का थोड़ा लोगों ने पैर मारे, किक मारे, थोड़ा जंप करा, जैसे तैसे बाहर निकले 4-5 लोग उधर से. मैं पीछे की तरफ गया था, पीछे मैंने इमरजेंसी एग्जिट तोड़ा है. उधर भी मतलब काफ़ी मुश्किल से टूटी है वो. धुआं आने लग गया था अंदर पीछे तक पूरा. आगे एक्सीडेंट हुआ था, आगे आग लगी थी, बट पीछे तक पूरा धुआं आ गया था. तब जैसे तैसे हमने भी वो इमरजेंसी विंडो तोड़ी है और काफ़ी ऊपर से हम लोगों ने जंप मारा है बस से बाहर.
మార్నింగ్ 3 o'clock ఆ టైంలో వి కావేరీ ట్రావెల్స్ బస్ NH44 అంటే మనకి హైదరాబాద్ నుంచి బెంగళూరు హైవే. సో హైదరాబాద్ నుంచి ప్యాసింజర్స్ని తీసుకొని బెంగళూరుకి వెళ్తూ ఉంది ఆ బస్సు. సో సుమారుగా ఒక 3 o'clock ఆ టైంలో ఒక బైక్, సో ఇద్దరు బస్సు డ్రైవర్సు, ఇద్దరు పిల్లలు, వాళ్ళంతా కూడా సేఫ్గా ఉన్నారు. సో టోటల్ 23 మెంబర్స్ ఆర్ సేఫ్ అండి. ఇక్కడ జీజీహెచ్లో అడ్మిట్ అయిన వాళ్ళు కూడా చిన్న ఫ్రాక్చర్స్, ఒక ఇద్దరు అబ్బాయిలు ఉన్నారు, చిన్న అంటే ఒక 28 years 30 years వాళ్ళు ఉన్నారు. వాళ్ళిద్దరికి 2 fractures ఉన్నారు తప్ప మిగతా అందరూ కూడా సేఫ్గా ఉన్నారు. వాళ్ళు కూడా స్టేబుల్గా సేఫ్గా ఉన్నారు, బట్ చిన్న ఫ్రాక్చర్స్ కాబట్టి దే హ్యావ్ టు స్టే ఇక్కడ.
ఇద్దరు డ్రైవర్లు 39 మంది ఎవరైతే ప్రయాణికులు ఉన్నారు. ఒకరెవరో ఆరాంగఢ్ హైదరాబాద్ దగ్గర ఎక్కారని చెప్తున్నారు. అక్కడ కూడా సీసీ ఫుటేజ్ తీసుకుంటారని మా ఎస్పీ గారు చెప్పారు. ఇప్పుడు దీంట్లో ఎవరైతే క్యాజువాలిటీ హాస్పిటల్లో ఉన్నారో వాళ్ళందరూ క్లియర్గా ఎవరో మాకు తెలిసింది. ఇక్కడ ఎవరైతే డిసీజ్ చనిపోయారో వాళ్ళ ఫోన్ నెంబర్లు కూడా సెల్లులు వాళ్ళతో ఉండడం వల్ల సెల్లులు ఆఫ్లో ఉంటాయి. కాబట్టి ఇప్పుడు మా ఇంటెలిజెన్స్ వ్యవస్థ ద్వారా వితిన్ 1-2 hours మీకు డిసీజ్ ఏ రాష్ట్రానికి చెందిన వాళ్ళు కూడా మేము చెప్తాం.
Well, we are right now at the Kurnool Government Hospital here, where the injured have been brought for treatment and the deceased have been brought for the PME, the post-mortem examination. Now, as you can see, that heavy police deployment can be seen here. The authorities are lined up and assisting most of the attenders or the patients' relatives here, the injured relatives here and the deceased relatives here are being the authorities are helping them as to what exactly has happened and to reach their loved ones. So this is the situation at the Kurnool Government Hospital. As you can see, the Home Minister Anita has also visited the injured. She's taken a stock of the situation. However, the Chief Minister Nara Chandrababu Naidu, he's on a Dubai tour, but the early hours today, when the incident has taken place, he was the one to just call and take the stock of the whole situation here in Kurnool's Kallur Mandal. And Telangana Chief Minister Revanth Reddy also had a review meeting where he has asked the officials to be on an alert and also issued a helpline to assist those from Telangana state. Now here, what we are understanding is that this accident, the tragic accident that has taken place at the Kallur Mandal, has sent shockwaves in Telangana, Andhra and Karnataka here. What we are learning is that this accident, there are many buses that travel from Hyderabad to Bengaluru or to Vijayawada, and these buses are AC buses, completely packed buses. But what is most shocking is that now people are thinking about safety in these buses. Many people, especially 40 to 50 members, usually travel in these buses at a time, and if this is the situation, then people are questioning the safety measures that are usually taken while traveling in these particular buses. Well, we have some more reactions coming in. Let's listen in.
बहुत बड़ी दुखी का संगठन है तेलंगाना सरकार के तरफ से, उसको पूरा कंडोलेंस बताया और उसके ऊपर जांच भी करने का आदेश दिया। आने वाला दिन में तेलंगाना ट्रांसपोर्ट मिनिस्टर एंड डिपार्टमेंट, कर्नाटका ट्रांसपोर्ट मिनिस्टर एंड डिपार्टमेंट और आंध्रा तीनों मिलके आने वाला दिन में ऐसा संगठन फिर न हो, ऐसा कानून बनाएंगे। और हम ट्रांसपोर्ट लोगों को भी हम रिक्वेस्ट करते हैं और आदेश भी देता है, कोई भी बस बाहर फिटनेस रूल के खिलाफ घूमे तो उसको सीज करेंगे।
Today what has happened, I think there is some mischief or negligence what has happened. A thorough inquiry has to be done, and I fully pray God, because it is not a small incident in the history of recent times. Such incidents should not have occurred. So we will ask the concerned government to have a thorough inquiry in this, and we should have a precautionary measure with all such type of measures.
A very sad day for the state of Telangana and Andhra Pradesh, Karnataka, where these travelers, most of them belonging to Telangana, Karnataka and Andhra Pradesh, where these travelers were moving from Hyderabad. Last evening at 9 p.m. the bus began when these travelers did not know what their fate was, whether they would reach Bengaluru or not. Now here 40 passengers that have travelled in this Kaveri Travels, a private travel agency, a private travel bus, when it's began with its AC bus moving from Hyderabad towards Bengaluru, is where in Kallur, in this mandal where we are standing right now in, is where the accident has taken place. 21 members have managed to escape, fortunately, but unfortunately 20 members have lost their lives. Now these 21 members who have managed to escape, among which were 12 people who were injured and one was critically injured, is what the authorities have said. Now and 8 to 9 members among them had managed to escape with their conscious state of mind, and the others who were might be sleeping or because it was 3 a.m. in the night have caught under the whole fire or dose of fire that had taken place. Now authorities are continuously working to understand what is the cause of this incident that has taken place. That is all we have from the state of Telangana and Andhra Pradesh. Over to you, Sagai.
Thank you, Abdul. CM Nataka continues in Karnataka. Discontent brews within Congress in Karnataka after Chief Minister's son remarked that his father was in the fag end of his political career and described Satish Jarkoli as a leader with similar progressive ideological thinking. A fierce CM loyalist versus DK Shivakumar loyalist face-off now brews within the party. Loyalists of Siddaramaiah have now questioned Yatindra's statement, saying that he must comply with the discipline code of the party and think before making such statements. However, they also said that Satish Jarkoli remained an important leader and that they are bound by High Command's decision. Loyalists of DK Shivakumar meanwhile questioned inaction against Yatindra Siddaramaiah. They expressed discontent as to why no notice was served to him for making such statements. Karnataka BJP meanwhile slammed Congress, alleging that law and order had collapsed in the state because of politics by Congress. BJP also alleged that CM was only creating confusion among his leaders. Listen to the reactions coming in.
So Congress MLAs Iqbal Hussain and Shivaganga has raised a question stating that if they speak anything against the government, disciplinary action will be taken.
Still I stand with it. Discipline is on the priority of my party.
See, Siddaramaiah sir is a tall.
On the priority of my party.
See, Siddaramaiah sir is a tall leader. We need him as a big leader for Congress. A career. That is one side. The second side is whatever we speak, it is we are supposed to be under the discipline code of conduct of Congress party. So I think you should go and ask Yatindra what is the statement means.
वही मैं सोच रही मेरे को एक स्टेटमेंट को मेरे को नोटिस दिया हाईकमांड ने, बट अभी सीएम के पुत्र इस तरह गलत गलत स्टेटमेंट बार बार किया, हाईकमान सभी देख रहे बट क्यों स्टेटमेंट वो नोटिस नहीं दिया करके मैं भी सोच रहे। अभी सभी हाईकमान देख के क्या करना है, सामान्य एमएलए भी अलग है, मुख्यमंत्री के पुत्र एमएलए अलग है करके हाईकमान सोच के बात कर रहे तो अच्छा था।
ಅದು ನೀವೇ ಕೇಳಬೇಕು, ಮಾಧ್ಯಮದವರೇ ಕೇಳಬೇಕು, ಯಾರು ಮಾಡಿದ್ರೆ ಚಮತ್ಕಾರ ಯಾರು ಮಾಡಿದ್ರೆ ಬಲಾತ್ಕಾರ ಅಂತ ನೀವೇ ಕೇಳಬೇಕು। ನಡಿ ಮಾದೇವಣ್ಣ।
सिद्धरामैया जी को कंफर्म हुआ है कि नवंबर में उनका गद्दे हिलेगा, इसलिए वो कंफ्यूजन क्रिएट करना चाहते हैं। डीके शिव कुमार जी उनका गद्दे के ऊपर आंख रखे वो हिलाने का पूरा तैयारी में है, इसलिए डीके शिव कुमार जी के जगह सतीश जारकिहोली का नाम, परमेश्वर जी का नाम और दूसरे मल्लिकार्जुन खड़गे जी का नाम, ऐसे नाम चर्चा में लेके आकर कंफ्यूजन क्रिएट करने से सिद्धरामैया के आगे कौन है करके वो प्रश्न उठेगा। उसके कारण सिद्धरामैया जी का चेयर और ज़्यादा दिन रहेगा करके सिद्धरामैया जी का कैलकुलेशन है।
No end to pothole mess in Karnataka. Another pothole incident in the city of Mangaluru has now thrown light on the state of roads in Karnataka. This even as the government promises to fix potholes on roads across the state. On your screen are visuals from Mangaluru in Karnataka. A couple travelling on a scooter can be seen trying to avoid a pothole in front of them, but in vain. The scooter veered off the road, thereby leaving the couple to fall off the scooter. A 44-year-old woman from Karnataka's Mangaluru earlier died after the two-wheeler she was driving allegedly toppled over a pothole, causing her to fall under the wheels of a moving lorry on the national highway near Kuluru on September 9th. The deceased was identified as Madhavi, a resident from Surathkal. Madhavi was riding her scooter on National Highway 66. Her vehicle fell into a large pothole, causing her to lose control and fall by the roadside. Next, closing. That's all here now from South India, the one-stop destination for everything from South. Thanking my colleague Abdul Bashir from Kurnool.
Motorola Edge 60 Pro, the true flagship killer.
Hello, Moto. Do the Moto.
Motorola Edge 60 Fusion, the undisputed, most loved phone.
Bliss. It dances on your skin like first rain. Experience bliss in all its forms with Hindware. Hindware, designed for bliss.
Every story finds a place. Every voice gets a platform. Every side has its say. Your channel for every headline. Prime team on India Today, India's only democratic newsroom. Motorola Edge 60 Pro, the true flagship killer.
Hi, here are the top headlines presented by Motorola. Mahagathbandhan to release manifesto for Bihar polls on October 28th. Delhi tests artificial rain successfully. Cloud seeding likely on October 29th. Advertising guru and Padma Shri awardee Piyush Pandey passes away at 70.
Sorry.
आए जाने मन, हम तुम एक कमरे में बंद हो और चाबी खो जाए, जरा हमारे साथ 2 मिनट हो जाए।
Thank you for staying with India Today. And well, amid politics over NDA and Mahagathbandhan CM face, Prime Minister Narendra Modi, while speaking from Samastipur, roared that NDA will win Bihar under Nitish's leadership. Prime Minister Modi went on to say that NDA will get historic mandate under Nitish Kumar. So while Tejasvi Yadav had put the same question to the NDA, Prime Minister Narendra Modi has now made it amply clear that in the case of NDA's victory, Nitish Kumar will lead the state of Bihar. Let's listen in to those key statements.
NDA यानी सुशासन, NDA यानी जनता की सेवा, NDA यानी विकास की गारंटी। और इसलिए आज आपका ये उत्साह देखकर मैं कह सकता हूं, इस बार बिहार में भी नीतीश बाबू के नेतृत्व में एनडीए जीत के अपने पुराने सारे रिकॉर्ड तोड़ने वाला है। इन चुनावों में बिहार एनडीए को अब तक का सबसे बड़ा जनादेश देगा।
Cutting across to my colleague Piyush, who's joining us on the broadcast. Piyush, with just 11 days to go for the polls in Bihar, it is now clear that the fight is narrowing down and it is Tejasvi versus Nitish in Bihar.
Well, that's right, Suesha. PM Narendra Modi, during his first rally for Bihar Assembly elections, has now made it very, very clear that the NDA is fighting elections under the leadership of Nitish Kumar. And remember that this announcement was made when all NDA constituents were sitting on stage, like Chirag Paswan, Upendra Kushwaha, Nitish Kumar, Jitan Manji, and top leaders of BJP were also on the stage. And PM Narendra Modi, the topmost leader of BJP, has now made it very, very clear that yes, we will be fighting elections under the leadership of Nitish Kumar. In the last few days, we have seen a lot of political controversy also taking place on this. Yesterday, when Tejasvi Yadav was named as the CM face of Mahagathbandhan, he had questioned the intention of NDA as to who will be the chief minister and candidate of NDA. Now, PM Narendra Modi has made it very clear that yes, NDA is going to fight elections under the leadership of Nitish Kumar. One thing also very important to highlight, Suesha, here is that yesterday we saw the joint press conference of Mahagathbandhan, but there was a photograph of only one leader, and that was of Tejasvi Yadav. But today, during the rally of PM Narendra Modi, not only his photo was there, but also photos of Nitish Kumar, Jitan Manji, Chirag Paswan, Upendra Kushwaha were also there on the stage, on the very place where the rally was addressed by PM Narendra Modi. So at one side we have a joint NDA speaking everything in one voice. On the other side there are differences, those we have seen in the initial stage, also during the seat distribution also. And again yesterday we saw how Tejasvi Yadav's photo was there and no other leader's photo was there on the Mahagathbandhan poster. In fact, today when Tejasvi Yadav also addressed his first rally for the Bihar Assembly polls, he was not accompanied by any other top leader of Mahagathbandhan. So this shows as to how still Mahagathbandhan is not on one page, but NDA is, and we saw the joint rally of NDA where PM Narendra Modi announced that yes, NDA is going to contest elections on the face of Nitish Kumar.
Oh yes, absolutely, Piyush. And Prime Minister Narendra Modi putting out a loud and clear message to all the cadres on the ground, where he says that NDA will bag this victory with a historic mandate. Let's listen in to that statement once again.
NDA यानी सुशासन, NDA यानी जनता की सेवा, NDA यानी विकास की गारंटी। और इसलिए आज आपका ये उत्साह देखकर मैं कह सकता हूं, इस बार बिहार में भी नीतीश बाबू के नेतृत्व में एनडीए जीत के अपने पुराने सारे रिकॉर्ड तोड़ने वाला है। इन चुनावों में बिहार एनडीए को अब तक का सबसे बड़ा जनादेश दे।
Moving on to Tejashwi's big attack on the NDA and Nitish Kumar, where Tejashwi has said that NDA will not make Nitish Kumar Chief Minister. Tejashwi has once again made this statement, saying that Nitish Kumar has been hijacked. You would remember he said the exact same during the news conference yesterday when his name was announced as the CM pick for the Mahagathbandhan. And despite the announcement that is made by Prime Minister Narendra Modi saying that the NDA will work under Nitish Kumar's leadership in the scenario that they win, Tejashwi countering that again, saying that NDA will not make Nitish Kumar the Chief Minister.
अब जब चुनाव हो जाएगा तो विधायक लोग तय करेगा कि मुख्यमंत्री का चेहरा कौन होगा। यानी एक बात तो तय है, नीतीश कुमार जी को अमित शाह और भाजपा के लोग दोबारा मुख्यमंत्री बनाने नहीं जा रहे हैं। उनको हाईजैक कर लिया चाचा जी को। चाचा जी कितना बार यहाँ आए, हम लोग मुख्यमंत्री बनाए, लेकिन चाचा जी का स्वभाव आप लोग जानते हैं, इन्ने से होने, होने से होने। लेकिन हमको दुख है इस बात का कि भाजपा के लोग उनके साथ अन्याय करने का काम कर रहे हैं।
And there you heard that statement from Tejashwi Yadav yet again. Remember, in these 2 days, yesterday of course he said that during the news conference, and today again during a rally, he has repeated that statement. This despite the fact that we saw the NDA show of strength in Samastipur on that dais, where Prime Minister Narendra Modi and Nitish Kumar were standing shoulder to shoulder. In fact, the entire honorary ceremony that was conducted, where both leaders were together through every part of it. But Tejashwi Yadav wanting to send this message out to the people of Bihar and primarily to the NDA to say that the NDA will not make Tejashwi Yadav Chief Minister in a scenario that they win. In fact, yesterday he also went on to say that Nitish Kumar has been cheated upon and he has not been given his due in the NDA. So, time and again this statement coming in, this especially in the gap of 2 days, yesterday and today, that we've seen that Tejashwi Yadav has repeated this statement yesterday at that news conference when his name was announced as the Mahagathbandhan's Chief Minister pick. Today again he said that during a rally. So really these two sets of pictures that give you the picture of what is happening in Bihar, the larger picture of the fight between the Mahagathbandhan and the NDA, of Tejashwi being the Mahagathbandhan CM pick and the NDA making it very clear that Nitish Kumar is the CM pick for the NDA. So while one would imagine that this fight is now narrowing down to Tejashwi versus Nitish Kumar, Tejashwi continues to reiterate that NDA will not make Nitish Kumar Chief Minister in a scenario that the NDA wins. Just to give you more clarity, we'll play out that statement by Prime Minister Narendra Modi once again, where he rode from Samastipur in that rally and he said that Nitish Kumar will be the CM pick for the NDA and the Mahagathbandhan is trying to steal the legacy of Jan Nayak from Samastipur.
हजारों करोड़ रुपए के घोटालों में ये जमानत पर चल रहे लोग हैं, जमानत पे, और जो जमानत पे है वो चोरी के मामले में जमानत पे है। अब ये चोरी की इनकी आदत ऐसी है कि अब जननायक की उपाधि की चोरी में जुटे हैं। बिहार के लोग जननायक कर्पूरी बाबू का ये अपमान कभी नहीं सहेंगे। जिनके पास मोबाइल है वो जरा अपनी लाइट जलाएं। जिसके पास मोबाइल है, अच्छा आपका लाइट जल रहा है, अब आप मुझे एक बात बताइए, जब इतनी लाइट है, हर एक के हाथ में लाइट है, तो लालटेन चाहिए क्या? साथियों, पूरा देश आपको सुन रहा है, देख रहा है। बिहार को लालटेन और उसके साथी नहीं चाहिए। साथियों, ये साल 2005 का अक्टूबर महीना ही था जब बिहार ने जंगल राज से मुक्ति पाई थी। नीतीश जी के नेतृत्व में एनडीए का सुशासन शुरू हुआ था, लेकिन उस दौर में 10 साल तक केंद्र में कांग्रेस आरजेडी की सरकार रही। कांग्रेस आरजेडी ने नीतीश जी के सामने भांति भांति के रोड़े अटकाए। बिहार का नुकसान करने में दिल्ली में बैठी हुई कांग्रेस और आरजेडी की सरकार ने 10 साल तक कोई कमी नहीं रखी थी। आरजेडी बिहार के आप लोगों से बदला लेती रही कि आपने नीतीश जी को वोट क्यों दिया, नीतीश जी की सरकार क्यों बनाई। हालात तो ये थी कि ये आरजेडी वाले कांग्रेस को आए दिन धमकाते थे, धमकी देते थे कि अगर बिहार में आपने नीतीश जी की एक भी बात मानी, भाजपा एनडीए की एक भी बात मानी, बिहार में अगर कोई प्रोजेक्ट दिया तो फिर आरजेडी कांग्रेस का समर्थन तोड़ देगी और सरकार गिर जाए, ऐसे डराते थे। सामाजिक न्याय के दिखाए कर्पूरी बाबू के रास्ते को भाजपा एनडीए ने सुशासन का आधार बनाया है। हमने गरीबों, दलितों, महादलितों, पिछड़ों, अति पिछड़ों के हितों को प्राथमिकता दी है। ये हमारी सरकार है जिसने सामान्य वर्ग के गरीबों को 10% आरक्षण देने का महत्वपूर्ण निर्णय लिया। भाजपा एनडीए ने ही अनुसूचित जाति, अनुसूचित जनजाति के आरक्षण को भी 10 साल के लिए और आगे बढ़ाया।
Moving on, carbide guns were sold openly during Diwali that have left more than 180 people with eye injuries in Madhya Pradesh. Most of the victims who are children. Getting you all the details in this report.
The hunt for louder and cheaper fireworks has landed over 180 people, mostly children, in hospitals across Madhya Pradesh right after Diwali. They all used what is known on the streets as the carbide gun, a cheap contraption made of plastic pipe and uses calcium carbide, water and a gas lighter.
वो कार्बाइड वाली गन चला रहे थे, मैं घर पे था नहीं, उसको चलाते चलाते वो एक दो ने झाँक लिया, वो 2 कैसे चल गई तो उनके आँख में पूरा बारूद चला गया।
मेरी आँख की रोशनी कम हो गई है कार्बाइड वाली तोप से, तो कृपया अपने बच्चों को दूर रखें।
मैं कार्बाइड वाली गन चला रहा था तो चली नहीं, तो मेरी आंखों में चोट लग गई, वो एकदम से चल गई। मेरा नाम है ऋषि मीना और मेरा इलाज हो रहा है वो हमीरी हॉस्पिटल भोपाल में।
Some of the victims have lost vision partially. Some need procedures like corneal transplants.
About 10 to 15% are very severe, which has caused severe visual damage, whereas about 80% they are moderate to mild cases. We have already started different surgical procedures so that stage by stage they can recover some injury.
20 से 30% लोगों को काफ़ी सीवियर डैमेज हुआ है, जिसमें उनका पूरा ऑक्यूलर सरफेस जिसे हम कहते हैं उसमें बर्न हो गया है और उसके लिए उन्हें ऑपरेशन किया गया है, एमनियोटिक मेम्ब्रेन लगाई गई है. अब ये भविष्य में देखेंगे कि कितना उससे उनको फ़ायदा हुआ है.
The carbide guns were being sold in the market for 150 to 250 rupees. When the calcium carbide, an easy available chemical, is mixed with water, acetylene gas, a highly inflammable compound, is produced. The gas lighter becomes the trigger. Even a small spark can cause a blast and cause serious injuries, as the unfortunate victims found out.
The injuries, they had impact of chemical which was used in the gun, plus there was a firecracker kind of injury also. Plus there was a blast kind of thing which occurred near the eye. So there was a combination of three kinds of injury: burn injury due to fire, then chemical injury due to that chemical used in the gun, and a blast injury because of the pressure of the acetylene gas.
The guns, which were not subjected to any safety checks, were being sold blatantly in violation of all norms. The open sale of illegal carbide guns have exposed the law enforcement agencies of Madhya Pradesh. With Ravish Pal Singh, Bureau Report, India Today.
Moving on, he made India laugh, think and feel, one ad at a time. The man behind Fevicol's wit, Cadbury's charm and Vodafone's pug, Piyush Pandey, is unfortunately no more. The legendary ad man passed away in Mumbai this morning after battling an infection. He was 70. Here's a tribute.
He gave us the Fevicol bus that never broke apart. A Cadbury girl who danced her heart out on a cricket field. And the pug that followed us everywhere. Piyush Pandey, the man who turned everyday India into unforgettable storytelling. A cricketer turned copywriter, he joined Ogilvy in 1982 and went on to build the country's most successful ad agency. Under his leadership, Ogilvy India ruled the creative charts for over a decade, shaping not just brands but the way India spoke to itself.
ये तो मेरे घर जैसा है।
ताकि तुम्हें ऐसा ना लगे कि तुम अपना घर छोड़ के आई हो।
कितने प्यार से अपनों के लिए कोई घर सजाता है। एशियन पेंट्स, हर घर कुछ कहता है।
From हर घर कुछ कहता है to कुछ खास है जिंदगी में।
हम सभी में बात है, खास है।
His ads captured the pulse of a country in motion, full of emotion, humor and heart.
मिले सुर मेरा तुम्हारा तो सुर बने हमारा सुर की
His magic with the pen didn't just extend to copy, but also to lyrics, penning Mile Sur Mera Tumhara, an Indian song that promoted national integration and unity in diversity.
रूप लेकर बरसे हल्के हल्के मिले सुर मेरा तुम्हारा
चलो हालात बदले, देश की सरकार बदले, भाजपा को वोट दे, अब की बार।
And when politics called, Pandey's words powered one of India's most defining election slogans, Ab ki baar, Modi Sarkar. A line that cut through the noise of a billion voices, proving that his pen could move more than markets, it could move the nation. He was honored with the Padma Shri in 2016, named Global Chief Creative Officer of Ogilvy, and celebrated across continents as the man who gave Indian advertising its own accent, rooted, real, and unmistakably ours. Today, the world of creativity mourns its most iconic storyteller. A man whose work will outlast the products he sold and whose words will echo far beyond the brands he built.
With that, it's time for us to slip into a very short commercial break. On the other side, we get you details of how at least 20 people have died in that horrific bus tragedy in Andhra's Kurnool. Bengaluru-bound bus from Hyderabad that caught fire after collision with a bike. Over a dozen people have been hospitalized with burn injuries. My colleague Anisha Mathur gets you all the details on the other side.
Bliss. It dances on your skin like first rain. Experience bliss in all its forms with Hindwear. Hindwear, designed for bliss.
Edge 60 Pro, the true flagship killer.
Hi, here are the top headlines presented by Motorola. Mahagathbandhan to release manifesto for Bihar polls on October 28th. Delhi tests artificial rain successfully. Cloud seeding likely on October 29th. Advertising guru and Padma Shri awardee Piyush Pandey passes away at 70. I'm Sana. Here's your weather update. Delhi maximum 33 and minimum 18 degrees. Mumbai maximum 33 and minimum 26 degrees. Kolkata maximum 33 and minimum 23 degrees. Bengaluru maximum 24 and minimum 19 degrees. Chennai maximum 29 and minimum 23 degrees. Hyderabad maximum 28 and minimum 21 degrees.
Presented by Parul University, Vadodara, Gujarat. Presented by Parul University, Vadodara, Gujarat. बैंक ऑफ बड़ौदा के संग त्योहार की
Good afternoon and welcome. I'm Anisha Mathur, and on this edition, we are going straight to Bihar, where the Prime Minister has kicked off his campaign in the battle for Bihar. The Prime Minister is about to speak at any moment now. He's in Begusarai now. Just a short while ago, he was at Samastipur, and on your screens right now, the Prime Minister being felicitated at the rally in Begusarai.
और हमारे केंद्रीय मंत्री गिरिराज जी जो अभिभावक भी हैं और बेगूसराय का नेतृत्व करते हैं उनसे मेरी आग्रह है कि
Prime Minister Modi is in Bihar for a blitz rally. He's going to be attending multiple rallies across the state as the election campaign is at a fiery start. Yesterday, of course, the nominations are done, the election, the voting in just a few short days. The Prime Minister now the main campaigner for the BJP in the state of Bihar. Just a short while ago, he was at Samastipur district where he paid tribute to late Bharat Ratna Karpuri Thakur. He spoke about the development of Bihar and how the NDA government so far has developed the state to a very large extent. And now he is in Begusarai, where he is expected to speak very, very shortly. On your screens, viewers, right now is the rally in Begusarai, where the Prime Minister is being felicitated. In his address at Samastipur just a short while ago, he had raised allegations against the RJD leaders, calling the Bihar jungle Raj under Lalu Prasad Yadav's regime. And now he is in Samastipur, where he is expected to speak further at this public rally just before the Bihar state goes for voting. Rohit Singh is on the phone line with me as we wait for the Prime Minister's address to begin. Rohit, at Samastipur just this morning, the Prime Minister made a scathing attack on the RJD, on Tejasvi Yadav, and in fact addressed the questions of NDA's chief ministerial face. Now, of course, he's in Begusarai and a blitz expected over the next couple of days as the Prime Minister tours the state. What more do we know?
Well, yes, Prime Minister Narendra Modi has kick-started his
campaign from Samastipur today for the Bihar Assembly elections, and we just saw that a few minutes back how he was addressing a big rally in Samastipur, and now from Samastipur he has reached Begusarai, where he will be addressing his second rally of the day. But in the first rally itself, Prime Minister Modi has set the tone and tenor of how the campaign is going to be, because this is not the only time that Prime Minister is coming to Bihar, because in the next few days there are several big rallies of the Prime Minister which is already lined up once the festival of Chhath is over. And in the first rally itself we saw how he was attacking RJD, Tejasvi Yadav, calling it that it could mean that return of the Jungle Raj if Mahagathbandhan comes to power on the issue of corruption. He lashed out at the RJD and was in support of Nitish Kumar that Bihar was fighting elections, or rather you can say that NDA was fighting elections under the leadership of Nitish Kumar. So there was no if and but. Without mincing any words, he came out in support of Nitish Kumar. So the Prime Minister is now on a roll. We are seeing that couple of rallies today that he'll be addressing in Bihar. And in the next few days, more big rallies are already lined up in the state.
Rohit, could you take us through what the Prime Minister's schedule is going to be like? You just said there are more rallies lined up over the next couple of days. Of course, Chhath Puja is also there this weekend. So what exactly are we looking at over the next few days while the Prime Minister is in Bihar? Where all is he traveling? What kind of gatherings are we expecting?
Well, it's going to be a hectic next 10 to 12 days for the Prime Minister also, because he'll be paying regular visits to the state. And today he addressed already one rally in Samastipur. The second one he's going to address in Begusarai in a short while from now. And after the festival of Chhath is over on 28th of November, I beg your pardon, on October, then on 30th of October, Prime Minister will be in Bihar again. And then he will be addressing two rallies, one in Muzaffarpur and one in Chhapra. And then after that, again, he will be in Bihar on 2nd November or 3rd November, most probably. And again, he will be doing rallies in Darbhanga and other places also. So it's a lot of rallies that are already lined up for the Prime Minister. And remember, the Prime Minister is the most sought after leader as far as NDA is concerned, the star campaigner of the alliance, and that is why we are seeing that he will be leading from the front as far as the NDA is concerned in the Bihar Assembly elections. Back to you.
All right, thank you very much for that, Rohit Singh. The Prime Minister as the star campaigner, as Rohit just said. The Prime Minister has kicked off his campaign in the battle for Bihar with a visit to Karpuri Gram in Samastipur district, which is the birthplace of Bharat Ratna Karpuri Thakur. There he paid tribute to the late leader, met his family and toured a model hut built by the local administration, which showed Thakur's life and struggles. Chief Minister Nitish Kumar accompanied the Prime Minister during this visit. The Prime Minister then addressed a major public rally at the Samastipur airport ground, and during this address, the PM, while attacking the RJD, said that Bihar will keep Jungle Raj away. He's alleged that RJD leaders were roaming free on bail in corruption cases worth crores and accused the opposition of only knowing how to loot the public. Amid repeated attacks by Tejasvi Yadav on who will be the NDA's chief ministerial face, Prime Minister Modi has asserted that the NDA under Nitish Kumar's leadership would secure a historic mandate in the upcoming polls. He also attacked the opposition for saying that the state no longer needed the lantern now that it has electricity. The Prime Minister also warned that the Mahagathbandhan wanted to bring the Jungle Raj back and renewed his Lat Bandhan attack on the opposition alliance.
जिनके पास मोबाइल है वो जरा अपनी लाइट जलाएं। जिसके पास मोबाइल है, अच्छा आपका लाइट जल रहा है। अब आप मुझे एक बात बताइए, जब इतनी लाइट है, हर एक के हाथ में लाइट है, तो लालटेन चाहिए क्या? साथियों, पूरा देश आपको सुन रहा है, देख रहा है बिहार को लालटेन और उसके साथी नहीं चाहिए। एनडीए यानी सुशासन, एनडीए यानी जनता की सेवा, एनडीए यानी विकास की गारंटी। और इसलिए आज आपका ये उत्साह देखकर मैं कह सकता हूं, इस बार बिहार में भी नीतीश बाबू के नेतृत्व में एनडीए जीत के अपने पुराने सारे रिकॉर्ड तोड़ने वाला है। इन चुनावों में बिहार एनडीए को अब तक का सबसे बड़ा जनादेश देगा।
अब जब चुनाव हो जाएगा तो विधायक लोग तय करेगा कि मुख्यमंत्री का चेहरा कौन होगा। यानी एक बात तो तय है, नीतीश कुमार जी को अमित शाह और भाजपा के लोग दोबारा मुख्यमंत्री बनाने नहीं जा रहे हैं। उनको हाईजैक कर लिया चाचा जी को। चाचा जी कितना बार यहाँ आए, हम लोग मुख्यमंत्री बनाए, लेकिन चाचा जी का स्वभाव आप लोग जानते हैं, इन्ने से होने, उन्ने से होने। लेकिन हमको दुख है इस बात का कि भाजपा के लोग उनके साथ अन्याय करने का काम कर रहे हैं।
And as the polling date approaches, the Mahagathbandhan seems to be ironing out the differences within the alliance. Both Congress and the VIP have resolved differences on 5 key seats where the Mahagathbandhan allies were going head-to-head in the polls, raising concerns over friendly fire. Grand Alliance has successfully resolved issues on Gora Boram, Varsaliganj, Baburbadhi, Lalganj and Pranpur seats. The Mahagathbandhan is set to release their manifesto on October 28th. As the MGB reaches consensus on a joint manifesto, the RJD and Congress promises will be included. The RJD's Har Ghar Naukri and Jivika Didi schemes will be in the manifesto according to sources, and Tejaswi's Ma and Beti schemes are being prioritized. The united MGB has surfaced after RJD leader Tejaswi Yadav was officially projected as the opposition's chief ministerial face for Bihar, as leaders have stressed that the coming election will mark a turning point for the state. VIP Chief Mukesh Sahni was named the Deputy Chief Minister face.
अब जब चुनाव हो जाएगा तो विधायक लोग तय करेगा कि मुख्यमंत्री का चेहरा कौन होगा। यानी एक बात तो तय है, नीतीश कुमार जी को अमित शाह और भाजपा के लोग दोबारा मुख्यमंत्री बनाने नहीं जा रहे हैं। उनको हाईजैक कर लिया चाचा जी को। चाचा जी कितना बार यहाँ आए, हम लोग मुख्यमंत्री बनाए, लेकिन चाचा जी का स्वभाव आप लोग जानते हैं, इन्ने से होने, उन्ने से होने। लेकिन हमको दुख है इस बात का कि भाजपा के लोग उनके साथ अन्याय करने का काम कर रहे हैं।
बेगूसराय की इस धरती से मैं राष्ट्र कवि रामधारी सिंह दिनकर जी को नमन करता हूं। मैं बिहार केसरी श्री कृष्ण सिंह, श्री बाबूजी को भी आदरपूर्वक प्रणाम करता हूं। साथियों, मेरा सौभाग्य है कि छठ महापर्व की इस शुभ बेला में आप सभी परिवारजनों के बीच आप सबके दर्शन करने का अवसर मिला है। मेरी कामना है कि छठी मैया का आशीर्वाद बिहार पर, हम सभी पर इसी तरह बना रहे। साथियों, जब छठी मैया की पूजा की बात आती है तो शारदा सिन्हा जी को याद करना स्वाभाविक है। और शारदा जी तो बेगूसराय की बहू थी। हमारी सरकार को उन्हें पहले पद्म भूषण और इस वर्ष पद्म विभूषण से सम्मानित करने का अवसर मिला। शारदा सिन्हा जी अब हमारे बीच नहीं है, लेकिन उनके अमर गीत हमेशा गूंजते रहेंगे। मैं शारदा सिन्हा जी को विनम्र श्रद्धांजलि अर्पित करता हूं। साथियों, आज बेगूसराय की ये धरती एक नए उत्साह से भरी हुई है। यहां नौजवानों का जोश है, बहनों बेटियों का भरपूर आशीर्वाद है। ये सिर्फ जनसभा नहीं है, ये बिहार के सपनों का, नए संकल्पों का मेला है, मेला। और इस जनसभा का पूरे बिहार को संदेश है, फिर एक बार एनडीए सरकार, फिर एक बार, फिर एक बार, फिर एक बार, फिर एक बार सुशासन की सरकार। साथियों, आपने हमेशा मोदी पर भरोसा किया है, नीतीश जी पर आशीर्वाद बरसाया है। एनडीए के लिए आपका यही प्यार, आपका अटल विश्वास अब विकास के नए दौर की तरफ ले जा रहा है। कोई कल्पना कर सकता है कि अभी दिवाली को गए 2 दिन हुए हैं और छठ मैया का बहुत बड़ा त्योहार कल शुरू हो रहा है, और इस बीच मैं लाखों माताओं बहनों को यहां देख रहा हूं। ये अपने आप में मेरे लिए तो एक बहुत बड़ा सुखद आश्चर्य है। मैं सोच नहीं सकता हूं कि बिहार हो, छठ मैया का पर्व कल हो, और आज हमें आशीर्वाद देने के लिए ये महिलाएं, माताएं, बहनें, बेटियां, जहां मेरी नजर जा रही है, माताएं बहनें मैं देख रहा हूं। आप हमें आशीर्वाद देने आए हैं, ये हमारी बहुत बड़ी शक्ति है। बिहार के मेरे भाइयों बहनों, हमने जंगल राज को सुशासन में बदला। अब सुशासन को समृद्धि में बदलने का समय है। मैं बिहार की समृद्धि के लिए आप सभी का आशीर्वाद लेने आया हूं। मैं बिहार के नौजवानों से विशेष आग्रह करने आया हूं। वो 2005 का अक्टूबर महीना ही था जब आपके माता पिता ने बिहार को जंगल राज से मुक्त किया था, सुशासन को चुना था। अब 2025 का ये अक्टूबर और नवंबर आपके लिए नए अवसर भी और एक बड़ी जिम्मेवारी लेकर आया है। आपको अपने और बिहार की आने वाली पीढ़ियों के लिए समृद्ध बिहार बनाना है। आपको अपने एक वोट की ताकत समझनी है। आपके एक वोट से ही बिहार की समृद्धि तय होगी। विकसित भारत बनाने का संकल्प मजबूत होगा। साथियों, जब से बिहार चुनाव की घोषणा हुई है, तब से हम एक चीज साफ साफ देख रहे हैं। एक तरफ एनडीए है, नीतीश जी, मांझी जी, उपेंद्र जी, चिराग पासवान जी, ये सूझबूझ से भरा हुआ नेतृत्व है। इसको भाजपा की हमारी टीम, दिलीप जी, सम्राट चौधरी जी, विजय सिन्हा जी से और मजबूती मिलती है। वहीं दूसरी तरफ लाठियां भाज रहा महागठबंधन है। ये लोग कैमरे पर आकर कुछ भी बोले, लेकिन पीठ पीछे एक दूसरे की खाल खींच रहे हैं। इस महागठबंधन में अटक दल है, लटक दल है, भटक दल है, झटक दल है और पटक दल है। आरजेडी बीते 2 दशक में कोई चुनाव नहीं जीती, लेकिन अपने अहंकार में अटकी हुई है। इसी अहंकार में इन्होंने जेएमएम को झटक दिया। कांग्रेस 35 साल से बिहार में आरजेडी की पिछलग्गू बनी हुई है। इस बार आरजेडी ने उसको फिर पटक दिया। इन लोगों ने वीआईपी को भी भटका दिया। जो लेप के दल है उनको लटका दिया। साथियों, जब स्वार्थ हावी होता है, लूट खसूट ही लक्ष्य होता है, तो वही होता है जो आरजेडी कांग्रेस वाले कर रहे हैं। ये लोग पहले टिकट बेचते हैं, फिर घोटाले करते हैं। आप देखिए तो सही, एक आरजेडी का परिवार है जो बिहार का सबसे भ्रष्ट परिवार है, और ज्यादातर लोग अदालत से जमानत पर निकल करके बाहर खड़े हैं। जमानत पर जीने के लिए मजबूर है। दूसरी तरफ कांग्रेस का एक परिवार है जो देश का सबसे भ्रष्ट परिवार है। इस परिवार के भी ज्यादातर लोग जमानत पर बाहर है। साथियों, बिहार ऐसे लोगों पर भरोसा नहीं करता, और इसलिए पूरे बिहार में एक ही नारा गूंज रहा है। एक ही नारा गूंज रहा है, नई रफ्तार से चलेगा बिहार जब फिर आएगी एनडीए सरकार। साथियों, मैं जो बातें कहने जा रहा हूं, मैं चाहूंगा कि बिहार का नौजवान उन्हें ध्यान से सुने और उन पर जरा गौर करे। जंगल राज वालों ने सिर्फ अपने बेटे बेटियों का भविष्य बनाया, बिहार के नौजवानों का भविष्य तबाह कर दिया। और ये बात बेगूसराय का हर घर जानता है, हर कोई महसूस करता है। साथियों, हमारे श्री बाबू ने बेगूसराय को औद्योगिक केंद्र बनाने के लिए काम किया था। उनके प्रयास से यहां अनेक प्रकार के उद्योग आए। एक समय था जब ये क्षेत्र देश के प्रमुख औद्योगिक केंद्रों में से एक था। बरौनी में सायरन बजता था तो पूरा बिहार गर्व से भर जाता था। 60 के दशक में यहां रिफाइनरी लगी, फर्टिलाइजर फैक्ट्री बनी, बिजली का कारखाना लगा, यहां नौकरियां बनी, उम्मीदें जगी, चहल पहल होने लगी। लेकिन फिर क्या हुआ? फिर जंगल राज आ गया। धौंस, धमकी और डर का वो काला दौर जिसने बिहार के उद्योगों पर ताले लगा दिए, फैक्ट्रियों को बंद कर दिया, निवेशक भाग गए। ये ताले फैक्ट्री पर नहीं, आपके भविष्य पर ताले लगा दिए थे। जंगल राज ने सिर्फ कुछ फैक्ट्रियां बंद नहीं की, बल्कि बिहार के नौजवानों के भविष्य को अधर में लटका दिया था। बरौनी, बेगूसराय को एक सदी पीछे धकेल दिया। जिस आरजेडी ने बिहार को पलायन का अभिशाप दिया, उसके नेता आज बड़ी बड़ी बातें करते हैं। साथियों, एनडीए सरकार के लिए विकास सबसे बड़ी प्राथमिकता है। हम जानते हैं कि जब औद्योगिकरण होगा तो नौकरियां भी आएगी। इसलिए हमने सबसे पहले बिहार को जंगल राज से मुक्त किया। जब बिहार में कानून का राज लौटा तो उद्योगों के लिए भी माहौल बना। 2014 में डबल इंजन की सरकार बनने के बाद इसे और गति मिली। आज आप देखिए, हमारा बेगूसराय न सिर्फ अपने औद्योगिक पहचान वापस पा रहा है, बल्कि देश का एक बड़ा इंडस्ट्रियल हब बनने की तरफ आगे बढ़ रहा है। बरौनी का खाद कारखाना जंगल राज में बंद पड़ा था। हमने ठाना कि इसको फिर से चलाना है और इसके लिए गैस की जरूरत थी। गैस बिहार में थी नहीं। गैस पहुंचाने के लिए हमने पीएम ऊर्जा गंगा योजना बनाई, हजारों करोड़ रुपए लगाए। पश्चिम बंगाल से बिहार के लिए गैस पाइपलाइन बिछाई ताकि बिहार के नौजवानों को रोजगार मिले और किसानों को पर्याप्त खाद मिल सके। आज इससे हजारों परिवारों की रोजी रोटी चल रही है। साथ ही यहां हजारों बहनों की रसोई में पाइप से सस्ती गैस भी पहुंच रही है। साथियों, जंगल राज वालों ने बरौनी रिफाइनरी को भी अपने हाल पर छोड़ दिया था। हमने उसमें नया जीवन डाला, हजारों करोड़ का निवेश किया। अब यहां नया पेट्रोकेमिकल प्लांट बन रहा है। इससे यहां प्लास्टिक उद्योगों को बल मिलेगा, छोटे और लघु उद्योग लगेंगे, युवाओं के लिए हजारों नए रोजगार बनेंगे। बरौनी डेयरी के विस्तार से हमारे पशुपालकों और किसानों की कमाई बढ़ रही है। अब बेगूसराय एक टेक्सटाइल हब भी बनता जा रहा है। कई कंपनियां यहां कपड़ा बनाने की फैक्ट्रियां लगा रही है। बेगूसराय में एक के बाद एक मल्टी ब्रांड शोरूम खुलते जा रहे हैं। बड़ी बड़ी कंपनियां यहां आ रही हैं। बड़ी बड़ी गाड़ियों के शोरूम यहां खुल गए हैं। अच्छी बिजली सप्लाई ने यहां के उद्योगों को नई ताकत दे दी है। और इतना ही नहीं, मुझे कोई कह रहा था कि मिठाई की इतनी ज्यादा दुकानें खुल गई है कि पूछो मत। साथियों, नीतीश जी के नेतृत्व में बीते सालों में करीब 50 लाख रोजगार बिहार में बने हैं। शिक्षा हो, पुलिस हो, हेल्थ हो, सब जगह रिकॉर्ड भर्तियां की गई हैं। आने वाले 5 सालों में इससे भी अधिक रोजगार बने, ये संकल्प लेकर हम चल रहे हैं। हम बिहार के जिले जिले में मेडिकल कॉलेज बना रहे हैं। यहां बेगूसराय मेडिकल कॉलेज पर भी काम चल रहा है। गांव गांव आयुष्मान आरोग्य केंद्र बन रहे हैं। इससे डॉक्टर, नर्सिंग स्टाफ, पैरामेडिकल स्टाफ, ऐसे अनेक रोजगार बनेंगे। साथियों, आपको याद रखना है, आरजेडी कांग्रेस का नाम सुनते ही ये निवेशक भाग जाते हैं, जो नौकरी का लालच देकर गरीब का खेत अपने नाम लिखवाते हैं। ऐसे लोग नौजवानों को कभी नौकरी नहीं देंगे। अच्छा साथियों, आप इतनी बड़ी तादाद में यहां हैं, आप मेरा एक काम करेंगे? सबके सब जरा बताओ, मेरा एक काम करेंगे? ऐसे नहीं, जोर से बताओ। तो एक काम करिए, आपके पास मोबाइल तो होगा ही होगा, जरा मोबाइल फोन बाहर निकालिए। जरा मोबाइल फोन बाहर निकाल करके जरा मोबाइल की लाइट जला दीजिए। ये मोबाइल कांग्रेस के समय में बहुत महंगा था और विदेश से मंगाना पड़ता था। कांग्रेस के समय में देश में मोबाइल बनाने वाले, जरा आप आवाज बंद करो भाई, आपका उत्साह मैं समझता हूं, जरा आवाज बंद करो। मोबाइल फोन बनाने वाली कांग्रेस के जमाने में सिर्फ 2 फैक्ट्रियां थी। आपकी लाइट चालू रखो। अब मोबाइल फोन बनाने वाली 200 से ज्यादा फैक्ट्रियां हैं। भाजपा एनडीए सरकार की वजह से आज डेटा भी बहुत सस्ता हो गया है। इस वजह से बिहार में युवाओं को कंटेंट क्रिएशन का नया मार्केट मिला है। आज बिहार में ये मोबाइल, ये प्रकाश हर कोई देख रहा है। अब मैं आपसे पूछना चाहता हूं, आप मुझे बताइए साथियों, बिहार के लोगों के हाथ में जब इतनी रोशनी चमक रही है तो बिहार के लोगों को लालटेन की जरूरत है क्या? अपना मोबाइल हम नीचे रखिए। साथियों, किसी भी क्षेत्र का, किसी भी राज्य का विकास तभी हो सकता है जब सोच दूरगामी हो, इरादा पक्का हो और नीयत साफ हो। आरजेडी कांग्रेस तो खुद ही अपने आप में एक समस्या है। इनके पास बिहार की समस्याओं का न कभी समाधान था और न कभी होगा। ये संवेदनहीन लोग हैं। ये वो लोग हैं जो बाढ़ आने पर भी गरीबों का मजाक उड़ाते हैं। साथियों, इनकी ऐसी ही सोच ने दशकों तक बिहार को उत्तर और दक्षिण बिहार में बांटे रखा। गरीब, दलित, पिछड़े, अति पिछड़े को जान पर खेलकर गंगा जी को पार करना पड़ता था या फिर कई 100 किलोमीटर लंबा रास्ता तय करना पड़ता था। लेकिन इन्होंने गंगा जी पर नए पुल बनाने के लिए काम नहीं किया। साथियों, नरेंद्र और नीतीश के लिए तो आपकी सुविधा, आपका जीवन ही हमारे लिए सबसे ऊपर है। एनडीए सरकार ने बिहार की कनेक्टिविटी पर बल दिया। कहीं हाईवे बन रहा है, कहीं एक्सप्रेस वे बन रहा है। आप देखिए, बीते 10-11 वर्षों में गंगा जी पर कितने सारे पुल बने हैं। मुंगेर को खगड़िया और बेगूसराय से जोड़ने वाले श्री कृष्ण सेतु से इस पूरे क्षेत्र के लोगों को फायदा हुआ है। साथियों, 7 दशक तक ये क्षेत्र राजेंद्र सेतु पर निर्भर रहा। हमारी सरकार ने इसके बगल में ही 6 लेन का एक आधुनिक ब्रिज बनाया। इसके लोकार्पण का सौभाग्य मुझे ही मिला। उस समय जनता के चेहरे पर जो खुशी थी वो मैं कभी भूल नहीं सकता। उनका बरसों पुराना सपना साकार हुआ था। साथियों, इस नए पुल ने उत्तर और दक्षिण बिहार के बीच की दूरी को करीब 100 किलोमीटर कम कर दिया है। इससे सिमरिया धाम आना जाना भी आसान हुआ है। जो हजारों कल्पवासी जो कार्तिक मास में सिमरिया घाट जाते हैं, उनको बहुत बड़ी सुविधा मिली है। साथियों, आप मोदी को भली भांति जानते हैं। ये आपका मोदी चांदी का चम्मच लेकर पैदा नहीं हुआ है। मोदी गरीबी में रहा है। उसने गरीबी के दुख दर्द को सहा है और इसलिए आज जब देश के गरीब ने मोदी को सेवा का अवसर दिया है तो वो पूरी शक्ति से, पूरी ताकत से देश में गरीब को मदद पहुंचा करके गरीबी को इस देश में खत्म करने का पूरा प्रयास कर रहा है। गरीब के लिए पक्का घर सपना होता है। हमारी सरकार ने 11 साल में 4 करोड़ से ज्यादा पक्के घर बनाकर मेरे गरीब परिवारों को दिए और इसमें से 60 लाख पक्के घर यहां बिहार के मेरे गरीब परिवारों को मिले हैं। हर गरीब को घर का चूल्हा जलता रहे, इसलिए मोदी मुफ्त अनाज देता रहता है। हर गरीब को मुफ्त इलाज, मुफ्त बिजली कनेक्शन, मुफ्त गैस कनेक्शन, सस्ती गैस, ये सब सुविधाएं नहीं, ये सम्मान भरा जीवन देने वाली जरूरतें हैं। और इसका सबसे अधिक फायदा दलित, महादलित, पिछड़े, अति पिछड़े परिवारों को हो रहा है। दशकों तक बिहार के लोगों को आरजेडी कांग्रेस ने सामाजिक न्याय के नाम पर सिर्फ धोखा दिया। ये एनडीए सरकार है जो सामाजिक न्याय को सही मायने में सच करके दिखा रही है। साथियों, आज कांग्रेस के पूर्व अध्यक्ष सीताराम केसरी जी की पुण्यतिथि है। देश कभी नहीं भूल सकता कि किस तरह कांग्रेस के इस परिवार ने सीताराम केसरी जी का अपमान किया था। आज का दिन हमें याद दिलाता है कि कांग्रेस दलितों, पिछड़ों के अधिकार छीनने के लिए क्या कुछ कर सकती है। इन लोगों के लिए सिर्फ अपना परिवार ही सबसे बड़ा है। और आपने टीवी पर भी देखा होगा, कांग्रेस पार्टी के अध्यक्ष थे सीताराम केसरी, हमारे बिहार का गर्व थे सीताराम केसरी। इस परिवार ने सीताराम केसरी जी को उनके घर में बाथरूम में बंद कर दिया। इतना ही नहीं, उनको उठा करके फुटपाथ पर फेंक दिया और सीताराम केसरी के पास जो कांग्रेस का अध्यक्ष पद था, इस परिवार ने उस अध्यक्ष पद की चोरी कर ली। साथियों, ये ऐसे लोग हैं जिनको आपके परिवार की कोई चिंता नहीं है। साथियों, बिहार की नारी शक्ति जंगल राज की सबसे बड़ी पीड़ित रही है। आज वे एनडीए के सुशासन में बड़ा काम और बड़ा नाम करने के लिए आगे आ रही है। बीते वर्षों में बिहार की बहनें आत्मनिर्भर हुई है। जीविका दीदी के रूप में गांवों में बहनें अपने पैरों पर खड़ी हुई है। मेरा लक्ष्य देश के गांवों में 3 करोड़ लखपति दीदी बनाने का है। इसमें बिहार की बहनें काफी शानदार काम कर रही है। साथियों, बिहार की एनडीए सरकार ने जो महिला रोजगार योजना शुरू की है, ये बहुत ही प्रशंसनीय काम हुआ है। 1 करोड़ 20 लाख से ज्यादा बहनों में से हर एक को रोजगार शुरू करने के लिए 10,000 रुपया देना बहुत बड़ा कदम है। बिहार की बहनें इसको खुले दिल से अपना भी रही है। इसलिए आप सभी को इन महिला विरोधी आरजेडी कांग्रेस वालों से बहुत सावधान रहना है। इनके लिए हर रास्ता बंद करना है। आपको याद रखना है, ये आरजेडी कांग्रेस वाले महिला रोजगार योजना पर भी ताला लगा सकते हैं। महिलाओं के अधिकार बात आई, इन लोगों ने पार्लियामेंट में सारे नियमों को तोड़ करके उस कानून के कागजों को छीन करके फाड़ दिया था। ऐसे महिला विरोधी लोग हैं। साथियों, आज हमारी सरकार की प्राथमिकता आपका खर्च कम करने और बचत बढ़ाने पर है। जीएसटी बचत उत्सव के पीछे भी यही सोच है। जीएसटी बहुत कम होने से बिहार के हर परिवार को बचत हो रही है। त्योहारों के इस मौसम में कोई नया टीवी ले रहा है, कोई नया पंखा, कोई नया फ्रिज ले रहा है, किसी ने नया स्कूटर लिया, नई बाइक ली। इसमें भी हजारों रुपए की बचत हो रही है। इससे हर परिवार को कुछ न कुछ बचत हुई है। साथियों, जीएसटी बचत उत्सव के दौरान अभी दिवाली में भी खरीद बिक्री के नए रिकॉर्ड बने हैं। देशवासियों ने बहुत उत्साह दिखाया है। इसमें भी बड़ी बात यह है कि लोगों ने स्वदेशी को चुना है। लोग गर्व से कहते हैं ये स्वदेशी है। एक रिपोर्ट बताती है कि देश में करीब 90% खरीदारी स्वदेशी चीजों की हुई है। यानी हमारे दुकानदारों ने स्वदेशी बेचा और देशवासियों ने देश का गौरव बढ़ाने के लिए स्वदेशी खरीदा। जब स्वदेशी बिकता है तो इसका फायदा हमारे किसानों, हमारे विश्वकर्मा साथियों, हमारे कारीगरों, हमारे बुनकरों को ही होता है। बिहार के लोगों को भी इसका बहुत लाभ हुआ है। यानी डबल इंजन सरकार बचत और कमाई का डबल बेनिफिट बिहार के लोगों को दे रही है। साथियों, बेगूसराय में 6 नवंबर को मतदान होना है। 6 नवंबर याद रखना है। समय बहुत कम है। आप मेरा एक काम करेंगे, जरा जोर से बताइए, आप मेरा एक काम करेंगे? जरा हाथ ऊपर करके सबके सब लोग बताइए, मेरा एक काम करेंगे? देखिए, आपको घर घर जाना है। मोदी है आप मेरे लिए, तो मोदी बनकर आपको मेरी बात घर घर पहुंचानी है। एनडीए ने बिहार को नक्सलवाद से, माओवादी आतंक से मुक्त किया है। आज बेखौफ होकर आप अपना काम कर सकते हैं। आप खुल करके वोट दे सकते हैं। बिहार के लोगों का एक वोट एक शांत, सुखी और समृद्ध बिहार का निर्माण करेगा। जंगल राज वालों को दूर रखेगा। इस बार बिहार में एनडीए की विजय का नया रिकॉर्ड बने, इस लक्ष्य को लेकर हमें आगे बढ़ना है। साथियों, मेरा एक आग्रह और है, आप जब घर घर जाएं तो हर परिवार में जाकर के बड़े बुजुर्गों को बताना कि अपने मोदी जी बेगूसराय आए थे और मोदी जी ने परिवार के सबको छठ महापर्व की शुभकामनाएं भेजी हैं। एक बार फिर इतनी विशाल संख्या में यहां आकर हमें आशीर्वाद देने के लिए मैं आपका बहुत बहुत आभारी हूं। मेरे साथ बोलिए भारत माता की, भारत माता की, भारत माता की। बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद।
And we just heard the Prime Minister of India at the Jan Sabha in Begusarai, where Prime Minister Modi clearly attacking the opposition, saying that the RJD Congress alliance is against the interests of the youth and development of Bihar. He's attacked the RJD Congress alliance.
शाबाश।
बिहार का रफ्ता आया है युग उत्थान का, जन जन के कल्याण का आया है युग उत्थान का, जन जन के कल्याण का। सो पहले संकल्प ने भरी थी खूंखार, रफ्तार पकड़ ली हले बिहार, रफ्तार पकड़ चुका है बिहार। भैया नई पीढ़ी का नया है बिहार, रफ्तार पकड़।
The Prime Minister in Begusarai now just finished his rally at Begusarai. The Prime Minister of India, Narendra Modi, is on a blitz of political rallies in poll-bound Bihar. He's been attacking the opposition parties, saying that the RJD and Congress leaders are out on bail and they do not care about the youth or development of Bihar. The Prime Minister taking a very scathing attack on the opposition parties. And it seems that the Muslim vote bank is the latest flashpoint in the Bihar elections. And after the Mahagathbandhan announced its chief minister and deputy chief minister faces, now the Grand Alliance is facing charges of not giving representation to Muslims in the alliance. The BJP and AIMIM claim that the MGB is just using Muslims for their vote bank and not giving them seats. Chirag Paswan and AIMIM allege that Mahagathbandhan only talks about Muslim representation, but when it comes to giving a fair share, then Muslims are denied of their share. They also allege that Muslims are treated as a vote bank, using fear and influence to serve their personal ambitions. Meanwhile, the Mahagathbandhan's Deputy CM face Mukesh Sahani reminded the BJP about Shahnawaz Hussain and alleged that BJP was doing communal politics since they were rattled by the strength of the Mahagathbandhan.
ये महागठबंधन अनाउंस किया है कि तेजस्वी मुख्यमंत्री बनेंगे और जो साहनी साहब हैं वो उप मुख्यमंत्री बनेंगे। अब यही हमारा दर्शाता ना, देखिए इनका हिपोक्रेसी जो है ये इस तरह से सामने आ जाती है। यही महागठबंधन, यही महाविकास आघाड़ी का स्लोगन क्या था, जिसकी जितनी संख्या भारी उसकी उतनी हिस्सेदारी। अब क्या हो गया हिस्सेदारी का, 2% वाला साहनी जो है वो बन सकता उप मुख्यमंत्री, 19% वाला जो मुसलमान है उसका अता पता ठिकाना भी नहीं है। देखिए क्या ये इंसाफ है, क्या ये हिस्सेदारी है, क्या ये बराबरी है? हाँ, तो हम तो यही बात कर रहे हैं ना हिस्सेदारी की, यानी मुसलमान सिर्फ आपके लिए दरी बिछाएगा, मुसलमान को आप सिर्फ उसके वोट के लिए इस्तेमाल करेंगे, और इलेक्शन खत्म, अपना काम बनता, बाहर में जाए मुसलमान जनता। यही आपका उसूल बन गया है।
इनको सिर्फ वोट बैंक बना के रखना है, ऐसे समुदाय को मुसलमानों की बात करेंगे, पर जब रिप्रेजेंटेशन की बात आएगी तो रिप्रेजेंटेशन देंगे नहीं, उनको डरा के धमका के अपने साथ वोट बैंक रखना चाहेंगे। सैनी साहब को ही देख लीजिए, अपना समझौता हो गया, खुद डिप्टी सीएम बनने की घोषणा हो गई तो भूल गए, सीटें मिले नहीं मिले, अपने समाज के बाकी लोगों को लड़ा पाए नहीं लड़ा पाए। ये सिर्फ अपनी व्यक्तिगत महत्वाकांक्षाओं की लड़ाई महागठबंधन के घटक दल लड़ रहे हैं।
माई समीकरण तो अभी भी उनका है, एम फॉर मुकेश कर लिया है उन्होंने और वाई फॉर तेजस्वी यादव कर लिया है। उनको लगता है कि बीजेपी का से डरा कर मुस्लिम का वोट ले लेंगे। जो माइनॉरिटीज़ के लोग हैं उनको वो आरजेडी अपना गुलाम समझती है, वो ये समझती है कि वो उनकी जागीर है।
रिप्रेजेंटेशन अगर बिहार की बात करें तो 18% है। वो कहा यह जा रहा है कि 14% वाला सीएम बनेगा, 2% वाले डिप्टी सीएम बनेंगे, तो 18% वाले जो मुसलमान है वो क्या करने के लिए पार्टी में है?
वो दरी बिछाएंगे, कबाब पहुंचाएंगे, जिंदाबाद जिंदाबाद करेंगे, और उनके पास बीजेपी से, खुदा से डरने वाली कौम को ये लोग बीजेपी से डराएंगे। जबकि बीजेपी के राज में पिछले 11 साल में सबका साथ, सबका विकास, सबका विश्वास हुआ है। हमने सबको साथ लेकर चलने की कोशिश की। नीतीश कुमार जी ने न्याय के साथ विकास किया है। हम लोगों ने जितनी भी योजना बनाई वो सबके लिए बनाई है। हमने कोई भेदभाव नहीं किया है। तो हम उनसे अपील करते हैं कि राजद के इस निर्णय के बाद मुस्लिम समाज को विचार करना चाहिए कि आखिर क्या हालत राजद ने उनकी कर दी है।
आज जब चौपर पे उड़ रहे थे तो मुल्ला को बगल में बैठा लिया। चुनाव तक मुल्ला चौपर पर, चुनाव के बाद मुल्ला गटर में। अरे नाटक करना बंद करें। इस देश और प्रदेश के मुसलमान समझें कि उनको कैसे भेड़ बकरियों की तरह, वोट बैंक की तरह यूज़ किया जाता है। इनके 15 साल के शासन में जितने दंगे हुए, जितने मुसलमान मारे गए, वो आज के मुसलमानों को याद नहीं आता है। कामेश्वर यादव को लालू यादव गोद में बैठाता है, जिसने कम से कम 100 मुसलमानों की हत्या की होगी, वो यहाँ के मुसलमानों को नहीं दिखेगा।
ये आज उनको डर सताने लगा है। ये बताए बीजेपी कि क्या अति पिछड़ा का बेटा, मल्ला का बेटा को डिप्टी सीएम बनाना, क्या इनके पेट में इतना दर्द है? और वो अल्पसंख्यक भाई के लिए फिक्र हम करेंगे, आप वो फिक्र मत कीजिए। आपके पास भी शाहनवाज हुसैन है, उनके बारे में फिक्र करिए। देश में हमारे जो इतने भी अल्पसंख्यक भाई है उनके बारे में सोचिए, उसके बारे में फिक्र कीजिए। नफरत की राजनीति नहीं कीजिए। अभी सबसे पहला मेरा सवाल है भाजपा वाले से कि क्या आपको तकलीफ हो रहा है? एक मल्ला का बेटा, एक केवट का बेटा अगर राज्य में अगर सरकार बनाता है, डिप्टी चीफ मिनिस्टर बनता है, तो आपको इतना दर्द क्यों हो रहा है भाई? आपको इतना परेशानी क्यों होता है?
And it's time now for me to take a very short break. More news and updates will continue on the other side. Keep watching India Today.
Motorola Edge 60 Pro, the true flagship killer.
Hello, Moto. Do the Moto Moto.
Motorola Edge 60 Fusion, the undisputed, most loved phone.
अरे बेटा, ड्यूलक्स है और उसकी वारंटी तो और भी शानदार। पेंट से भी शानदार वारंटी, से शानदार पेंट से शानदार वारंटी, से शानदार पेंट वारंटी।
ड्यूलक्स, डिसाइड करना मुश्किल हो जाएगा कि पेंट ज्यादा शानदार है या उसकी वारंटी।
Bliss. It teases, it soothes, and sometimes speaks without words. Experience bliss in all its forms with Hindware. Hindware, designed for bliss.
Motorola Edge 60 Pro, the true flagship killer.
Hi, here are the top headlines. Presented by Motorola. PM Modi says, NDA will get biggest mandate in Bihar. Tejasvi Yadav says, making Bihar number 1 is our goal. ISIS module busted, 2 terrorists arrested from Delhi and Bhopal.
Finance Minister Nirmala Sitharaman. Welcome Ian Bremmer, Professor John Mearsheimer, Mr. Piyush Goyal. Vikrant Messi is our guest. Tejasvi Yadav. Mr. D.K. Shivkumar. Mr. Salve, really appreciate your time.
Biggest newsmakers with Maria Shakil. Only on India Today.
are watching India Today.
Good afternoon and welcome. Here are the headlines at this hour. Prime Minister Modi's big Jungle Raj attack at Mahagathbandhan says Bihar doesn't need lantern and allies, pays tribute to Karpuri Thakur, accuses Mahagathbandhan of stealing Bharat Ratna Karpuri Thakur's legacy.
चोरी की इनकी आदत ऐसी है कि अब जननायक की उपाधि की चोरी में जुटे हैं। बिहार के लोग जननायक कर्पूरी बाबू का ये अपमान कभी नहीं सहेंगे।
Amid politics over NDA and NGB CM face pick, Modi says NDA will win Bihar under Nitish leadership. Tejasvi hits out, says BJP won't make Nitish CM. Nitish has been hijacked. MGB starts to iron out friendly fight seats. Congress pulls out of 2 seats. VIP withdraws from 1. Joint Mahagathbandhan manifesto on October 28th. At least 20 dead in horrific bus tragedy in Andhra's Kurnool. Bengaluru-bound bus from Hyderabad catches fire after collision with a bike. Over a dozen hospitalized with burn injuries. One of India's most prolific ad geniuses passes away at the age of 70. PM Modi leads tributes for ad man Piyush Pandey, the genius behind the immortal Fevicol, Cadbury and Vodafone Pug ads. Even the iconic Ab Ki Baar Modi Sarkar tagline. And we're beginning with some breaking news that's coming in. The Council for Election Commission of India tells the Madras High Court that SIR exercise for electoral rolls in Tamil Nadu is likely to begin soon. The SIR in Tamil Nadu is expected to begin in a week or so. That is the statement that the Election Commission has given in the Madras High Court. As it further says, consultations with the chief electoral officers have been held. The ECI also told the court that all directions followed from the Supreme Court in the Bihar SIR case will also be followed during the SIR exercise in Tamil Nadu. Nalini Sharma is live with me on this story. Nalini, Madras High Court hearing a petition over SIR and verification of electoral rolls. What more do we know about the Election Commission's stance?
Well, Anisha, this petition was filed by a former member of the AIA-DMK, and essentially they were asking for the verification of electoral rolls in several constituencies in Tamil Nadu that, as we already know, is going to polls in 2026. So it was during the course of that hearing on that PIL before the Chief Justice's bench is where this statement was made by the Standing Council for the Election Commission of India, where they said that the SIR exercise in Tamil Nadu, which will essentially include the verification and the cleaning up of the electoral rolls in the state of Tamil Nadu, is expected to begin within another week or so. And this we're seeing after a similar SIR kind of an exercise has been planned in several other states. Another important statement that came in from the ECI Council was that all the directions that have already been issued by the Supreme Court of India during the hearing in the Bihar SIR case, all those directions will also be followed while carrying out the exercise in Tamil Nadu. And it remains to be seen how the future of this case happens, because the bench is still not disposed of the case. They've adjourned it until a later date, and it remains to be seen how soon the Election Commission can begin this entire verification of the electoral rolls in Tamil Nadu now.
All right, thank you for that, Nalini Sharma. A very, very crucial statement coming in from the Election Commission in the Madras High Court. The SIR exercise likely in Tamil Nadu over the next few weeks. It will probably begin in just about a few days. And very, very crucially, what the Election Commission has said is that all the orders passed by the Supreme Court regarding SIR in Bihar will also be followed for Tamil Nadu. So clearly, the question of what documents will be used, whether Aadhaar will be a valid proof of identity, and the kind of expectation, the kind of work that will be done by the BLOs, by the BLAs, the public consultations, the public notices, and the review of the draft rolls, all of that will have to be followed also in Tamil Nadu. That is at least is what the ECI has assured the court. But now let's go across to Sakshi Batra of Business Today with all the updates of the markets. Sakshi, over to you.
Good afternoon and welcome to the Market Closing Show, our collab show between Business Today and India Today Television. I'm Sakshi Batra and this is the 3 p.m. show where we get you all the market closing action. First up, let's take a look at what's hot in the corporate and the financial space. Market snaps 6 days of a run-up as Sensex now tumbles over 500 points and the Nifty also slips below 25,750 mark. Banking, FMCG stocks drag while metals shine. Oil experts say Russian oil supply to India could fall to near zero after US sanctions. Despite global price swings, Indian consumers remain protected as petrol and diesel prices have been frozen for almost 3 years, near 100 rupees per litre. Also, when we look at the Brent crude prices, they are trading near $66 a barrel right now. Reliance Retail enters India's 10-minute delivery race with JioMart using 3,000 stores as hubs and 600 dark stores. The platform has added 5.8 million customers within a quarter and orders up to 200% on a year-on-year spell, intensifying competition with Blinkit, Zepto and Swiggy Instamart. Finance Minister Nirmala Sitharaman says the festive season has created 50 lakh temporary jobs and announced a simplified GST registration process that will start from November 1st. Asia is set to drive 60% of global growth, says IMF. Forecast at 4.5% in 2025 and 4.1% in 2026. But higher tariffs and global uncertainty mean the region must cut trade barriers and boost integration. Let's straight away look at how the markets are trading in the last 25 minutes of trade. Well, it has turned out to be a volatile session, a very, very choppy session at large. And from the morning gains, we have actually lost quite a bit. Now, 0.3% lower for the Nifty, hovering under 25,800 odd mark at this point. The Nifty Bank has also slipped to the low point of the day, slightly recovering from that now. 0.6% lower, albeit 384 points of a loss that can be seen. Among other sectors that have actually dragged, remember it was the IT sector that was still holding up onto the gains for a large part of the day, but it's now also slipped into the red. Even the banks are down. Private banks, PSU banks, they're down in trade. Financial services, FMCG is down. Autos, pharma have all given up the gains. Even the broader markets, mid and small caps, are lower in trade right now. Barring oil and gas and the real estate sector, rest all of the sectors have now come under some selling pressure. You can actually see somewhere about 10 to 15 odd Nifty stocks that are still holding up. Hindalco, ONGC, Bharti Airtel among the top three movers. As far as the positive moves are concerned on the Nifty gainers front, ICICI Bank, Shriram Finance and Nestle remain the other movers on the positive end. But what has slipped in the trade? Well, you can actually see the stocks that are down. Cipla, HUL, Max Healthcare, Ultratech Cement, Kotak Mahindra Bank. These are the top laggards at this point. But let's welcome our guest on board. Avinash Gorakshakar joins in, market expert, to help us understand how to understand the mood of the markets right now. Warm welcome to you, Mr. Gorakshakar, and good to have you with us in the new Samvat year 2082. Well, we towards the end of the previous Samvat that largely played out as a consolidative year, we did see some spirits turning back into the green and the markets also turning into a festive season with a positive turn. Now, a day after the new Samvat has begun, we are seeing that the markets are getting under selling pressure yet again after having climbed up above that 26,000 mark yesterday. How are you looking at this volatile turn of the markets? What does it really, talk about the strength in the markets that still seems to be lacking?
Yeah, good afternoon, Sakshi. See, my sense is markets are witnessing a little bit of volatility because, I think the markets were excited a couple of days back that the trade deal could happen very near in the very near future. Sure. But I think, mostly this deal is yet in the pipeline. I think the markets got overexcited and the markets went up by almost 300 odd points. But again, profit booking came in. But overall, I think, one needs to understand that this deal is definitely going to happen in a favorable manner for India. It may take a little bit of time and we may see this deal happening maybe in the month of November. Overall, I think what is interesting and what is really positive for the markets is that the Q2 earnings season has started off on a very good note. Most of the Q2 numbers, the Nifty companies which have come out till now, clearly have indicated a good performance in terms of top line and profitability and very few negative surprises. And most importantly, the GST cuts which have been announced by the government, the real benefit is going to be reflected in the third quarter. Although we have been hearing reports from automotive companies like Mahindra & Mahindra which have clearly said that Navratri and typically, this Dashera Diwali, the sales of automotive numbers are going to grow quite significantly. So that is good news. In fact, most of the GST benefits, for beneficiaries within the FMCG and the consumer appliances and the consumption kind of sectors will get reflected in Q3 numbers. So I think, we are on the right track. Most importantly, interest cuts have been announced. The monsoon has been good. Rural demand is coming in. Even Lever announced its result, but it clearly gave a positive commentary on the volume growth for the next 6 months. And I think overall, one has to be a little bit of a stock picker in this market. Rather than buying the index, one has to look at interesting companies which are given good commentaries. And where I believe, the roadmap in the next 12 to 15 months looks pretty interesting. So I think, it's a good time for investors to actually cherry pick now and not get worried by the fall in the market, which is quite natural. These kind of profit booking activities do happen, but that doesn't mean that the India story is over.
Okay, so no need to worry or panic unnecessarily. This is part of the course, and we have to really look at how the markets are just looking at profit booking after a swift run-up in the last few sessions and the weeks that we've seen in the markets as well. But we will have a lot of cherry picking to do in case you still want to look at any winning ideas that we will be discussing, of course, during the course of our conversation. Now, remember, there's also big relief coming in for small businesses, viewers. Starting November 1st, GST registration will actually become faster and simpler. It's the Union Finance Minister Nirmala Sitharaman who has announced approvals within just 3 working days for select taxpayers. Now, let's listen into what she has to say.
From 1st November 2025, the simplified GST registration scheme will grant automatic registration within 3 working days in 2 cases. One, applicants whom the system identifies based on data analysis, and those who self-assess that their output tax liability will not exceed 2.5 lakh rupees per month. So for these 2 categories, simplified GST registration will happen, and that will give them registration completed within 3 working days. This single reform is expected to benefit 96% of new applicants.
Absolutely. So there you have it, the reforms progress that continues, especially on the taxation front. Remember, the year 2025 has actually turned out to be a landmark year for taxation reforms. We've had first the direct tax cuts by way of announcements in the union budget that we had on 1st of February. Thereafter, we've also seen changes in the GST regime as well. And now we do see that the income tax bill also has come in, and now you have a simplified registration for small businesses that is being announced. So the taxation reforms that continue too. Avinashi, how are you looking at the broad taxation ease and the ease of business that the government is focused on at this point in time? Do you think along with the earnings recovery, these reforms will have a lot of trigger to provide to the market sentiments?
Yeah, I think this is definitely a good long-term measure. The government wants to intensify its tax base, and I think, this new kind of regulation which is coming from 1st of November actually makes it very simple for, taxpayers who want to get a GST registration. I think clearly this is a good move in the longer term. I think in any case, the GST collections and the GST mop-up of taxes has been going on very smoothly. And I think, typically for the next couple of months, maybe one could see a little dip in GST revenues because overall, rates have come down from the base level of 18%. But I think overall the base is going to increase as more and more, taxpayers come into the net, more services come in the net. I think the overall absolute figure will definitely increase over the next 3 to 4 months. And I think it's a good move because that actually stimulates demand. It actually stimulates a lot of customers to buy, and actually increase the consumption trend in the economy, which is a positive side. So net, I think the government has been doing all it can to incentivize buying and consumption in the economy. And I think the private sector is also going to obviously make full use of it in terms of offering the products at the most competitive prices.
Fair point. But breaking news coming in on your screens, viewers. The MSME credit support plan is now nearing a final stage. FinMin has now planned relief for exporters that are hit by US tariffs. There's a credit guarantee scheme that's likely by next month, and exporters could actually get loan cover up to 100 crore rupees under the new scheme that's modeled on existing MCGs as well, MCGS as well. The framework that has been existent, the tariff hit sectors who have been seeking urgent government intervention like textiles, leather, shrimp industries, they had been raising concerns over the tariff hit that they had been facing, and now the government is mulling relaxing the norms under the export credit plan as well. For more on this, we are now joined by my colleague Karishma Sudani. Karishma, this could sound good news for the MSME sector, especially the export-oriented sector, who had been talking about that they would definitely seek some sort of a government support to really brave the kind of tariffs that have been imposed on India. How are you looking at what is possible? This could be finally a sigh of relief for these exporters.
Actually, much awaited. In fact, while we were all looking for some kind of exporter relief package coming in, I'm told that is also being worked out by PMO. But to look in the near future, we can expect that Finance Ministry could announce a credit guarantee scheme for MSME exporters, especially the ones who've been impacted highly by tariffs, who have availed loans of up to close to, say, up to 100 crore. It's similar to what was announced just before budget in the month of January 2025. In fact, government is looking to further simplify it and help, and this is to meet the short-term temporary hindrances that have been caused by the 50% tariffs. I'm also being told that associations representing textiles, carpets, shrimp industry, they have keenly met the Finance Ministry officials, and they've shared that there is an urgent and dire need of having some kind of help from the government.
Absolutely. So we'll keep an eye out on that as and when the developments come into focus and the government finally announces this as well. But good to hear all of this. This definitely is good news that finally there is the anticipation on the help that these export-oriented sectors were seeking. Might finally see some help coming in by way of government helping them as well. Now remember, when it comes to the US tariffs and how the world order is turning more increasingly uncertain, remember, we also need to find out that the White House has also now defended its latest sanctions against 2 Russian oil companies, calling them tough and far-reaching as well. Press Secretary Karoline Leavitt of the US has made big claims that India and China have now already scaled back oil purchases from Russia at President Trump's request, and as Washington also ramps up global pressure. Let's actually listen into what she had to say.
If you read the sanctions and look at them, they're pretty hefty. And I saw some international news out of China this morning that they're scaling back oil purchases from Russia. We know India has done the same at the request of the president. The president has also pushed European countries, our allies, to please stop their purchases of Russian oil as well. So it's full court press for sure. And we expect that these sanctions are going to do harm, as the Secretary of Treasury said yesterday.
All right, let's actually go across to our guest, Avinash, to discuss and to decode for all of you what these developments really mean in case you are investors into these key sectors. One, let's try and understand what's happening on the oil front. Mr. Gorakshakar, there are increasing reports that we are getting to hear from refiners, from oil exporters, or from oil experts as well, that India and India's imports of Russian oil could now fall to zero or near zero because of these US and European Union sanctions. Now, the good part is that the crude oil prices were still, benign and, hovering around $65, which is not as, sharp or as high as about $100 or something when we had started to purchase Russian oil, for a discount and for the benefit that we could probably give out to the consumers at large. At this point in time, in case we do see Russian oil imports fall to near zero, what could be the impact on the oil refiners? What could be the impact on the kind of petrol pumps that we have? If you could explain that. And will there be any impact on the consumers at large, since consumers have largely remained protected for the last 3 years because petrol and diesel prices have remained frozen. So what do these new sanctions and our imports of Russian oil falling to near zero would mean? And second of all, how are you looking at these export-oriented sectors as well, which are now looking at some sort of a government help?
So I think clearly, I think Sakshi, the oil price, structure is going to be little volatile now. I think if Russia is completely put out of the oil market, it would create a little bit of supply crunch in the near term. And I think we have already seen crude prices, move up by about 3-4%. I think the first impact would be that, if oil prices rise and the supply crunch continues, because, now after this development, if Middle East also decides to curtail supply, then I think crude prices could start moving up again. Although prices are benign now, but I think we need to take into account how the Middle East, actually operates on this kind of development. But I think clearly the oil marketing companies are going to be hit. In fact, because for them the main raw material is crude oil. And I think a lot of industries like chemicals, carbon black, lubricants, these could be sectors where the raw material cost could increase. A little bit of inflation could also get increased. But on the other hand, upstream companies like ONGC, Reliance, or that reason, Oil India, Salan Exploration, these are all companies which benefit from rising crude prices. So I think net, for the customer now, it's still too early days to say whether petrol and diesel prices will go up. But I think clearly for the last few quarters and months, the oil prices were comfortable, so there was no pressure on the customer.
Correct.
But if at all crude goes up, then I think it could actually upset the cart, in the near term.
Okay. And what about the export-oriented sectors, Mr. Gorakshakar? How are you looking at the textile space at large, MSME sectors, which had been long awaiting any kind of a help coming in, and there could finally be, like sources to Business Today Television have said, that there could be some sort of a credit guarantee scheme that they could be looking forward to. We are looking at all of these stocks now further inching up higher. Gokuldas Exports, Vardhaman Textiles, they've all inched up higher to the day's high yet again, as we have been breaking this news on India Today.
So I think clearly, I think the government is making all-round efforts to protect the export-oriented sectors like textiles, auto components. And I think this definitely is a good sign, because the government wants to protect these exporters who have been faced with the import tariff of 50% currently. There are expectations that this tariff could come down to 15%, but Mr. Piyush Goyal has clearly indicated that India is not in a hurry. We'll be looking at all the contours of the trade deal very carefully, and only what is good for India will be accepted. So I think, it's going to be some time before we see the final sign-off from Mr. Donald Trump. But I think, yes, textile exporters definitely should benefit. Cotton prices have been stable, and most importantly, the quality and the demand for textiles is definitely strong. So I think to that extent, one could look at these companies from a longer term perspective. In the short term, maybe the September or maybe the December quarter may not be all that great. But I think longer term, yes, textiles is definitely in a sweet spot. And I think one should look at it from a long term perspective.
Okay, got that. Before we move on to some of the other sectors and discuss on them, let's focus back our attention to the precious metals, gold and silver, that have outshined all asset classes the Samvat year 2081 that's just gone by, in Diwali. And now gold and silver prices are actually seeing some volatility at record high levels. Post the festive fervor, the shine seems to be fading a tad bit. Prices have slipped from their peaks as well, and the rally seems to be cooling off. Earlier, I spoke to Mr. Navneet Damani, who is the Senior Group Vice President and Head of Research at Motilal Oswal, to find out the reason behind the fall in gold and silver prices, to find out whether it's only profit-taking or are there deeper factors at play. Also to find out what is the outlook going forward. Will gold and silver prices crash more from the current levels? Will there be an opportunity for all those investors who've been waiting for an entry point in gold and silver to do that? And of course, where are the prices headed by the end of this Samvat year? Let's listen into that conversation.
Actually, gold and silver came into limelight largely because of the percentage returns they had given and the short span of time which the percentage returns were delivered. And today we are discussing exactly the same thing, that this kind of fall or the ferocity of the fall is also something which is concerning to people who bought in off late. So I would like to reiterate that there is no major macro change in fundamentals. There is only some profit taking because gold typically was moving like a mid cap stock, silver was moving like a small cap stock. And typically there are bouts of profit taking which happens in this kind of a scenario, and which is what we are going through. The backdrop remains same. Silver and gold supply side story remains troubled. Demand side story remains very positive, and central banks are buying gold left, right, center. Only thing is that what we've seen till $4,000 was typically what people had digested. Anything below above 4,000 to 4,400 was kind of an exuberance or froth getting built up, a FOMO kind of effect which we discussed just before the Diwali episode also, and this is what has now been gone off the table. Some profit taking has been taken off the table, and eventually once this quarter number comes out with what kind of buying has happened from the central banks over the July to August September quarter, then we will have greater clarity that what is the pace of central bank. Are they still comfortable buying at gold at higher prices, or even are they taking a breather? But overall, not much has changed. It is only a fear psychosis and some profit taking which is happening in these kind of times. But silver will be anywhere in the range of maybe around 2 lakh plus kind of a level, 2 lakh 10,000 typically, or maybe $65 on the international is where we see silver prices. Gold at best could move once again towards a lifetime high of $4,400, $4,500. On the domestic front, it will be in the range of 1 lakh 35, 1 lakh 32, 1 lakh 35,000. We are not overtly bullish on gold. We are bullish, but not overtly bullish. Money should be made where it matters is silver, investment into silver or investment into other alternate metals like copper, zinc, and aluminum.
Okay, so about 5 to 6% of a correction more on gold and silver from the current levels, but sooner or later the prices could start to move up again, and by the end of this Samvat we could see again 2,10,000 rupee kind of levels for silver per kilogram and around 1,35,000 rupee per 10 grams for gold as well. Coming back to Avinash ji for a conversation on the precious metals as well, and to help our viewers understand how do you look at the asset classes equity versus these precious metals that have far outpaced equities in the previous Samvat. Do you see a change happening in the new Samvat year between equities and gold and silver?
No, I think, gold and silver are two asset classes which move according to the geopolitical developments. And I think clearly, both the metals, gold and silver, had risen very fast in a very short period of time. So some amount of profit booking was quite understandable. My sense is that gold as an asset class will always rise steadily, considering the fact that central banks continue to buy. There are a lot of other reasons, social reasons why gold prices go up. Silver is also an industrial product, apart from being used on the residential domestic side. Clearly, I don't think prices are going to crash in the very near term. Whatever we are seeing is normal profit booking. And I think both the metals, gold and silver, because of supply crunches and supply constraints, are going to be very steady in terms of their price movement in the next, 6 to 12 months. So I think somebody who wants to take a bet on silver or possibly gold could bet maybe on the gold finance companies or maybe, the gold jewelry companies, because this is a steady business and a safe business. And somebody who wants to play purely on the asset class can look at buying some sort of ETFs here, which can give a reasonable amount of risk reward over the longer term.
Sure. Let's actually also look at how the recent few days and the run-up to the festive season has actually panned out, not just for gold and silver, for consumption as a theme as a whole. Prime Minister Narendra Modi, in fact, has addressed the Rozgar Mela today via video conferencing. He highlighted the record-breaking sales seen during Dhanteras and Diwali, saying new records were set and old ones were broken, a sign that he has said that the GST reforms have given fresh momentum to India's economy. Let's listen in to what he had to say.
अभी हमने देखा धनतेरस दीपावली पर जिस तरह रिकॉर्ड बिक्री हुई है, नए नए रिकॉर्ड बने, पुराने रिकॉर्ड टूटे। ये दिखाता है कि कैसे जीएसटी में हुए रिफॉर्म ने देश की अर्थव्यवस्था को नई गति दी है। एमएसएमई सेक्टर और रिटेल ट्रेड में भी हमें इस रिफॉर्म का सकारात्मक असर देखने को मिल रहा है।
All right, records have been set during this festive season, but time to wrap up the markets for you. A minute to go before we shut shop for the day. 0.4% of a decline for the Nifty, as you do see. We've ended near the low point of the day and given up some of those morning gains. So profit taking today clearly after yesterday's move above 26,000 odd levels. The signs were visible even yesterday towards the latter half, and we have seen, although some pickup from the end point of the day, but the Nifty bank has also slipped by about 0.5% in trade. The broader markets also, both small and mid caps, lower in trade. They will be coming up on your screens right after. And of course, you're seeing the IT sector as well that has slipped in trade. Remember, yesterday's hero now giving back some of their gains as well. Look at the mid caps, 0.2% lower in trade. The small caps also down in trade by almost 0.2%. Although there has been some pickup towards the end point of the day, but we do end all the major indices, the Nifty bank, mid and small caps, all of them down in trade, even the IT sector. These are the top gainers on your screens. It was the metals and the commodity space that was shining bright. Hindalco up by about 4%. ICICI Bank and Bharti Airtel among those gainers. Shriram Finance. You also had names like BEL and ONGC also pulling up almost 1% in trade, but just about 10-15 stocks on the Nifty that hovered higher. But on the declining side, Cipla down in trade, 3.5% lower. Remember, we had marked out the stock right in the morning as well on Business Today for you viewers. HUL, Ultratech Cement, HUL post earnings that is seeing some weakness now. Kotak Mahindra Bank ahead of its numbers. Adani Ports and Apollo Hospitals also among those top drags that we see in the markets, but 25,795. So we have slipped below 25,800 and we are below about 300 odd points from the recent high that we touched yesterday. Let's actually go back to Avinashi to understand some of the queries that have actually come in from our viewers then. We have the question that's come in from Karan Jadhav from Mumbai, who wants to know about the recent cool off in gold and silver, something that we were discussing with you, Avinashi. He's looking to invest right now and wants to know what exactly should he be doing. Should he be purchasing this dip right now?
Yeah, I think if the investor has a slightly longer term kind of time frame, I think he should not hurry in buying, and in one go. I think he could look at a small SIP in some ETF fund where possibly he could invest his money. And if he's an equity investor, then I think he could possibly take a call on some of the gold finance companies like Manappuram Finance, Muthoot Finance, which have been beaten down very badly. These are pure plays on the gold finance, segments. Obviously, gold prices, when they come off, these companies do get impacted, but this is just a short-term aberration. The longer-term structural story for gold finance remains to be quite positive. So I think, if he's a conservative investor, he could look at ETFs. Otherwise, he could probably do an SIP in either of the gold finance companies.
Got it. Sarthak Sharma comes up with the next question. He's from Delhi and wants to know from you, Avinashi, will the current rally in the defense sector continue? Remember, the DSC has given approval for 79,000 odd crore rupees of procurement approval for the Indian Armed Forces, Navy, Army, as well as the Air Force. And therefore, we've been seeing the defense stocks rally and buzz in throughout the course of the session today, even though defense index has also seen some profit booking by the end of the session today. But what's your sense, Avinashi?
No, I think defense is going to be a multi-year story. Although, now defense companies have significantly risen in terms of prices. I think you cannot expect multi-bagger gains here, but compounders, I think, definitely can come. And I think the best part is that, this order is not going to be the last order. We are going to see many more orders like this coming from the government. And typically, almost all the large defense players, have got 2 to 3 years order book visibility. So I think clearly, companies like Bharat Electronics, Bharat Dynamics, HAL, or for that reason, Cochin Shipyard, Garden Reach, these are companies which I think one can look at accumulating in an SIP mode. And I think keep a time frame of at least the next 2 years, because these kind of companies are unlikely to give you quarter on quarter kind of upside. They are clearly, well positioned for wealth creation, but you need to keep the time frame slightly longer.
Okay, all right. Thank you so much, Avinashi, then for being with us on the program. Always a pleasure to host you. And with that, viewers, we wrap up our special edition. These are the numbers at which you can actually send us your queries in case you too have any questions about your investments in mutual funds, in your SIPs, whether you've invested in gold and silver as well. The numbers are flashing on your screen. So send us your questions and we will have top market experts guide you through all the questions that you have. And also, don't forget to catch the market opening action with Abha Bakaya on Monday morning at 9 a.m. now.
Motorola Edge 60 Pro, the true flagship killer.
Hello, Moto. Do the Moto Moto.
Motorola Edge 60 Fusion, the undisputed, most loved phone. Motorola Edge 60 Pro, the true flagship killer.
Hi, here are the top headlines. Presented by Motorola. PM Modi says, NDA will get biggest mandate in Bihar. Tejasvi Yadav says, making Bihar number 1 is our goal. ISIS module busted, 2 terrorists arrested from Delhi and Bhopal.
You are watching India Today.
Welcome back. In a tragic incident in Andhra's Kurnool district, a private travel bus has caught fire after colliding with a two-wheeler. According to sources, the incident occurred around 3:30 a.m. The bus two-wheeler collision triggered a massive blaze that quickly engulfed the entire vehicle. There were around 40 passengers on board. Out of these, 18 passengers have been identified alive. 20 deaths have been reported so far in this tragic incident. The police said several bodies were completely charred, making identification difficult. Passengers and eyewitnesses present inside the bus said that the main doors of the bus remained locked after the mishap, and the driver of the bus was not present when the fire engulfed the bus. Survivors had a hard time trying to escape the engulfing fire. Andhra Pradesh Chief Minister and Telangana Chief Minister have extended condolences to the families of the victims and assured of government support. Telangana Chief Minister Revanth Reddy also discussed the accident with the State Chief Secretary and the DGP, instructing them to set up a helpline for relief operations.
ఆల్రెడీ అటాక్ అయిపోయినది ఎలా అటాక్ అయిందని తెలియదు. తర్వాత ఇక్కడ చూస్తుంటే అసలు మరి యాక్సిడెంట్ ఒక వెహికల్ టూ వీలర్ వెహికల్కి అది బ్రేక్ చేసి ఆ వెహికల్ అనేది ఫ్రంట్లో కింద డౌన్ సైడ్లో స్ట్రక్ అయ్యి మేబీ ఆ ఫోర్స్కి అనేది ఆ ఫైర్ అనేది వచ్చేసినట్టున్నది. సో దానివల్ల మరి డీజిల్ ట్యాంక్ అనేది బ్లాస్ట్ అయ్యి అదంతా డీజిల్ పెట్రోల్ ముందు స్ప్రెడ్ అయిపోయింది. అంతా రైల్లో కూడా ఫైర్ అనేది నాన్ స్టాప్గా అటాక్ అయిపోయింది.
టోటల్ ప్యాసింజర్స్ ఎంతమంది సార్?
అరౌండ్ మనకు ఎగ్జాక్ట్లీ తెలీదు, ఒక 40 నుంచి 45 వరకు ఉండొచ్చండి ప్యాసింజర్స్. एग्जैक्टली 42 అయితే ఉంటారండి.
मैं देखा कि लेफ्ट साइड में आगे और आगे भी थोड़ी सी आगे, तो उसके बाद वही पैनिक आ गया. मैंने मतलब अपना बैग देखा, फ़ोन उठाया, पॉकेट में रखा और बस निकलने की कोशिश करने लगा मैं. तभी मतलब 4-5 लोग और सब लोग उठे, धीरे धीरे उठ रहे थे सब लोग. फायर सबने चिल्लाया. आगे से ट्राई कर रहे थे जाने का, बट आगे का मेन डोर लॉक हो गया था. ड्राइवर वगैरह वहाँ पे नहीं था कोई भी, तो डोर्स पूरे लॉक हो गए थे. और एसी बस था, शायद एसी की वजह से धुआं अंदर आने लगा था. बस फायर स्प्रेड होने लगी थोड़ा. कुछ लोग आगे से निकले और ड्राइवर डोर तो ओपन नहीं हुआ, पर विंडो का थोड़ा लोगों ने पैर मारे, किक मारी, थोड़ा जंप करा, जैसे तैसे बाहर निकले 4-5 लोग उधर से. मैं पीछे की तरफ गया था, पीछे मैंने इमरजेंसी एग्जिट तोड़ा है. उधर भी मतलब काफ़ी मुश्किल से टूटी है वो. धुआं आने लग गया था अंदर पीछे तक पूरा. आगे एक्सीडेंट हुआ था, आगे आग लगी थी, बट पीछे तक पूरा धुआं आ गया था. तब जैसे तैसे हमने भी वो इमरजेंसी विंडो तोड़ी है काफ़ी ऊपर से हम लोगों ने जंप मारा है बस से बाहर।
మార్నింగ్ 3 o'clock ఆ టైంలో వి కావేరీ ట్రావెల్స్ బస్ NH44 అంటే మనకి హైదరాబాద్ నుంచి బెంగళూరు హైవే. సో హైదరాబాద్ నుంచి ప్యాసింజర్స్ని తీసుకొని బెంగళూరుకి వెళ్తూ ఉంది ఆ బస్సు. సో సుమారుగా ఒక 3 o'clock ఆ టైంలో ఒక బైక్, సో ఇద్దరు బస్సు డ్రైవర్స్, ఇద్దరు పిల్లలు వాళ్ళంతా కూడా సేఫ్గా ఉన్నారు. సో టోటల్ 23 మెంబర్స్ ఆర్ సేఫ్ అండి. ఇక్కడ జీజీహెచ్లో అడ్మిట్ అయిన వాళ్ళు కూడా చిన్న ఫ్రాక్చర్స్, ఒక ఇద్దరు అబ్బాయిలు ఉన్నారు, చిన్న అంటే ఒక 28 years 30 years వాళ్ళు ఉన్నారు. వాళ్ళిద్దరికి 2 fractures ఉన్నారు తప్ప మిగతా అందరూ కూడా సేఫ్గా ఉన్నారు. వాళ్ళు కూడా స్టేబుల్గా సేఫ్గా ఉన్నారు. బట్ చిన్న ఫ్రాక్చర్స్ కాబట్టి దే హ్యావ్ టు స్టే ఇక్కడ.
ఇద్దరు డ్రైవర్లు 39 మంది ఎవరైతే ప్రయాణికులు ఉన్నారు. ఒకరెవరో ఆరాంగఢ్ హైదరాబాద్ దగ్గర ఎక్కారని చెప్తున్నారు. అక్కడ కూడా సీసీ ఫుటేజ్ తీసుకుంటామని మా ఎస్పీ గారు చెప్పారు. ఇప్పుడు దీంట్లో ఎవరైతే క్యాజువాలిటీ హాస్పిటల్లో ఉన్నారో వాళ్ళందరూ క్లియర్గా ఎవరో మాకు తెలిసింది. ఇక్కడ ఎవరైతే డిసీజ్ చనిపోయారో వాళ్ళ ఫోన్ నెంబర్లు కూడా సెల్లులు వాళ్ళతో ఉండడం వల్ల సెల్లులు ఆఫ్లో ఉంటాయి. కాబట్టి ఇప్పుడు మా ఇంటెలిజెన్స్ వ్యవస్థ ద్వారా వితిన్ 1-2 hours మీకు డిసీజ్ ఏ రాష్ట్రానికి చెందిన వాళ్ళు కూడా మేము చెప్తాం.
बहुत बड़ी दुखी का संगठन है। तेलंगाना सरकार के तरफ से उसको पूरा कंडोलेंस बताया और उसके ऊपर जांच भी करने का आदेश दिया. आने वाला दिन में तेलंगाना ट्रांसपोर्ट मिनिस्टर एंड डिपार्टमेंट, कर्नाटका ट्रांसपोर्ट मिनिस्टर एंड डिपार्टमेंट और आंध्रा तीनों मिलके आने वाला दिन में ऐसा संगठन फिर न हो, ऐसा कानून बनाएंगे. और हम ट्रांसपोर्ट लोगों को भी हम रिक्वेस्ट करते हैं और आदेश भी देता है, कोई भी बस बाहर फिटनेस रूल के खिलाफ घूमे तो उसको सीज करेंगे.
Today what has happened, I think there is some mischief or negligence what has happened. A thorough inquiry has to be done, and I fully pray God, because it is not a small incident in the history of recent times. Such incidents should not have occurred. So we will ask the concerned government to have a thorough inquiry in this, and we should have a precautionary measure with all such type of incidents.
करनूल में बेंगलुरु से जो बस आ रही थी, एक दर्दनाक हादसा हुआ जिसमें बस जल गई और उसमें कई 1500 लोगों की मौत भी हुई है. तो मैं बड़ी गमगीन बात है, तकलीफदेह बात है. मैं अपनी जानिब से, अपनी पार्टी की जानिब से हम तमाम जो लोग जिनका इंतकाल हुआ, जिनकी मौत हुई, ज़ख्मी हैं, हम उनके साथ हैं. हम दुआ करते हैं कि जो ज़ख्मी हैं जल्द से जल्द वो सेहतयाब हों और अपने घर वापस जा सकें.
Breaking news just coming in. 2 ISIS operatives nabbed from Delhi. Big ISIS module busted in South Delhi as ISIS operatives allegedly plotted IED blast in Delhi. Allegations are that these ISIS operatives recceed South Delhi Mall and plotted bombings during Diwali. 2 ISIS operatives were arrested who were allegedly attempting to make a timer from a watch, and in addition they were attempting to create an IED. The police have said that they had conducted a recce in Delhi of a major mall in South Delhi. A laptop has now been recovered from their possession as well as a phone, and a lot of information is being gleaned from them according to police sources. Himanshu Mishra is joining me live on this story. Himanshu, 2 men arrested, alleged ISIS operatives planned to bomb attacks in Delhi for Diwali. What more do we know?
देखिए, ये बड़ी सफलता आप कह सकते हैं दिल्ली पुलिस स्पेशल सेल की, क्योंकि लगातार नजर बना करके पुलिस रखती है. और ऐसे में जब उन्हें जानकारी मिला कि 2 लड़के, एक भोपाल का अदनान खान और दूसरा दिल्ली के सादिक नगर का, उसका भी नाम अदनान था, और ये दोनों आपस में कनेक्टेड थे, एक दूसरे से चैट करते थे और ISIS के ये ऑपरेटिव थे. पूरी तरीके से ये अपने लोगों को, जो ISIS के इनके आका थे, जो इनको ऑर्डर मिलता है ये उसको फॉलो करते, एक एक स्टेप पे फॉलो करते. और जब पुलिस ने जांच आगे बढ़ाई तो पता चला कि इन लोगों ने दिल्ली में कई सारे इलाकों की रेकी की थी, जिसमें से भीड़-भाड़ वाले कई बाजार थे और इसके अलावा दिल्ली साउथ दिल्ली का एक बड़ा मॉल था जहां पर जाके इन्होंने रेकी की और इन चीजों के सबूत इनके पास तो जो इलेक्ट्रॉनिक डिवाइसेस, मोबाइल फोन और लैपटॉप मिला है उससे भी ये चीजें क्लियर हुई हैं कि किस तरीके से इन लोगों ने रेकी की थी। और अब इनका अगला जो कदम था ये आईडी बनाने की तरफ आगे बढ़ रहे थे और साथ साथ टाइमर बनाने की तरफ आगे बढ़ रहे थे। तो स्टेप बाय स्टेप ये आगे की तरफ बढ़ रहे थे और बाकायदा ISIS का जो इनका हैंडलर था वो इनको गाइड कर रहा था। फिदाइन बनने की तरफ ये आगे बढ़ रहे थे, लेकिन पुलिस ने इनको अरेस्ट कर लिया। अब इनसे ये आगे की जो पूरी पूछताछ है वो की जा रही है। अनिशा
जी, thank you very much for that, Himanshu Mishra. A module busted in Delhi. Let's move on now to our next big story. The air quality in Delhi has plunged again. Most parts of the city are breathing very poor air. And as pollution levels spike across Delhi, India Today has found that the city's air quality display boards, which are meant to warn citizens, are not even working. Take a look at this special report.
Pollution spikes once again in the national capital, with air quality dipping to very poor levels. Across Delhi, most air monitoring stations are recording PM 2.5 levels above 300, squarely in very poor category. At several stations, readings have crossed 400, touching the severe mark. Delhi has 39 air quality monitoring stations, all functional according to the Central Pollution Control Board. But what's missing are the display boards meant to inform the public. India Today's ground check found that at Lodi Road, near the Indian Met Department office, the AQI display is completely non-functional.
It's written below the display board that this is the air quality display system for the Indian Meteorological Department. That is one of the stations out of the 39 stations where the DPCC, which is the Delhi Pollution Control Board, as well as the Central Pollution Control Board, display their air quality index. While the board may not be working, but when you look at the CPCB website for National Air Quality Index, on Lodi Road today, the pollution level is at 312, which is in the very poor category. This is the Lodi Road data only for today at this particular time.
At ITO, another key CPCB station, the readings on display have remained unchanged for the last 2 days. The data hasn't been updated at all.
The current AQI on this pollution index board, which is part of the monitoring station at ITO, is currently showing a PM 2.5 of 113 unit micrograms per meter. I've opened this here. Delhi is in the very poor category of 320. So this is the app that actually shows the pollution level. And even if you go on the CPCB website for the ITO station, if I can just increase the brightness, the ITO CPCB station shows pollution at 339.
The situation is similar across other stations too. In a city gasping for clean air, the least people deserve is to see how bad it is. With Milan Sharma in New Delhi, Bureau Report, India Today.
And our next story, he made India laugh, think and feel, one ad at a time. The man behind Fevicol's wit, Cadbury's charm and Vodafone's pug, Piyush Pandey, the ad man, is no more. The legendary ad man passed away in Mumbai this morning after battling an infection. He was 70 years old. Here's a tribute to Piyush Pandey.
the Fevicol bus that never broke apart. A Cadbury girl who danced her heart out on a cricket field. And the pug that followed us everywhere. Piyush Pandey, the man who turned everyday India into unforgettable storytelling. A cricketer turned copywriter, he joined Ogilvy in 1982 and went on to build the country's most successful ad agency. Under his leadership, Ogilvy India ruled the creative charts for over a decade, shaping not just brands but the way India spoke to itself.
ये तो मेरे घर जैसा है।
ताकि तुम्हें ऐसा ना लगे कि तुम अपना घर छोड़ के आई हो।
कितने प्यार से अपनों के लिए कोई घर सजाता है। एशियन पेंट्स, हर घर कुछ कहता है।
From हर घर कुछ कहता है to कुछ खास है जिंदगी में।
हम सभी में बात है, खास है।
His ads captured the pulse of a country in motion, full of emotion, humor and heart.
मिले सुर मेरा तुम्हारा तो सुर बने हमारा सुर की
His magic with the pen didn't just extend to copy, but also to lyrics, penning Mile Sur Mera Tumhara, an Indian song that promoted national integration and unity in diversity.
चलो हालात बदले, देश की सरकार बदले, भाजपा को वोट दे, अब की बार।
And when politics called, Pandey's words powered one of India's most defining election slogans, Ab ki baar, Modi Sarkar. A line that cut through the noise of a billion voices, proving that his pen could move more than markets, it could move the nation. He was honored with the Padma Shri in 2016, named Global Chief Creative Officer of Ogilvy, and celebrated across continents as the man who gave Indian advertising its own accent, rooted, real, and unmistakably ours. Today, the world of creativity mourns its most iconic storyteller. A man whose work will outlast the products he sold and whose words will echo far beyond the brands he built.
And coming up next, Prime Minister Modi's big Jungle Raj attack at the Mahagathbandhan. PM says Bihar doesn't need lantern and allies. This and more after the very short break with my colleague Suesha Sawant. Keep watching India Today.
You are watching India Today.
Motorola Edge 60 Pro, the true flagship killer.
Hi, here are the top headlines. Presented by Motorola. PM Modi says, NDA will get biggest mandate in Bihar. Tejasvi Yadav says, making Bihar #1 is our goal. ISIS module busted, 2 terrorists arrested from Delhi and Bhopal.
India Today, Making Sense of India, now available for speed delivery on Amazon and Blinkit.
Hi, I'm Sana. Here's your weather update. Delhi maximum 33 and minimum 18 degrees. Mumbai maximum 33 and minimum 26 degrees. Kolkata maximum 33 and minimum 23 degrees. Bengaluru maximum 24 and minimum 19 degrees. Chennai maximum 29 and minimum 23 degrees. Hyderabad maximum 28 and minimum 21 degrees.
Oh, sorry.
आए जाने मन, हम तुम एक कमरे में बंद हो और चाबी खो जाए, जरा हमारे साथ 2 मिनट हो जाए।
Watching India Today.
Hello and welcome. You're watching India Today. I'm Suesha Sound. First up, a quick check of the top headlines we're tracking for you at 4 p.m. this afternoon. Prime Minister Modi's big Jungle Raj attack at the Mahagathbandhan says Bihar does not need lantern and allies. Pays tribute to Karpuri Thakur, accuses Mahagathbandhan of trying to steal Bharat Ratna Karpuri Thakur's legacy.
की इनकी आदत ऐसी है कि अब जननायक की उपाधि की चोरी में जुटे हैं। बिहार के लोग जननायक कर्पूरी बाबू का ये अपमान कभी नहीं सहेंगे।
Amid politics over NDA and Mahagathbandhan Chief Minister face pick, Modi says NDA will win Bihar under Nitish's leadership. Tejashvi hits out, says BJP will not make Nitish Chief Minister. Nitish has been hijacked. Mahagathbandhan starts to iron out friendly fight seats. Congress pulls out of 2 seats. VIP withdraws from 1. Joined Mahagathbandhan manifesto on the 28th of October. At least 20 dead in horrific bus tragedy in Andhra's Kurnool. Bengaluru bound bus from Hyderabad catches fire after collision with bike. Over a dozen hospitalized with burning injuries. And one of India's most prolific ad geniuses passes away at the age of 70. Prime Minister Modi leads tributes for ad man Piyush Pandey, the genius behind the immortal Fevicol, Cadbury and Vodafone Pug ads, even the iconic Ab Ki Baar Modi Sarkar tagline. And well, Prime Minister Narendra Modi kicked off his campaign in Battle for Bihar with a visit to Karpuri Gram in Samastipur district, the birthplace of Bharat Ratna Karpuri Thakur. There, he paid tribute to the late leader, met his family and toured a model hut built by the local administration, showcasing Thakur's life and struggles. Chief Minister Nitish Kumar accompanied him during the visit. Prime Minister Modi then addressed a major public rally, first in Samastipur and then in Begusarai. During his addresses, Prime Minister, while attacking the RJD, said that Bihar would keep Jungle Raj away. He alleged that RJD leaders were roaming free on bail in corruption cases worth crores and accused the opposition of only knowing how to loot the public. Amid repeated attacks by Tejashwi on who will be NDA's chief ministerial face, Prime Minister Modi asserted that the NDA under Nitish Kumar's leadership would secure a historic mandate in the upcoming polls. Prime Minister also attacked the opposition, saying that the state no longer needed the lantern when it had electricity. Prime Minister also warned that the Mahagathbandhan wanted to bring Jungle Raj back. He further renewed his Latbandhan attack on the opposition alliance.
जिनके पास मोबाइल है वो जरा अपनी लाइट जलाएं। जिसके पास मोबाइल है, अच्छा आपका लाइट जल रहा है। अब आप मुझे एक बात बताइए, जब इतनी लाइट है, हर एक के हाथ में लाइट है, तो लालटेन चाहिए क्या? साथियों, पूरा देश आपको सुन रहा है, देख रहा है। बिहार को लालटेन और उसके साथी नहीं चाहिए। साथियों, आरजेडी और कांग्रेस का विकास से 36 का नाता है और आप भी जानते हैं, विकास के लिए सबसे जरूरी है कानून व्यवस्था। जहां आरजेडी जैसे दल हो, वहां कानून व्यवस्था हो ही नहीं सकती। आरजेडी के शासन में यहां रंगदारी, हत्या, फिरौती, अपहरण एक उद्योग के रूप में फले फूले। आरजेडी के जंगल राज ने बिहार की कई पीढ़ियों को बर्बाद कर दिया। हजारों करोड़ रुपए के घोटालों में ये जमानत पर चल रहे लोग हैं, जमानत पे। और जो जमानत पे है, वो चोरी के मामले में जमानत पे है। अब ये चोरी की इनकी आदत ऐसी है कि अब जननायक की उपाधि की चोरी में जुटे हैं। बिहार के लोग जननायक कर्पूरी बाबू का ये अपमान कभी नहीं सहेंगे। एनडीए यानी सुशासन, एनडीए यानी जनता की सेवा, एनडीए यानी विकास की गारंटी। और इसलिए आज आपका ये उत्साह देकर मैं कह सकता हूं, इस बार बिहार में भी नीतीश बाबू के नेतृत्व में एनडीए जीत के अपने पुराने सारे रिकॉर्ड तोड़ने वाला है। इन चुनावों में बिहार एनडीए को अब तक का सबसे बड़ा जनादेश देगा।
अब जब चुनाव हो जाएगा तो विधायक लोग तय करेगा कि मुख्यमंत्री का चेहरा कौन होगा। यानी एक बात तो तय है, नीतीश कुमार जी को अमित शाह और भाजपा के लोग दोबारा मुख्यमंत्री बनाने नहीं जा रहे हैं। उनको हाईजैक कर लिया चाचा जी को। चाचा जी कितना बार यहाँ आए, हम लोग मुख्यमंत्री बनाए, लेकिन चाचा जी का स्वभाव आप लोग जानते हैं, हिन्ने से होने, होने से हिन्ने। लेकिन हमको दुख है इस बात का कि भाजपा के लोग उनके साथ अन्याय करने का काम कर रहे हैं।
And well, as the polling date approaches, Mahagathbandhan seems to be ironing out the differences within the alliance. Both Congress and the VIP have resolved differences on 5 key seats, where the Mahagathbandhan allies were going head-to-head in the polls, raising concerns over friendly fight. Grand Alliance has successfully resolved issues on Gora Boram, Varsali Ganj, Babur Barhi, Lalganj and Pranpur seats. The Mahagathbandhan that is set to release its manifesto on the October 28th, which is going to be a joint manifesto, where the Mahagathbandhan reached this consensus. RJD and Congress have promised to be included. RJD's Har Ghar Naukri and Jeevika Didi schemes will be a part of this manifesto. Tejashwi's Ma and Beti schemes have been prioritized. The United Mahagathbandhan has surfaced after RJD leader Tejashwi Yadav was officially projected as the opposition's chief ministerial face for Bihar, as leaders stressed that the coming election would mark a turning point for the state, and VIP chief Mukesh Sahani was named deputy chief minister face.
देखो हम बिहारी हैं, हम लोग डराए वाला नहीं है, बाहरी से डराए वाला है। अरे जब लालू जी मोदी जी से नहीं डराए तो लालू जी के लिए क्यों डरा जाएगा। ईडी, सीबीआई, इनकम टैक्स लगातार जो है केस मुकदमा छापा मारी, हमारे उम्मीदवारों का नामांकन रद्द करवाना, उम्मीदवारों के छापा मरवाना। बताइए, 2 लोग गुजरात से आकर के बिहार चलाने का काम कर रहे हैं। बताओ सहरसा के लोगों, बिहार को बिहारी चलाएगा कि बाहरी चलाएगा? अरे बिहार को बिहारी चलाएगा कि बाहरी चलाएगा? बिहारी चलाएगा कि नहीं चलाएगा?
मैं बधाई देना चाहता हूं इंडिया गठबंधन के सभी नेताओं को और कांग्रेस पार्टी के नेताओं का, और जो भी साथी जिन्होंने तय किया है तेजस्वी के नेतृत्व में ही चुनाव होगा। हमें उम्मीद है कि बिहार की जनता तेजस्वी और इंडिया गठबंधन को एक मौका देंगे।
कांग्रेस के ऊपर इन लोगों ने कितना ब्लैकमेल किया इनको सीएम का चेहरा बनाने के लिए, वही मुकेश जी के द्वारा भी किया गया। उन्होंने तो सारे समझौते कर लिए सिर्फ एक डिप्टी सीएम का पद पाने के लिए। अगर आप इतना झगड़ा करके छीन छान के अगर आप बने, इसका मतलब स्वाभाविक स्वीकार्यता गठबंधन के भीतर आपके चेहरे को लेकर नहीं है।
सत्ता के लिए भूखे हैं और जो लोग भारत माता की सेवा और बिहार की जनता की सेवा के लिए आतुर हैं, प्रधानमंत्री जी के नेतृत्व में नीतीश कुमार जी हों, पासवान जी हों, भारतीय जनता पार्टी एकजुट है, एक साथ मिलकर बिहार की जनता और देश की जनता की सेवा।
यहाँ विकास की बयार है। भारतीय जनता पार्टी और एनडीए, जो हमारा गठबंधन है एनडीए का, उसके पक्ष में समर्थन की लहर चल रही है। विकास मुद्दा है। जनता जंगल राज नहीं चाहती, जनता मंगल राज चाहती है, जनता राम राज चाहती है। वो क्राइम स्टेट बनाना चाहते हैं, हम बिहार को प्राइम स्टेट बना रहे हैं।
विकास, नीतीश बाबू, मोदी जी, एनडीए और भ्रष्टाचार नहीं, लोगों ने सिर्फ विकास ही देखा है। वो सारा समीकरण देखे, और जैसे महागठबंधन में आपस में सब लोगों का कबड्डी चल रहा है, सब एक दूसरे का जो कपड़ा फाड़ रहे हैं, तो उससे पता चल गया कि जनता भी जान गई है कि इन लोगों का धरातल पे कुछ नहीं है महागठबंधन का। और विकास, बिहार की ऊर्जावान विकास तभी होगा जब केंद्र से बड़ा पैकेज आएगा। हम लोग इतनी सीट कभी नहीं पाए थे जितनी 14 नवंबर के रिजल्ट में आप देखेंगे।
मुख्यमंत्री पद का तो कोई वैकेंसी है नहीं और 25 से 30 नीतीश जी ही मुख्यमंत्री रहेंगे। और आप जानते हैं कि जिनको बनाया है वो रेलवे घोटाला में 4 सीटेड है। दिल्ली जाकर के कोर्ट में दिल्ली में अपीयर होना। जो लोग उनको घोषणा किया है कांग्रेस वाले, वो भी भ्रष्टाचार में डूबा हुआ परिवार है। तो एक परिवारवादी पार्टी कांग्रेस दूसरे परिवारवादी पार्टी को मुख्यमंत्री का प्रत्याशी घोषित कर दिया। अब बिहार की जनता सब बात समझती है, ये आपस में ही लोग गेम खेल रहे हैं। और इसके अलावा उनका ट्रैक रिकॉर्ड परिवार का सब जानता है कि कैसा बिहार में उनका काम रहा है और नीतीश कुमार जी ने क्या काम किया है।
कहीं ना कहीं तेजस्वी यादव जी ने ये बात शायद इसलिए की, जो पिछले दिनों जो चारों तरफ माहौल गर्म, कहीं जंगल राज, कहीं चारा चोर, तो लोगों को ये दिखाने की कोशिश करी है कि आप ही डायरेक्ट चलाओगे। पर क्या अगर 6 करोड़ के करीब वहाँ वोटर हैं तो क्या 6 करोड़ मुख्यमंत्री हो सकते हैं? कैसी बात है ये। पर एक बात तो पक्की है कि एनडीए से लड़ाई तो दूर दूर तक इनकी है ही नहीं। पर आपस में जो लड़ाई है सो कॉल्ड इंडिया गठबंधन में कांग्रेस की और आरजेडी की, उसमें तेजस्वी जीते, कांग्रेस को बिल्कुल घुटने के बल टिकाया और हाथ उठवाए और उनको उप मुख्यमंत्री का कैंडिडेट भी डिक्लेयर नहीं करने दिया।
And well, Muslim vote bank is the latest flashpoint in Bihar elections after Mahagathbandhan announced its chief minister and deputy chief minister faces. Now the Grand Alliance is facing charges of not giving representation to Muslims in the alliance. BJP and AIMIM claimed that Mahagathbandhan is just using Muslims for their vote bank and is not giving them seats. AIMIM's Uttar Pradesh unit chief Shaukat Ali used an AI-generated image of RJD's Tejasvi Yadav and VIP's Mukesh Sahani with a reference to the population percentages of communities. He said Muslims form 18% of Bihar's population but are reduced to laying carpets while others sit on sofas. Chirag Paswan and AIMIM alleged that Mahagathbandhan only talks about Muslim representation, but when it comes to giving a fair share, then Muslims are denied of their share. They also allege that Muslims are treated as a vote bank, using fear and influence to serve their personal ambitions. Meanwhile, Mahagathbandhan's Deputy Chief Minister face Mukesh Sahani reminded BJP about Shah Nawaz Hussain and alleged that BJP was doing communal politics as they were rattled by the strength of Mahagathbandhan.
ये महागठबंधन अनाउंस किया है कि तेजस्वी मुख्यमंत्री बनेंगे और जो साहनी साहब हैं वो उप मुख्यमंत्री बनेंगे। अब यही हमारा दर्शाता ना, देखिए इनका हिपोक्रेसी जो है ये इस तरह से सामने आ जाती है। यही महागठबंधन और यही महाविकास आघाड़ी का स्लोगन क्या था, जिसकी जितनी संख्या भारी उसकी उतनी हिस्सेदारी। अब क्या हो गया हिस्सेदारी का, 2% वाला साहनी जो है वो बन सकता उप मुख्यमंत्री। 19% वाला जो मुसलमान है उसका अता पता ठिकाना भी नहीं है। देखिए क्या ये इंसाफ है, क्या ये हिस्सेदारी है, क्या ये बराबरी है? हाँ, तो हम तो यही बात कर रहे हैं ना हिस्सेदारी की, यानी मुसलमान सिर्फ आपके लिए दरी बिछाएगा, मुसलमान को आप सिर्फ उसके वोट के लिए इस्तेमाल करेंगे, और इलेक्शन खत्म, अपना काम बनता, बाहर में जाए मुसलमान जनता। यही आपका उसूल बन गया है।
इनको सिर्फ वोट बैंक बना के रखना है, ऐसे समुदाय को। मुसलमानों की बात करेंगे बट जब रिप्रेजेंटेशन की बात आएगी तो रिप्रेजेंटेशन देंगे नहीं, उनको डरा के धमका के अपने साथ वोट बैंक रखना चाहेंगे। सैनी साहब को ही देख लीजिए, अपना समझौता हो गया, खुद डिप्टी सीएम बनने की घोषणा हो गई तो भूल गए, सीटें मिले नहीं मिले, अपने समाज के बाकी लोगों को लड़ा पाए नहीं लड़ा पाए। ये सिर्फ अपनी व्यक्तिगत महत्वाकांक्षाओं की लड़ाई महागठबंधन के घटक दल लड़ रहे हैं।
माई समीकरण तो अभी भी उनका है, एम फॉर मुकेश कर लिया है उन्होंने और वाई फॉर तेजस्वी यादव कर लिया है। उनको लगता है कि बीजेपी का से डरा कर मुस्लिम का वोट ले लेंगे। जो माइनॉरिटीज़ के लोग हैं उनको वो आरजेडी अपना गुलाम समझती है, वो ये समझती है कि उनकी जागीर है।
रिप्रेजेंटेशन अगर बिहार की बात करें तो 18% है। वो कहा यह जा रहा है कि 14% वाला सीएम बनेगा, 2% वाले डिप्टी सीएम बनेंगे, तो 18% वाले जो मुसलमान है वो क्या करने के लिए पार्टी में है?
वो दरी बिछाएंगे, कबाब पहुंचाएंगे, जिंदाबाद जिंदाबाद करेंगे और उनके पास बीजेपी से खुदा से डरने वाली कौम को ये लोग बीजेपी से डराएंगे, जबकि बीजेपी के राज में पिछले 11 साल में सबका साथ, सबका विकास, सबका विश्वास हुआ है। हमने सबको साथ लेकर चलने की कोशिश की। नीतीश कुमार जी ने न्याय के साथ विकास किया है। हम लोगों ने जितनी भी योजना बनाई वो सबके लिए बनाई है। हमने कोई भेदभाव नहीं किया है। तो हम उनसे अपील करते हैं कि राजद के इस निर्णय के बाद मुस्लिम समाज को विचार करना चाहिए कि आखिर क्या हालत राजद ने उनकी कर दी है।
आज जब चौपर पे उड़ रहे थे तो मुल्ला को बगल में बैठा लिया। चुनाव तक मुल्ला चौपर पर, चुनाव के बाद मुल्ला गटर में। अरे नाटक करना बंद करें। देश और प्रदेश के मुसलमान समझें कि उनको कैसे भेड़ बकरियों की तरह, वोट बैंक की तरह यूज़ किया जाता है। इनके 15 साल के शासन में जितने दंगे हुए, जितने मुसलमान मारे गए, वो आज के मुसलमानों को याद नहीं आता है। कामेश्वर यादव को लालू यादव गोद में बैठाते हैं, जिसने कम से कम 100 मुसलमानों की हत्या की होगी, वो यहाँ के मुसलमानों को नहीं दिखेगा।
ये आज उनको डर सताने लगा है। ये बताए बीजेपी कि क्या अति पिछड़ा का बेटा, मल्ला का बेटा को डिप्टी सीएम बनाना, क्या इनके पेट में इतना दर्द है? और वो अल्पसंख्यक भाई के लिए फिक्र हम करेंगे, आप वो फिक्र मत कीजिए। आपके पास भी शाहनवाज हुसैन है, उनके बारे में फिक्र करिए। देश में हमारे जो इतने भी अल्पसंख्यक भाई है उनके बारे में सोचिए, उसके बारे में फिक्र कीजिए। नफरत की राजनीति नहीं कीजिए। अभी सबसे पहला मेरा सवाल है भाजपा वाले से कि क्या आपको तकलीफ हो रहा है? एक मल्ला का बेटा, एक केवट का बेटा अगर राज्य में अगर सरकार बनाता है, डिप्टी चीफ मिनिस्टर बनता है, तो आपको इतना दर्द क्यों हो रहा भाई? आपको इतना परेशानी क्यों होता है?
And in the latest, Andhra government has now announced 5 lakh rupees of ex gratia for the deceased kin in Kurnool bus tragedy. Andhra Home Minister, who's announced the formation of a committee to run a high-level inquiry on the incident. A total of 20 people have been declared dead in this accident, while over 25 passengers managed to escape. Remember, there are many who are still undergoing treatment and are in critical condition. This bus that collided against a bike, prima facie information, that is what led to the fire. And while some of them survived and managed to escape from the bus, several who were caught in the fire in that bus. 41 people were on board, 20 people have lost their lives after this Bengaluru-bound private bus caught fire and turned into ashes after it hit a bike in Andhra Pradesh's Kurnool. And now in the latest, Andhra Pradesh government has announced 5 lakh rupees of ex gratia for the kin of deceased and 2 lakh rupees for those who are injured. Apurva joining us on the phone line with the latest on how the condition of those who are undergoing treatment and this latest announcement by the government.
Well, in fact, what we are getting to learn is that the Andhra Pradesh government has now issued an ex gratia of rupees 5 lakh for the family of the deceased. Remember, 19 people have unfortunately lost their lives in this tragic incident, and over 20 people who have been grievously injured. And for those injured, the Andhra Pradesh government has also issued, over rupees 2 lakhs amount for those for them recuperating and receiving treatment as well. We've also seen that there have also been helpline numbers and a help desk that has been set up in place by the Andhra Pradesh government after this incident at Kurnool has really shocked the state as well. This incident took place early this morning, around 3:30, 4 o'clock early this morning in Kurnool, where, the bus had allegedly come in collision with a bike there, which is when the bike was allegedly dragged, the spark had caused for the bus to ignite. That's the preliminary, information that we are receiving from officials on ground as well. In fact, Home Minister Ms. Anita has also reached the spot, and she is also closely taking stock of the situation on ground as well. Of those 19 people who have unfortunately lost their lives, 17 of them were adults and 2 were minors as well, including a family from Nellore, who the entire family had unfortunately lost their life in this tragic incident.
Oh yes, extremely unfortunate, Apurva. Thank you for those details. Indeed, a very tragic incident that occurred near Andhra Pradesh's Kurnool district. You saw those pictures of a private travel bus that caught fire after colliding with a two-wheeler. Now, according to sources, the incident occurred at around 3:30 in the morning. The bus that collided against the two-wheeler triggered a massive blaze that quickly engulfed the entire bus. There were around 40 passengers who were on board. Out of these, 18 passengers were identified alive. 20 deaths have been reported so far. Police have said that several bodies were completely charred, making identification difficult. Passengers, eyewitnesses, all present inside the bus said that the main doors of the bus remained locked after the mishap and that the driver of the bus was not present when the fire engulfed the bus. Now, survivors had a hard time trying to escape that fire. Andhra Pradesh Chief Minister and Telangana Chief Minister have extended condolences. They've also announced a compensation for the families of the victims and assured all possible support. Telangana Chief Minister Revanth Reddy also discussed the accident with the State Chief Secretary and the DGP, instructing them to set up a helpline for relief operations.
ఆల్రెడీ అటాక్ అయిపోయింది. ఎలా అటాక్ అయిందని తెలియదు. తర్వాత ఇక్కడ చూస్తుంటే మరి యాక్సిడెంట్ ఒక వెహికల్, టూ వీలర్ వెహికల్కి అది బ్రేక్ చేసి ఆ వెహికల్ అనేది ఫ్రంట్లో కింద డౌన్ సైడ్లో స్ట్రక్ అయ్యి మేబీ ఆ ఫోర్స్కి అనేది ఆ ఫైర్ అనేది వచ్చేసినట్టున్నది. సో దానివల్ల మరి డీజిల్ ట్యాంక్ సమ్ అనేది బ్లాస్ట్ అయ్యి అదంతా డీజిల్ సమ్ పెట్రోల్ ముందు స్ప్రెడ్ అయిపోయింది. అంతా రైల్లో కూడా ఫైర్ అనేది నాన్ స్టాప్గా అటాక్ అయిపోయింది.
టోటల్ ప్యాసింజర్స్ ఎంతమంది సార్?
అరౌండ్ మనకు ఎగ్జాక్ట్లీ తెలీదు. ఒక 40 నుంచి 45 వరకు ఉండొచ్చండి ప్యాసింజర్స్. एग्जैक्टली 42 అయితే ఉంటారండి.
मैं देखा कि लेफ़्ट साइड में आ गए और आगे भी थोड़ी सी आ गए, तो उसके बाद वही पैनिक आ गया. मैंने मतलब अपना बैग देखा, फ़ोन उठाया, पॉकेट में रखा और बस निकलने की कोशिश करने लगा मैं. तभी मतलब 4-5 लोग और सब लोग उठे, धीरे धीरे उठ रहे थे सब लोग. फायर सबने चिल्लाया. आगे से ट्राई कर रहे थे जाने का, बट आगे का मेन डोर लॉक हो गया था. ड्राइवर वगैरह वहाँ पे नहीं था कोई भी, तो डोर्स पूरे लॉक हो गए थे. और एसी बस था, शायद एसी की वजह से धुआं अंदर आने लगा था. बस फायर स्प्रेड होने लगी थोड़ा. कुछ लोग आगे से निकले और ड्राइवर डोर तो ओपन नहीं हुआ, पर विंडो का थोड़ा लोगों ने पैर मारे, किक मारे, थोड़ा जंप करा, जैसे तैसे बाहर निकले 4-5 लोग उधर से. मैं पीछे की तरफ गया था, पीछे मैंने इमरजेंसी एग्जिट तोड़ा है. उधर भी मतलब काफ़ी मुश्किल से टूटी है वो. धुआं आने लग गया था अंदर पीछे तक पूरा. आगे एक्सीडेंट हुआ था, आगे आग लगी थी, बट पीछे तक पूरा धुआं आ गया था. तब जैसे तैसे हमने भी वो इमरजेंसी विंडो तोड़ी है और काफ़ी ऊपर से हम लोगों ने जंप मारा है बस से बाहर.
మార్నింగ్ 3 o'clock ఆ టైంలో వి కావేరీ ట్రావెల్స్ బస్ NH44 అంటే మనకి హైదరాబాద్ నుంచి బెంగళూరు హైవే. సో హైదరాబాద్ నుంచి ప్యాసింజర్స్ని తీసుకొని బెంగళూరుకి వెళ్తూ ఉంది ఆ బస్సు. సో సుమారుగా ఒక 3 o'clock ఆ టైంలో ఒక బైక్, సో ఇద్దరు బస్సు డ్రైవర్సు, ఇద్దరు పిల్లలు, వాళ్ళంతా కూడా సేఫ్గా ఉన్నారు. సో టోటల్ 23 మెంబర్స్ ఆర్ సేఫ్ అండి. ఇక్కడ జీజీహెచ్లో అడ్మిట్ అయిన వాళ్ళు కూడా చిన్న ఫ్రాక్చర్స్, ఒక ఇద్దరు అబ్బాయిలు ఉన్నారు, చిన్న అంటే ఒక 28 years 30 years వాళ్ళు ఉన్నారు. వాళ్ళిద్దరికి 2 ఫ్రాక్చర్స్తో ఉన్నారు తప్ప మిగతా అందరూ కూడా సేఫ్గా ఉన్నారు. వాళ్ళు కూడా స్టేబుల్గా సేఫ్గా ఉన్నారు, బట్ చిన్న ఫ్రాక్చర్స్ కాబట్టి దే హ్యావ్ టు స్టే ఇక్కడ.
ఇద్దరు డ్రైవర్లు 39 మంది ఎవరైతే ప్రయాణికులు ఉన్నారు. ఒకరెవరో ఆరాంఘడ్ హైదరాబాద్ దగ్గర ఎక్కారని చెప్తున్నారు. అక్కడ కూడా సీసీ ఫుటేజ్ తీసుకుంటామని మా ఎస్పీ గారు చెప్పారు. ఇప్పుడు దీంట్లో ఎవరైతే క్యాజువాలిటీ హాస్పిటల్లో ఉన్నారో వాళ్ళందరూ క్లియర్గా ఎవరో మాకు తెలిసింది. ఇక్కడ ఎవరైతే డిసీజ్ చనిపోయారో వాళ్ళ ఫోన్ నెంబర్లు కూడా సెల్లులు వాళ్ళతో ఉండడం వల్ల సెల్లులు ఆఫ్లో ఉంటాయి. కాబట్టి ఇప్పుడు మా ఇంటెలిజెన్స్ వ్యవస్థ ద్వారా विदिन 1-2 hours మీకు డిసీజ్ ఏ రాష్ట్రానికి చెందిన వాళ్ళు కూడా మేము చెప్తాం.
बहुत बड़ी दुखी का संगठन है. तेलंगाना सरकार के तरफ से उसको पूरा कंडोलेंस बताया और उसके ऊपर जांच भी करने का आदेश दिया. आने वाला दिन में तेलंगाना ट्रांसपोर्ट मिनिस्टर एंड डिपार्टमेंट, कर्नाटका ट्रांसपोर्ट मिनिस्टर एंड डिपार्टमेंट और आंध्रा तीनों मिलके आने वाला दिन में ऐसा संगठन फिर न हो, ऐसा कानून बनाएंगे. और हम ट्रांसपोर्ट लोगों को भी हम रिक्वेस्ट करते हैं और आदेश भी देता है, कोई भी बस बाहर फिटनेस रूल के खिलाफ घूमे तो उसको सीज करेंगे.
Today what has happened, I think there is some mischief or negligence what has happened. A thorough inquiry has to be done and I fully pray God, because it is not a small incident in the history of recent times. Such incidents should not have occurred. So we will ask the concerned government to have a thorough inquiry in this, and we should have a precautionary measure with all such type of incidents.
करनूल में बेंगलुरु से जो बस आ रही थी, एक दर्दनाक हादसा हुआ जिसमें बस जल गई और उसमें कई 1500 लोगों की मौत भी हुई। तो मैं बड़ी गमगीन बात है, तकलीफदेह बात है। मैं अपनी जानिब से, अपनी पार्टी की जानिब से हम तमाम जो लोग जिनका इंतकाल हुआ, जिनकी मौत हुई, ज़ख्मी हैं, हम उनके साथ हैं। हम दुआ करते हैं कि जो ज़ख्मी हैं जल्द से जल्द वो सेहतयाब हों और अपने घर वापस जा सकें।
And on to breaking news coming in amid ongoing India-US trade deal talks. Union Commerce Minister Piyush Goyal has said that trade deals are about trust. We are talking to the US, but we do not do deals in a hurry, and we do not go ahead and sign any deals with deadlines or with a gun to our head. Listen in to that response.
Trade deals are for a longer duration. Trade deals are not only about tariffs, it's not only about access of goods or services, it's also about trust, it's also about relationships. It's a demonstration to businesses that you can work with between both countries and trust businesses to prosper, businesses to be protected, businesses to get opportunities and a fair deal in the rule of law in democracies that we all work in. So I think trade deals in a longer context have far more than just tariffs.
Cutting across to my colleague Geeta Mohan now joining us on the broadcast. Geeta, first up, details of where Piyush Goyal said this and how do you read into this response?
Well, he was in Berlin, and this was a round table over there where he spoke on, and most of the ministers there were talking about, and the conversation was about commerce, trade, and the future of global economy and global markets, in which Piyush Goyal, India's Minister of Commerce, very clearly has spelled out what India's position is. It's not just a message to America, but to the world and how India wants to do business. But yes, particularly to the United States of America, that you cannot do business with India by putting a gun to her head. That's not how India functions. And that, a very important point that he made was that trade deals are not short-term, they're not immediate. You cannot be short-sighted about it. They're long-term. They are for businesses to have confidence in a country that they'd like to invest in, because investments are long-term. They are not short-term. So explaining why India is taking time, that there is no need to rush into a trade deal with any country, particularly America over here, and certainly not because the country is using tariff or other means as leverage.
All right, Geeta, many thanks for those details. With that, it's time for us to slip into a very short commercial break. We'll be back on the other side with the very latest. Do stay tuned.
You are watching India Today.
Motorola Edge 60 Pro, the true flagship killer.
Hello, Moto. Do the Moto Moto.
Motorola Edge 60 Fusion, the undisputed, most loved phone.
अरे बेटा ड्यूलक्स है और उसकी वारंटी तो और भी शानदार, पेंट से भी शानदार वारंटी, से शानदार पेंट से शानदार वारंटी, से शानदार पेंट वारंटी।
ड्यूलक्स, डिसाइड करना मुश्किल हो जाएगा कि पेंट ज्यादा शानदार है या उसकी वारंटी।
Bliss weaves the magic of warmth into a cold day. Experience bliss in all its forms with Hindware. Hindware, designed for bliss.
You are watching India Today.
Thank you for staying with India Today. And while a political storm broke out after Trinamool Congress MP Mahua Moitra backed a Canadian vlogger's post that criticized Indians for celebrating Diwali abroad. Moitra had written, "I agree." This in response to that post, which used harsh language to describe Indian festivities in Western countries. The comment quickly sparked outrage online, with several users accusing her of being anti-Indian and disrespecting her own culture. Facing backlash, Moitra later clarified that her endorsement was a mistake. She explained that her Twitter feed had shown multiple videos and that her "I agree" comment was intended for a different post below the one in question. She apologized, calling it a genuine error while traveling that she made one. The BJP's West Bengal unit has condemned her explanation, accusing her of repeatedly making anti-India remarks. The party alleged that Moitra and the Trinamool Congress had disrespected national symbols, compromised security and tolerated attacks on Hindu traditions in the state.
महुआ मोइत्रा भारत की सांसद है पर पाकिस्तानी सांसद की तरह ज़्यादा बोलती है। इन्होंने इससे पहले माँ काली का अपमान किया है, कहा है कि बांग्लादेशी बेहतर होते हैं, इनकी पार्टी का तो प्रो रोहिंग्या स्टैंड हमको पता ही है। अब एक व्यक्ति भारतीयों के लिए और दिवाली के लिए इतने अपशब्द इस्तेमाल करता है, तो जिस भारतीय सांसद ने अपना अकाउंट एक बार किसी कंपनी को दे दिया था, उनके ऊपर गंभीर आरोप भी लगते हैं, वो व्यक्ति उस स्टेटमेंट को एंडोर्स करती है। जस्टिफिकेशन और डिलीशन से कुछ नहीं होता, मानसिकता डिलीट नहीं होती। जो इनका एंटी इंडिया हेट्रेड है, कभी सेना का विरोध करना, कभी जय श्री राम का विरोध करना, कभी हिंदुओं का विरोध करना, ये बार बार निकल कर आता है।
Earlier, Mahua Moitra, while speaking at the India Today conclave, described Goddess Kali as a goddess of meat and liquor. Listen in.
Frankly, to me, Goddess Kali is how you view your God, right? So some people's idea of God, if you go to Bhutan or you go to Sikkim, for example, when they do their puja in the morning, they give whiskey to God. Now, in some places in Uttar Pradesh, if you go there and you tell them that you're giving whiskey or giving something as prasad to God, they'll say, "Oh my God, that's blasphemous." So I think one's version of Kali, or Kali to me is a meat-eating, alcohol accepting goddess. To me, that is a version of Kali. And if you go to Tarapit and around all of them, you have all the sadhus smoking, all of that. That is the version of Kali that people worship. So I think within Hinduism, being a Kali worshipper, have the freedom to imagine my Kali in that way. That is my freedom. And I don't think anyone's sentiments in that way should be hurt by that. I don't think that. I have the freedom to do it as much as you have the freedom to worship your God as a vegetarian, white cloth wearing.
So you have absolutely no problem with someone projecting?
Absolutely no problem.
And while CM Nata continues in Karnataka, discontent brews within Congress in Karnataka after Chief Minister's son remarked that his father was in the fag end of his political career and described Satish Arkioli as a leader with similar progressive ideological thinking. A fierce Chief Minister loyalist versus DKS loyalist face-off now brews within the party. Loyalists of Chief Minister Siddaramaiah have now questioned Yatendra's statement, saying that he must comply with the discipline code of the party and think before making such statements. However, they also said that Satish Arkioli remained an important leader and that they are bound by High Command's decision. Loyalists of Deputy Chief Minister D.K. Shivkumar meanwhile questioned inaction against Yatendra Siddaramaiah. They expressed discontent as to why no notice was served to him for making such a statement. Karnataka BJP meanwhile slammed the Congress, alleging that law and order had collapsed in the state because of politics by Congress. BJP also alleged alleged that Chief Minister was only creating confusion among his leaders.
So Congress MLAs Iqbal Hussain and Shivaganga has raised a question stating that if they speak anything against the government, disciplinary action will be taken.
Still I stand with it. Discipline is on the priority of my party.
See, Siddaramaiah sir is a tall leader. We need him as a big leader for Congress. Whatever, I don't know why Yatindra has informed that it is a fag end of his career. That is one side. The second side is whatever we speak, it is we are supposed to be under the discipline code of conduct of Congress party. So I think you should go and ask Yatindra what is the statement means.
वही मैं सोच रही मेरे को एक स्टेटमेंट को मेरे को नोटिस दिया हाईकमांड ने, बट अभी सीएम के पुत्र इस तरह गलत स्टेटमेंट बार बार किया। हाईकमांड सभी देख रहे बट क्यों स्टेटमेंट वो नोटिस नहीं दिया करके मैं भी सोच रही। अभी सभी हाईकमांड देख के क्या करना है। सामान्य एमएलए भी अलग है, मुख्यमंत्री के पुत्र एमएलए अलग है करके हाईकमांड सोच के बात कर रहे तो अच्छा था।
ಅದು ನೀವೇ ಕೇಳಬೇಕು, ಮಾಧ್ಯಮದವರೇ ಕೇಳಬೇಕು, ಯಾರು ಮಾಡಿದ್ರೆ ಚಮತ್ಕಾರ ಯಾರು ಮಾಡಿದ್ರೆ ಬಲಾತ್ಕಾರ ಅಂತ ನೀವೇ ಕೇಳಬೇಕು। ನಡಿ ಮಾದೇವಣ್ಣ।
सिद्धरामैया जी को कंफर्म हुआ है कि नवंबर में उनका गद्दे हिलेगा, इसलिए वो कंफ्यूजन क्रिएट करना चाहते हैं। डीके शिव कुमार जी उनका गद्दे के ऊपर आंख रखे वो हिलाने का पूरा तैयारी में है, इसलिए डीके शिव कुमार जी के जगह सतीश जारकिहोली का नाम, परमेश्वर जी का नाम और दूसरे मल्लिकार्जुन खड़गे जी का नाम, ऐसे नाम चर्चा में लेके आकर कंफ्यूजन क्रिएट करने से सिद्धरामैया के आगे कौन है करके वो प्रश्न उठेगा। उसके कारण सिद्धरामैया जी का चेयर और ज़्यादा दिन रहेगा करके सिद्धरामैया जी का कैलकुलेशन है।
And well, air quality in Delhi has plunged again. Most parts of the city are breathing very poor air as pollution levels spike across Delhi. India Today has found that the city's air quality display boards meant to warn citizens aren't even working. Take a look.
Pollution spikes once again in the national capital, with air quality dipping to very poor levels. Across Delhi, most air monitoring stations are recording PM 2.5 levels above 300, squarely in very poor category. At several stations, readings have crossed 400, touching the severe mark. Delhi has 39 air quality monitoring stations, all functional according to the Central Pollution Control Board. But what's missing are the display boards meant to inform the public. India Today's ground check found that at Lodi Road, near the Indian Met Department office, the AQI display is completely non-functional.
It's written below the display board that this is the air quality display system for the Indian Meteorological Department. That is one of the stations out of the 39 stations where the DPCC, which is the Delhi Pollution Control Board, as well as the Central Pollution Control Board, display their air quality index. While the board may not be working, but when you look at the CPCB website for National Air Quality Index, on Lodi Road today, the pollution level is at 312, which is in the very poor category. This is the Lodi Road data only for today at this particular time.
At ITO, another key CPCB station, the readings on display have remained unchanged for the last 2 days. The data hasn't been updated at all.
The current AQI on this pollution index board, which is part of the monitoring station at ITO, is currently showing a PM 2.5 of 113 unit micrograms per meter. I've opened this here. Delhi is in the very poor category of 320. So this is the app that actually shows the pollution level. And even if you go on the CPCB website for the ITO station, if I can just increase the brightness, the ITO CPCB station shows pollution at 339.
The situation is similar across other stations too. In a city gasping for clean air, the least people deserve is to see how bad it is. With Milan Sharma in New Delhi, Bureau Report, India Today.
And well, carbide guns were sold openly during Diwali that have left more than 180 people with serious eye injuries in Madhya Pradesh. Most of the victims are children. Take a look at this report.
The hunt for louder and cheaper fireworks has landed over 180 people, mostly children, in hospitals across Madhya Pradesh right after Diwali. They all used what is known on the streets as the carbide gun, a cheap contraption made of plastic pipe and uses calcium carbide, water and a gas lighter.
वो कार्बाइड वाली गन चला रहे थे, मैं घर पे था नहीं, उसको चलाते चलाते वो एकदम ने झांक लिया, वो दो कैसे चल गई तो उनके आंख में पूरा बारूद चला गया।
मेरी आंख की रोशनी कम हो गई है कार्बाइड वाली तोप से, तो कृपया अपने बच्चों को दूर रखें।
मैं कार्बाइड वाली गन चला रहा था तो वो चली नहीं, तो मेरी आंखों में चोट लग गई, वो एकदम से चल गई। मेरा नाम है ऋषि मीना और मेरा इलाज हो रहा है वो हमीरी हॉस्पिटल भोपाल में।
Some of the victims have lost vision partially. Some need procedures like corneal transplants.
About 10 to 15% are very severe, which has caused severe visual damage. Whereas about 80% they are moderate to mild cases. We have already started different surgical procedures so that stage by stage they can recover some injury.
20 से 30% लोगों को काफ़ी सीवियर डैमेज हुआ है, जिसमें उनका पूरा ऑक्यूलर सरफेस जिसे हम कहते हैं उसमें बर्न हो गया है और उसके लिए उन्हें ऑपरेशन किया गया है, एमनियोटिक मेम्ब्रेन लगाई गई है। अब ये भविष्य में देखेंगे कि कितना उससे उनको फ़ायदा हुआ है।
The carbide guns were being sold in the market for 150 to 250 rupees. When the calcium carbide, an easy available chemical, is mixed with water, acetylene gas, a highly inflammable compound, is produced. The gas lighter becomes the trigger. Even a small spark can cause a blast and cause serious injuries, as the unfortunate victims found out.
The injuries, they had impact of chemical which was used in the gun, plus there was a firecracker kind of injury also, plus there was a blast kind of thing which occurred near the eye. So there was a combination of three kinds of injury: burn injury due to fire, then chemical injury due to that chemical used in the gun, and a blast injury because of the pressure of the acetylene gas.
The guns, which were not subjected to any safety checks, were being sold blatantly in violation of all norms. The open sale of illegal carbide guns have exposed the law enforcement agencies of Madhya Pradesh. With Ravish Pal Singh, Bureau Report, India Today.
And while he made India laugh, think and feel, one ad at a time, the man behind Fevicol's wit, Cadbury's charm and Vodafone's pug, Piyush Pandey, is unfortunately no more. The legendary ad man who passed away in Mumbai this morning after battling an infection, he was 70 years of age. Remembering the life and times of Piyush Pandey.
He gave us the Fevicol bus that never broke apart. A Cadbury girl who danced her heart out on a cricket field. bug that followed us everywhere. Piyush Pandey, the man who turned everyday India into unforgettable storytelling. A cricketer turned copywriter, he joined Ogilvy in 1982 and went on to build the country's most successful ad agency. Under his leadership, Ogilvy India ruled the creative charts for over a decade, shaping not just brands but the way India spoke to itself.
ये तो मेरे घर जैसा है।
ताकि तुम्हें ऐसा ना लगे कि तुम अपना घर छोड़ के आई हो।
कितने प्यार से अपनों के लिए कोई घर सजाता है। एशियन पेंट्स, हर घर कुछ कहता है।
From हर घर कुछ कहता है to कुछ खास है जिंदगी में।
हम सभी में बात है, खास है।
His ads captured the pulse of a country in motion, full of emotion, humor and heart.
मिले सुर मेरा तुम्हारा तो सुर बने हमारा सुर की
His magic with the pen didn't just extend to copy, but also to lyrics, penning Mile Sur Mera Tumhara, an Indian song that promoted national integration and unity in diversity.
चलो हालात बदले, देश की सरकार बदले, भाजपा को वोट दे। अब की बार।
And when politics called, Pandey's words powered one of India's most defining election slogans, Ab ki baar, Modi Sarkar. A line that cut through the noise of a billion voices, proving that his pen could move more than markets, it could move the nation. He was honored with the Padma Shri in 2016, named Global Chief Creative Officer of Ogilvy, and celebrated across continents as the man who gave Indian advertising its own accent, rooted, real, and unmistakably ours. Today, the world of creativity mourns its most iconic storyteller. A man whose work will outlast the products he sold and whose words will echo far beyond the brands he built.
Time now for a short commercial break. We'll be back on the other side with the very latest. To stay tuned.
You are watching India Today.
Motorola Edge 60 Pro, the true flagship killer.
Hi, here are the top headlines. Presented by Motorola. PM Modi says, NDA will get biggest mandate in Bihar. Tejasvi Yadav says, making Bihar #1 is our goal. ISIS module busted, 2 terrorists arrested from Delhi and Bhopal.
Every story finds a place. Every voice gets a platform. Every side has its say. Your channel for every headline. Prime Team on India Today, India's only democratic newsroom.
You are watching India Today.
Thank you for staying with India Today, and more breaking news coming in days after the violent clashes over Gaza in Lahore. Pakistan government has banned Tehreek-e-Labbaik Pakistan. The government of Pakistan has declared Tehreek-e-Labbaik Pakistan, that is TLP, a proscribed organization under the Anti-Terrorism Act. The decision that was taken at a federal cabinet meeting that was chaired by Pakistan Prime Minister Shehbaz Sharif, this at the recommendation of the Punjab provincial government, that Pakistan has now declared Tehreek-e-Labbaik Pakistan a proscribed organization under the Anti-Terrorism Act. Decision that has been taken by Shehbaz Sharif himself, and this has come days after the violent clashes that occurred in Lahore over Gaza. Remember, Islamabad was watching every development very carefully, and now this is the decision that has been taken where the Pakistan government has banned Tehreek-e-Labbaik Pakistan. The government of Pakistan has declared Tehreek-e-Labbaik Pakistan as a proscribed organization under the Anti-Terrorism Act. The decision that was taken at a federal cabinet meeting that was chaired by Pakistan Prime Minister Shehbaz Sharif, and he did this at the recommendation of the Punjab provincial government. Shivani Sharma joining us live with further details of the decision that has been taken by Shehbaz Sharif and what the implications will be.
Swesha, see, we've seen a lot of chaos, a lot of demonstrations and protests inside Pakistan since last few months, and Tehreek-e-Labbaik Pakistan has been one of the organizations which was involved in a number of violent protests for days over the Gaza issue. And now the government of Pakistan has decided to proscribe this particular group as a terrorist organization, and the 1997 Act of the Pakistani government has now proscribed Tehreek-e-Labbaik Pakistan as the terror organization and anti-narcotics organization in that particular act. So now what Pakistan has been doing in sponsoring the terrorists, sponsoring the attacks against India, seems to have been making it more uncomfortable, and there are a number of implications because on one front we see it has been struggling with the protests and the attacks from the BLA. On the other front there have been demonstrations and protests by organizations like TLP. So now Pakistan is finding it difficult to deal with all this unrest that is happening, the chaos that's happening inside, and also the struggle it is facing on the Afghanistan borders. So this is the challenge for Pakistan, for which it is responsible itself. It has been feeding and sponsoring these organizations, and now it is feeling the discomfort, and now it has now proscribed this particular organization as a terror organization.
Oh yes, facing the consequences of their own actions. I want to thank you, Shivani, for getting us the latest. A bus fire in Kurnool that killed at least 20 people early Friday morning after a motorcycle collided with a Hyderabad-Bengaluru Volvo coach, rupturing its fuel tank and triggering the blaze. Of the 41 passengers on board, over 20 people had a narrow escape. Prime Minister Modi expressed grief and announced ex gratia of 2 lakh rupees for the families of the deceased. Meanwhile, Andhra Pradesh government also announced compensation of 5 lakh rupees to the kin of deceased and constituted a high-level panel to probe the incident. Trinamool Congress MP Mahua Moitra is in the spotlight again for backing a social media post condemning Indians celebrating Diwali abroad. She commented, "I agree," under a post on X, calling Diwali retarded garbage, unquote. Moitra later clarified it was a mistake, saying she meant to agree with a different video. BJP criticized her, citing past remarks favouring Bangladesh, calling Kashmir Azad Kashmir, and comments on goddess Kali, alleging anti-India behaviour under TMC rule in West Bengal. After US sanctions on Russia's top 2 oil firms, Putin warned supply drops would raise prices and discomfort for countries like the US. EU approved new sanctions banning Russian LNG and targeting Chinese and Central Asian entities. Zelensky urged more pressure to push Moscow towards peace. Trump also cancelled a planned summit with Putin in Budapest, claiming it would not achieve results.
आए जाने मन, हम तुम एक कमरे में बंद हो और चाबी खो जाए, जरा हमारे साथ 2 मिनट हो जाए।
Co-powered by Airtel Payments Bank, आपका सेफ सेकंड अकाउंट। LIC of India, हर पल आपके साथ। Tata Capital, count on us. We are now 500 million strong. Thank you for making Jio.
The war for Jan Nayak's legacy kicks off the Prime Minister's Bihar poll plank.
बिहार को लालटेन और उसके साथी नहीं चाहिए।
Nitish to lead NDA, asserts PM Modi.
बिहार में भी नीतीश बाबू के नेतृत्व में एनडीए जीत के अपने पुराने सारे रिकॉर्ड तोड़ने वाला है।
But will he be CM? Questions Tejashwi.
नीतीश कुमार जी को अमित शाह और भाजपा के लोग दोबारा मुख्यमंत्री बनाने नहीं जा रहे हैं। उनको हाईजैक कर लिया चाचा जी को।
India Today gets you the mood on ground zero with Maria live from Battleground Bihar.
Good evening. Welcome to this special broadcast where I'm coming to you live from in front of the Bihar Legislative Assembly. It's a battle for this place. 243 seats in Bihar will go to polls over the next 12 days, starting on 6th and 11th. Today was the day when the Battle of Bihar truly, actually we can say, has heated up. The Prime Minister was in Samastipur. The significance of that place cannot be missed, viewers. It is the hometown of Jan Nayak Karpuri Thakur. Remember that public meeting coming a day after Tejaswi Yadav-led Mahagathbandhan announced the name of Mukesh Sahni as the Deputy Chief Minister's candidate. So certainly today was the big message coming in for the EBC voters. It's the fight for the EBC voters which has now started in Battleground Bihar. Who will really have an upper hand on that count? Today was also the day when Tejaswi Yadav was campaigning along with other Mahagathbandhan partners, sending a message of unity after weeks of confusion that played within the Mahagathbandhan. Joining me on this special broadcast here at the Bihar Assembly is, I'm going to begin with Sajjan Kumar, political analyst. Joining me right here, we have Utpal Vallabh of the RJD, Gyan Ranjan of the Congress. On my left, Mahesh Das of the JDU and Manish from the BJP. Before I bring in the guests, let's listen in to what the Prime Minister said today.
A day after the Mahagathbandhan made a bold move announcing Mukesh Sahni as its Deputy Chief Minister face, the political battle in Bihar has reached a fever pitch.
Prime Minister Narendra Modi launched his campaign from Samastipur, paying homage to the first EBC Chief Minister Karpuri Thakur. At Karpuri Gram, Thakur's birthplace, Modi met the socialist leader's family, toured a model hut depicting his struggles. In his speech at a rally, the Prime Minister warned that the Congress was attempting to steal the legacy of the revered Jan Nayak.
अब ये चोरी की इनकी आदत ऐसी है कि अब जननायक की उपाधि की चोरी में जुटे हैं। बिहार के लोग जननायक कर्पूरी बाबू का ये अपमान कभी नहीं सहेंगे।
So why do the extremely backward classes or the EBCs matter in Bihar? EBCs consist of 125 castes and make up 36% of Bihar's total population. The EBCs are capable of swinging key constituencies in Mithila, Magadh and Simanchal. Analysts point out that while the EBC community has historically backed Nitish Kumar, their fragmented votes makes them unpredictable. Meanwhile, Tejaswi Yadav yet again questioned who would lead Bihar if the NDA wins, claiming Nitish Kumar might not become the chief minister.
अब जब चुनाव हो जाएगा तो विधायक लोग तय करेगा कि मुख्यमंत्री का चेहरा कौन होगा। यानी एक बात तो तय है, नीतीश कुमार जी को अमित शाह और भाजपा के लोग दोबारा मुख्यमंत्री बनाने नहीं जा रहे हैं।
Prime Minister Modi on Friday reaffirmed that NDA will get a historic mandate this time under Nitish's leadership.
इस बार बिहार में भी नीतीश बाबू के नेतृत्व में एनडीए जीत के अपने पुराने सारे रिकॉर्ड तोड़ने वाला है।
Amid the differences and drama in the Mahagathbandhan, Congress has claimed that Sahni would not be the sole Deputy Chief Minister if the opposition alliance comes to power, asserting that the party would also make its Deputy Chief Minister.
Mukesh Sahni would be one of the Deputy Chief Ministers. We will have Deputy Chief Ministers from the Congress, there is no doubt about that. It's just that we will wait until after the elections before we decide who it is going to be.
With alliances clashing and Bihar's decisive EBC vote bank in play, the stage is set for an electrifying electoral showdown. With Maria Shakil in Patna, Bureau Report, India Today.
So who has an upper hand in this battle for Bihar? Before I bring in the politicians and expect the expected replies, let me bring in Sajjan. Sajjan, the message is that the EBCs matter. This is an election which is being fought now for the EBCs of Bihar, the 36% EBC population, which is the deciding vote bank in this election. Sajjan, so where do you place your bet right now as we look at elections just a few days from now?
Yes, look, from the EBC's vantage point, when we talk about EBCs, we should remember that there are around 125 to 130 castes scattered across Bihar. And certainly individually they do not matter, but their social location as located into among the dominant communities, dominant caste, wherein they do not express their preference as vocally as the dominant caste and people from within those communities speak. So therefore their silence many a times also has to be read, right? So that is why when you look from EBC's vantage point, overwhelmingly what you find. Do you see that they have a sense of fatigue vis-a-vis Nitish Kumar? To some extent, maybe, right? But the another necessary condition is, do they want Nitish out and do they want Tejaswi in? And therein we see that they still have their trust, with Nitish Kumar. They are not yet willing to cross the Rubicon and pose their trust in Tejaswi Yadav. And that is why I think that overwhelming number of OBCs, because of their material scheme-centric benefit and law and order relative plank, they are likely to stand and endorse Nitish Kumar and certainly NDA.
So, is there a sense now that the Prime Minister's presence in Samastipur was a clear answer now that as far as the backward classes in Bihar are concerned, it is the JDU which has made that effort in reaching out to this class, particularly to ensure that they get the benefits of the state. So क्या ये माना जाए कि प्रधानमंत्री ने समस्तीपुर से रैली की शुरुआत करके पूरी कैंपेन की शुरुआत करके ये मैसेज दे दिया है?
देखिए, बिहार में कुछ दिन पहले एक टाइटल चोर आए थे, तो ये मैसेज देना बहुत जरूरी था कि बिहार में और देश में एक ही जननायक है, वो जननायक भारत रत्न कर्पूरी ठाकुर जी हैं। और जहां तक बात है, आप ईबीसी की बात कर रहे हैं, ईबीसी जब आदरणीय नीतीश कुमार जी ने 2005 में बिहार की सत्ता संभाली तो 2006 में जो पंचायती राज व्यवस्था में आरक्षण दिया, उसमें 50% महिलाओं के लिए और 20% ईबीसी कम्युनिटी को दे करके उनको राजनीतिक रूप से सशक्त करने का काम किया है। और नीतीश जी ने जब से सत्ता संभाला है बिहार का, चाहे वो ईबीसी हो, ओबीसी हो, अपर क्लास हो या फिर महिलाएं हो या माइनॉरिटी हो, सभी के साथ उन्होंने एक नारा दिया कि न्याय के साथ विकास और मेरा परिवार पूरा बिहार। इसलिए नीतीश जी ने किसी भी कम्युनिटी के साथ भेदभाव नहीं किया है, वो सभी कम्युनिटी के साथ बराबर उन्होंने काम किया है, चाहे वो हिंदू हो, मुस्लिम हो, सिख हो, ईसाई हो, सभी लोगों के साथ उन्होंने जो काम किया है, इस आधार पे आदरणीय नीतीश कुमार जी को पूरे बिहार की जनता पसंद करती है। और 2025 का जो चुनाव है, इस चुनाव में बिहार की जनता ने संकल्प ले लिया है कि आदरणीय नीतीश कुमार जी के नेतृत्व में फिर से बिहार में सरकार बनाना।
Then the question is, then what is really the purpose of this announcement? Will you be able to ensure that it trickles down? Or is the announcement of a potential EBC Deputy Chief Minister coming too late?
See, it's never too late in the politics. What believes is that we have already started the campaign since February only. And you just come to know that we became the voice of voiceless here in Bihar. What he did, we had addressed the issue of the people of Bihar, and they are fighting this time. I mind you, I am repeating this word that the Bihar is going to fight for their right, their basic right of education and the right of medical issues. If you know, for everything they have to run away from the Bihar to other cities like the capital, India capital, Delhi. So what we have seen that we have moved across the Bihar, we have you have addressed the issue of the people, and we came to know that what are the things. That's why that India Gathbandhan has bring that EBC Sankalp Patra, and it is being majorly discussed among the political parties.
So let's talk about the EBC Sankalp Patra. Unko mic dijiye. If the India Gathbandhan or Mahagathbandhan in Bihar is coming up with a decisive roadmap for the EBCs, don't you feel that that can put you on the back foot? All this messaging is all right. You know, you can say that you have an OBC Chief Minister in Nitish Kumar. The Prime Minister himself is from the OBC community. But when it is about the extreme backward classes, in the context of Bihar, they have more representation than the OBCs.
Good evening to you and all my co-panelists. I think this question doesn't come up because the first person who really, or the organization and the party which really looked at EBC as a separate group that needed to be empowered, that was BJP and JDU. Otherwise, during what I call Toot Bandhan, because it is no more a Gut Bandhan, they are fighting against each other, they are fighting with each other. It was never the case. It was only when this NDA government came is when people started looking at these castes and they understood that they were really, not so empowered politically as well as economically, and therefore the schemes that were made were tailor-made for them, and that is how you now see that they have been able to reach the levels at which they should have been, at par with the rest of the people.
But what about political representation?
See, there has been a massive political representation. People were talking about Mr. Sahni. We have in BJP 3 very prominent leaders who are Sahni, and in JDU also one of the ministers is Mr. Sahni. Are any of them
deputy chief ministers?
See, let's understand that when it comes to deputy chief minister, it's a non-constitutional post, right?
Okay.
It is only
so you are offering a non-constitutional post to a...
Yeah, it is never in the constitution also. It is just a signal,
okay.
right?
So it's essentially symbolism, it is non-constitutional post. उसका कोई महत्व नहीं है.
देखिए, ये जो बात कह रहे हैं,
रियली इसका कोई मतलब भी नहीं बनता है। मैं पूछता हूं कि डिप्टी सीएम के तौर पे आदरणीय तेजस्वी जी भी यहाँ रह चुके हैं, लेकिन जब सरकार बदली नीतीश कुमार जी ही मुख्यमंत्री थे तो क्या क्या वो किए जो भाजपा के साथ नहीं किए। तो जो सरकार और सत्ता में जिनकी समर्थन होती है, जिनकी संख्या होती है, वो मुख्यमंत्री से वो करवाते हैं। हम लोगों ने ये जातीय जनगणना करवाया और आपको मालूम होगा, आज ईबीसी पे बात कर रहे हैं, जननायक कर्पूरी ठाकुर जी के ही नेतृत्व में पहली बार बिहार में आरक्षण 26% सबसे ज्यादा उस समय लागू किया गया था। और अति पिछड़ा और पिछड़ा ये वर्गीकरण सिर्फ बिहार स्टेट में है, ये केंद्रीय लेवल पे नहीं है। तो बिहार में अति पिछड़ा और पिछड़ा का जो ये वर्गीकरण है, उस हिसाब से अति पिछड़ा को ज्यादा हक हुकूक मिले, इसके लिए हमारी सरकार जातीय जनगणना करवाई। नीतीश जी भी साथ में थे और जातीय जनगणना के आधार पर भरी हुई आरक्षण के मांग को 9वीं अनुसूचित में डालने की मांग आदरणीय तेजस्वी जी नीतीश जी के नेतृत्व में किए थे। और आप देखिए कि प्रधानमंत्री जी उन मांग को नहीं मांगे।
Let's look at the candidates. You know, Sajjan, you would have studied the overall, candidates coming in from various castes.
Yeah.
So let's look at that now. Mahagathbandhan versus NDA. Who do you think has given more tickets to the EBCs?
Oh, certainly. You see, JDU and RJD first. So JDU out of 101 seats has given around 22 EBCs, right? Which is 22% or something. If you take that in RJD, out of 143, they have given around 21. It may be one or two.
So it's roughly the same.
No, but it's out of 143, the ratio comes down.
That's right.
Right? So
Fine
in terms of EBC representation, RJD lags behind JDU. Then you say BJP this time has given around 15 EBCs out of 101. In percentage wise, it's closer to RJD. So in terms of EBC, RJD and BJP in percentage are at par with each other. But Nitish Kumar still shines ahead. So in terms of the representativeness, relatedness.
So then in that case,
Nitish is still ahead.
So in that case, Nitish Kumar will be seen to be more sincere than the Mahagathbandhan when it is about giving tickets, fielding those from the EBC community. Nitish Kumar led JDU has done that more. Now the question is about what has been asked by Tejasvi Yadav, that Nitish Kumar is not being treated well within the NDA and he has not been announced as the chief ministerial face. That in case if the NDA forms the government, नीतीश कुमार मुख्यमंत्री नहीं होंगे।
देखिए, ये जैसे सूरज का उगना तय है ना, वैसे ही नीतीश कुमार जी को मुख्यमंत्री बिहार का बनना तय है। ये लोग जिस तरीके से ईबीसी पे बात कर रहे हैं, ईबीसी के नायक जननायक कर्पूरी ठाकुर जी को अपमान करने वाले लोग कौन हैं? वही कांग्रेस के और वही आरजेडी के लोग हैं। जब जननायक कर्पूरी ठाकुर जी जब बिहार विधान परिषद में आना चाहते थे, बिहार विधान परिषद के उपाध्यक्ष शिवानंद पासवान जी ने जब कर्पूरी ठाकुर जी ने उनसे आग्रह किया था तो उनके जीप में तेल नहीं थी, तो लालू प्रसाद यादव जी को उन्होंने फोन करके कहा कि मेरी जीप में तेल नहीं है, तो उन्होंने कहा कि आप गाड़ी क्यों नहीं खरीद लेते हैं, तो इतना दिन आप मुख्यमंत्री रहे हैं। लेकिन जननायक कर्पूरी ठाकुर जी का अगर कोई विरासत को बिहार में इम्प्लीमेंट कर रहा है तो उसका नाम है आदरणीय नीतीश कुमार जी। नीतीश कुमार जी ने ही आपको शायद नहीं पता होगा, मंडल कमीशन के रिपोर्ट में भी लालू प्रसाद यादव जी ईबीसी का कोई कैटेगरी नहीं डालना चाहते थे, लेकिन नीतीश कुमार जी के जीत के कारण उनको बिहार में कैटेगराइज करना पड़ा। और आदरणीय नीतीश जी ने जिस तरीके से सोशली, पॉलिटिकली और इकोनॉमिकली जिस तरीके से एम्पावर किया है,
बैकवर्ड क्लासेस विद इन द ओबीसी was a constituency created by Nitish.
Yes, precisely. It was a constituency created by Karpuri Thakur based on Mungeri Lal Commission, nurtured and consolidated by Nitish Kumar in 1990s.
Yes, please pass on the mic. Yes.
In fact, today also if you see Prime Minister's speech, what he said in Samastipur, उन्होंने बड़ा क्लियर किया कि नीतीश जी के लीडरशिप में ये चुनाव लड़ रहे हैं, तो ये दैट क्वेश्चन नाउ अब तो ये बिल्कुल क्वेश्चन ही नहीं रह जाता है। उन्होंने बहुत क्लियर कर दिया इस बार कि उन्हीं के नेतृत्व में हम लोग लड़ रहे हैं और वही चीफ मिनिस्टर होंगे।
Well, it is very sad to tell again and again that they are saying that the Nitish Kumar will lead the Gathbandhan. That is the same thing happened in the Maharashtra, and you see what is the result of Sinde ji. So these people are, they say, now we have declared the face of the Mahagathbandhan as a CM face. Where is the NDA CM face? And now you're talking about the EBC. What EBC you're talking about? The Jan Kapuri Nayak Thakur, when he has a majority of the government, only 22 months he has run, and who has let down that government? That Jan Sangh and this party have been taken out the majority, and the government has been collapsed. And these people are talking about the respect given to the Jan Kapuri Thakur. I again repeat that these people are not ever supported by the EBC.
One moment.
Clearly tell me
one
one
moment.
data about
Gyan
it.
Ranjan ji. My question is simple. That you were in power for close to 6 decades, 7 decades.
Yeah.
Did you ensure that Jan Nayak gets a Bharat Ratna?
See, this is what I'm trying to say here. See, when the country got independence, 1947, what do we have? We have the main focus, how the Bihar moves. And that's the second. I'm telling you. I'm coming to the point.
Doesn't hold at all.
No,
you
what
were
is
in
required
power
there?
for, you were in power for 6 decades.
Let me give you the answer. Let me give you the answer.
ठीक है, जवाब दे दीजिए. एक मिनट रुकिए.
Please allow me to speak at least. See, what is required that time? When our India got freedom, this Bihar itself has got the 5th Emission Commission and raised the industrialization policy. This Bihar was 27% sugar factories, sugar cane production was giving. That you are focusing on the empowerment and economic growth of the Bihar, and that to lead to the country. Even the Home Minister, Sardar Patel has, please don't disturb me, please behave. So the Sardar Patel declared clearly that the Bihar is one of the growing state and very ahead in the country. What happened? And these people only blame things. Do you know the actual basic? The same thing happened in the 1990 when there was the BP Singh government, when they declared the Mandal Commission, that this RSS has people has and BJP has taken the majority from that support from the government, and government toppled down. They are never doing that, and they only make false promises.
You have not answered my question.
See, I answered that.
If it is about the fight for Karpuri Thakur's legacy,
it is never too late for anything. We have supported it, and we are proud of it that Karpuri Thakur has done a lot of things from where all the parties are now focusing on their views and ideology.
Can I add something?
Yes, please.
In fact, जन नायक का नाम भी वो लोग चुरा रहे हैं. मतलब राहुल गांधी को भी जन नायक बोल रहे हैं, तो टाइटल चोर भी हैं. They do not have any locus standi when they talk about it. See, look at the comparison. You are comparing Nitish ji with a family which is known as a nepo family and a corrupt family. Recently, he was, 2 cases have been put against him, and you are comparing, this Toot Bandhan with NDA government with a track record of Nitish ji and BJP. See, I can give you one small data, so you will get shocked. From 1980 to 1990, Bihar's per capita income was 10,000. That was constant during Congress regime. Then from 1990 to 2005, it came down to 7,000. And then in 2000, grandly, it became 12,000. From 2005 to 2025, from that 12,000, this is 66,000. That is the legacy, broken Bihar.
Manish ji, the problem is that all of you keep talking about these numbers, which technically make no sense in the context of Bihar, because Bihar has to grow in comparison to other states.
I humbly disagree with you on that.
Other states have grown and developed at a much faster pace. Bihar has not. No, sir. I will not give you any reason for giving me a data which is completely skewed.
No.
Don't give me data which is completely skewed.
This is not the right kind of assessment from yours.
I'm making the right assessment.
No, it's a wrong assessment. You
अगर
cannot
जीरो
just
से 1 पे पहुंचा रहे हैं और आप लोग बार-बार 1 की कंपैरिजन कर रहे हैं.
आप पिछली बार तमिलनाडु के बाद Bihar was second in GDSP. What kind of data you are giving? That's very false.
Go ahead.
And very unfair on your part.
1 moment.
For last 5 years, Bihar has been in top 4.
Yes,
what are you
very
talking?
good, sir.
Please multidimensional
poverty. Multidimensional
GDSP,
poverty.
we can talk about that.
Multidimensional
poverty. Growth rate
other social parameters.
And then you are talking about
other social parameters.
Other social parameters also Bihar is doing pretty well. I think that requires a different debate on that.
Absolutely.
So please do not give that kind of data.
Absolutely.
It is not expected from you.
Absolutely farcical argument.
No, it is not farcical. I think you have lacked understanding when it comes to economic data.
My question is that yesterday came the announcement of course, Mukesh Sahni as the Deputy Chief Ministerial face. Now Tejasvi Yadav today has announced that there will be 2 more Deputy Chief Ministers. Is there a sense within the Mahagathbandhan that this announcement could impact only a very small percentage within the extreme backward classes? because the Mallas and the Nishads are just 2.5 to 3% within the 36%. So it will not be like a pan movement. I mean, that will be limited to just that percentage within the larger EBC umbrella.
देखिए, ये बात जो आप कह रही हैं वो महत्वपूर्ण नहीं है कि ये मुकेश साहनी जी मल्लाह जाति से हैं। अगर वैसे आप बात करेंगे तो इस मामले में आपको कर्पूरी जी को नाई जाति और उनकी आबादी के प्रपोर्शनेट में उनको नेता बनाएंगे, ऐसा नहीं है। कर्पूरी जी पूरे बिहार और देश के नेता थे और विशेष तौर पे उन्होंने जो वंचित समाज है उनके लिए काम किया, इसलिए हम लोग उनको मानते हैं। सामाजिक न्याय की अवधारणा पे वो चले थे। तो कर्पूरी जी को आप तो इस आधार पर तो कर्पूरी जी को नाई का नेता कहेंगे, मैं नहीं मानता हूँ कि ये गलत होगा। और बता रहा हूँ कि चूंकि ईबीसी को रिप्रेजेंट कर रहे हैं, ये राजनीतिक भागीदारी की बात है। लेकिन जहां तक सामाजिक भागीदारी की बात है तो जो लोग कह रहे हैं, मैं तो एक बार फिर वही बात रिपीट करता हूं कि सामाजिक भागीदारी उन समाज को आप शैक्षणिक तौर पे भागीदारी देना होगा, आर्थिक तौर पे भागीदारी देना होगा और राजनीतिक तौर पे भागीदारी देना होगा। अब ये कौन इनके खिलाफ है? जब मैं कह रहा हूं कि बढ़ी हुई आरक्षण की मांग, जातीय जनगणना के आधार पर बढ़ी हुई आरक्षण की मांग का क्यों नहीं आप मान लेते हैं, जिससे ईबीसी बड़े पैमाने पे है यहाँ पे, उन सारे ईबीसी के लोगों को मिलेगा। एक और मैं सवाल करना चाहता हूं, 2005 में नीतीश कुमार जी मुख्यमंत्री बनते हैं। अभी जातीय जनगणना के आधार पर जो रिपोर्ट आया है उसमें ईबीसी के बच्चे महज 11% जो मैट्रिक पास कर सके हैं। मैट्रिक पास जो अभी बच्चे किए हैं जनगणना के समय में, वो नीतीश कुमार जी के मुख्यमंत्री बनने के बाद इस बिहार में जन्मे हैं। जो नीतीश कुमार जी के मुख्यमंत्री बनने के बाद बिहार में जन्मे, इसके लिए भी 70 साल पहले और 15 साल पहले के सरकार के लिए जिम्मेवार ठहराना अब कहां तक उचित है, यह बिहार और देश की जनता तय करेगी। अब ये जो 89% बच्चे जो मैट्रिक नहीं पास कर सके हैं, इसके लिए ये क्या कहेंगे? और उन सारी सुरक्षा को, शैक्षणिक सुरक्षा, आर्थिक सुरक्षा, सामाजिक सुरक्षा वो प्रदान करने के लिए जो नियम कानून बनाए गए, जो मांग किए गए थे, उस पर क्यों ये लोग चुप्पी साधे हैं? क्यों इनके हकमारी कर रहे हैं? ये सवाल तो देना होगा। सिंबोलिज्म के राजनीति में नहीं चलेगा।
When it is about the real empowerment, giving them the power of pen, that is education, they have been deprived.
ये तो आप तय कर लीजिए कि जिस इनके समय में कितना यहाँ का लिटरेसी रेट था और अभी कितना है, इससे स्पष्ट आपको पता चल जाएगा। अब बिहार में आप हर एक गांव में पहुंच जाइए, वहां आपको स्कूल मिलेगा। हर एक पंचायत में 10+2 तक की व्यवस्था की गई है। इनके समय में चरवाहा विद्यालय खुलवाया जाता था। लालू यादव जी 1995 में नारा दिए थे, पता है क्या दिए थे? हरे जो अभी तेजस्वी यादव कर रहे हैं, लालू यादव जी 1995 में जनता दल के नेतृत्व में लालू यादव जी फेस थे सीएम का, उस समय नारा दिया था कि हर एक परिवार को एक नौकरी देंगे और 300 परिवार पे एक अस्पताल की व्यवस्था देंगे और 15 रुपया में धोती साड़ी का व्यवस्था करेंगे। लालू यादव जी सरकार में भी आए और बिहार को जिस तरीके से जंगल राज में धकेल दिया, आपराधिक राज में धकेल दिया, लूट राज में धकेल दिया, जातीय नरसंहार में धकेल दिया, धार्मिक नरसंहार में धकेल दिया, क्या ये लालू यादव जी का सवाल नहीं होना चाहिए? तेजस्वी यादव जी जिस नौकरी की बात करते हैं, शायद वो उस नौकरी के पात्रता भी है उनके पास। क्या
दिस इज द प्रॉब्लम when it comes to the EBC and OBC, these people speak, this is the language. Why they have a stomach ache when they are saying the Charvaha Vidyalaya? Because they understand the language. They are the basic comfort they are trying to give. Because they do not have money to eat and earn. That's why they see, listen, I see, मैंने आपको नहीं टोका था महेश जी. Please, महेश, अरे क्या कर रहे हैं महेश जी? आपको मैंने नहीं टोका था. See, this is the basic difference between their BJP and NDA spokesperson. When they get up on the back foot, they will not allow to speak. And this is the basic DNA of their NDA. They will not allow to speak this. This is not happening here only, even in the house. See, what is happening? This is the question of empowerment of EBC on the economic ground. That's why. अरे 50 साल के बाद याद है, what you doing? See, the reservation they claim that they have made the EBC. It was declared by the Rabri Devi government, and this Nitish Kumar has pulled the support from that side. That's why they didn't lagu that time. See, I can tell you this is the ground fact.
I'm not going to go back in
So
time.
this is what I'm saying, Maria ji. This is Maria ji. Let me complete.
रिपोर्ट में आप लोग रिपोर्ट नहीं भेज पाते थे।
See, Maria ji, why I countered, because they are claiming different false allegation here. That's why I brought this in the figure.
आरक्षण का व्यवस्था किया पंचायती राज में। आज के समय में मैं बता देना चाहता हूँ,
रुक जाइए।
See, this EBC Sankalpa, that is what we have fought. We have seen that what is basic minimum requirement of the EBC. So this is what you're doing, man.
रुक जाइए, please.
Oh, see, this is what the basic Sankalpa, what you have done. We are giving the reservation to the EBC section of people, to the student for in the private school. We are trying to empower them economically by giving 50% reservation in government contracts up to 25 crore. We are making new commission to take care of their welfare activities. And not only that, I minded remember, apart from anything they happen, they are saying that, they are saying, oh, listen, they are saying that Deputy Chief Minister post is unconstitutional. Then why the two Deputy CM are in NDA? Why there are two Deputy CM are in NDA? If they are
Let's pass on the mic now. Let's pass on the mic. One moment. You will not outshout each other. That's not how debates are conducted here. Sajan, the question is, what was said by Mr. Utpal here, that late Karpuri Thakur came from the Barber community, and the Barbers again are a very small, minuscule, perhaps less than the Nishads.
Less than Nishads,
and then he became the face of the entire EBC mobilization in Bihar.
Yes, precisely.
If that is the case, then why shouldn't we also assume, based on the history, that this could be the turning point in Bihar elections? With the announcement of Mukesh Sahni.
Let's see the context. You know, when Karpuri Thakur was projecting himself under the leadership of Lohia, Karpuri Thakur did not, projected himself as the son of Barber or son of the Nai, right? He was projecting himself as the leader of the Pichras, Sansopa ne bandhi ghat, pichde paave 100 mein 60, 60 out of 100. That was Karpuri Thakur. So his projection of his image was not. Now, how Mukesh Sahni has been projecting himself since 2015 and before that? Son of Mallas. Did you ever see Mukesh Sahni ever trying to reach out to non-Mallas EBCs that I represent also other EBCs? No. Right? So his caste belongs to EBC.
Sajan, let me ask a counter then. So if it is not about non-Malla EBCs, is there a party then in Bihar which is of specific EBCs? Because there are 125 castes.
Yes. So see, in Bihar, either you have national party or you have regional party wherein you see the dominance of particular caste, right?
That's right.
Now, why EBC's political and social location is important? Because they are minuscule caste individually, therefore they cannot have a caste party, right? And that is why these are unanchored caste from caste vantage point. Unanchored means they do not have a caste leader, right? So that is why they would also go by a leader and a party who they see economically relatively better and in terms of law and order who gives them a sense of security, right? So that is why EBCs cannot have a party, because when you have caste as the anchor of the party, regional party, that is not the privilege they are enjoying in Bihar.
Okay. Yes, please, go ahead.
We had two EBCs, deputy chief ministers from BJP.
That's
so
right.
it is not as if for the first time EBC.
One moment, one moment.
No.
One moment, let him finish his point.
You need to understand in what context I was telling you that. So EBC empowerment has been done by this NDA government for a long period of time. It is only that when it has become now politically important and they are losing elections, they have lost trust of EBC for last 15-20 years. See, it is not only about political and economic empowerment. What RJD workers have done at the ground level is something to be seen and believed. They are very fearful of that. See, Jungle Raj has not been said just like that. They were the ones who were mostly targeted by RJD workers and their goons. And that is how this has happened. And which is why EBCs never deviated towards Mahagathbandhan, because it is not only about economic. See, the political empowerment, economic empowerment, all of these have been given by NDA. And therefore, absolutely, even among Mallas, see, if Mukesh Sahni was so important, why did he lose his own election last time? He lost his election. Right? So if it is so it is not as if he is the sole leader of Mallas. There are so many people, Sahnis out here, and we have, JDU has so many leaders who have influence all throughout Bihar. He has influence, we have to admit, but few constituencies in North Bihar and nothing beyond that.
So it's very driven by certain pockets, and this is largely the riverine districts, which is called, which is
like sending a message also.
Sitamarhi. No, I agree, it sends a message. But perhaps it's coming too late. That's also a question that is coming in now.
Maria ji, one question I'm trying to ask.
Please,
Right now, they have said that when we are offering the deputy CM post, they said that it is unconstitutional. When they give, it is a constitutional. When you do the same thing,
it was in a
becomes.
different
Please,
context.
I didn't disturb you, man. So
But you have
when
to
it becomes
understand, right?
unconstitutional,
Let him finish. Let him
this
finish
is
now.
very funny and very
Let
sarcastic.
him finish. Yes.
This is what is the nature and of DNA of BJP, and they are talking about Gunda Raj. I would like to give you an exact figure. During 90 to 2005, during 90 to 2005, listen.
रुकिए पहले उनकी बात
During 1990 to 2005, the migration was only around 20,000. And if you look at the migration of the government data of Bihar and central government, it is 3 crore. Then which time you want to qualify? Which is the Jungle Raj? Which is Palayan Raj? What are the
But then the question is, and this is a question to all the politicians here. You're talking about EBCs, you're talking about who is the chief ministerial face. But why are you not then talking about migration?
Yeah, I'm talking about the only
I am on
party.
ground for the last few
Maria ji,
days. One thing which is certainly there, and it's a palpable sentiment, is that none of the politicians.
Maria ji, believe
one
me,
moment,
give me.
none of the politicians are talking about migration.
Maria ji, no,
it's an
I do
important
not,
issue.
Listen. I give you example. Maria ji, from day one, India Gathbandhan, the Congress party itself has started the Yatra Palayan Roko Naukri Do. This is very evident. It's the only Congress party from the road hitting the street to the southern. We are talking about the migration, and we are totally developing those to stop that. That's why you are offering the job. Because one last line. We India Gathbandhan believe that we are born here, will become our birthplace here. कर्म भूमि भी यहाँ बनाएंगे, जन्म भूमि भी यही है, तो कर्म भूमि भी यही रहेगा.
कितना आप लोग करेंगे? चलिए आगे बताइए.
देखिए, जहाँ तक आप माइग्रेशन की बात कर रहे हैं रोकने की, तो आप पता पहले करें कि माइग्रेट करते क्यों हैं. शिक्षा के लिए माइग्रेट कर रहे हैं, कोटा और दिल्ली और जैसे जगहों पे, स्वास्थ्य सेवा के लिए माइग्रेट कर रहे हैं, नौकरी के लिए कर रहे हैं. जो बड़ा माइग्रेशन है, कोई बड़े शहर और अच्छे शहरों के चकाचौंध में रहने के लिए माइग्रेशन बिहार से नहीं है. तो इस पर सबसे ज्यादा हमारे नेता बात कर रहे हैं रोजगार पे, शिक्षा पे, और यहाँ तक हम लोग कह रहे हैं कि कोटा जैसी जो संस्थान है, वो ऐसी संस्थान को सरकारी सहायता से हम बिहार में लाएंगे, ताकि बच्चे बाहर नहीं जाएं इसके लिए, और उनके गार्जियन और अभिभावक पे पैसे और खर्च भी पड़े. तो आप ये नहीं कह सकते हैं कि माइग्रेशन पे सबसे ज्यादा बात आज के डेट में आदरणीय तेजस्वी जी और महागठबंधन कर रही है. रही बात अभी कर रहे थे ये जातीय अस्मिता और नेता पे, तो मैं कह रहा हूं कि जितने भी यहाँ पे एनडीए में नेता हैं, वो दलित उत्पीड़न पे कोई सवाल नहीं उठाते हैं. स्वयं अपने बच्चे, अपने पुतों, अपना घर, अपने सब. आप देख लीजिए सबसे ज्यादा परिवार से कौन घटक लोग टिकट दे रहे हैं. परिवारवाद की बात अभी इन्होंने उठाया था, ये सवाल इनसे कर लीजिए. दूसरी बात एसटी एससी एक्ट से एनडीए जब हटाया गया, खत्म किया गया, तो एनडीए गठबंधन के कितने दलित नेता इसके खिलाफ में सरकार से सवाल किए. तो मुद्दा ये नहीं है कि आप दलित चेहरा सिर्फ विधायक मंत्री के लिए खड़ा करते हैं. मुद्दा ये है कि वो समाज सोसाइटी के लिए
आज के समय में मैं बता रहा हूँ,
उनके
मेरी सरकार में सबसे अधिक शिक्षा बजट जिस बिहार में है उसका मंत्री दलित है, ग्रामीण कार्य का मंत्री दलित है, मद निषेध का मंत्री दलित है. आपने क्या किया है भाई, ये बता दीजिए. आपके समय में तो 118 दलितों का नरसंहार होता था भाई. लखनपुर बातें याद है. आईएएस की पत्नी चंपा विश्वास और शिल्पी गौतम जैसी लोग तो जब इन लोगों इनके आरजेडी के गुर्गे उन पे अत्याचार करता था, तो एफआईआर तक नहीं करा पाती थी. ये बात करते हैं माइग्रेशन पे, ये बात करते हैं इनके आतंक राज के कारण बिहार से लोग माइग्रेट किए हैं.
3 करोड़ लोग.
Please pass on the mic to the BJP spokesperson. Thank you.
देखिए, the real issue is the face of Nitish Kumar vis-a-vis the face of Tejaswi Yadav.
Yeah, real issue.
Now, Tejaswi Yadav is a symbol of corruption. Tejaswi Yadav is a symbol of organized crime during RJD rule. Tejaswi Yadav is a symbol of nepotism, and it is also a symbol of anarchy during 15 years. Even during 22 months when he was the deputy chief minister, his record was very bad. He was not going to any of his ministries, and there was nothing which he did which was meaningful. This track record is known to the people of Bihar.
I must tell you that in those 17 months, also was the period when Bihar
under leadership of Nitish Kumar.
Yes, but he ensured that because
no, he did not ensure.
It was his. It was his promise.
No, it was not his promise. It was said like that.
Sajjan, my question is, if the fight in this election, which was not there in 2020 or in 2015, is for the extreme backward classes, because other caste blocks are more or less clear, right? So it's very clear that where will the Yadavs go, where will the Muslims go, where will non-Yadav OBCs
Yes, yes.
parked, where are they
Yes.
parked, and even where the upper caste are parked?
Yes, yes.
It's only these EBCs which can shift.
Yes, yes. Precisely, and because EBCs are unanchored communities
Unanchored.
wherein they do not have a caste leader overwhelmingly, and that is why their criterion is to see the material benefit and law and order, right? So we have EBCs and women as the X factor of this election, one going by the caste identity, other going by the scheme-centric identity, and collectively if you see that despite their fatigue and continuity with the familiar, almost stagnant power equation, they still are not willing to abandon Nitish and trust and endorse Tejaswi, right?
Why do you say that?
Precisely because it's not Tejaswi, it's the fear of the memory, right? And also many a times when you go into the field, they will say when there is just a possibility or probability of Tejaswi returning to power, their support base have started creating a noise that seems intimidating. So perhaps this is the right time that the opposition, particularly Tejaswi.
Are you then saying that the fear among the EBCs is similar to the fear among the non-Yadav OBCs?
No, non-Yadav EBCs are the rival, they are assertive, they are dominant, they just want to replace Y with K, Kushwaha, Kurmis, etc. Upper caste resent the replacement, but the EBCs are afraid, of the change. Even if they want, they do not have the confidence to trust the leader because their support base on the ground start creating a noise, that intimates them and they go back, right? So that's about the social psychology of the EBCs.
All right. Thank you so much for joining us on this broadcast, and thank you for participating in this conversation. And earlier today, I spoke to a girl who is running a cafe in Patna. There is another woman running her own venture which flies drones. These are the faces of aspiration. These are the faces of new Bihar as we talk about it, because they are looking at shaping their own destiny. Just look at these stories. We'll be playing that after a short break. So stay with us.
Hello, Moto. Do the Moto Moto.
Motorola Edge 60 Fusion, the undisputed, most loved phone.
अरे बेटा ड्यूलक्स है और उसकी वारंटी तो और भी शानदार। पेंट से भी शानदार वारंटी से शानदार पेंट से शानदार वारंटी से शानदार पेंट वारंटी।
ड्यूलक्स डिसाइड करना मुश्किल हो जाएगा कि पेंट ज्यादा शानदार है या उसकी वारंटी।
Bliss. It dances on your skin like first rain. Experience bliss in all its forms with Hindwear. Hindwear, designed for bliss.
Motorola Edge 60 Pro, the true flagship killer.
Hi, here are the top headlines. Presented by Motorola. PM Modi says, NDA will get biggest mandate in Bihar. Tejaswi Yadav says, making Bihar #1 is our goal. ISIS module busted, 2 terrorists arrested from Delhi and Bhopal.
Finance Minister Nirmala Sitharaman. Welcome Ian Bremmer, Professor John Mearsheimer, Mr. Piyush Goyal. Vikrant Messi is our guest. Tejasvi Yadav. Mr. D.K. Shivkumar. Mr. Salve, really appreciate your time.
Biggest newsmakers with Maria Shakil, only on India Today.
Make your media plan smarter with India Today Live TV on your connected devices. Amplify your brand with 100 million smart internet viewers. To advertise, mail us at sales@aajtak.com.
So a former student of my college, that is Patna Women's College, is running this restaurant in Patna. A number of women-run restaurants have come up across Patna. So Jyoti, what is this ikigai that I'm seeing on all the tables? And this Japanese secret to a long and happy life, is that the reason why you started this cafe?
This is something, a concept which is, with the ikigai, ikigai itself means passion. And people, if they don't, I think there should be a connect. If people don't connect to each other and don't come out with freedom, I mean, one should liberate, one should feel that something which is coming from inside should reach to the other. So we came up to this cafe concept where we thought that we should make it a book cafe where we will be doing the book discussion. Ikigai is one of them.
And that's the inspiration for this cafe because it is called Liberate Bites. So what all do you serve here?
Now we are only serving some drink and snacks and some bakery.
Okay, so let's have a chat now and then we'll perhaps also have some food. So Jyoti has brought matcha to Patna. Jyoti, a lot of experiments are being done by girls here, women here. I mean, all of you are very accomplished women.
Yes, see, we thought that there should be some uniqueness to the concept. So, coming back to the food, we thought that there's a high lot of competition in eateries and in everything. So, we thought that we should bring something unique and different to people and to especially to youth who are so much into viral and trends these days. They always focus on what is trending and what is viral. So at least keeping in mind, we thought let's do something.
Since we are in the middle of an election season, let's talk politics and let's talk about choices of women voters. So what are the women voters thinking, Rekha?
Am I supposed to say very, very openly, clearly?
Everything.
See, I think today everybody is very smart, especially if you look at the women and the young girls. So they are quite aware. They know what they want. And they would definitely go for the person who commits to their needs, right? Their safety, security, opportunities, their rights. See, there was a time when right was a very alien word to women. But now everybody, girl, even I work in the rural areas. So when I go there, women talk about that, ye hamara adhikar hai, humko mil nahi raha hai. So I feel very proud and happy at the same time that they talk about these things. And they're very focused and they use their vote actually in the right way. They know who's talking what. That's a very supreme kind of awareness we see everywhere. And I believe they will vote for someone who's really, really talking about their right, their benefit.
Since you are an entrepreneur, is the present government supporting entrepreneurs like you? Because Nitish Kumar also announced that 10,000 rupees for every woman in the household. And if you're able to establish your business, then there'll be a top up. Do you see these schemes helping women come out and establish something of their own?
Yes, definitely. I think these schemes are making a difference. Like in my family itself, my aunt has started a business and she recently applied for a loan from the government with a very low interest rate. So I think these schemes are definitely helping women to come out from their nutshell where they are not able to, where they don't have enough funds of their own. They are able to get it from the government's help and able to establish a promising business and a promising future for themselves.
That what are the issues that will decide the vote of women voters like you? Educated women voters who live in cities or urban pockets of Bihar.
These days, there has been improvement in education, right? Women are educated and they have become aspirational. Right. So one of the very key thing is the opportunity for their career enhancement, the job opportunities. I believe there are very, small issues which are not have been spoken by many political parties. Like, see, if you look at the system right now, you are educating girls, you are making them a dreamer, you are giving them wings through different schemes. And then after graduation, what's happening? They're getting married and you are chopping off their wings.
Despite
Jivika Didi, right? So that needs a more concentrated, focused effort.
Monitoring is something, right, in bureaucracy that they have to have that hold into bureaucracy. They are introducing policies, they are introducing subsidies and all that, but that's not reaching to the right kind of people. If there's a neta, I'll go to that leader with 4 of my people and he will listen to me. But if I have an issue with bureaucracy, I have an issue with some policy and I'll go to that bureaucrat, he will not listen to me. That's something Bihar still need to work a lot on, because their attitudes, it is not changing even with the changing government. So we need a change there, a systematic stronghold that will keep them in check, because we are feeling very distant because of it.
Okay, that's a point that has been made by an entrepreneur. What about you?
Even I feel that there's a lot of bureaucracy in India, and at a lot of stages, women entrepreneurs do not get a lot more rights as much as they should. And in terms of women entrepreneurs are always looked down upon as well. Like, people question, oh, you're a woman of such a big business, is that possible? And
yeah. When you leave job, I left my job recently, so they're like, okay, आप तो महिला है, आप तो चली जाएंगी ना वापस. You're not serious just because you're a woman. You're not serious about your venture.
One of the bureaucrats told you?
Yes, absolutely. He's like, आपको पैसे क्यों चाहिए? आप तो चली ही जाएंगी ना, काम नहीं हुआ तो. And like, no, I'm here to stay. I'm here to bring that change. And just because I'm a woman, I'm not backing up. So that's something, that attitude is just very insane to handle.
How are you?
Welcome.
So tell me about yourself.
Surely.
I'm very curious about the startup ecosystem in Bihar now. There are a lot of girls in it as well, right?
We founded this startup in 2022. So we have a vision that we want to use technology for the betterment of the people.
This is Ratan Tata.
Yes.
I don't believe in taking right decisions. I take decisions and then make them right. A lot of inspirational words.
So we are working on drones, as you can see here. We use it for surveillance. As you know that in Bihar we caught a lot of alcohol and everything. So we use this drone for that. And this is agricultural drone. We are using this for farmers.
So, but how many drones have you sold? This one for surveillance. Have you found takers for this one?
Not much abhi ke liye, lekin we want ki farmers ye use kare, because this is cost effective. As a farmer or as a normal person, we cannot see abhi isko pani ki zarurat hai, isko abhi खाद की जरूरत है, या इसको अभी किसी और चीज की जरूरत है. But this is the thing. It has parameters in this in its software, so that it can analyze कि अभी soil को pesticides की जरूरत है.
You started in 2022. In 3 years, how many drones have you sold?
Around 100 to 150 we have sold it in Bihar.
And surveillance wale and this one as well?
Yes, and also delivery drone. This is our like pilot project right now.
Okay.
So we are piloting this in Gorakhpur and in AIIMS Patna. आप इससे deliver कर सकते हैं blood and medicines. It can carry 1 kg, around 700 grams to 1 kg. And
this will be for delivery purpose?
Yes.
Nitika, you know, there's a lot of chatter about does the government in Bihar support a startup ecosystem? सरकार से कितना सपोर्ट मिला है?
So बिहार गवर्नमेंट की तरफ से हमारे लिए बहुत ज्यादा सुविधाएं हैं ऑलरेडी. They are giving us seed funds as well for 10 lakhs for women. So women entrepreneurs, and I already applied for that, and I'm wondering कि जितनी भी फीमेल entrepreneurs हैं उनको ये सब चीजें करनी चाहिए. And बिहार सरकार जो है वो बढ़ के आगे हम लोगों को हेल्प कर रही है कि आप आगे बढ़ो, especially for women.
Since we are in the middle of the election season, so I will ask that question about who do you think is supporting women entrepreneurs like you?
Okay, so I think our current parties are already supporting us very well, and they are already providing us so much facilities in Bihar, so that women entrepreneurs can do well in their fields. Like us, I never thought that I can do that, but with the help of government, Bihar government, I am doing this.
Hello, Moto. Do the moto moto.
Motorola Edge 60 Fusion, the undisputed, most loved phone. Motorola Edge 60 Pro, the true flagship killer.
Hi, here are the top headlines. Presented by Motorola. PM Modi says, NDA will get biggest mandate in Bihar. Tejasvi Yadav says, making Bihar #1 is our goal. ISIS module busted, 2 terrorists arrested from Delhi and Bhopal. Hi, I'm Sana. Here's your weather update. Delhi maximum 33 and minimum 18 degrees. Mumbai maximum 33 and minimum 26 degrees. Kolkata maximum 33 and minimum 23 degrees. Bengaluru maximum 24 and minimum 19 degrees. Chennai maximum 29 and minimum 23 degrees. Hyderabad maximum 28 and minimum 21 degrees.
Make your media plan smarter with India Today Live TV on your connected devices. Amplify your brand with 100 million smart internet viewers. To advertise, mail us at sales@aajtak.com.
कार का एक्शन हीरो एको।
Hello and welcome. You're joining me, Anagha Keshav, on this special broadcast that I bring to you from Chennai. The monsoons have arrived and India Today conducted a reality check to really see if the city is prepared for the rains. And over the next half hour, I'll bring you those viral ground reports that has sparked a much needed conversation about the city's civic infrastructure. Let me begin by showing you my two ground reports from south of Chennai, Medavakkam and Pallikaranai. And what I found was honestly appalling. Roads completely broken, puddles all over, and residents facing a hard time to get to their homes and back. Take a look at my ground report.
This is the state of affairs in Chennai. This is the state of preparedness for the monsoon. As part one of our reality check, we visited Medavakkam in Chennai, where potholes pose as death traps and residents risk their lives every day just to make it home.
I'm just going to drive through and show you how difficult it is. This entire stretch of road is riddled with huge potholes. This is how difficult it is for me to drive. I can feel my vehicles shaking as I drive. Just imagine the safety of citizens that has been jeopardized by the Chennai's civic administration. This is nothing but utter lack of apathy and disregard for the citizens of Chennai. In fact, I just had a word with one of those citizens who are residing in this road, and they told me that this particular patch of road has been like this for the last many years. Has this been the road's condition for many years?
Very worst year. I last near 4 or 5 years, this is very worst road. Okay. It's not the one bit only. Others all road is good. This one bit is very worst.
Has the area's authority come here ever to inspect the road? Have you ever told?
Come and see, and some little bit and building rashes, we can clear this. After that, it will be again the road problem.
Residents say their pleas for better infra have fallen on deaf ears, and they're not the only ones. Our next stop is Pallikaranai, the IT hub of the city, where we decided to conduct a reality check after multiple requests from residents on social media. And here's what we found.
We're reporting from Pallikaranai, which connects Velicheri to Medavakkam. This is one of the most popular Chennai's IT hubs, the IT corridor, and you can see the kind of roads that we are talking about. It's half cobblestones, half tar roads. In fact, the civic anger among the people is palpable. After wasting months of sunny days, it is now too late for the government to do any fixes as the rainy season has finally arrived.
Tall claims have been made by the government that they are fully prepared for the monsoon. But is this really their sense of preparedness? Of broken roads and death traps for residents? Anaga Keshav in Chennai for India Today.
This is an example of India Today's real journalism and real impact. Moments after India Today reported on the pothole mess in Tenampet, the officials from Municipal Corporation immediately swung into action. But this is the sharp contrast, the stark reality between the roads for VIPs versus the roads for you and me. This is the tale of two Chennais.
A few hours of heavy shower and this is what Chennai received. Waterlogging and broken roads. And a civic administration's assurances that hold no water. India Today went on the ground to show the sad state of affairs that people in Chennai experience during the daily commute. Large craters on the roads, vehicles risking bumpy roads, and waterlogged potholes. Moments after the India Today report, Chennai civic body officials swung into action. Officials began repair work at the spot highlighted by India Today.
What we could see in the morning is that, of course, water has drained in many locations. However, there are sporadic spots like this. This is one of the important roads, Anna Saleh, and the interesting fact is that, work is happening of bridge construction or metro in various areas. So there, such kind of localized areas, there are, because of bad roads and such, water stagnation is also visible. We're glad to report that India Today's story coverage on the monsoon rains have made impact on the ground as we speak, because there were two locations that we reported, one from the site and another we mentioned, both on Tenampet, and this is a site we said that this is a location that is being taken by the Chief Minister every day, but even here the roads were really bad and it has been there kind of fine for almost a week. But as we have spoken on this matter right now, work is in progress where people are here, they have brought in M-sand and they are covering the road, and also they have brought in a JCB through which they are leveling it. As we speak, this is being taken care of. This is a kind of preemptive work we were speaking about earlier. This work should have been done at least 3 days before, knowing that there's going to be heavy rainfall and the impact on the ground would be such kind.
India Today went a step further and exposed the shocking bias by civic administration when it comes to VVIPs and common citizens. These are images of lanes in front of residents of VVIPs. India Today visited the lane leading to TVK Chief Vijay's house and the lane opposite key politicians in Chennai, only to find swanky roads there. And these are the visuals of what Chennai's muckal get after paying taxes. Cratered roads with water filled in it.
We are at present, and this is a road where we have Tamizhaga Vetri Kazhagam leader Vijay and other prominent VIPs residents, and look at the way the roads have been maintained. Very less water stagnation over here. Otherwise, the road is pretty neat, not that much potholes, and it has been kept very clean to make sure that the VIPs at this spot do not have any kind of concern. This is one road and we're just going to walk. Now, just to show a parallel road on this particular location, and to our left side, you could see what is happening. This is a road that is parallel to where Vijay stays, and unfortunately, this is a condition. You can see the vehicles, how difficult it is for them to travel. And what happened is that one of the concerned citizens from this particular area informed us that this particular road has been in this condition since October 2024.
This is Chennai's Greenways Road locality, with prominent politicians, including Deputy Chief Minister Udayanidhi Stalin's residence, is located. It shows the stark example of how VVIPs get special privileges of clean and swanky roads compared to common citizens.
This is one of the best parts of Chennai. You know why? Because this is where the real VIPs of the city live. Cabinet ministers, top businessmen, the real VIPs of the city live on this very stretch where we are reporting from, the Greenways Road. Just take a look at this road. Smooth, spotless, no cracks, no waterlogging. What an absolute joyride it is to drive on this very stretch of road. Now compare this with Pallikaranai, Medavakkam, Madipakam, Thuraipakam, the entire OMR stretch of road, Porur, Poonamalli, and there you have your answer.
Tall claims have been made by the Stalin government that it is fully prepared for the monsoon. Promises which now lie fully exposed. With Pramod Madhav and Anaga Kesav in Chennai, Bureau Report, India Today.
My colleague Akshita spoke to some Chennaiites to really find out what they think about the current situation in Chennai and whether the areas that they reside in are monsoon ready or not. Listen in.
These are Chennaiites who are joining us here on India Today to tell what they feel about what's happening in the city right now. Kasturi Shankar is joining us on this broadcast. She's an actor joining us from Chennai. We have Carrie Edwards, voice artist, actor, a very popular RJ also. Lata Srinivasan, film critic. All of you, of course, are veteran Chennaiites, if I may call you that. Carrie, I'd like to begin with you. Are you disappointed looking at these images of Chennai, or Singara Chennai as many call it, or is this something that's become run of the mill that every year we see?
Well, I'd like to say that I'm disappointed, but the sad truth is that every time things like this happen, it kind of just fulfills our expectations. I think we've come to have incredibly low expectations of authorities, especially with regard to roads and electricity and things like that. So, yeah, sadly, while I would like to be disappointed, the truth is that my
it's
what's the word I'm looking
normalized.
for? Well, it's normalized to a point now that unless there's a massive hole in a road, no one's really considering that a big problem. It's just like, well, yeah, it's monsoon. And that's the sad truth of our existence, is that this has been normalized to a point where it's really not good for anyone. It's not good for the for society. It's not good for the road users. It's not good for the government. There really are no winners.
If we don't seek accountability, how can we really expect the government to kind of wake up from their slumber? And I agree with Carrie that we've kind of normalized this kind of below par infrastructure, so much so that politicians also think, look, we don't need to give them anything.
Here's the thing. I'm going to start with what Carrie just said about, unless there is a big hole in the road, Chennaiites will no longer be surprised about anything. I'm going to actually change that and say, unless there is actually a road instead of a hole, that's when Chennaiites will get surprised at this point, because we expect. It's we laugh out of frustration.
Yeah, but it's sad.
But it's not laughing matter. We expect, like you introduced me as a veteran Chennaiite. That's true. But right now, I live in Hyderabad, and I have done so for a while now. Why? Because in Hyderabad, you have water during the summer, and you don't have water during the monsoon. I literally am living here for what others would consider basic necessities. I think of it as a luxury. I'm able to escape to Hyderabad. It's like that. My house is in Poise Garden. I have an independent house in Poise Garden. It's a heritage home, which means it's older than the rest of the properties around it. Poise Garden, if you didn't know, for the unversed, it is the VVVIP area.
Yeah, Jayalalitha's residence is there. Rajnikant lives there.
And I want your reporters to go to Poise Garden today and see what is going on there.
We'll do that, yep.
Yeah, because Udayanidhi doesn't live there. Because even the councillors from our Tenampet area don't live there. So because the people who are accountable for it don't live there, therefore, Poise Garden actually gets stepmotherly treatment. And God forbid you have an older property where all the water from the road will come into our house, because everybody who is actually there is pumping water out of their premises. So the person who is not there is me. My house is closed. So where will the water go? We are all pumping it out. So those who don't pump out, they are going to be floating. I just want to tell who is responsible for this. Yes, the government. But we no longer expect the government to answer any questions. 2 years ago, they said stormwater drain construction. 4,000 crores. How much? 4,000 crores. So, पिछले साल क्या हुआ? We don't know what happened to the 4,000 crores, but all the sewage water from everywhere was inside our houses. People were going in boats. So then we said, what happened to 4,000 crores? And the mayor of Chennai Priya, she said, you know, we didn't expect this kind of rain. Nobody can be prepared for this. We did everything, and the stormwater drains are in place, but they have fallen short of this kind of unexpected rain.
you know, it's
I have
kind
news for you.
we
There's
hear
2
this
days
all
of
the
rain.
time.
There's 2 days of rain so far. It
And
has
this is the
rained for 2
beginning
days.
of the monsoon.
Yeah, it has rained for 2 days. Day before yesterday and yesterday. And already we are in such a deep hole. So now I'd like to ask the mayor of Chennai, what were you doing? You had 1 year to figure this out. Elections are round the corner. Don't you have any shame? Forget responsibility. Forget accountability. Sharam nahi aati. You don't have any shame.
The civic apathy in Chennai has turned deadly, claiming the life of a 2-year-old. The child's death due to drowning in a waterlogged plot has sent shockwaves across the state. Take a look at another report.
Part 3 of India Today's reality check on Chennai's monsoon preparedness.
This is the state of affairs outside Satyam Theatre. It looks like the government has carried out some kind of a hurried patchwork. This is just after one spell of rain, how the tar has just begun peeling off of this road.
This is a road that is parallel to where Vijay stays, and unfortunately, this is a condition. You can see the vehicles, how difficult it is for them to travel.
After we exposed how ill-prepared Chennai is for the monsoon, now a young life has also been snuffed out. A 2-year-old girl died after falling into a plot filled with rainwater.
There was a lot of waterlogging over here. The child has stepped out of her house, accidentally fallen inside this plot, which was completely waterlogged, then drowned, and then subsequently lost her life. In fact, I just want to show you the depth of this. If you can see that cow over there, it's almost fully submerged. That explains the depth of this water inundated vacant plot that we're talking about.
The Stalin government claimed it's fully prepared for the monsoon, but is now under fire for allowing Chennai's stormwater drainage system to collapse, despite all promises of preventing waterlogging. The BJP's attacked the DMK for what they call substandard road conditions.
They are talking about Singara Chennai, which means a clean Chennai, Singapore, Chennai like Singapore and all that. We don't want a city like Singapore. We at least want basic amenities, basic roads where people don't keep falling and getting into accidents. The number of road accidents is one of the highest in Tamil Nadu. The 24 hours of rain has exposed the reality of the Chennai corporation.
Second phase, third phase சொல்லி இன்னைக்கு அரதா நூற்றுக்கணக்கான கிலோமீட்டர் தூரத்திற்கு மெட்ரோ ரயில் பாதை வேலைகள் நடக்குது. அதே மாதிரி இப்போ இங்க நம்ம மத்திய கைலாசாண்ட ஒரு பெரிய பாலம் பணிகள் நடைபெற்றுக் கொண்டிருக்கிறது. இதெல்லாம் நடக்கிறப்ப ரோடு வந்து அங்கங்க கொஞ்சம் டேமேஜ் ஆக தான் செய்யும். ரெஸ்டோர் பண்றதுக்கு கொஞ்சம் முடிஞ்சாதான் வேலை செய்ய முடியும்.
And then there's the iconic Marina Beach, now filled with toxic foam as a result of chemicals being dumped in the ocean. A reminder of the civic mess in the city.
These are the foams that are now actually surrounding the beach. As we speak, there is more that is being pushed by the wave. Such way, when humans and authorities fail to keep a check on water pollution, nature gives us indication, and this is a very important indication of that kind. And you could see over there, the froth as we speak is still developing, building up, and it is actually dotting the entire Marina Beach coast at this spot.
Waterlogged roads, large craters, vehicles at risk, and a puddle that turned into a death trap. India Today's reality check has led to a city-wide campaign as citizens now are joining the call for better infra to deal with the monsoon. With Anaga Keshav and Pramod Madhav in Chennai, Bureau Report, India Today.
Every monsoon, it's literally South Chennai that gets underwater. And this is a result of deep-rooted corruption, of buildings that have come up on marshlands, resulting in no space for rainwater to drain. Here's what activists have to say about the mess that has been created in Chennai.
Jairam, help me understand this. You know, I've lived in Sholinganallur, so I've seen it firsthand, the kind of flooding that happens every time it rains. It's quite simple, really. There's no place whatsoever for the water to drain, and that's because of unplanned development. At the end of the day, do you think that what we're seeing in Palikarnai right now, in the example you're giving of this one particular construction that's happening on the marshland, It's happened for years together, and that's what's led to marshlands completely disappearing in many parts.
That's true. I mean, the Chennai Metropolitan Development Authority is primarily responsible for a planned development. They are responsible for urban planning. But unfortunately, what we are seeing is that time and again, there has been a huge amount of constructions that has been happening in a haphazard manner within the marshlands and water bodies, and the complete lack of apathy that is there is what we are seeing, as a result of which we are seeing heavy flooding in the southern parts of Chennai. And what we are seeing is that even after seeing the flooding in 2015, even after seeing the flooding in 2023, even after a full bench of the Madras High Court sitting and saying that no part of the water body can be allocated for other purposes, and it is the responsibility of the state to restore whatever water bodies that are there. In spite of all this, the government has been going ahead with this unplanned development, with this entire concretization of the marshlands as well. So, and as a result of which we are seeing the kind of flooding.
Nothing's been done on the ground. But when you look at this kind of corruption, it's as blatant as it gets, because it's right in front of everyone's eyes that they can see how marshlands are disappearing. Who's benefiting from this? You know, who benefits from this kind of corruption? Who's pocketing all of that money?
See, it is an open secret that when it comes to construction plan approval and the environmental clearance approval, crores of money is involved in terms of bribe. And over the years, we have also exposed many of these cases where we have even tracked how the money flows back to people at very high places. So therefore, even in this, if you look at it, it's not just the lower level officials who are involved. It is the officials, the public officials at the top. In fact, what we are demanding is the probe must be not only be restricted to the top level officials, but it should also be on the ministers. Because if you look at, for example, CMDA approval, it is not just the member secretary who gives the approval. It is also the circulation note is forwarded to the minister. Yeah. So therefore, the minister in charge of CMDA, the minister in charge of forest department, under whom the marshland comes, the minister in charge of environment, all these, when we talk about accountability, we should just not talk about accountability at the lower level, but we should fix the accountability at the topmost level. And that is what we need answers from. Now, question is, let's say the chief minister says, I don't know about it. Now, today you know about it. So you should at least now take steps to cancel it and restore the water body if you don't know about it.
This is just the beginning of monsoon, and it's already clear that the city is not prepared to tackle this mess. But here on India Today, we will continue to follow up. We will continue to ask the right questions, and we will continue to seek accountability. Thank you for joining me on this special broadcast. This is Anaga Keshav signing off from Chennai.
Motorola Edge 60 Pro, the true flagship killer.
Hello, Moto. Do the Moto Moto.
Motorola Edge 60 Pro, the true flagship killer.
अरे बेटा ड्यूलक्स है और उसकी वारंटी तो और भी शानदार, पेंट से भी शानदार वारंटी, से शानदार पेंट से शानदार वारंटी, से शानदार वारंटी।
ड्यूलक्स, डिसाइड करना मुश्किल हो जाएगा कि पेंट ज्यादा शानदार है या उसकी वारंटी।
Bliss. It teases, it soothes, and sometimes speaks without words. Experience bliss in all its forms with Hindware. Hindware, designed for bliss.
Motorola Edge 60 Pro, the true flagship killer.
Hi, here are the top headlines. Presented by Motorola. PM Modi says, NDA will get biggest mandate in Bihar. Tejasvi Yadav says, making Bihar number 1 is our goal. ISIS module busted, 2 terrorists arrested from Delhi and Bhopal.
Motorola Edge 60 Pro, the true flagship killer.
Hello, Moto. Do the moto moto.
Motorola Edge 60 Pro, the true flagship killer.
India Today, making sense of India. Now available for speed delivery on Amazon and Blinkit.
Hello and welcome. You're watching India Today Explains. I'm Akshita Nandagopal. And over the next 30 minutes, I'll run you through the big stories of the week and what they're all about. A quick glimpse first of what's coming your way. Amid the RSS's centenary celebrations, we take a look at all the controversy seeking a ban on the organization and whether government servants are indeed banned from participating in RSS activities, considering the political storm that's kicked off in Karnataka. Also on the show, Delhi pollution is back. One of the weapons this time to combat the smog is artificial rain. How does cloud seeding work and has it ever been done in India? I'll tell you all about that. We'll also tell you about the rather public Sanjay Kapoor inheritance feud that's playing out and why his kids are contesting his will. Also on the show, Saudi Arabia has banned the kafala system, essentially modern slavery, and millions of Indians will benefit from this move. And finally on the show, the daring Louvre heist in broad daylight that shocked the world. We'll tell you how the thieves actually pulled it off and why there was one particular Indian diamond that they didn't steal. The Rashtriya Swayamsevak Sangh is marking its 100th year, but also is in the eye of a storm, particularly in Karnataka. There's a demand for a ban on RSS activities in educational institutions and also a Panchayat Development Officer who was suspended for participating in an RSS route march on October 12th. The move has triggered a confrontation between the BJP and the Congress-led Karnataka government, raising questions about whether government employees can actually take part in such events and the rules that govern the RSS across states. So we break that down for you. Historically, restrictions on government employees participating in RSS activities have varied by state. In 1966, the Ministry of Home Affairs barred government servants from engaging in RSS and Jamaat-e-Islami activities, with violations attracting disciplinary action under the Central Civil Services Conduct Rules of 1964. This directive was reaffirmed in 1970, then again in 1980. Then in 2006, the Madhya Pradesh government lifted that ban, calling the RSS a cultural, not political organization. Himachal Pradesh followed suit. Later, Chhattisgarh and Rajasthan lifted similar bans in 2015 and 2021 respectively. And then in 2024, July 9th to be precise, the centre officially withdrew the decades-old restriction, removing references to the RSS from the 1966, 1970 and 1980 orders. However, some states have not accepted the centre's decision. Karnataka Minister Priyank Kharge said state employees are bound by state-specific rules that bar participation in politically aligned events. And so he says the centre's rule doesn't apply to states. Now, Priyank Kharge refers to Rule 5.1 of the Karnataka Civil Services Conduct Rules of 2021. What does this say? It prohibits government servants from associating with any political party or organization involved in politics. And the Congress maintains RSS is a political organization.
I'm not asking to make any new rules. There are already service conduct rules of the government of Karnataka. I'm just asking them to follow it. The officers seem to have forgotten their duty towards the government, their duty towards the people, and they seem to be behaving like free radicals. And they need to be reined in as per the laws rules that they have signed up for. If they are interested, let them seek voluntary resignation and do what they want.
Previously too, you've had Kharge seeking a ban on RSS activities in government schools, colleges, in state-owned temples, alleging it was brainwashing young minds. Chief Minister Siddaramaiah has said that there could be some look into whether there's a need for such a ban or not.
RSSನವರು ಸರ್ಕಾರಿ ಜಾಗಗಳನ್ನು ಬಳಸ್ಕೊತಾರೆ. ಅದನ್ನ ನೀವು ತಮಿಳುನಾಡಿನಲ್ಲಿ ಸರ್ಕಾರ ಏನು ಮಾಡಿದೆ ಆ ಥರ ಮಾಡಿ ಅಂತ ಬರೆದಿದ್ದಾರೆ. ನಾನು ಚೀಫ್ ಸೆಕ್ರೆಟರಿಗೆ ಪರಿಶೀಲನೆ ಮಾಡಿ ತಮಿಳುನಾಡಿನಲ್ಲಿ ಏನು ಮಾಡಿದ್ದಾರೆ ನೋಡಿ ಅಂತ ಹೇಳಿದ್ದೀನಿ.
The debate over government employees joining RSS activities highlights really the political divide over its identity, cultural or political. While the centre's 2024 decision lifting the ban does mark a key policy shift, there are states like Karnataka who maintain restrictions citing their own service rules. The tussle, therefore, between administrative neutrality and freedom of association continues. Delhi's latest weapon to combat pollution, it's artificial rain. Let's tell you how it works. Artificial rain, which is also called cloud seeding, is a weather modification technique used to stimulate rain from dry clouds. It's like playing God. Artificial rain works by introducing certain substances into clouds that encourage water droplets to form and grow large enough to fall as precipitation. So here's how it's done. First, authorities ensure there's adequate cloud formation. Aircraft or rockets then disperse substances into the cloud. This could be silver iodide or potassium iodide, which helps form ice in the clouds. Sometimes dry ice is used since it cools the surrounding air, or even salt particles, which help form water in tropical regions. Considering India is a tropical zone, for Delhi's cloud seeding, a scientifically formulated mix of silver iodide nanoparticles, iodized salt and rock salt is being used. After these water droplets are formed, and voila, we have rain. Countries like China, America, UAE regularly use cloud seeding, by the way, to ensure adequate rainfall. China, for example, does it for battling pollution like what they're planning in Delhi. So it's been effective in improving air quality, but there's also a challenge as far as India goes in ensuring adequate cloud cover for artificial rain. Because let's be clear, without clouds, there's no way they can actually build rain. Previously in India, many states have attempted, some successfully, to do cloud seeding. States like Maharashtra, Telangana, Andhra Pradesh, Karnataka, Tamil Nadu and Rajasthan have attempted to create rain largely to deal with drought conditions. States like Rajasthan struggled because of a lack of clouds. Even in Delhi, experts warn that during peak pollution season, that's usually in winter, the possibility of finding clouds for artificial rain could be difficult. There's a rather high-profile and very public feud playing out over the inheritance of Sanjay Kapoor. Sanjay Kapoor's net worth was over 30,000 crores as a businessman and chairman of automotive components company Sona Comstar. Sanjay Kapoor died on June 12th after collapsing during a polo match in England. Initial reports from the time of his death, though later contested by eyewitnesses, speculated the cause was shock from swallowing a bee mid-game. But sources closer to the family indicated a fatal heart attack. But right after Sanjay's death, an ugly dispute over his inheritance and his will broke out, one that's now playing out in the courts as well. Before I tell you about that, let me first break down the Kapoor family tree because it's integral to what's happening now. Sanjay Kapoor's first wife was designer Nandita Mehtani. After their divorce, he was married to actor Karishma Kapoor. They were married for 13 years till 2016, and Karishma retained custody of their 2 children. A year later, Sanjay Kapoor remarried to Priya Sachdev. Now, after his sudden demise, Sanjay Kapoor's will stated that all his belongings be handed over to his wife, Priya Sachdev Kapoor. It completely excluded his children from his second marriage to Karishma, or for that matter, his own siblings and mother. So let's now take this one allegation at a time. First, Sanjay Kapoor's mother, Rani Kapoor, who's questioned her son's sudden death, essentially alleging foul play. But UK investigators ruled that out. Rani Kapoor has taken on Sanjay's wife, Priya Sachdev Kapoor, alleging that she was excluded from key decisions in the company after Sanjay's death and that people claiming to represent the Kapoor family were being installed without her consent. Rani Kapoor alleges that significant assets of her son are being sold or otherwise dealt without her knowledge, leaving her with little or no financial means. Then there's Karishma's 2 children, Samaira and Kian, who've moved court against the will. Their petition states that the will is forged and they've sought to be declared the legal heirs of the inheritance. They also want a 1/5 share, essentially evenly split among 5 presumed heirs of children, wife and other family members. They have also, in that petition, sought a freeze on assets till the court ruling emerges. So what does Sanjay's wife, Priya Kapoor, have to say about all the allegations? Well, in court, her defense remains that the will is valid and duly signed. She says the children were aware of the will and that she is his legal spouse and therefore rightful inheritor. The court battle continues, but this family feud is turned into a rather public battle for power, money and more. Saudi Arabia has successfully abolished its decades-old kafala system, and this landmark decision marks a historic step towards labor welfare and workers' rights across the kingdom. The move aligns with one of Crown Prince Mohammed bin Salman's Vision 2030, which aims to modernize the economy and enhance global competitiveness. Now, this is of particular significance to India because the reform is expected to impact nearly 13 million migrant workers, and that includes more than 2.5 million Indians who form a massive chunk of the Saudi workforce. So what exactly was this regressive system that turned so many Indians literally into slaves? Kafala translates to sponsorship in Arabic and defines the power dynamic between foreign employees and their employers. It was something that was developed in the 1950s. The system tied a migrant worker's legal residency and employee status directly to their employer or sponsor, and that sponsor is called a kafil. This gave employers excessive control, including the power to decide if workers could actually change jobs, if they could leave the country, or even file complaints, legal complaints. Over time, for obvious reasons, the system became a tool of exploitation and of abuse. Employers often confiscated passports, delayed wages, restricted movement, and denied the right to change jobs, and there was no action that was possible against them. There were many international organizations, including the Human Rights Watch and Amnesty International, that labeled this as a form of modern-day slavery. The impact was particularly harsh on domestic workers, many of whom faced overwork, emotional and even physical abuse, and months without pay, and there was nothing they could do about it, not even leave or change jobs. And that's why this change is so important. Saudi Arabia relies heavily on foreign labor, with an estimated 13.4 million migrant workers employed in sectors such as construction, hospitality, and domestic work. A large portion of these workers come from India, from Bangladesh, the Philippines, and Nepal. Now, the International Labour Organization and several rights groups have long urged Saudi to reform the kafala system. And now, by abolishing it, Saudi Arabia aims to improve its international image as a fair and ethical employer in line with global labour standards. This reform is also expected to make Saudi Arabia more attractive for foreign investment and therefore encourage the inflow of skilled labour essential for its goals. So now what changes? Under the new contract-based employment framework, workers can change jobs without needing their employer's permission. They can exit the country without requiring an exit visa or, for that matter, sponsor consent, which was the need earlier. They can also get access to courts and legal protection more freely to seek justice if there's any case of workplace abuse or dispute. So it's complete opposite of what existed previously. Now, while this reform represents a significant step forward, experts note that obviously implementation will take time and abuse is not going to disappear overnight. Critics argue that domestic workers remain vulnerable as recruitment-related exploitation and informal employment practices often fall outside the scope of labour law reforms. In a sense, Saudi Arabia's decision marks a turning point in labour rights for millions of migrant workers. But there are other Gulf nations which still practice this modern-day slavery. The kafala system is still active across the Gulf, including the UAE, Kuwait, Bahrain and Oman, and in places like Lebanon and Jordan in slightly tweaked forms. Another massive robbery has shaken the world's largest museum, and this time the damage is enormous. So what exactly happened on October 19th at the iconic Louvre Museum, and were some of these jewels actually from India? Let's begin by telling you exactly how this heist was pulled off. On October 19th, in broad daylight, thieves broke into the Apollo Gallery inside the Louvre Museum in Paris, home to France's royal jewels. Using a truck-mounted ladder, they accessed an upper-floor window, employed power tools and angle grinders to shatter the glass display cases. And this entire heist was shockingly swift. Reports suggest that it just about took the burglars about 4 to 7 minutes to grab the jewels and flee the scene on motorbikes. According to Paris prosecutors, the stolen items are valued at around 88 million euros. So what exactly was taken from the museum? The stolen items hold immense heritage and historical significance, besides, of course, costing a bomb. It traces back to France's royal lineage. Among the goods that were stolen were a tiara once owned by Queen Marie Amélie and Queen Hortense, both part of France's 19th century monarchy. An emerald necklace and matching earrings, part of a set gifted by Napoleon I to his second wife, Empress Marie-Louise, in 1810. A brooch belonging to Empress Eugenie, adorned with over 90 diamonds. Then a large bodice knot brooch, also once worn by Empress Eugenie. The crown of Empress Eugenie, made of gold, emeralds and diamonds, was targeted but later found near the museum, reportedly dropped during the thieves' escape. Now, interestingly, the emerald necklace and earrings that were stolen also have an Indian connect. While the emeralds are of European origin, the diamonds set alongside them were sourced from India, as India then was a significant supplier of diamonds. This was during the 18th and 19th century. Similarly, the tiara owned by Queen Marie Amélie also has diamonds sourced from India. But what's baffled investigators is how the thieves didn't steal one massive diamond worth an estimated $60 million. It was left untouched in its case. And this is a diamond from India that's said to be cursed. For centuries, the Regent diamond has carried a reputation of being cursed. According to legend, the diamond was discovered in India in 1701 by an enslaved man who tried to flee with the gem. He was killed by a sea captain who had promised to help him escape, and the diamond was soon on its way through Europe's royal courts, leaving a trail of misfortune in its wake. Now, this diamond reached England, where it was cut into smaller stones. Louis XVI used one piece. It was also used in Marie Antoinette's hat. And mind you, both were executed during the French Revolution. The diamond stolen. Years later, it was found in a Paris attic and then found its way to Napoleon Bonaparte, who got it mounted onto his sword, and Napoleon died in exile. The Regent diamond, therefore, seemed to carry tragedy wherever it went, and that's why it's considered to be cursed. While the thieves are yet to be identified, it seems that maybe they were a tad superstitious and chose to spare the Indian cursed diamond.
महिलाओं के रोजगार के लिए नई योजना मुख्यमंत्री महिला रोजगार योजना शुरू की गई है, जिसमें हर घर की एक महिला को रोजगार शुरू करने के लिए 10,000 रुपए की राशि दी जा रही है।
जिन परिवारों के पास सरकारी नौकरियां नहीं हैं, उन परिवारों में एक सरकारी नौकरी हमारी सरकार बनने पर दी जाएगी।
It's election season in Bihar, and the focus is once again on Revdi culture or freebie culture, with a series of announcements being made by both political sides. Let's therefore decode for you the history of freebie culture and if this kind of politics hurts the country's economy. Freebies. The practice of handing out doles to people has become a practice, a norm, a part and parcel every election season. So let's tell you how this started and how it's become intrinsic to Indian politics. First, let's start with the basics. What does the term freebie actually mean? Essentially, that something is being given free of cost. I'm sure you've heard the word Revdi a lot before, and if you're wondering what it is, it's the Hindi word for freebies. But it's important here to make a distinction between the types of freebies, between welfareism and a freebie. So what's the difference? I'll highlight it using examples. Now, promising free education, offering midday meals, that's a welfare scheme. That's welfareism being pushed. Giving free cycles, TVs, mixers, grinders, those are all outright freebies. So let's now talk about the history of freebies in India, for which we have to go back in time to the 1950s. It was in Tamil Nadu first that we saw freebies actually taking root. K. Kamaraj, then Chief Minister of erstwhile Madras State, introduced SOPs like free education and free meals for school students. And then every leader in Tamil Nadu followed suit, upping the ante essentially also on these kind of promises and schemes. In 1977, Dr. MGR, as Chief Minister, used midday meals to attract more children to school. And to date, the scheme is active in Tamil Nadu and, of course, has been emulated by almost every state in the country today. But it was also Tamil Nadu that moved beyond welfareism. Free TVs, mobiles, cycles, grinders, mixies, you name it, it was offered in party manifestos and has become a part and parcel of Dravidian politics. It's worked in wooing voters, but the welfare schemes also that Tamil Nadu parties focus on have helped in ensuring that the economy of Tamil Nadu isn't dented. And it was bound to become a national talking point as well, because regional parties, most of them now offer freebies. I'll give you a few examples. Naveen Patnaik's 1 rupee per kilo rice scheme in Odisha. Nitish Kumar's free bicycle scheme for school-going girls in Bihar. Jay Lalita's distribution of 8-gram gold for brides. Mamata Banerjee's cash incentives for girls and health insurance scheme in West Bengal. Subsidized food grains by Yogi Adityanath in Uttar Pradesh. And then in Delhi, free electricity, water from Arvind Kejriwal's government. The AAP, interestingly, in 2015, when it came to power with a promise of free water and free power, cracked that code of freebies. And since then, every party has attempted to emulate the model to woo voters in state polls and in national polls too. For example, the Congress's 5 guarantees that it promises in every state. The BJP has claimed that they're against freebie politics. Prime Minister Modi has repeatedly spoken out against this freebie culture and has said it's dangerous for the country. But now, looking at the BJP's manifestos in, let's say, a Haryana or Jharkhand, the BJP essentially has modelled freebies as welfareism, but has also promised doles to vote banks. So let's ask the crucial question here. Who pays for these freebies? Well, the answer to that is simple. You do. It is unfortunately the state exchequer that pays for freebies, and in states where the economy can handle it, it doesn't feel a pinch, there isn't a dent. It's a whole other story, however, when states are already financially crippled. The cost of these freebies for some states is estimated to be as high as 96,000 crore rupees, or 2.2% of a state's GDP. Let's take a look at some of these examples. Freebies or subsidies in Maharashtra could cost the state up to 960 billion rupees, or about 2.2% of the GDP in the state. In Karnataka, it's about 1.9% of the state GDP. Telangana, it's about 352 billion rupees, roughly 2.2% of the GDP of the state.
But what do all these numbers mean? Essentially, that there's very little room for development. In Karnataka, the Congress government has admitted repeatedly that they have no money for development because they have to fulfill their guarantees, and therefore they've hiked up prices of essentials. What that means effectively is that you're actually paying for these so-called freebies one way or another. Let me highlight here what the Supreme Court said on December 9th, 2024 on freebies, and I'm quoting here. For how long can freebies be given? Why don't we work to create job opportunities, employment and capacity building for these migrant workers? Now, there have been multiple petitions before the Supreme Court. They exist even now, seeking restrictions on freebies. And the top court in the past repeatedly has put the onus on the Election Commission. The EC on its part has said it's impossible to curb what parties mention in their manifesto, but has issued guidelines. So under its MCC, which is Model Code of Conduct Guidelines, the Election Commission has said, and I quote, in the interest of transparency, level playing field and credibility of promises, it's expected that manifestos also reflect the rationale for the promises and broadly indicate the ways and means to meet the financial requirements for it. Trust of voters should be sought only on those promises which are possible to be fulfilled. But is the above followed? Not really, as political parties have never actually disclosed the cost of freebies they promise or the repercussion it has on the state economy. That's all we have time for in this edition of India Today Explains. Thanks very much for tuning in. I'll join you same time next week.
Motorola Edge 60 Pro, the true flagship killer.
Hello, Moto. Do the Moto Moto.
Motorola Edge 60 Pro, the true flagship killer.
Bliss. It teases, it soothes, and sometimes speaks without words. Experience bliss in all its forms with Hindware. Hindware, designed for bliss.
Motorola Edge 60 Pro, the true flagship killer.
Hi, here are the top headlines presented by Motorola. PM kicks off Bihar poll campaign, says NDA will get biggest mandate. Piyush Goyal on trade deal says India will not compromise on its economic interests. Jaishankar slams UN's response to terrorism, says all is not well at UN.
Motorola Edge 60 Pro, the true flagship killer.
Sorry.
आए जाने मन, हम तुम एक कमरे में बंद हो और चाबी खो जाए, जरा हमारे साथ 2 मिनट हो जाए।
Co-powered by Seat Cross-Drive, grip you can trust. Co-powered by, get up to 50% off on making charges. Kalyan Jewelers.
Good evening, you're watching To The Point. I'm Preeti Chaudhary. Before we get on to our big debate this evening, allow me to take you through the headlines. Prime Minister Modi's big Jungle Raj attack at Mahagathbandhan says Bihar does not need lanterns and allies. Pays tribute to Karpuri Thakur, accuses Mahagathbandhan of trying to steal Bharat Ratna, Karpuri Thakur's legacy.
चोरी की इनकी आदत ऐसी है कि अब जननायक की उपाधि की चोरी में जुटे हैं। बिहार के लोग जननायक कर्पूरी बाबू का ये अपमान कभी नहीं सहेंगे।
Amidst politics over NDA and MGB, Chief Minister face pick, Modi says NDA will win under Nitish's leadership. Tejasvi hits out, says BJP won't make Nitish CM. MGB starts to iron out friendly fight seats. Congress pulls out of 2 seats. BIP withdraws from one joint Mahagathbandhan manifesto on 28th October. At least 20 dead in horrific bus tragedy in Andhra's Kurnool. Bengaluru-bound bus from Hyderabad catches fire after collision with bike. Over a dozen hospitalized with burn injuries. And sad news, one of India's most prolific geniuses passes away at just the age of 70. Prime Minister Modi leads tributes for Adman Piyush Pandey, the genius behind the immortal Fevicol, Cadbury, Vodafone, Pug ads, even the iconic Ab Ki Baar Modi Sarkar tagline. All right, our top story. The first phase of Bihar elections is now truly all started. 2 weeks away. The battleground is all set. NDA launched its first biggest star and might with the Prime Minister and Home Minister on the campaign trail on Friday. Spearheading the attack, the Prime Minister called the opposition Latbandhan, basically taking a dig on what Bihar's Jungle Raj charges on the Mahagathbandhan, especially the RJD. The Chief Minister face of the Grand Alliance, Tejasvi Yadav, dared NDA to name Nitish Kumar as the Chief Ministerial candidate for 2025, and not just the NDA fighting this election under his banner. And then, of course, there is the fight over the EBC votes, because together they come in a formidable number. All of that now where the politics is at play in the state of Bihar.
The battle lines are drawn, with both sides having taken their positions. The bugle has been blown and Bihar is all set for war.
इस महागठबंधन में, महालठबंधन में अटक दल है, लटक दल है, भटक दल है, झटक दल है और पटक दल है।
बस एक मौका आप लोग हमको देने का काम कीजिए, एक मौका देने का काम कीजिए। जो 20 साल में ये सरकार नहीं कर पाई है, 20 महीने में तेजस्वी इस्लाम को पूरा करने का काम करेगा।
The biggest draw in this battle is who's going to be the chief minister of the state. After 2 decades of Nitish Kumar in the chair, the opposition hopes that the Nitish fatigue will work in their favor. As opposed to a 74-year-old candidate, Mahagathbandhan has announced 35-year-old Tejasvi Yadav as the chief ministerial face for the alliance. The NDA, though, refuses to formally announce Nitish Kumar as the CM face, and that is becoming ammunition for the MGB.
मैं कह सकता हूं, इस बार बिहार में भी नीतीश बाबू के नेतृत्व में एनडीए जीत के अपने पुराने सारे रिकॉर्ड तोड़ने वाला है।
अब जब चुनाव हो जाएगा तो विधायक लोग तय करेगा कि मुख्यमंत्री का चेहरा कौन होगा। यानी एक बात तो तय है, नीतीश कुमार जी को अमित शाह और भाजपा के लोग दोबारा मुख्यमंत्री बनाने नहीं जा रहे।
Starting his Bihar election campaign from Jan Nayak Bharat Ratna Karpuri Thakur's birthplace in Samastipur, the Prime Minister tried to consolidate the EBC vote in NDA's favor.
चोरी की इनकी आदत ऐसी है कि अब जननायक की उपाधि की चोरी में जुटे हैं। बिहार के लोग जननायक कर्पूरी बाबू का ये अपमान कभी नहीं सहेंगे।
The Mahagathbandhan indicated a possibility of a deputy CM from the extremely backward caste if they come to power. But the Grand Alliance was criticized by both the BJP and the MIM for not picking a Muslim face for CM and deputy CM.
इनका हिपोक्रेसी जो है ये इस तरह से सामने आ जाती है। यही महागठबंधन और यही महाविकास आघाड़ी का स्लोगन क्या था, जिसकी जितनी संख्या भारी उसकी उतनी हिस्सेदारी। अब क्या हो गया हिस्सेदारी का, 2% वाला साहनी जो है वो बन सकता मुख्यमंत्री, 19% वाला जो मुसलमान है उसका आता पता ठिकाना भी नहीं है।
देश में हमारे जो इतने भी अल्पसंख्यक भाई हैं उनके बारे में सोचिए, उसके बारे में फिक्र कीजिए, नफरत की राजनीति नहीं कीजिए। अभी सबसे पहला मेरा सवाल है भाजपा वाले से कि क्या आपको तकलीफ हो रहा है, एक मल्ला का बेटा, एक केवट का बेटा अगर राज्य में अगर सरकार बनाता है, डिप्टी चीफ मिनिस्टर बनता है, तो आपको इतना दर्द क्यों हो रहा भाई?
The Prime Minister spearheaded NDA's star election campaign in Bihar a day after the Mahagathbandhan put up a united face. While the NDA reminded people of alleged jungle raj of the previous RJD regime, the Grand Alliance has resolved issues over several seats of not-so-friendly fights in Varsaliganj, Babubadhi and Pranpur. They now prepare to release the joint manifesto on the 20th of October. And so, the state of war in Bihar is all set. Bureau Report, India Today.
All right, so in true cliches, the poll bugle has been sounded, the state of war all set. Let's get in our political panelists this evening. Joining me, Dr. Sanjay Kumar, spokesperson JDU, Advocate Mahima Singh, national spokesperson Congress, Syed Zafar Islam, national spokesperson BJP, Priyanka Bharti, national spokesperson RJD. I'd like to begin with the JDU spokesperson. And Dr. Sanjay Kumar, even today, you have the Prime Minister who in a rally once again stated that this election is going to be fought under the leadership of Nitish Kumar. There was an opportunity to clear the air on naming him the chief ministerial face, but that didn't quite happen.
Good evening, Priti. And, I don't know if I told you in your show, but in some show, I have been mentioning about the rally which was addressed by Mr. Amit Shah in Saran, where he categorically stated that Bihar will remain safe under the leadership of Nitish ji and Modi ji. And I keep referring to that statement, and I think you should also refer to that statement. I don't know why this is coming again and again, but as I have told you as well earlier.
But Dr. Kumar, I'll tell you why is this coming in again and again. It's coming in again and again because there has been no clear clarity from your ally. There have been multiple opportunities where it could have clearly been stated that it would be Nitish Kumar who would be the chief minister of Bihar.
All the state leaders, all the state BJP leaders, the top leaders, they have stated this very clearly that he is going to be our face. He is the CM face.
All right, Dr. Syed Zafar Islam, do you agree with that? Because the indication is, okay, the state leadership is saying he's going to be our chief ministerial face, then why is the central leadership hedging?
You have any doubt? I have none.
So I will only listen to your top leadership when it comes to making declarations.
Well, top leader has also clarified, even today the Honorable Prime Minister has very clearly stated that Nitish ji is our leader. This election is being led by the Honorable Chief Minister, Mr. Nitish Kumar ji. So there is absolutely no headroom for any kind of a speculation. He is our leader. He had been our leader. He is leading Bihar for last 20 years as Chief Minister, as NDA, and he will continue to do that. Is there any confusion? No, there is no confusion. Let me discuss a few other things. I want to know from the RJD spokesperson, and there is something which is being discussed on the street of Patna and elsewhere in Bihar, that whatever announcement has been so far made by Mr. Tejasvi Yadav ji, all put together, if you total it, the kind of announcement he has made, it will amount to around 15-16 lakh, the size of the budget. He is already expenditure side of the budget, he has made the announcement. Now, I want to ask him, from where this revenue will come of 15-16 lakh crore, which has already been stated. He has gone on record, even yesterday in the press conference, he said that he will provide job, not job through private investment, attracting private investment, but he said sarkari job, government job, to every household in Bihar. There are 2 crore 80 lakh household in Bihar. 30 lakh household will have a job. But how about the remaining 2 crore 50 lakh household? From where they will give, and if at all he is promising, then how it will be funded. That is why the discussion between the Mahagathbandhan partners, they were not naming. Mr. Rahul Gandhi wanted to name maybe Tariq Anwar, maybe somebody else from a Congress party, because he is the senior leader, and there was a tussle between the alliance partner, Mahagathbandhan partners. That is why yesterday, from the any press conference you see from the dais, every time Mr. Jha was telling me, please send a message. The name he said, he used to announce and say, please give the message of that we are together. We ekjutla ka message. I mean,
sir, you're saying Professor Manoj Jha actually told you this.
It seems that you haven't seen the press conference.
No, I've seen the press conference, sir. Okay, so he was saying that. Okay, I thought it was. Okay.
So then
it's a unity. No, fair point.
No, so he was telling all his alliance partners to give a message. Give a message. So message doesn't go
purely because you have stated something.
Okay.
Message
Priyanka
goes
Bharti, the
because
charge
of body
is
language.
the
Message
charge is
goes-
very clear. Why are you so worried
the
whether or
alliance
not the
partners
NDA is announcing
coordinated
Nitish
and
Kumar
working
as
on the
chief
ground.
ministerial face? It's been made very clear this is going to be fought under his leadership, and he is the face, is what at least the BJP spokesperson says. There is absolutely no ambiguity in that. You should be worried about the promises that you have made. You should be worried about the fake facade of unity, as pointed out by the BJP spokesperson.
Preeti ji, we are not worried about their CM face because we know there will be no CM from NDA. It's only going to be Tejasvi Yadav. Secondly, when BJP spokesperson asks questions, where will we bring money from for procuring jobs for Biharis? I would like to ask. PM Modi said 15 lakh har kisi ke khate mein jayenge. So multiplying 1.4 billion people into 15 lakh, how much it is Zafar Islam ji? 2.1 into 10 to the power 14, 15 it goes. Kitne zero hai hum count nahi kar payenge. So but again, I'm so happy to see Zafar Islam ji talking about jobs. How will you procure jobs? At least they are not calling Muslims namak haram today, as Giriraj ji says. At least they are not doing so. So I'm happy that my leader brought this core issue of Biharis to the center of politics. And not only this, today you heard PM Modi came to Bihar. What did he speak? 5 words. Latak, matak, jhatak, patak. That was what he talked about. But you, on the other hand, you saw Tejasvi Yadav. What he said when he went to Darbhanga, we will reopen the sugar mills in Darbhanga. 2 sugar mills, 1 Ashok paper mill. That is what we are concerned about. You see, there is a lot of contrast when you look at the manifestos for Gujarat and manifesto for Bihar. Today also, in 2024, you saw what was their manifesto? Mangalsutra, Mandir, Mujra, Bakri, Gai. That was their manifesto. And today it was 1 GB data for Pradhan Mantri ji. For Gujaratis, they have semiconductor power plants. For Gujaratis, they have nuclear plants. For Gujaratis, they have bullet trains. For Gujaratis, they have highways. For Biharis, they have 1 GB data. ताकि वो प्रधानमंत्री जी की रीलबाजी देखें. How cute and wonderful videos प्रधानमंत्री जी makes when he goes spending 89 crores in Brazil. No, we are not concerned about all these issues because what Bihar concerned about is jobs, immigration, inflation, poverty, hunger.
Before I bring in the Congress spokesperson, I just want to ask you something in a lighter vein. Priyanka Bharti ji, is Tejasvi Yadav taking a cue from the Prime Minister? Why is he speaking of himself in the third person? तेजस्वी अगर आएंगे, तेजस्वी का ये मतलब ये कब से बोलने लग गए?
वो तो शुरू से बोलते हैं, शायद आप पहली बार सुन रही होंगी because
हम तो पहली बार सुन रहे हैं, पिछले चुनाव में नहीं बोला था. पिछले चुनाव आज whenever Tejasvi Yadav speaks, he speaks of himself in the third person.
No, he said तेजस्वी आएंगे तो 10 लाख सरकारी नौकरी, 10 लाख नौकरी.
और आजकल जब भी वो बोलते हैं वो तेजस्वी के बारे में थर्ड पर्सन में बोलते हैं. So it was just a random question. It was just intriguing all of us कि क्या हो गया एकदम से क्यों बोलने लग रहे हैं.
On a lighter note, I am just also mentioning that when last time in 2020 elections, if you focus, Tejasvi ji said himself, तेजस्वी आएंगे तो नौकरी देंगे 10 लाख. And जब वो डिप्टी सीएम बने, उन्होंने पहली कलम से इतनी नौकरियां दी. So this is not the first time.
But no, it's not a lighter note. Priyanka Bharti ji, it's a question that the newsroom was asking, that why has Tejasvi Yadav suddenly started speaking of himself in the third person? But okay, I want to bring in the Congress spokesperson into this conversation, Mahima Singh. Mahima Singh, it's in your words, your leader who said jitni abadi utna haq. So what happened in honoring the 19% Muslim abadi of the state of Bihar? How come they are not getting their haq? The AIMIM is very clear in questioning that false promises, what they say, of Rahul Gandhi's.
Jai Hind. Preeti, it is quite intriguing, your question. I'll come to that. But before that, I was looking at Prime Minister Modi's Samastipur visit today. His speech, and of course, my counterpart from Mahagathbandhan, the RJD spokesperson, has shed a lot of light on, the spoofs from the Prime Minister's speech. But let me just say that Modi knows his magic is waning now, and it is waning fast. The way he spoke today wasn't even funny, Preeti. The chori jibe that he was trying to take today was not even pitiable. Because he, of course, knows of his history, of his ancestors who abused Karpuri Thakurji. He knows the history that brought Karpuri Thakurji's government to be crumbled because RSS and Jan Sangh opposed it, and opposed it. Why?
But Mahima Singh ji, it's your social media team that calls Rahul Gandhi Jan Nayak.
Because he had given reservation. Well, we know the word chori haunts him now, and like how? Because the whole world is talking about the chori that has been done in broad daylight by Mr. Modi and his government. Whatever he may try to do, he's been calling himself the Jan Nayak for the past 11 years. His Twitter handle, the BJP's Twitter handle, you will find is filled with Jan Nayak. But now that Bihar and the rest of the state are talking of Sri Rahul Gandhi as Jan Nayak because he's awakened the chori that Mr. Modi has inflicted
coming back
upon
to the
this country.
question, Mahima
And the chori which
Okay, so like I said, in your words, your Jan Nayak Rahul Gandhi had said, "Jitni abadi utna hak." What happened to the 19% hak of the Muslim population of Bihar?
Absolutely, Preeti. Look at the number of MPs today, and how many Muslim MPs from Bihar go to the parliament today. Which party do they belong to? You tell us. Don't you know that they belong to the Congress party? Don't you know how the Congress party, I mean, this very BJP, those very people who are questioning the Congress today have been for the longest time accusing the Congress party of Muslim appeasement. Now today they are raising contrary questions. Basically, they do not know where do
All right,
they
let me take that question too. Let me take that question.
To
Dr. Syed Zafar Islam. Dr. Syed Zafar Islam, the counter to it, which the Mahagathbandhan is raising, is that one lone Bihar representative of the BJP, Shah Nawaz Hussain, वो ही दिखा दीजिए वो कहाँ है? आप एक ही बता दीजिए. Leave alone 19%.
Well, let me tell you very candidly, since you have posed this question to me, I am a Muslim from that part of the world, so I understand exactly what goes in people's mind. And I think we have tested many times by giving tickets to Muslim, and it is Muslim community who have not voted for Muslim candidate given by BJP. But our NDA partners have given. Chirag Paswan has given candidate from Muslim community. So is JDU. But let me tell you that unless Muslim community also has to understand one thing, that they need to integrate with the rest of the community, with other voters. If their only purpose to defeat BJP, it will is counterproductive for the community itself. Community should be thinking about their own benefits, not safeguarding the interests of X, Y, Z party. When you are a voter, you should vote for your upliftment, not for the to make the chief minister Tejasvi Yadav or Akhilesh Yadav, or for that matter X, Y, Z.
But in that sense, Dr. Syed Zafar Islam, what you're saying is something very grave. One would have thought that BJP's tagline was Sabka Saath, Sabka Vikas, despite of anybody voting for them or not. Number two, are you admitting that the Muslims of this country don't vote for the BJP?
So, Preeti, no, let me tell you things. When you speak of a governance model, yes, have we differentiated between one community to another? I was MP. I was from, there was a constituency in Uttar Pradesh, Muradabad. I have distributed from my own hand the number of beneficiaries, Pradhan Mantri Awas Yojana, 65% from one community, that is Muslim community, where they were left by Congress party.
But Dr. Syed Zafar Islam is not just governance, it's about participation. And you yourself said the community doesn't vote for you, so why bother giving them representation? You said it yourself, sir.
No, so I'm repeating it again. I said for community also has to understand. You cannot operate in isolation. Then when the political party is giving you a ticket, you are just trying to defeat them. When the political party is trying to bring you in the mainstream, you are trying to defeat them. So your objective also has to be in line with the objective of what you have for other political parties. And that is why I'm saying that Muslim community, where I'm also part of that community, must understand that being a captive to one political party as a voter will always will never help you uplift your community, but compromise with your own interests. Nobody will safeguard. Why will they safeguard?
So Dr. Syed Zafar Islam, what is at least refreshing? What is at least refreshing is that you've come out and said it for what it is, that the community doesn't get representation from the BJP because the community doesn't vote for the BJP. Despite of fielding Muslim candidates, you don't win a seat. So, that is refreshing because you're being very honest about that. But I want to bring in, and I'll go to the JDU spokesperson, but Priyanka Bharti wants to come in on this because the problem is completely reversed. Priyanka Bharti, when it comes down to the RJD. Today, other than the classic MY combination, you are desperate to find the third component who actually helps you bring that 4% incremental vote that makes you cross that proverbial line of a majority.
No, I am surprised to see, Preeti ji, you surprised. When you were surprised when Zafar Islam himself said that if Muslims don't give votes to us, that's why we don't give representation to Muslims. Why are you surprised? PM Modi himself said, कपड़ों से पहचान होती है. देवेश चंद्र ठाकुर MP of JDU said, यादव मुस्लिम कुशवाहा हमें वोट नहीं करता है, इसलिए हम इन लोगों का काम नहीं करेंगे. Today Ajay Alok his spokesperson said,
but Priyanka Bharti,
and the last
fact
thing which
is,
I would just like to add,
out of the seats you have given, one second, Priyanka Bharti, out of the seats that you have actually given, 53% of the seats have gone to Muslims and Yadav. This is your core vote bank. Be as honest as Dr. Said Zafar Islam on this show. You are desperate to get a third component. Now that might come, or you hope it comes from the EBC or the Dalits, but you're desperate for the third component.
We already know that we are the parties of A to Z community, and it's not just MY. If it was just MY, can you explain it to me? Why did RJD become the largest party last elections and with highest vote percentage? Was it just MY that made us largest party? And I would just like to add on, just 4 or 5 days back, did you hear what our minister Giraji said? He said Musalman hame vote nahi deta hai, isliye wo namak haram hai. So that was an abuse for our BJP spokesperson as well. So I condemn him from here. And these ministers who are sitting in the cabinet are of no use for the Biharis, because when he was asked, sir, क्यों नहीं आता है हमारे यहाँ कोई industry या PM Mitra Park? He brazenly he said, ये negative सवाल है, negative सवाल नहीं पूछे. So when you ask questions,
can I just
okay, now Dr. Said Zafar, allow me to bring in Dr. Said Zafar Islam, and I'll go to the JDU and the Congress spokesperson. Yes, Dr. Islam, make your point.
See, the problem, I'm speaking my heart out today since you posed this question to me. So I have a huge problem when television like yours or any for that matter, they show only a particular type of Muslim who are wearing a skull cap and then having beard, and they are from madrasa. The young generation from Muslim community going to good schools, they are well educated, they want to be the part of the mainstream, must project them.
But Dr. Said Zafar Islam, have you had this, sir? Then I come up with a counter. Have you had this conversation? But Dr. Said Zafar Islam, have you had this conversation with your social media team of the BJP?
Yes,
have you had this conversation with the Jharkhand management of your elections? Because the kind of answer, anyone in this country should be ashamed of some of the kind.
With every platform from
make your point.
See, I'm extremely vocal about it. I do not hide my emotions and sentiments, and I'm very vocal about it, that the community is misrepresented, and particularly because of the Congress party and the likes of RJD, and they mislead the entire community. They make them as a captive voters, and that will never help them. Never. I'm not saying that vote for BJP.
No, Dr. Said Islam, then it smacks of hypocrisy, sir. Then this smacks of hypocrisy, because I will tell you, some of the content that comes from your own social media, which is the BJP social media, from your own Twitter handles, from your own poll management, where you give out your press releases, where you give out your ads, where you yourself stereotype Muslims.
Yeah.
The Jharkhand political campaign of the BJP was designed to be anti-Muslim.
No.
Sir, you know it. Why hide then?
Not at all. Let me give you one very no, I'm not hiding. I said I'm very vocal. I do not hide anything. I'm saying very clearly that the community also has to understand that whether their votes are productively helping the community, I will be with them. But their votes are not helping them. They are actually bringing them into. It is not doing any.
So you're saying because of the Congress, the community has painted into a picture, therefore the BJP is exploiting it.
That do not become a captive. Vote anybody, any party. What
Okay, I want to
anybody,
quickly
any
bring
party,
it. Allow me. Okay,
which
I want to bring in
safeguard
the
but
two
not
other
become a captive
spokespersons.
voter. Nobody should take. Nobody should
Okay.
say MY combination, XY is the combination, MX combination. No.
And sir, nobody
The
should
Muslim
say we don't
community
need the
should not
Muslim
be
vote
seen as the
combination.
captive voter,
A
but they should
combination
be-
that doesn't have the Muslims, we are okay with it.
Absolutely
A lot of
nobody
your
should
party
say.
people also
No,
say
no,
that. I
nobody
agree
should
with
say,
what
and
you're
I'm telling
saying.
you, nobody should say.
Okay.
You can go
Okay,
on,
sir. Refreshing.
You can go on my
Refreshing to
Twitter
know.
handle, and I've said very clearly, nobody in this world should say.
Okay, sir. Fair point. I want to bring in Mahima Singh. Mahima Singh, you still haven't answered my question, right? You say we've given representation. You have given representation. You have opened. Are you telling me when yesterday you had Mr. Gehlot say that there could be a third representative chief minister? Will that chief minister come from the Muslim community if you actually win this election?
Preeti, I assume you haven't read Shri Pawan Khera's tweet yesterday. He has spoken very vocally about it. But before going at that, I'm quite amused, appalled at the BJP spokesperson's narrative here. He says he's speaking very honestly, he's being vocal about it. Let him tell us how many tickets were given to Muslims across UP in UP elections. They have been running the government for the last 2 terms now. How many tickets were given to Muslim candidates in the last Lok Sabha elections? And before that, this is Modi 3.0 so-called. So, let them tell us that how many MPs has the BJP sent from the Muslim community to the Lok Sabha? Let them tell us that. You see, it is very
But
rich
one second,
of Mr. Islam.
Mahima Singh. The BJP said very clearly over and over again, various leaders, that they don't need that segment's vote. But you want that segment's vote. It's 19% of the Bihar population. Why not give them representation?
And hence, Preeti,
I would suggest.
Let me just tell you.
I would suggest, Mahima Singh ji, tell your party that you also say that we don't need Muslim vote. Don't become our captain.
Okay, fair point. I need to go into a break, but Mahima Singh, make your point. Can I just get Mahima Singh, make your point? Mahima Singh, and I'll come back to this conversation. Mahima Singh.
Why is the BJP spokesperson getting desperate and trying to interject out of turn?
Ma'am, make your
all
point.
I'm saying, they can say that they do not need them as much as they want to. But then why raise questions on those whom they themselves have been accusing of Muslim appeasement earlier? You see, whether when the Congress party is concerned, you look at the Bihar ticket distribution also, Preeti. We have distributed the tickets very, very equitably. And whether it is the OBCs, whether it is the EBCs, SCs, STs, BJP has not given a single ticket to ST. Not even a single ticket to a scheduled tribe.
Okay.
Okay,
Dr. Sanjay Kumar. Dr. Sanjay Kumar of the
Where is
JDU, I want to bring you in. Do you agree with your allies? Because, Dr. Sanjay Kumar, it's not that the Muslims don't vote for the JDU. Traditionally, the Muslims, especially the Pasmanda Muslims, have had a fair amount of trust in Nitish Kumar. Do you agree with the analysis of Dr. Syed Zafar Islam? Because they are your ally this time. And that kind of analysis clearly seems to project as Muslims as only going towards the Mahagathbandhan, that they don't want to vote the NDA.
As an alliance partner, we have different, we agree, but at the same time, कथनी और करनी में जो फर्क बिहार में नीतीश जी ने छोड़ा है, like what he has done for the Muslims in the state, Lalu ji event did not do during his Raj, because